Looks like we're in the clear. The capital's just through this desert.
Is it true then? The king is dead?
Aye, and the guards are more concerned with the funeral than keeping the roads safe. So now the monsters are roaming in broad daylight. No soldiers to stop them.
Monsters, huh? I've certainly been hearing the stories.
To say nothing of the vacant throne. There's a storm coming. Mark my words. That much is certain.
What's the problem?
They're bandits!
Come on, let's see some respect for the militia! Us folk, we're commoners. No crown or church will save us.
But Lord Luis will save us one and all. All we ask is little tribute. You're with us or against us? And if you're against us...
An igniter? How'd they get one of those?
Come on, hey, keep it moving up. Next one. Huh? Look at you. What have we got here? He's an elder. So he is. No horns, no knife ears. Filthy gremlin like you. What you got in the capital? Oh, what's this? Looks like you've been holding out on us, boy. Hold it! Should have listened to us, chum. Now fall in line! Let's want to get stuck like us!
You drew steel. I take it you are prepared to die by it.
Stand aside!
To whomever finds this book, I hope you find this misplaced and not on my hollowed corpse. My name is Makoto, or at least that's the only name I can remember. And I've been tasked with a quest, something my fairy friend will not stop reminding me about. Her name is Gallica. Sadly, our trip to the capital was besieged by raiders with magical powers, but was swiftly handled by a woman with long red hair and pointy ears. But alas, I couldn't give my thanks to her, as I found myself in a desert with all sorts of creatures, but thanks to Fayside and music from Gallica, the trip wasn't so bad. Well, actually.
Not good! Run for it!
This land of 8 tribes and 3 nations, all blessed by the power of magic. The United Kingdom of Uchronia. The year is 785. Uchronia is shaken to the core by the sudden death of its king. Anxiety breeds dissent among the tribes. Disparities tear them apart, and no mortal mind remembers the heroic tales upon which their land was built. By this story of fantasy, may this faded world be painted anew.
Whoa, just look!
Whoa.
on with it then! Drop the dog! Hang him dead!
Please! I've done nothing wrong!
Lying dog! Don't try to deny it! You trample the law for the fun of it!
Let it be known, for misuse of an igniter, you will hang by the neck until dead.
Yeah!
There's no way that crowd was going to listen to anything a Paribus said.
Such a shame. Might you spare some coin? Bless you. Oh,
Careful!
hurry.
Don't you have any street smarts? Come on, kid! Look, we're not tourists here. We gotta stay focused.
Right.
You noticed back on the wagon? You might be the only Elder here, in the whole city even.
We finally made it to the capital, though it was, as I expected and have seen, a diverse group of races, although most of them don't get along sadly. But that is how life is around here. I too am affected by this being an Eldian, but hearing all the murmurs on the street about the king's death and other occurrences reminds me of my mission, one that I cannot waver on.
The king dead, his son stricken. Are there none left to bear the weight of the crown?
We've done all in our power, but not even the kingdom's.
Over 10 years he has languished under this curse. How much longer can his body hold out? No doubt His Highness would protest. But since he cannot, we have no choice. For the man who cursed His Highness and murdered our king, there can be no mercy. I never thought I would have to ask this of you. But there are so few of us left now. There is no one else to turn to. Will you infiltrate the military to deliver a message to our contact there? This is your mission. For all our sakes, you cannot fail.
Though, Gallagher has to break me out from my daydreaming. Regardless, we must carry on, and talking to all sorts of colourful people in the city, we're here to join the guard. And the person before me was quite an interesting fellow, getting the guards captain all riled up. But he was a right old bugger, honestly. But they're looking for people to work, or really just bodies to throw into a pile, I'd say. Though I can't be mad since the first step has been completed, and I went to get my army-issued gear and map, but I had to deal with a rowdy bloke. Thankfully, the guy from before used his silver tongue, or really ready to scrap to stop his complaining. He seemed to be promising he may be a help in the future. Who knows? Though, it does not matter, as the mission comes first, and after getting a right old grilling from the captain, I head to my quarters for the night. But me and Gallagher had some small talk about things, mainly prejudice and some things I don't want to think about, which she apologized for and led to her wanting to read the book that I hold on to me at all times. A gift from the prince himself, and I let her read it.
It's what you call a fantasy story, right? So it's a fantasy world made up by the author. The prince loved those kinds of stories. Okay, let's see. It says the young traveler was amazed by the world he saw. In this world, there is only one tribe. All people accept each other, and no soul is born into discrimination. Wow. So not even any fairies? I guess less differences means less to argue over. In such a world, there is no need for sorcery. A megapolis is built through learning and labor. Towers of glass that reach the heavens. Safe nights with no dark shadows. Busy streets well traveled. And in the laws of these emotionally satisfied people, it reads, all lives are equal. Whoa. You see. No magic, no tribal conflict, and equality for all? It really does sound like a fantasy, but it's strange to feel envious of a fictional world.
Hey, are you asleep already? You know how hard it is for me to turn these pages on my own?
Well, Guess I'll just read more later. Good night.
Shouldn't you be resting? I'm fine. In fact, I'm glad we have this chance to talk. I've been reading, and I hope that someday we can make our kingdom like the place in this book. You said it was some kind of fantasy novel, didn't you? Our lives are decided at birth, by tribal purity, or by the differences that make us who we are. I don't want that to be the world we live in. The Elder here are a perfect example. If you'd not sheltered me, I would never have survived. And yet, they burned your home down. It's tragic, and no one should have to suffer so. Someone needs to fix... You okay? Don't push yourself so hard. Reality is much too cruel. I know that. But I'll fight it. I'll fight to the end. I'm a prince. But I need to be a hero. One worthy of the throne. A hero? One who can lead. A beacon who will pierce the darkness when all seems lost. My father taught me that. In his stories, the kingdom was full of legendary heroes. So I can't give up. In my ideal world, people can believe in their future. Their birth doesn't matter. Not that I expect it will be easy. I believe in you. Familiar words. When I'm down, when I struggle, you're always there to help me through it. Let's do it. You'll be a hero. Trust me. I won't give up either. Trust me.
Until arrival at the northern border fort, one day remains.
We've been on this carriage for a whole day. We've still got another one before we finally arrive to this crawling training the captain talked about. But also the contact. I have my concerns, but I have my ways to keep myself busy. I just wish the ride wasn't murder on my arse. But alas.
The carriage transporting the new recruits arrives at its destination. The northern border fort. The towering fortress was even now, soldiers are sent there for its strategic importance to the royal capital and to combat the rising waves of monsters. Fresh-faced soldiers disembark from their coaches at the foot of a steep ascent to the fort, the first of many uphill battles.
We arrived somewhat away from the fort, Captain Klinger goes on his spiel. Me and the guy who's been friendly with me ask me why I'm so interested in the book the prince gave me. I see he has noticed that, so I tell him it's one world united as one tribe. He understands, calling it a utopia, something I agree with him wholeheartedly, which is when he finally introduced himself as Stroll, Leon Stroll, son of the Count of Halia. But something seems to be going on inside the fort as an injured guard comes looking for help. This doesn't bode well, of course. This might mean a contact is in danger, or worse. But we'll have to see before making assumptions. We make it to the fort, but looking up, there's bellowing smoke, the smell of ash and fire, but also the permeating smell of death. I steel my resolve and open the door.
There it is. That's a human.
Stand your ground! Charging! Pursue! We have to help the survivors.
What in Uchronia is this? These are beyond monsters, disgusting creatures, taking aspects of the human form like legs, but still utterly monstrous. We have to move on though. They'll get in our way, but we'll kill them nonetheless. Sadly, almost everyone in the castle is dead. Even when offered assistance, they'd rather die than have a lesser tribe help. It's sad, but in a way, I was expecting that. Regardless, the mission is still the top priority. I know not if our contact is dead, but that'll have to wait until we've stopped what attacked this fort as we head to the top of the fort. What in Uchronia are humans? What being could create such nightmares? They seem to enjoy the pain they cause. Are they just an offshoot of another tribe? Or maybe a demonic ritual? Is that why this human has the appearance of a man, arms and legs, but then like a rotting, disgusting apple, has vines ripping from its bodies, blades for feet, and that long tongue I wish to cut from its mouth? But it will be a tall task, as we're effortlessly wiped out. Stroll decided to sacrifice himself, but I can't. I won't let that happen.
Stroll! Don't be a fool. Just run for it.
Oh, fate-saddled child. Oh, anguished traveler. Thy fate is crown-twined, thy soul bound for the throne. The future yet unknown dawns in this moment. Thy path may fork, but only one may be chosen. Confront the threat before thee, or die here in obscurity. Now choose.
I choose.
So be it. Heroism lies in the soul that stands firm against its fears. Power awaits thy command. The time is come to awaken the hero within. Engrave thy very heart.
It seems my voice has reached the heavens, but I won't complain with what I got. I will destroy that vile thing. Since this is a tutorial boss, there's not too much to really say other than I handed it its ass. We break each part of its body and then finish him off.
Wind!
With the human defeated, a voice talks to me deep in my heart. I do not know what it is, but it's saying that I've awakened the true spirit of a hero, and I heed that knowledge. More importantly though, Stroll survived. I tend to him, but I'll admit, I am not a medic, so I mainly hoped it wasn't fatal wounds. As our contact arrives, Gallica recognizes him and tells us we should move as the smell of blood will attract monsters, and thus we head into the forest. With a peaceful place chosen, we get to talking. It seems that Gallica and our contact, an older man who's named Grius, have known each other for some time, but with formalities done, Gallica gave him the message: avenge the king and kill Luis Guillerburn. He seems more than happy to do it, and we even shown him the current state of the prince, the thorns wrapped around his slumbering body, ready to consume him at any moment. Apparently this Luis person is the one who did such a cruel thing to the prince, but I'll be honest, I don't know who Luis Guillerburn is. I know people hold him in high regard, but that's it. Thankfully, Grius is happy to tell, even if he seemed baffled.
About 15 years ago, a child enlisted in the army. But it wasn't his age that had people talking. It was his ruthless military genius. Hero to some, monster to others. Luis Guillerburn, a prodigal tactician and a master of Magla arts. Some said it was only a matter of time before he made general. The young...
Until he attacked the prince.
That night, when the prince's quarters were breached, it was no ordinary mage who cast that fatal curse. It was Luis Guillerburn himself. But the son's death wasn't enough for him. Now he's got the father's blood on his hands. And if that king-slaying fiend ends up on the throne, we're all doomed.
But when we were exploring the royal capital, there were a lot more Luis supporters than I expected. How can they still trust him after all that?
Luis is cunning. He left no evidence. Accuse him as you will, but the allegations wouldn't stick. All they could do was send him as far away as possible. A post in the middle of nowhere. Plenty of soldiers never believed the charges in the first place. When they look at him, they see a capable veteran unjustly made into the noble scapegoat. Most think the Royal Army was at its best when he was in charge. And in truth, it's hard to deny. Without him, we'd never have crushed the rebel uprising so quickly. Damn the man. But he's earned his titles. He's mastered the blade, magic, and he's clearly intelligent. To the masses who want change, he seems the savior they need.
If even you're that worried about him, this isn't going to be easy.
With his talk over, the battered and bruised Stroll gets up, wanting in on the mission, as Grius, understandably, is ready to strike him down. Stroll isn't one to back down, must be a part of his noble blood. Though I agree with Gallica, the more hands we have, the better. Grius asks why he would save me, and it was confirmed he will live and die a noble. With that, Grius relents. With Stroll joining us, a team of misfits are ready to kill an Archmage. Somehow. Though we're limited on the ways to get there since the world thinks we're dead, and will likely kill us if they found out we weren't, so we will go by the abandoned mine tomorrow, and go from there, and thus we make camp for tonight. Now that we have a moment to talk, we learn more about humans, which isn't much, just that they're protected by Magala, and your average tribe can't hope to hurt him. And due to that, they've caused untold amount of death to travelers. I still wonder how or who created such abominations. They're simply not from this realm. He also told us the likely way will kill Luis, a quick and simple assassination. I have my doubts, but doubting will reduce the chance of it working, so I'll hope for the best. As the night draws to an end, me and Gallica talk more about the events that transpired, since the ground makes for an awful bed. She heard a voice too, asking her to guide me. I wonder what that's all about. It's like a fantasy, like the book that Gallica wishes for me to read. I wonder what it's all about as I drift asleep.
Well, hello. Nice to meet you. I've been waiting. And now you've acquired a most interesting power. You truly are an intriguing one.
I find myself in a library with a young, pale man. He's the author of the fantasy book I hold close to my heart. When I'm in deep thought with his pages, he has a connection with me, which is how I am here in academia. Alas, the man, named Moore, tells me he is trapped inside the quiet halls, never imagining his voice would reach another's, asking if I'd like to join an alliance. I ask him what it would entail, and it's simply that he wishes to see my powers grow. These powers are called archetypes, and the power in its truest form represents a true hero, but he's never seen someone wield the power I possess, so he believes I will master it, and asked for a handshake. Having this power saved me and Stroll's life, and it will save more lives, so I accept the deal. As we form a bond, with that bond formed, he wishes me well, and we'll see again, something I believe too, as I return to my slumber.
The royal funeral draws ever closer. 5 days remain.
We've got a long day ahead of us. As we start with some small talk, Grius seems to somewhat know what my new power is, even if it's very loosely, saying it's found in those who walk a righteous path. And of course that he's still suspicious of Stroll, which understandable, but for now, he's gonna play nice as we've made our preparations and going to Nord Mines.
Its proximity to the capital simplified crystal excavation, but the Sanctus Church's sudden proclamation of closure exiting the forest, the party continues along the wooded road leading to the derelict mine.
As we're moving closer and closer to the mine, Stroll has a hunch, thinking we're being followed. It's possible, honestly, but Grius thinks it's just an excuse, and he's gonna make a runner, but we'll just have to wait and see as we find our way to the mine's entrance. But it looked like Stroll was right as we were ambushed by some guards, but we made quick work of them, but that does mean we're being pursued. I wonder how they knew we were coming. I doubt it was Stroll, probably just a human cover-up. Regardless, we're gonna see more of them as we're now in the mines. But it might have been a bad choice, as we're now trapped, with only one way out, as the other side is barricaded with soldiers, so we're just gonna have to fight forward. Something quite easy, as these troopers are inexperienced, even more than me, and go down in seconds. But on our travels, we see an innocent miner dying, being used as a bargaining chip. Either we surrender or more die. This enrages Stroll, but I know we must keep going despite the bloodshed. We're face to face with the fat man, Captain Klinger. Stroll was expecting him since he wasn't at the fort and would have survived. He's surprised we survived as Stroll is enraged at the whole thing, using people as bait for the humans, but Klinger says it how it is. The kingdom's guard are powerless against a might of a human, and only a mountain of bodies will show the public, which is just an utterly sickening waste of precious life. But from their interaction, they seem to have a past, or at least Stroll knows Klinger's misdeeds, which he does.
7 years ago, the first Flames Day of June, a village in the northern hills was razed to the ground. A village called Harlia.
Well, yes, that might have been a name.
Then you made a fatal mistake, Klinger.
You left one survivor!
Stay back!
Help me!
You played right into our hands, you know. This was the only road without checkpoints. A simple deduction.
You're a disgrace to your title.
I may not make it out alive, but as for you, you're hopeless!
O thou who art seared with bitterness, O thou anguished traveler, It is time for thou to choose thy path. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
What? What the? Oh, no! I can't fail Lord Louis. Without him, I've got nothing left. You struggle in vain. I won't let you rob me of my glory! This is the way of the real world, little lordling!
You call this real? Leaders abandon their people and the innocent die by their scorn. If that's the real world, then it can die alongside you! My name is Leon Stroll de Haliatus. My home and my family were taken from me. I am the last of my house. I am the last of my noble bloodline. And in the name of my people, I will strike you down where you stand! Come! I will show you a world with honor!
What is this?
Wait! He's got power like yours now? Well, better show him how to use it!
I don't know what you think you're doing, but I'll not cave to an empty threat like that! This igniter's all I need to turn you to ash! You lot, get to it! Cover me!
So he scampers off to protect himself, and his subordinates get to be his living shields. The man's showing his true colors. I'll fix the filthy coward with the end he deserves.
The igniter's powerful, but it takes care and calculation to wield. If you sense danger, steel your defenses and endure it.
The captain was a joke, both as a man and as a fight, using guards to protect him, which fall fast. He did keep up for a while, but he still went down handily. I still don't know how someone like him was able to become a captain. He can't lead something, even if it killed him, which Grius gets the finishing blow.
Luis!
With the captain down and out, we're left to look at the end result. Stroll is shocked at his power, asking how he could do that without an igniter. Grius is just baffled, asking who we truly are, which is when Stroll opens up. He's Leon Stroll, just a fallen noble from the countryside. Klinger mentioned a village that was raised by a human. It was his village. It was Halia. And now he knows what happened. He's reinvigorated, wishing to be not an ally of convenience anymore. Grius, being the guy he is, just says that it was too much trouble keeping an eye on him. And I personally say how I feel. Stroll is a brother to me. That makes him flustered, but with a handshake, a bond is formed. Gallica started to wonder about Stroll's archetype, thinking it awakened soon after mine, wondering what it all means, as suddenly...
Huh? Wait, what?
I'm back at Academia once more, as Moore wishes me well, and this time Gallica followed us. He's shocked, thinking fairies were long extinct, asking if they took refuge in the Elden Sanctum. He remarks at Stroll's new power, asking me if I remember when he said archetypes are the original form of magic. I pretend I remember that. He continues, saying we mortals suffer under the weight of our own burdens, but when we face that anxiety and make it our power, we find freedom. And those who overcome those hardships and embody the virtues of within are passed down as heroic tales. Stroll's awakening was tied to me. He awakened to the archetype that protects me. That's when Gallica tries to protect me for some reason, but due to that, Moore sees our bond, which she agrees with, and I do as well, which leads to another archetype, which shocks Gallica as Moore is just fascinated by it all, asking if I understand what happened with me connecting with others who found their resolve. I've awakened to a new strength, and I can share that strength. Moore telling me I can share it with Grius if I desired it. Moore is unsure, however, if it's the archetype or me that is doing it, but he calls me remarkable, adding for me to seek the answers. But now we get a small tutorial on how it all works, and with that done and a kitty pat, we're back to the real world. But in the real world, we were just standing there like zombies. Or at least that's how Stroll worded it out. But I gave them a quick talk about what I've learned. Grius is just floored, asking who I am, really. But we don't have time to talk, as there's 5 days left until the funeral, and times are wasting. Sadly, Klingon got away. I'm shocked he was able to run that fast. I guess looks can be deceiving. Anyways, we head deeper into the mines. More creatures that lurk these areas, slimes and snakes and all sorts of things. Nothing we can't handle, but deeper inside the cave we found a door with an ominous black fog seeping from under. We enter inside and we see a mysterious crystal. Apparently it's a crystal of pure magla, and next to it it's a human. At least it wasn't disgusting looking, just odd as it's protecting the crystal and attacks us. I wasn't ready for this boss, admittedly. I'm still getting used to Metaphor's gameplay, and I didn't expect the boss to have a concentrate spell, but also to test the player's knowledge on using front and back row. I was left to do a small bit of grinding. I knew it was weak to ice, but I had to be able to fight it quick and have minimal casualties. Thankfully, it always attacked the front, so with Stroll as bait, our plan started to form, but it was still a slog. I had an item to decrease its defense, and giving Makoto the mage archetype for that added ice oomph, but it was still a hard-fought battle. But Makoto finished it off with its one weakness.
Heal him! Me!
With the human threat cleared, we're left with the swirling crystal. Gallica wonders what it is, but like she said, if the humans like it, it's no good, as I destroy it. And with that, we kept going forwards. It was quite a crazy end of the cave though, not only a sleeping dragon, but some sneaking to not awaken the beast, and to wrap all the crazy stuff that's happened, we ran for our lives out of there. With our escape from the mines, a storm is there to welcome us, which means that our trip is over for today. We'll set up camp and get a carriage, which just like Gallica, I'm super excited for as night came. We're all sitting around the campfire as Stroll opens up more about his past, and talks about the incident 7 years ago. And I'd be honest and say that his parents were true heroes. And I can now see why Stroll is the way he is. But that's not the only person opening up tonight, as Gallica believes Grius should tell Stroll about the prince. Although the sword I used was to confirm I was the messenger, the sword was originally the Highness's. He started to talk more about the prince, things I can see him doing. He was a free spirit, but then 12 years ago, on a night raining just like this one.
Your Highness, this way! Hurl these blackguards into the palace!
My lord, are you hurt?
Back! A royal knight. A wench and nothing more.
You knave! You know nothing of true knighthood. I pledged my life to the prince, and I'll not lose it to you! Highness!
Don't falter! Give chase!
Stop! They dare harm him!
With Grius finishing the story, he completes it by saying, regardless of all the healers in the capital, no one could save him. We may have a hope in curing him, but Lewis will not give that up, which means the ultimate option, to kill the caster to stop the curse. Stroll asks Grius if it's true that Louis killed him, and he is positive, seeing him in the fray, but he was much younger, and for the Highness and the King to kill him is to see justice served. With that story told, Stroll asks me if the mission means a lot to me, and of course it does. Me and the prince are best friends. Stroll is shocked at the weight I carry. It's much greater than he realized, but he owes us his life, and for us to save the country together. Something I wholeheartedly agree, as the night came to an end. However, it seems more wants, well, more from us, confirming a theory that his connection to us is stronger when I'm asleep, adding his happiness for my magic prowess is improving. It continues to talk about the power, adding the more supporters that stand beside me, the stronger it'll become, and it will soar to new heights. Gallica is left confused as Moore continues that each archetype has their own strengths and weaknesses, and will have little use if they're used thoughtlessly. You can lose your life in seconds on the battlefield. Adding, if I'm unsure how to proceed, he recommends we stop and think, as the smallest observation is often great inspiration. And with those final words, he wishes us well, as the dawn is soon approaching.
The royal funeral draws ever closer. 4 days remain.
There's not really too much to say, all things considered. It's not that hard to hitch a ride with coin and convincing. Let's go with that. And soon enough, we'll be in the capital, ready for the funeral.
Escaping the dragon's threat in the Nord mines, the party shakes their pursuers amidst the discovery of great powers. The royal funeral draws ever closer. 2 days remain.
We finally got a ride to the capital, so we should make it in time for the funeral. It does remind me the last time we were in this position, we got raided by a pack of Luis zealots, but Grius made a good point. We could probably destroy them now. Stroll admits that it's quite strange how fast life can change, but we both did well to kill that human and survive, which he agrees on. One thing I do hope is that the days will be somewhat less eventful, but with the past few days turning everything I knew upside down, I kinda doubt that'll happen, as we're almost at the capital.
The royal funeral draws ever closer. 1 day remains. Escaping the Nord mines, the party hailed a horse-drawn coach and returns now to Grand Trad, capital of Uchronia, the day before the royal funeral. As they gaze upon the city, flags of mourning fluttering in the wind, the magnitude of their mission exacts its toll on the heart.
We made it to the capital at the dead of night. I hear the woes of the people as we pass, as Grius tells us not to draw attention, and we'll be heading to a place called the Hush Honeybee Inn, where we'll talk details of the assassination. It's not the poshest area, to say the least, got called names by someone in the safety of their own home, but regardless of the norm, we made it to the inn. The hostess seems to know him, and even shocking, he has a daughter. We do a round of introducing ourselves. The owner of the inn's name is Fabian, and Grius' daughter is Maria. Maria is sent to take care of a customer, but also so the adults can talk. They seem to be good friends, as Grius asks Fabian to take care of Marie longer, and she agrees, but not only that, but she also treats us to some good grub. Nice to eat some real food after so long. But after dinner, we head upstairs and start to talk about the plan, where Grius confirms it'll only be us that can do this mission, and we finally get to hear it. I'm a Stroll on this. It's a bit mad to take him down in front of thousands, but Grius understands it's risky, but we won't find a better chance to do it, and besides, he is the only one that needs to get close. We just need to distract Luis, adding for us to not rely on our powers, for it draws too much attention. As for him, he's going to use a dagger, much to Stroll's bewilderment, but the way that Grius said it, I have a small bit of faith. Besides, he's seen so much battle, he knows what he's doing. With that, Grius asks for one of us to check on his daughter. He doesn't want this stuff around him, and Stroll is too tired, so it seems to be our job to do it. I strike up a conversation with Maria, asking if she would like to play. She's unsure since it's nighttime, but asks about a book I hold since her father told her about it. So I asked if she would like to read it, together. Marie looked excited but unsure since she has work to do, but Fabian reassures she'll be fine and to read upstairs, and thus we head up to read. She likes the pictures, asking if all books are like that, adding that Fabian taught her how to read since it helps with the inn. Honestly, that's impressive, and I tell her that, so she's pretty happy hearing it. But is also down since Grius always tells her to not go into his room, so she waits for him a lot. I tell her she's strong, and she thanks me for talking to her, and she desires to do it more, and it's a pinky promise. That pinky promise awakens the archetype healer. With a bond formed with Maria, she decides to read a little more before she sleeps, and so I let her.
Alright, I'll try to read this part now. In this country, the inn, the something king hears the voices of the city and protects their way of life. What's this say?
Society's purpose is to protect its citizens. This is a basic principle of this utopia. All are equal, all live in safety, and the rich and poor are as one, with no gaps, no conflict. All are friends, deserving of help. Basically, it's a place where there's no fighting, and everyone always gets along.
Wow. Where is this place? No one gets left alone there, right? I wish I could go. Can I read a little more?
We're probably not going to bed anytime soon.
As dawn breaks, so begins the procession to the Grand Cathedral.
I am writing this after the events of the funeral, and a lot, and I mean a lot, has happened, so let me explain. The morning started fine, talking about the plan and Grius thanking me for spending time with his daughter, which I'm fine with, might want to do it again even, but with our goodbyes to her and Fabian, we head out. But on my way, I saw more spirit hanging around the city, so I decided to read the book and visit him. More welcomes me, and asks for my assistance on something. He'd like for me to cultivate the heroic embodiment of the healer, and since that'll help me and him, I agree on it, and I awaken the power of the healer in my heart. But with my first mission set up by Moore, I head to the Grand Cathedral, where everything changed.
Lots of lords and nobles. Some generals, too. All the big names are here.
Can you see Grius?
I can pick him out. Although I don't see Luis around.
Look there!
What is this?
Isn't that the flower straight from the king's garden?
And a common-blooded man bearing them to a funeral? Does the man know no shame? That's tantamount to declaring himself royalty!
You barbarian!
Your fool of a king is dead! Disillusioned by vain aristocrats and simpering clergy, he withered and died under his own weakness.
The audacity!
How can he say that?
This is madness! At the king's own funeral!
Lord Louis speaks true! The nobles are to blame!
He's guilty!
But open your eyes, and you will see the crisis in our nation. I will show you truth! The truth of reality! You've all been sheltered, blinded by walls of stone. Behold a human corpse! They are no mere rumor. They lurk and nest across the very land you call home. A fortress at the border was raised by a human mere days ago. How long before we're overrun? You can only blame your king's weakness. And thus, who deserves his crown? A man of proven strength!
How dare you, scoundrel! Your words verge on treason!
Against what ruler, Blue Blood? The dead cannot be betrayed. Let your late king's soul bear witness. Let Louis Squeerburn be named the true and rightful ruler of Uchronia!
Hey, what do we... What's happening?
Such power. It can't be.
The palace! Could this be the king's own magic?
I am Hythlodius V.
His Majesty?
The people of my land desire a new king, and I shall provide.
Did he just say Hythlodius V? That face? It can't be. His Majesty, the king? How?
Is it him?
He was dead? Why?
Be silent! Let him say his piece.
Heed me, O kingless. Time is finite before my soul departs this benighted world. In 4 moons of life past death, there shall come a reckoning, a day of the hero. Upon that day, whosoever hath truly earned the greatest faith of the citizenry shall ascend to throne and crown by right of kings.
By right of kings? The faith of the citizenry? Truly?
From the lofty heavens shall my unfading soul look down upon thee, and from the whispered hopes of thine anxious hearts shall those to whom thine allegiances lie be laid bare.
What's happening?
I hear thy voices ring out in clarion truth. Here and now witness the faces of those most desired to become king.
It's Forden. Count Louise! Count Louise is there too! They're all candidates.
Ah! What glorious spectacle! The mantle of king is mine by right and providence.
You go too far, Louis. We gather to mourn His Majesty, and you desecrate it. You would befoul the throne, blackguard.
So be it. Shall we test that? Good people, is Forden truly fit to be king? Or shall you cast off the shackles of blind faith? We need not be chained to birth or tribe. In my word, we are a people equal and united. I shall be your shield from the human menace. Together, peace is within our grasp.
When my village burned, the church did nothing.
There's no way we can fight those monsters alone.
And those of us in bonds? Will we too be protected?
Don't be fooled! He's not the man you think he is!
Hey, look! Come, Louise! He's catching up to Forden!
Can the giant thing really see what we're thinking?
Louis, you've led the people's hearts astray!
No future exists without the power to eliminate the human crisis! Those who stand at my side, who oppose the powers that be, my protection is yours! or refuse my hand and perish. I will lead us over your corpses.
You mean, just as you killed the king?
A country is heavier than a crown, and he could not bear it. Retribution past due.
You vile!
He cares nothing for the blood on his hands.
Damn you, Luis! You think you truly deserve the crown? You doom us all! I won't stand for it!
Hey, who are you?
Silence him! A Kingslayer deserves only death! Martira!
Hey,
Yes, good! You need to go too.
Where's Brius?
Alsace?
I shall not suffer the defiance of my people's will. In my name art thou punished.
Punished? Impressive. One of the royal family's dog. Rather poetic, I suppose. See how he has rewarded your loyalty.
No!
I warned you, this is the price of defiance. Though I hadn't expected the king's own magic on my side. So be it! Rally behind me! I will shield you from injustice. Rise above birth and circumstance, for they mean nothing!
Count Luis is our only hope!
What choice do we have? He'll kill any against him!
Not much of a choice.
Upon the day of the hero, whosoever has most earned my people's faith shall ascend upon my throne to rule, according to my judgment. Be thou criminal, pauper, or noble, thy claim is decided not by stature or trial. I shall bear witness. From this heavenly seat I am nigh omnipotent. Look to the faces carved upon this rock, and see thou the faces of the chosen. I shall brook no sabotage or obstruction of this trial. Let all hear me and obey.
Damned!
Hey! Brius! Brius!
Damn it!
Luis!
Alsace.
The sun sets on old fossils. It is a new dawn, and its light shines upon Lord Luis as king.
Stand down!
Damned meddlers. So your wish is to die, is it? Your bones will be monuments to Lord Luis's glory!
No! He defiles the dead!
Ah, but Lord Luis has sent me here on an important errand.
What errand?
It seems I'll need considerable time to accumulate the Magla. Until it's done, however, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow the cathedral. The day the King's morning ends will become the day of Calamity. If you mean to interfere, then die.
Stand strong! The
The souls of the dead do not return. He manipulates them as puppets with foul magic.
Brace yourselves, everyone!
How could this day get any stranger? First, the king rises as a giant rock, talking about the next king, chaining Grius, leading to his death, and now the dead walk among us. This is a nightmare. Stroll is having a hard time adjusting to everything that's happened, but we have no choice to push on as we kill the undead horde. With their fool, the girl with red hair asks for the guards to take Grius to the mausoleum, calling him a dear friend, and wishing to see him get the burial he deserves. She then stands up, her face is familiar. I think she was the one on the ride with us, the one where we got jumped by the zealots. But she introduces herself as Hulkenberg, asking about the power we wield, adding, "We're no ordinary soldier." Stroll asks the question back, knowing she's more than just a guardsman. She responds that she's a knight under the crown, commanding the guard isn't her job, but alas, these are dire times. Talking about a person called Alsus, which confuses me, but she brushes that off, knowing that the necromancer is after the royal scepter. I'm not sure why they would want that, but we hear the cries for help as a noblewoman asks for our help, since she has family inside. This is where we find out there's innocents trapped in the cathedral, and with a mix of Stroll and Hulkenberg, we've got a duty to help them. And honestly, with Grius' death, it's now even more personal. They will pay. The attacks from Lewis's airship seems to have done its course as the building is breaking down around us, but we must push on. People are dying. We push through waves of the undead, saving a guard and an innocent lady. Pushing even further, we save the child who got stuck in the library, and eventually caught up with Hulkenberg. She asks why we were late, which is when Stroll says that we got stuck with helping people. She's happy to hear we're helping, but is saddened by the current state of the funeral, and it's all thanks to Luis, which is when Stroll asks about the royal scepter. She confirms, adding a pretty scary thought. If it's given to Luis, she fears the whole country will bend to his will, which is pretty bad, and something we must stop now, as we push forward while also pretending the climb isn't going to take forever. We got to the entrance, as the others comment on the state of the grounds. It starts to shake, as the entrance is blocked for us, thankfully. Hulkenberg seems to know another way, but not before she demands answers for Grius, but she knew him as Alsus. He taught the prince's swordmanship, and at the time she was serving as one of the Highness's personal guards. With that being told to us, we're now asked the question of why are we trying to kill Luis? And Stroll answers as revenge for the king to avenge his death. But Hulkenberg knew him and is unsure that revenge is the real answer. She's not fully convinced, but asks for our help regardless. Stroll asks why not the guard, but she simply responds that a legion may be easily divided, but an elite few will move as one. With that explanation good enough for me and Stroll, we agree and get going. We arrive to the devastation. The attack caused people fleeing and Maria was caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, she'll be fine, but Fabian asked about Grius, which I have no answer for, as Stroll breaks the news. Which she doesn't take too well, but alas, we must push on to kill the man who caused all of this. We head to the spot Hulkenberg was talking about. It's the mausoleum. I wish not to see Grius' body. The wound is too fresh, but we kept pushing to a door with a black fog rolling under. I know where this is going. That necromancer. I open the door.
What's going on? We can't get through the door.
Strange as he is, that pale fellow's magic works. Good for rooting out the rats.
That blasted mage set a trap. Not surprising. We knew he was expecting us.
And you still fell for it? At least you'll be in good company.
What? It can't be.
No way.
Alsus.
Alsus, stop it! Don't! Why would you die for revenge of all things? The man I fought beside was not so ruled by anger and malice! Alsace, tell me, please! Is this the price of my failure, then? The prince, for having lost him, you too would abandon me. Why did you leave me alone in the dark when you escaped with his highness? I have sought him for so many years to no avail, and now I... Of course. 'Tis only just that you be the one to send me to him now.
Get up! Fight!
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
No! You have it wrong!
The prince is alive!
Hey!
He's right. We do hunt Luis, but not for revenge. We mean to lift the prince's curse.
Is that true? His highness is still...
Yes, he lives. So you have to keep fighting!
You mean, if that's true, then I... O lodestar who wanders in solemn duty, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path. Help my new calling, transcending all oaths. I choose life of my own will!
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. Thou art the brilliant star that shall illuminate the King's Road. Now, awaken.
My name is Iselin Pacelli Machal Hulkenberg. I am knight, I am commander, and last of the honor guard! Once more, I take up arms in my liege's name! Alsace, I will see you freed. For the liege I am sworn to, in his royal name, with this Alsace, 'tis almost finished.
I'm sensing a huge surge of power. Hang on. It almost seems like the two archetypes are resonating with each other.
We're back-to-back cutscenes, and honestly, it's really dirty the game made Undead Grius a mini tutorial, but they had to show off the team-up mechanic. Still, the batter is somewhat tough, but thankfully I have healing and team to keep up with Grius' assault. He did take down Hulkenberg once though, which took my last revive, but with a hard-fought battle, we give him a warrior's death that he deserves.
Alsace!
His Highness and Maria's home. I leave them in your hands.
We'll do as you ask, friend. I swear it.
It may have been too soon, but just like Hulkenberg said, rest now, Grius. We'll take care of the rest. With the heavy stuff done, we destroy another Magla crystal. Hulkenberg says the necromancer is dangerous and must be stopped. Charles asks her about the night the prince was attacked and if she was there. She confirms she was, and she saw the Highness afflicted with a horrible curse, and then suddenly vanished, including Alsace. She wondered if they were both gone. Suddenly, the wounds Hulkenberg has endured surface. Wishing to continue, she tries to play strong, but I know what will happen if we don't go at our best, especially when you're taking down a necromancer. So best us up for now. She decides to trust my judgment as we head home to the Honeybee Inn. We meet Fabienne at the door. She tells us that she told Maria about her father and she's in her room, adding that Grius left a note saying we can have any of his belongings if it'll help us with that message relayed. She leaves a check on Maria. Seeing Maria being affected firsthand just enrages me and makes me ever more to rip Lewis's head from his shoulders myself. Hulkenberg wishes to join us on this quest as well, adding until the day the prince's life is saved, she will fight through all obstacles. I can't say no to a personal knight of the prince, so I agree to her help, and with a shake to confirm a bond forms between us. With that bond formed, we show her the current state of the prince. The thorns look worse and worse by the day. Even seeing it again puts a pit in my heart, but he's a strong fighter. Back to it, Hulkenberg is sure the necromancer wants the scepter, and Gallica believes that we'll have until the mourning period is over, giving us some time to spare. Gallica does wonder what the day of the Calamity was, but I needn't care. Just like Schroll, we can ask her the cold steel pressed against him. And with that, we went back to our room. Gallica asked me if I feel responsible for today's events. I don't, but it just sucks. Gallica is unsure of her role as a guide, but I reassure her that she's doing the best that she can, which cheers her up somewhat. And with that, our bond is closer, leading for a good night's rest.
Really? What exactly do you have against sleep?
Moore gets to the point, sad for us about Grius' death, but also happy for Hulkenberg's awakening. He goes into his cryptic talks, and we give him back the mag we've put into Grius, adding one more thing, that we can visit him whenever we like, but it's quite hard to do that in the heat of battle, so we can call upon the help of his cat. We should give him a pet when we see them on the fields, and I like to pet cats, so I can't say no to that. But with all that said and done, he wishes us well, as we're finally allowed to rest.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The morning starts with Hulkenberg apologizing for us commandeering Fabienne's tavern. She's fine, asking if we're going for that necromancer. Troll confirms for us, I mean, just like you said, something called Day of Calamity can't be good. That's when Hulkenberg decides, as she's yet to understand her new power, they'll have me as leader. A little shocking, me leading a knight and a prince, but I'll do my best. And after a light little banter, we're left to our own devices. I can go face that necromancer now, but I think I'll explore the city a little before. The first thing I did was started helping out the people. One guy had a daughter who was dying but needed to be cured, but due to racial differences, the price is far too high. Then he can afford, so I decide that I'll help him no matter the cost. But I'm on a timer, so I've got to do this quick. Another person, a Nadia man, wanted me to check out the Honeybee Inn's cooking. He'd like to learn about the ingredients, what the kitchen is like, and also the food. This would mean I'll have to help Fabienne cooking, and honestly, she deserves all the help that she can get, honestly, so I agree. The woman at the Gnai shot also had a quest, however, she won't give it to me as she deems me only as a child currently, so I'll have to prove my heroic virtues to be able to do that. Anyways, I made it to the church, and he was as lovely as you can think, doing me a favor, and he shouldn't even sell it to me, and gave me a big old price bump because I'm an elder. What a nice guy, hiking up the price of a child's life, but I paid for it regardless, and although I can get my things purified for if my virtue was higher, I don't think I want to do business with a tosser like that. And with that, I completed the quest, and got some nice boosts to my virtues, and decided to take a breather at the bench. The virtual boost will let me help the Igniter merchant, so best to do it now. During the night, we asked Fabienne to teach us how to make the signature dish, but she can't do that unless we bring our own ingredients, giving us a shopping list. But the herb is, alas, not going to be easy to get, as we're not a regular. It's a shame, but that's life. However, roaming the streets at night, I saw an information broker. I talked to him, buying information. He tells me about a situation at the cathedral, and also what the skeletons are weak to, but that's it for now, seeming to want me to be a regular, which depending on the information he has, might become true. But to end off the night, I decided to sit at the bench again, wanting to be wise.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The information broker has made home inside the honeybee inn, it seems. As I talk to him and get all sorts of info, I need mainly the one where I can get those herbs. Apparently they were friends with Grius, so I uttered his name and sure enough, mill was enough as we are able to acquire the herb. Good job, me, I think to myself as I sit down on the bench once more, and with that, I am now informed. Which should be enough for the shop owner to take me seriously. And she does not before interrogating me, of course. And now she's willing to give me the quest. It's an extermination request, with no time limit thankfully, so I agree to it. We get given the location of where the beast is, and we can borrow her carriage to get there. With that plan set for the future, I went back to the inn, and since I have the ingredients, I can make red grass roasted biddo. Although Gallica wanted me to change the recipe a little, I shouldn't listen to her. I doubt she can cook anyways. But it turned out really well. Now we have it, we can hand it to that guy tomorrow, as I went to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today's the day we'll finally take that necromancer down, but first we complete the quest that we had with helping the chef. Who would have known that even cooking is also stained deep in race wars? But that is the way this country runs. For now, it's best not to think about that and head to the cathedral. Before that, I did want to say I gave Stroll the mage archetype. The broker did say they're immune to slash attacks, and is also weak to fire, so the mage should be able to counteract that as we push onwards. Where we fought Grius a few days ago stood a Parapus. I've seen her before, but she looked bruised like she's been to war. We check on her, she tells us about the dead and is ready to go onwards, but we can see the wear and tear on her, asking her to treat her wounds first. But she can't, her friend is still stuck in there, and the soldier who went to save her isn't back either. It's better, less blood is shed this day, so I decide I'll go in and help save her friend. But she's not trusting since there must be more to wanting to help a Parapus, which is a sad thought process. But with the way they're treated, I'm not shocked. Alas, she relents, telling us that her friend is a Parapus girl around her age with a yellow flower pin and black hair, adding that she'll repay us for this. I don't need payment, but I won't say no to that either, as we take the back entrance to the cathedral. There is so much death and corpses that are lifeless but not resurrected. The death toll is sickening. What a waste of life. We enter the main hall and overhear two guards basically saying things out loud. By the sounds of it, the key isn't well secured, and more importantly, we'll have to use the stairs rather than the magical lift. Yay, I love stairs. But we did find a door with civilians locked inside, so we have our goal to get those keys, which was found easily, just sitting there. What a sorry excuse for a guard. But I don't think he'll be alive by the end of these days' events. If not by the undead, but likely by Luis himself. We made it back though and opened the door. We weren't able to save some, but others did survive. There's a silver lining. Sadly, that silver lining didn't include the Parapus with black hair, as she's dead. It's truly a shame. As Stroll and Hulkenberg help the others evacuate, the Parapus with pink hair comes cradling her friend, apologizing for being late. She then apologizes to me, saying she knew she was gonna stay back, but we made a line for her and then paying me a meaty chunk of gold, adding that she'll give me more when she's paid big next time. But I reassure her, I need no more money. In a way, we failed our mission, so I shouldn't be paid at all. She thinks I only helped her because of her status, but I'll admit, I don't know who she is. Was shocked her, saying that I just helped a Parapus without expecting anything in return. Doesn't that just take the cake? I mean, I can understand where she's coming from, but we're both oppressed races. However, she just calls me weird and talks about her friend. She worked with a rich baron, but when she died, he just laughed and said, "Even a Parapus could be useful once in a while," which is so disgusting to hear. Which she agrees, wishing to see this world torn down. Something I can agree with, and she knows that she can see it in my eyes, adding that if we ever cross paths again, she will help me, saying it's a promise. And with that shake, I've awoken the brawler in my heart. With that, she left with her friend, and now we can move on. But would you look at that? The cat is just there, like Moore said. So I decided to use it and then awaken the brawler in Hulkenberg's heart. And with that, we keep pushing forwards and reach the stairs. I knew this was coming, but I wasn't wishing it would be this soon. But we gotta keep going. Stroller's already complaining, it's only been a few stairs, man. But for some reason, Gallico was complaining, but you can fly, so I don't want to hear it, girl. As we talk a little more about the situation with the army, Luis, and the Necromancer, we keep climbing up. When we got to the top, we heard voices. They were ones of fear. As we checked, the guards are running away from the undead, locking the door behind them. What cowards. We enter the room and see them. It's like what possessed Grius was, but they're mindless and ravenous in comparison. We'll have to kill them nonetheless. But can you kill something that's already dead? I don't want to think too hard, as we push on. On our journey, we saw a crystal. Its properties let it summon endless creatures. A vile thing, that is, but the monsters they summoned were completely trivial to face, so it went down thanks to having no backup so much for summoning waves. With that door from before opened, I fall back to open a door with black fog rolling under. At this point, I see that I know I'm in for a fight. Sadly, there was no survivors in there, only the dead as we wiped them out with ease. However, we were wrong. There was actually a single survivor, and he told us about the treasure chest. Is the treasure of the sanctum, wishing for it not to fall in Luis's hands, as he draws his final breath, clutching the key in his hands. I oblige his final request, taking the key and the treasure inside. I wonder if it'll have any use though. The others seem to think of its value. We'll have to see soon enough. But entering a room, a guard was there and he'd given up on pretty much everything, seeing no point to even catch intruders, which means we're safe, as after asking him, he tells us how to get up and even hands us a key. Even if he's a part of the opposite team, at least he knows to just give it and instead of dying pointlessly, as we open the door and keep going. On our journey going higher and higher in the cathedral, we hear a voice taunting us, saying we're quite skilled, but also comparing us to rats. Gallica and Hulkenberg think they're most likely the Whiteclads, Luis's elite guard, but we'll have to see as we make it to the top. But first, I reached rank 10 with Healer, which means I can complete the quest for more, which he's happy to hear, and increasing our bond. But now he has another quest. This time, he wants to see the Gunner archetype, and I should find someone who is mechanically minded. And with that, I leave Academia and face the black fold rolling under the door. And there was the Whiteclads. But alas, I was not ready for this fight as I got mowed down quite quickly. I had to change my strategy, and doing some small archetype adjustments, the fight went way more favorably, ending with a synchronized attack.
Let's set it up!
Line up, Hulkenberg!
I'm counting on you!
No holding back!
With their death, we kept going. We met a wall made of magla. It was blocking the lift, which means we have no way to go higher as of now, but with a little looking, we found a crystal of pure magla. That might be the cause of the wall, which the others agree on, so it's wall smashing time. But first, we made it to the hall where the crystal is, and there was a statue which reacted to the amulet, lowering it, but I'll admit, I forgot to actually grab the treasure past here. Silly me. Instead, I was busy fighting the protectors of the Magla Crystal. I wish I could say it was easy fight, but I'm running out of MP, and they're immune to Hulkenberg and Stroll's regular attacks. So I spent a good while trying all sorts of strategies and resting, but it eventually worked out with a lot of trial and error, and they fell to a synchronized attack.
It's not over yet.
After me!
You can do this!
Let's do this!
With their defeat, the destruction of the crystal, which hopefully gives us the ability to access the lift. And we were right, though that means that people can come down that lift. As we fight more Whiteclads, and I got wiped out pretty fast. With the lack of MP and poor planning, I only have one revive. In hopes, so with a lot of resets coming, trying to get crits and with synchronized attacks, I finally got a good run after 7 or so minutes, which was happy to see as finally I can move onwards. But first, I decided to use the Mage's ability to passively gain MP from enemies to my advantage, grinding in the lower areas until I had what I needed and went upstairs, entering a massive room, likely where debates happened. The portraits of kings lay on the ground riddled with holes as Luis's portrait sits there for all to see. What ego. But Hulkenberg seems to be somewhat knowing of the necromancer, calling him Zorba. She starts telling us about him. He had a true skill with magic that could animate the inanimate, but lacked an offensive magic. But Luis saw his potential, and now he's devoted to his god, Luis. As we look back to the portrait, I agree, utter devotion for someone to the point of wanting to do a Day of Calamity is dangerous. As we keep going, and with fate, or if he heard us, we open a door, and we met with Zorba in the flesh. He applauds us for making it this far. Hulkenberg asks if the Magler is his doing. He seems to dodge the question, more surprised we knew of him, but after another push, he responds asking if we're talking about the Melancholia crystals. Magna crystal is so much better, go back to saying that, man. But he calls it a little more of a parlor trick to block our path. All magic is derived from motes of Magla, and that's just one possible version of it, the type that drives mortals to madness. Hulkenberg asks for Zorba to make sense, and he continues saying it's the result of Magla and its most dense, man or beast, any wretch who feels it will go berserk. They'll see anyone as a threat, adding some really gruesome things that happen thanks to it, but Stroll pushes his luck.
Hey! I'm not done talking to you.
You've done nothing but talk. Perhaps you should have listened instead.
Is this a piece of bone?
I had to find some use for the scattered pieces I couldn't animate into soldiers. And now I have 3 more fools.
Look out! Take...
With the negotiations following through, Stroll asks for ideas, and I say let's just luck it. I mean, if we have an archetype that negates Pierce, we should be fine, but he just calls me mad. I can't think of anything we could possibly do to push forward, but then I thought about it, maybe some form of shield to protect us could work. We're lacking with ideas, but I thought about it. If he treats Luis like a god, that means he wouldn't attack him, so we could use the portrait of him as a shield. Hulkenberg seems to be on the same page, and we decide with the Luis Gambit.
What? You degenerates! That's...
Don't mind us. We've rubbish to dispose of.
Rubbish! You heathens! I'll pulverize you!
Try if you like. Be ashamed to destroy your Lord Luis's pretty face, though.
Ah! Underhanded, treacherous little...
That's rich coming from you!
Silence! You witless incompetents! I can't tarry here any longer. I've You defile Lord Luis with this blasphemy! You'll pay! I swear! I'll make you regret this!
That was a funny interaction, but it worked in our favor. Regardless of Zorba's hypocrisy, we must move onwards, reaching the capital chambers where the scepter stands. Well stood. It's been taken. That blasted necromancer. But there's no ways out from this direction. We went, so that means he's on the roof, and we'll face him. Not before a quick refill of our MP, of course. I'm going to be playing magic and healing support, so I'm gonna need it. As we open the door, with a black fog rolling in. We face him, asking where the scepter is, and he responds that the fallen king has the scepter. It must be protecting it for the future king, as Zorba is nice and will let us go, since he has sympathy for fools. But the only way we're leaving is either with his head or with Luis's location, which Zorba thinks is really funny.
I see now! No wonder I couldn't understand your actions. They're baseless, utterly unfounded.
Madness ill becomes you, Zorba.
You again. What would you know of it? I know no lady knights. Wait! A knight with blood-red tresses. Don't tell me you're the buffoon who failed to protect the prince.
Judgments mean nothing from a man who sullies the dead. You've fallen far yourself.
Perhaps I am unworthy of the royal scepter, but I can still bring change to this world. I can still teach them true fear.
You'll find that hard to do from a dungeon, blackguard.
You, knight, have no idea what real justice is, and that mistake will cost you your life. Rejoice, rats!
That willless assassin is dead, but I shall gladly send you to join him! Now die! Lord Luis's destined kingdom will be built atop your bones!
What destined kingdom? Tell us where Luis has gone, or we'll tear the words from you!
For all the innocent lives you played for pawns, I shall make you pay!
The boss fight is a war of attrition. He takes good damage from magic and strength we wield, but also has bodies at his disposal, summoning never-ending tides of the undead and then buffing them to hold us back. And it almost worked. I got a little cocky and got myself knocked out, but I was told after they fought a long, hard battle and eventually were able to take him down with a synchronized attack.
Now the last fight as one!
I'm counting on you!
Impossible! This can't be happening! Lord Luis!
With Zorba's defeat, Hulkenberg is ready to smite him down, but Gallica tells her not to kill him yet, as we need to know of Luis's location. But Zorba refuses, asking for death. Stroll tries to tell him that Luis will toss him away, but Zorba responds that a damn Clamar wouldn't understand. But surely me, an elder, would know what it's like to be an outcast, to be everyone's scapegoat. We're called lesser tribes. They loathe us. Adding, he believed once, but then he heard exactly what they thought of us. The lesser are expendable. Send them to the front, and they will act as our living shields. It pains me, but I know he is correct, as Zorba stands, saying he has a plan, calling magic a dangerous art, as he lets out raw Magla and then cries out for the glorious day of Calamity falling into the foggy abyss to his death. With his death, he awoken something. We hear cries from the ground. The magic, this day of Calamity, it was that human. It's now alive again. Regardless of everything, even if this day of Calamity, it's early, we have a chance. It might still be weak. We have to stop it.
How can this be? Was this creature's rebirth Zorba's plan all along?
If it escapes, if it makes it to the city...
It spotted us!
His Highness's home must still stand when he returns. I will end this here!
Another city in ruins. Never again. It dies or I do.
It's coming!
Look at the size of that thing.
It would be catastrophic if it breached the city. We must stop it!
But how are we supposed to kill something this huge?
Look there! That can be little else but the heart. Surely to strike there would give it pause.
But it's too high up for our weapons to reach. Do we use magic?
A viable plan. Yet surely if we can knock the creature down first, its heart will be close enough to strike with steel.
Then we bludgeon the torso, knock the wind out of it. Hard to miss a target that size.
Without the ability to revive, I had to be extra careful. I did a good amount of resets coming to get the perfect run. I understood what all of its weaknesses are. I know the heart is resistant to all forms of magic by the looks of it, so the egg is where I have to hit. We crack it, leave the heart exposed, we deal good damage, but then it gets up and attacks us with its little soldiers, but then the hands help the egg regrow, so we also need to target them. So it's a long, hard-fought battle. First the hands, making his damage way lower, then Gallica helps with the soldiers, and after a few close calls and resets, we finish its heart off.
No holding back!
With the humans' defeat, we can finally relax. Somewhat. Hulkenberg thanks us for risking our lives to protect the capital, but Stroll doesn't see the upside since everything's in ruins and Grius is gone, adding that on that day he promised Maria they'd split bread together, but that isn't what happened. I try to comfort Stroll, but he just hates how powerless he is in the grand scheme. But Hulkenberg tells him that it's not his fault. If it wasn't for Alsus, the prince wouldn't be alive now, nor would she have known the truth of the prince herself. Everyone who has fallen here did not die in vain. He's not convinced, but a person of the church appeared, thanking us for all of our hard work. Seeing the people who saw our heroic work made him see a bigger picture, and he was able to smile again. And with that, our mission is finally complete. But now we're stuck at square one with Luis, but Hulkenberg asks us if we remember that Luis was shielded by magic. Oh yeah, that's right. I do wonder if since he's the next possible king, he's impervious to damage. That'd be insane, but Hulkenberg says she's going to be asking around her contacts for possible leads. So that means we'll just have to wait for someone to do the next move, which works for me because I'm tired, as we head back to the Honeybee Inn. It seems news goes around fast as Fabian heard about our exploits. She confirms since it's the inn's lifeblood, but now she wishes Grius will rest peacefully. With this, we ask her about Maria, and she's not holding up well. Gallica comments on the city in a stir, which makes sense. Like Hulkenberg said, there's a new king candidates are coming out like flying monkeys, which is when Fabian tells us that she heard that the Sanifix Forden's planning some grand announcement, thinking it might bring Luis out of hiding, saying it's on the 22nd. If it's from an official, there's a good chance it's gonna happen. So I have to look forward to that as the night draws to an end.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
With Zorba defeated, it's time to wait for the announcement on the 22nd, so I decided to spend the time with Stroll. We were talking until suddenly Stroll heard a familiar voice, and he's happy to see him. As I ask if he's a friend, Stroll tells me that he served House Halia when their home still stood, introducing me to him, and asking how he's been, and Rangif is honest about the current state of things with the people, as Stroll tells Rangif that he'll help him find housing, but realizes he's in no place to do that, apologizing. But his old friend reassures him that it's fine, but Stroll is still wanting to help. Well, that's Stroll's nature, so I decide that I'll help in any way I can. Stroll asks for who holds authority on where they stay. The person is named Lord Hydron, and he'll see what we can do, though he doubts that his status will be worth much. Ragnif doesn't wish for Stroll to bear their burden, but he's honest, saying that if it wasn't for everyone 7 years ago, he wouldn't be alive. So he wants to do this one thing in return. Ragnif is unsure it'll help since he's brushed off their pleads already, but Stroll is even more invigorated to help, hearing that, and I want to join him on his crusade. But he doesn't want to worry me too much with his personal troubles, but I shut him down, saying that it's what friends do, and with that reassurance, our bond deepens. But now we have plans to help what's left of Halia's people, and then the night came. During the night, most places were having a sale, so I decided to buy as much as I could, and then helped have Fabian at the inn. It's the only way I can think of saying thank you for all she's done for us. And with a boost in my social stats, I call it a night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I heard around town that the Royal Army Recruitment Center gives out bounties for monsters that are causing trouble, so I decided to have a look and saw for a man-eating Mandura. Sounds like it'll be doable, but before I do that, I did promise Brigitte that I would help her with her own monster slaying quest. So I talked to her and we get going.
The party at last found themselves at Belega Corridor, once a palace of a small, bygone country, destroyed and worn away by sand and rock. The land is a shadow of its former glory. Now it is home to monsters attracted by its stagnant magma. The party steps into the corridor, as if called there by the lingering resentment of a country that could not stand the test of time.
We arrived to that corridor, and a bunch of disgusting green creatures had made it their home. They're just in our way, though, so we mow them down without any mercy, for getting in our way. And finally, we made it to a very suspicious looking door. Knowing that Moore's cat's there, it must be where the boss room is, as I steal my resolve and head on in. I was almost 5 levels below the monster, so that's a good start. I spent a good 40 minutes finding him, basically banging my head against a wall. I'd either get unlucky with no crits on my hits, or worse, the Gubertoros would get fucking good rolls in his rampage attacks. So I was getting nothing done, until I did a genius strategy of just having Stroll and Hulkenberg both brawlers, as they have Evade Strike, which made him lose turns. He still hit like a truck and would two-shot my entire party if I got unlucky. But with just a little push, we finally took the bastard down. And with their defeat and the trophy to show Brigida later, we head back to the capital and have a grand feast.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
A new day, and we started off by giving Brigida the Brute's Horn, proof that we took the bugger down. As she takes me into her office and gives me my reward, she's happy with my results, adding that she knew I was the right man for the job, and should keep their supply lines flowing smoothly. Brigida asked me if I want more work from her, since she can't imagine an elder could find an honest job in the city. She doesn't care for my tribe. She always pays properly for the work. I do. A good point, and I decide to help her. She's happy to hear, calling me determined.
You heard nothing just now, right?
Right. I didn't hear it.
That's for the best. It was just the wind.
I don't know what that sound was, and by the way she's talking about it, I may not want to know what it was. Especially by her wording. And with that, we foster a bond, being the heroic archetype of the merchant. Not sure how a merchant is a heroic archetype, but meh. With that deal settled, I went back to the inn. And during the night, I decided to listen to the history and the culture of the Mustari tribe.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
4 more days until Forden's big announcement, so I decided to spend the day with Hulkenberg. We did some sword training as Hulkenberg felt a little nostalgic, talking about a person who she would train with back when she was around my age, younger even. Sounds like a worthy opponent to be equals with Hulkenberg. Almost like he heard us, he appeared before us, Hulkenberg calling it a coincidence, but I think it's just fate. He asked who I was. I said I was a friend. Sadly, he doesn't seem to think highly of elders, calling association with me disgraceful, and starts to badmouth her for associating with me and informs her of him being the commander of the Royal Knights, asking what has occupied her from pulling herself any higher. She tells him she pursues a mission, one that far outweighs any glory found in the Order, as he retorts about her unable to save the prince, and he supposes she had little choice but to chase his shadow. Hulkenberg tells him to choose his next words wisely, but he just leaves, not before saying he's disappointed in her. With that, I ask if she's alright, and she responds it's kind to ask. She understands his anger for their paths changing, but we cannot afford to lose sight of our current priorities, telling me we should push forward in the name of the prince. I can agree with that, as our bond has grown stronger. Suddenly, a Parapus man appears, asking if we know that knight. Hulkenberg responds that he was an old friend. With that, the Parapus man leaves, and the future planned out, we head back to the inn. And during the night, I listened to an old man talk about old stories. He felt compelled to do it when he laid eyes on Gallica. This was the first time he saw a fairy in a long time, and he felt nostalgic, so I hear him out, and the night soon comes to an end.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day started, and I remembered I promised Stroll I'd help him with the job of talking to that Sanctus that could possibly help his people, so we get going to find him. It seems Stroll did his homework, as we found him fast. He seems to know him, which surprised Stroll, asking how he does, which he replies that nary a soul in the kingdom hasn't heard of the great tragedy that happened to Halia, asking if he's come to reflect and pray. But Stroll responds what he's actually here for, asking if the people of Halia may use the vacant homes to stay, telling the saint about their current living conditions. Bahydron responds, getting to the point, asking why he would petition on their behalf, seeing it as no longer his duty to take care of them, adding that one's poverty is theirs to bear alone. Stroll's pleads fall on deaf ears, as he has no obligation to help, as he asks Stroll about his own circumstances, saying with Halia gone, he has little else to anchor him, asking him to consider restoring his house's glory before worrying about the rabble. With those words, Stroll sees the futility in asking the Saint for help, but he still is far from done. Suddenly, Hydron seems to recognize me, but Stroll tells him to heed no mind to me, apologizing for taking up the Saint's time, saying with his back turned that the refugees are his people, and he will do everything in his power to save them. But then Hydron starts to stoke the flames, using some interesting wording, seems to have pity for Stroll, but he leaves before he could be antagonized. Back to square one, Stroll apologizes to Ragnif about Hydron's refusal to help, but Ragnif is fine with it, telling Stroll he needs to focus on rebuilding his great house, adding that he heard Stroll's been living off the generosity of the noble families who respected his parents, but he brings up inheritance. That word surprises Stroll, not knowing of it. Ragnif seems to suspect that from how Stroll was talking, saying that his father kept it separate from the estate. With those words, we have an investigation on our hands. Stroll seems to be interested though, unsure if it would still be there, seeming to want to go alone, but I won't let him do that. He thanks me and he seems he will face the ruins of Halia head on for this possible inheritance, as our bond grows stronger. Ragnif hopes that we find what Stroll's parents left, adding that his parents will be proud of him, but Stroll doesn't see that yet, as we head back to the inn. And during the night, I head to Brigida's office to discuss an assignment. Must be important, though apparently the assignment was taking care of a pet for while she's gone. Interesting. The only rule she has is no one is to know it exists. I ask if it's a vicious beast. She confirms it's not, asking if I know about the anti-Igniter crowd, adding that beyond them there are people who would jump at the chance to do an act crueler than killing her. The pup is a weakness waiting to be exploited, so she's entrusting me with it. I ask her why she keeps it hidden, which she admits that she likes pets, though it's my choice to believe that or not. She gives me a side threat and a warning, and decides to not tell me its name, so I'm gonna call it Mr. Dog. I'm bad with names. Anyways, we're playing and she notices that Mr. Dog is attached to me already, saying that I have some surprising skills, just like using magic without igniters. I ask how she knows, but she responds that she has to, as it could affect her business, adding about the archetypes we turn into during fights. Thinking about it, saying that it reminds her there once existed the ultimate magic, adding that the Hero King of Legend wielded that power much like it, but she doubts that I'll follow in their footsteps, being frank admitting that I'm bad for business, but that is why she wants to lend her powers. She sells igniters due to profit, but she hates them deep down. Alas, it's a world dominated by them. As long as you've got the coin, you have all the power you need. Wishing to help me break this wretched wheel, or if nothing else, it'll be amusing at least. She is very confusing, but regardless, our bond has grown stronger. With that, she wishes to pay me for my time. I don't think I deserve it personally, but she still wants to pay me regardless. And with that, I went back to the inn.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I won't lie, I wanted to get that bounty done today, but I got lost in the city. Like, it's so massive, and I'm just a poor little elder, but eventually I found my way to the desert. We see in the distance our bounty, which means we need to draw its attention, so I head around killing fodder units until it was angered, appearing as it seemed to have taken an alpha roll. The fight wasn't all that hard. I got the info on its weaknesses and was prepared. The only thing I wasn't prepared for was Mage being weak to its signature attack, which caused a few resets, but with enough luck of not being hit, we take it down.
I crush you!
And after looting the desert, we head back to celebrate the night away.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Yesterday, we completed the bounty, and I claimed my prize heading to the recruitment center, and he's shocked since the army was having trouble with it, giving me my hard-earned money, and some other bonuses, but now we have no more bounties to do, so I decided to wander around the city until I found a lady. I gave her some money, and it turns out they're an activist, so I decided to spend the day listening to her talk about the people who are treated unjustly in this town. Things that I can relate with as an elder. And then night came, and I returned to the inn. During the night, I helped Brigida with Mr. Dog. I took him out for a nice walk, and she came in after that, seeing that it's taken a liking to me, adding that she can hear it from downstairs. I defend the dog, calling it smart, but she's unconvinced. She admits that she never liked it even when she first laid eyes on it. It was on the side of the road, bleeding, likely hit by rocks. It could have given up and died, but it looked into her eyes and whimpered. She hated it. I feel bad for Mr. Dog, and I tell her so, as she walks past saying that she was once a stray. Her earliest memories are fighting dogs for a scrap of meat. Wherever she went, she found only hunger and violence. So she robbed and stole. She fought and survived. It was hell. That must have been an awful upbringing. I say that, and she realized that she let her guard down, telling me to forget what she said, and I agree. With that, she gives me some words of advice, and our bond has grown stronger. With some of her secrets laid bare to see, she asked for me to be honest too, asking for my true motives for everything. And I'm honest, saying I want to improve this country. She's somewhat unconvinced, and says that she'll find my true motives one day, as I get paid for my work and I head back to the inn.
It would seem that disaster was averted.
Today is the day of the big announcement as me and Stroll are inside the inn, talking mainly on how big this is going to be, which we'll just have to wait and see as some time passed and Hulkenberg entered our room. She tells us the church has chosen to recognize the face's words as crown sent and will abide by them. Stroll is surprised they conceded it so quickly. Hulkenberg sees it as a small comfort, but Gallica can sense there's bad news, which she tells us that any candidates of sufficient favor cannot be deposed by force, which is bad, which means that the obvious, Luis cannot be killed, which means the Prince's curse can't be stopped, which leads us to the sad fact that we're in an impasse. But that can wait as Fabian enters our room in a rush, asking if we've seen Maria. She's missing, and she wouldn't do that without telling anyone. That had us worried, Yellow and Fabian, so I agreed to look for her, which she's thankful for. Hopefully that puts her at ease as we start to go look for her. We ask around, they slowly gave us some possible hints, which led us to the stones where the candidates are shown, and the guard tells us that they're in the cathedral, and he let them in since she would find another way. So we decided to go inside the cathedral to see how she's holding up.
Huh? Why?
Everyone was worried about you.
Sorry. Papa hasn't come home. And I always come here whenever I'm feeling lonely. One time he came here to get me. I remember because he called my name. But I pray. And he still doesn't come back. Maybe because the cathedral is broken?
Maria.
Miss Fabienne says Papa can't come home anymore. But I know Papa's gone away. He's gone somewhere I'll never see him again. Hasn't he? It's going to be so lonely. The loneliest it's ever been. But I have to be strong, don't I? But if it gets any lonelier, I don't know if I can do it.
I'm sorry. I promised we'd all come back together.
Why does everyone always leave? Mum was sick. The king and prince are gone. And now Papa? Why does everyone always leave? Is it my fault? I really did my best to be a good girl, but...
It's our fault.
What? How?
You?
Listen to me, all right? Your father, we were with him, but...
I remember Papa saying something like that. He said, a really bad man might be our king. Is that part of it?
It'll work out somehow.
I hope the next king is as nice as you. Then maybe things won't always be so sad.
I think I understand the king's intentions now. Maybe this is the sort of tragedy he was trying to end. Maybe he wanted a world where the crown goes to one who acts like a king ought to. Not whoever's willing to spill the most blood.
You may be right, but much as we wish it, this is not a fight that might be ended through words alone.
Even so, we have to try.
After that hard conversation with Maria, we brought her back to the inn. Fabienne immediately comforts Maria, just glad that she's safe. Maria apologizes and then says she's hungry. She's happy, she's fine, and we'll make her some food, thanking us for finding her. With that, we're left to comment on how strong she truly is. Sadly now, we're left on how to deal with Luis. Gallica wishes she could report back, but the prince is still asleep and we're running out of time. We are left with little options on top of all the new candidates flooding in and the likelihood of the church rigging it in their favor. But Hulkenberg thinks we should just content ourselves with rest and recovery, which I can agree with for the time being. It's late at night and Stroll is unable to sleep, thinking about things, thinking he's just running in circles again with his thoughts. So I think I'll hear him out. He thanks me, calling me his type of strange, and brings up the book I have on me at all times. I ask if he would like to read it, and he agrees since we finally have some room to breathe.
Oh, interesting. It's written through the lens of a fictional land. This bit's about the Utopia's security. In this world, there is no blood-stained contest for sovereignty. The people choose their sovereign from among themselves. One cannot put a sovereign to the sword to seize power. Such an act would be met with scorn and judged as murder. Taking power or wealth by force is seen as the most shameful of transgressions. Couldn't be further from reality, could it? With a Kingslayer on the brink of seizing the throne right now, and this idea of competing for public support. Here it sounds so commonplace, but the idea's thrown us all into chaos. Interesting. Perhaps I'm overthinking, but it sounds almost like the aim of the king's magic. You suppose there's some common inspiration? Still, I don't imagine this would turn out well in the real world. In public opinion, tribal perspective always divides us. Besides, does a decision made by the people guarantee it's right? Tribal squabbles aren't always political. Take us Clamars, for example. It can be hard for us to see outside the bubble of our own worldview. We're the majority, and the tribe of the royal bloodline besides. That privilege can make us insensitive. A problem with no easy solution, I fear. Lofty words. I can hardly come to terms with my own ideals. Still, the discussions helped clear my head a little. Thank you. I've been so fixated on killing Luis, but maybe we could look into whether that's really the only way to lift the curse. Sleep should come easier now. I think I'll give it another chance. Wait, how long have you been asleep?
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It's early in the morning, and Stroll has something to tell us. He asked Fabienne to look through Grius' stuff, and Gallica sees that he was investigating the curse too. As he tells us, there's a note here. Given the spell's complexity, it must have required a scribed formula. Hulkenberg is shocked knowing what this means, as Stroll wagers that if we find this formula, we have a shot at breaking it. Gallica is unsure, thinking the formula is lost for good. Stroll knows that, but we have little choice but to hope he wouldn't leave it unprotected. That's true, he is smart after all. Suddenly, Hulkenberg remembers something, dropping a flyer for a tournament for the throne. The popularity contest is state-sponsored now. It sounds interesting, but also just a thing to show face. Who really knows? Stroll has his doubts, thinking about it likely being fixed in Forden's favor. Hulkenberg thinks it bodes ill, as if the prince awakens, he may not have a throne to claim. This doesn't look good, but thinking about it, I'm an elder, an outcast, someone who can stand out. And honestly, it might be a way to get close to Luis, as I state that I'll enter the tournament. Gallica asks if I have even been listening, but Stroll seems to get what I'm thinking, adding that it sounds crazy, but he thinks I might be onto something, seeing it as a way to get closer to Luis, since, like Zorba said, he doesn't care for a tribe so long as you're capable, and an elder that has killed humans would put me in his good graces. Gallica is baffled, but like Stroll said, we just need to get his attention, not win the throne. Hulkenberg calls it quite the gambit, but it may work out. Gallica thinks it well and good to do that, but also sees the risk in it, which is fair. If I'm caught, I'm dead. But the prince's words from our youth rings in my head, and it gives me the motivation to do it.
In my ideal world, people can believe in their future. Their birth doesn't matter. No matter who someone is, they deserve a fair country. If it's to help achieve that, I will stand for the prince as a candidate for the throne.
With that little speech, my allies are rallied behind me, and we're left to actually apply for the tournament. Fabian is worried, thinking we've put ourselves in enough danger, not wanting us to go down the same path as Grius. But I reassure her, telling her that I have to carry on his legacy. She relents, knowing that it would make Grius happy. They'll be cheering us on though. She wishes she could do more. Maria is confused, wondering what the competition is. Fabian tells her that it's a big race to see who will be the next king. That gets Maria excited, saying she'll cheer me on as loud as she can. They tease me on Maria being my first supporter, and I join in on the fun, but Maria is down, saying we're not coming back. Cheryl reassures her, but she's still sad. But she rebounds, saying she'll cheer me on, hoping I win the race, since I'll be a good king. I thank her for the support, and Maria and Fabian leave us to talk. We're going to be needing two things. One, something to ride in like a carriage, and to actually apply to the tournament. Hulkenberg thinks we should split up for now. She'll leave us to register, and by the sounds of it, she'll look for a ride. Sounds good to me as we get going. We go up to a guard and tell him that we're applying. He sees us thinking we're a bit young and asking about me. I tell him I'm the one applying. He's shocked to hear, asking if I'm an elder and I want to enter. Guessing the novelty of that will win some looks. But the person standing there is familiar. Ah, crap, it's the captain's lackey. He seems to remember us, as we're almost caught for deserting, but he doesn't care, since there's no captain to verify that, telling me that I can represent the lesser tribes, so no one complains. The guard reminds us we need a carriage and leaves it at that. We're just gonna hope that Hulkenberg can clutch a ride, as we're left to look at the bounty posters. We seem to be behind, as most of the bounties have been snatched up, but one catches Gallica's eye, a fiend named Heismay, a person wanted for kidnapping. He sounds like a horrible old bastard, if I'm honest. Suddenly a man butts in, telling us about Heismay, an elite ex-royal knight. He'd make short work of us. Besides, we hear what they're looking for, right? Gallica knows they want the biggest head. He mocks us, adding that we have no chance of winning. They want kingly types, not children play acting. As he leaves with that, I agree, he was quite a little bastard, but Gallica agrees since he's right about the rules, but Schroll reassures Gallica that he knows what he's doing. I mean, I know where he's going, he must have a really big head, right? Gallica looks at me bewildered, but Schroll tells us not to worry, he'll explain later. Suddenly a soldier appears, shocked. We take a bounty on Heismay, saying we're heaven sent. As he tells us the situation, the guard's name is Barden. He was the man who put the bounty up. That shocks Stroll, since this Heismay has made powerful enemies. But he simply says that he cannot afford lenience on top of his crimes. He started to kidnap the children, selling them off as well. If the city becomes known for the nightly disappearance, the town will dwindle and die. Gallica is confused since he's just one guy. How come the guard can't handle him? Barden is honest, saying that he made his hideout somewhere too dangerous for the soldiers to tread, deep in the territory of a vicious giant worms. He's unsure how Heismay is able to manage not being devoured himself. That makes sense on why it would be hard, but alas, with all the trouble, Barden swallows his pride and posted a bounty. But it does not matter how many times he renews the bill, no one will take it. Hearing that makes me want to help even more, as I tell him he's not pitiful. Charles agrees, as it's not pitiful when it comes to protecting the people. He thanks us for the help, telling us that we will meet him at Martira, where we're going for the tournament, and leaves. Gallica asks Stroll again if this is what we want. Stroll thinks that if we're going to make a big impact this late, we have to be creative. Besides, as a knight turned kidnapper, the man cannot be allowed to go on, something that I agree with, as I accept the quest. Not before an old man talks smack, but who cares, he'll probably die before he can run for the throne anyways. Regardless, we went back to the inn. Hulkenberg was waiting for us, assuming we had no problems. Stroll confirms, adding that we found a perfect target too. She's happy to hear Gallica wants him to tell the bounty, but he brushes it off. To Hulkenberg's confusion, Stroll tells her not to worry about it. And how did she go? Getting a kingly carriage. She's made some arrangements, but from her wording leaves something to be desired. But she's sure it will come. Stroll takes what he can get, saying it's good to have a knight on our side. But that's when Hulkenberg drops the bombshell. That she's actually left the order, though. It's only her bond of service she's relinquished, not her title. If we want Louise's esteem, if it came to light that she was a knight in active service, it might cause some troubles. He's surprised that she would do it so willingly, which she's honest and says that she's come to some doubt the order due to recent events of the knights serving the Centifex and not the royals. Sounds like she has her own demons, but regardless, we decide to call it a night. But at the late hours, Maria comes into the room. I ask if she would like to read more, but she replies, not today, asking if we're leaving tomorrow. She'll be cheering for me, so suddenly she starts to feel emotional, though she promised Fabienne she wouldn't cry. But I promise I won't tell. Maria remembers when I said that her father was trying to stop a bad man. That's what we're doing, right? She wipes her tears away and wishes us to be safe. She'll wait for us as long as it takes, and I reassure her, making Maria happy, asking when I see her next if I could tell her about the outside world. And I like the sound of that, so I agree. Suddenly, Hulkenberg wants to talk as Maria leaves. Hulkenberg says that since our meeting, she's done nothing but impose on me. Now we risk my very life. It's not an easy burden, it pains her to see it, but when she thinks that it might save the prince, she loses sight on all else. I mean, we're both on the same mission, so I tell her not to worry. Suddenly, she sees the book and remembers that we met before when we were bound for the capital. Of course I remember that. I got thrown out. She apologizes for that, thinking only to minimize casualties, and seems to take a slight interest in the book, wondering why such books are forbidden, and decides she would like to read a page or two. I mean, Stroll got to take a look yesterday, so I don't see why not. And I let her.
So, it is a fiction written as if a personal account. This chapter seems to concern the system by which the nation's leader is decided. In this country, one cannot become even a statesman, much less sovereign, without the consent of the people. Those who aspire to statecraft must first solemnly swear before the people what they will do in service of their country. Should they earn title but break their word, they are denounced and stripped of power. Such is the authority of the people. In this way, it is the people who are the land's true king. Quite the opposite of our own country. Now I see why our upper echelons would abolish such texts. Had our lands embraced such accountability, perhaps His Royal Highness would not have suffered such a fate. No. As a knight, it's not my place to say. I must clear my head of these fantasies. In the end, clinging to a dream will do me no good. Oh, I suppose 'tis not so bad to dream now and then. It takes power to walk the path of our dearest hopes. Perhaps that is the purpose of this newfound strength. My dearest dream. 'Tis to save His Highness, even at the cost of my life. Nothing more.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Judah!
Lady Judah!
Faraway sky, blue and clear. Echo my wish, so that all may hear. One and all born to this land, as here we stand. Let us greet the rising dawn, hand in hand. Faraway sky.
Even I'm feeling the heat. Well, I suppose it's time to fan the flames. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the inauguration of the Tournament for the Throne! For the first time, the crown is anyone's to claim, as long as the aspirants can complete 3 grueling challenges.
Wow, a Sanctus Crier! He's perfect for this!
Let's discuss the venues. We kick off in the west, in the Pearl of the Coast, the Principality of Oceania's harbour city capital, Port Brilehaven. There, they face their first challenge, the Exhibition of the Brave. Each contender must bring back the head of a monster, a mark of their prowess and courage. Next, our would-be monarchs head east. Upon the misty peaks, we arrive in the Principality of Montario's beautiful city of faith, Altabury Heights. And finally, our heroes make their well-deserved return home to Grand Trad. But first, let's do introductions. It's time to meet those risking their lives for the crown. Closest to the throne, I know him, you know him. It's Sanctism's one and only 78th Sanctifex, His Eminence, Forden!
Victory to Sanctifex Forden!
I claim no great ambition, nor any heated calls to action. All I wish is to restore order for our people and to safeguard our land from the threats beyond. This chaos we face is but one of God's many trials. Let us restore our kingdom's glory together!
Moving right along, we come next to His Eminence's champion, the very spear in his hand, the warrior monk captain of the Crown Theocracy, Master Guido!
I come before you only in loyal service of His Eminence. I relinquish the throne to him gladly. But those who would seize the crown by force, I will teach you to fear God and to fear me!
So much for this being a fair competition. How many horses do the Sanctus have in this race? Still, it's not over by far. The Luis supporters won't take this lying down.
What cowardice, Crier! Where's Count Louise?
Right, all right, settle down. At this time, I can report that Count Luis has not applied to enter the tournament.
What? He's not even entering?
Then what becomes of us? Our entire purpose in this race was to get closer to him.
Don't worry. He's definitely paying attention. He's only in second as it is, so we can't afford to ignore this whole production. Sit tight. I'm sure he'll make a move soon.
All right. For those Count Luis supporters, you might want to meet our next entrant. A rising socialite, a man of ambition, godless and fearless, the brash young warrior serving Count Luis, Gladel, the Black Hound!
Him? So he was one of Luis's men.
The fallen king embraced Sanctism and all its holy tenets, and for what? He was nothing before Lord Luis. Look to the sky all you wish. No god can save you! What our country needs is power!
Well, it's not quite all the contenders, but let's get on with the introductions. The great liberal merchant, it's Roger Ward. By war, by conquest, by right, it's Rudolph Kraus. In it more for the gauntlet runners than the throne, it's Lena Caden. Sure to be popular by pledging free drinks for life, it's Loveless O'Shea. Uplifting the beautiful and deposing the hideous, it's Milo Maurizio.
Wow, if we lose this, I think the country has some even bigger problems.
Now, I do believe we have one final candidate. Do we have an Elden boy present? Come on, let's see a face.
What? An elder? Disgraceful. Is this the only way you could think to distinguish yourself?
By the way, the ride you applied with still hasn't arrived. And if it doesn't show up by the time the noon bell rings, you're disqualified. All right?
Hey! What's going on?
That nitwit! What is he doing?
So, contestants, are you ready?
What? Last, I say! Wait! Found your behave!
A land runner?
It's quick!
Wait, it's headed right for the...
It'll crash! Whoa!
What the heck is that?
Wonderful. So much for a first impression.
What ho? Isn't he a marvel, chums?
You dolt! You nearly brought down the cathedral! Have a care, you fool. It was bad enough when Luis did it the first time.
Feckless, shameless old fool.
Not bad, kid. Guess you've got some interesting tricks up your sleeve after all. Right! I'd call that a full roster. Ladies and gentlemen, race across the land. Go! Prove yourself worthy and earn your crown. For the people, for the throne. Let the games begin!
We must take to the road.
Come on, come on! So fast! Gotta hold on to something or I'll get blown up!
It's incredible!
Man, what a way to start the race, but Hulkenberg didn't disappoint. A gauntlet runner. Gonna make things so much easier. Gallic is still having a hard time processing it, calling the pilot crazy, which she takes as a compliment. But we have our goal. It's going to take 4 days and 3 nights to get there, so we've got a long way ahead of us. Beats riding in a stuffy carriage any day. Stroll comments on how beautiful the gauntlet runner we're in truly is, hardly believing it's ours to ride. The pilot responds that it feels like ages since he's been out on the open road. This runner's been waiting long enough for her time to shine. Troll believes it's quite convenient that he can speak to us, telling him that we've got no money to pay him. But he doesn't want money, all he wants is a little gusto. Asking for Stroll's opinion on if this is a rush, Stroll agrees. They both get into the mood, and I gotta agree, this ride is fucking amazing. The pilot can see I have a good head on my shoulders. Hulkenberg comments on the person being different on the wheel, which is when Gallica asks for an explanation for this insanity, which is when we get introduced to him. His name is Neris, a Ishka, and former heir of a noble house, and personal mechanist for the royal family. Apparently he's a master engineer, positively peerless even, and that's when we get a little rundown of what happened yesterday.
Neoras? Are you there? I'm coming in. Even amidst all this commotion.
Too much to do.
As always. To business then. I must ask a favor. Would you be able to ready a carriage?
No new commissions. No time for them. Ask another right.
It is not a new one I require. Before His Highness disappeared, without a formal owner, I reasoned that it must now lie on you.
Pish and tosh, woman. She is for royal use and...
'Tis an unreasonable request, I know. But I... 'Twas specially made for His Highness, yes?
I've deadlines to meet, dash it! Off with you!
You've been acting stranger than usual. What ails you?
Whoa!
Good God. Is this a gauntlet runner? The very craft commissioned for His Highness the Prince? Even knowing His Highness was gone, still you toiled away. Oh, Nuras, you are an inspiration. Such nobility of purpose.
Yes. Right.
However, for a craft meant for the royal family, it is rather excessive, isn't it? Did you really build this vehicle exactly to that? You cannot mean.
Well, at first, certainly. I followed the blueprints exactly. A masterpiece like her? Collecting dust in storage? No! Unacceptable! Unthinkable! I'm working toward a dream. And this poor old girl is going to help me see it through. And then, finally...
You imbecile! A lowly, brazen court engineer butchering His Highness's inheritance for a hobby!
Mercy, please! Look, take my head if you must, milady, but leave the Balliol runner alone.
Look, this runner... it is fully operational. Then I suggest you cooperate, for both our sakes. Finish your tinkering by tomorrow and bring it to the Grand Cathedral as soon as you can.
Eh? What's all this now? You play the proud soldier at me and then pluck it for your own schemes?
'Tis no scheme.
For His Highness, eh? Hold a tick. Haven't you been looking for him? Wandering across God knows where, last I heard. So if you're back now and now you want a gauntlet runner for His Highness? Is His Highness still alive? That's it! I've got you, haven't I?
'Twas His Highness who gave you refuge while you were only a heretical scholar condemned by the Sanctists.
Understood.
With story time over, Stroll asks if the old Dark Neris can handle an undercover operation. Suddenly his voice chimes in, asking for a little faith. Not to brag, but his craft might be the fastest gauntlet runner in the kingdom, maybe even the world. Well, he's sure at least. That inspires faith. But he just says he's here to push the runner as far as and fast as he can go, and he believes we'd rather not walk on foot, yeah? Which, I mean, yeah, of course. So I say, if we die together. Neris liked that response, saying, bold as brass. Gallica thinks that either way, Neris knows the truth about the prince, so we can't leave him to his own devices. Neris states that we do the fighting and he handles the greasework. Glad we can, as we're left to talk about the plan. Stroll starts by saying that the goal for the first trial, our destination is Port Brilehaven, the capital of the Western Principality of Oceania. Gallica adds that the head is our next goal and says who it is, which Hulkenberg was yet to be told as she asks about it. Stroll once again tells her not to worry, as we don't need to win, we just need to get Luis's attention. People are going to turn heads when we shake it up with a felon, a knight turned kidnapper at that. But Hulkenberg responds that we risk being disqualified. But then she thinks about it, if we win the people's attention, we may win Luis's. Asking for my opinion. It does seem like a gamble, but I trust Stroll, just like everyone here. Stroll tells her that the target is Heismay, an ex-knight, adding that it might be close to home, asking if she would like to sit back, but is actually invigorated as the title is more of a reason to apprehend him, saying that our fate rests in Stroll's hands. With that talking done, we're left to explore the massive gauntlet runner, which I've been dying to do. I look around and eventually found the heart of the runner, quite literally, as he proceeds to give us a quick rundown on how they actually work, using magla crystals as his engine. It's all super interesting. I may need a deep lore on them, but for now, I pass the rest of the afternoon reading.
The gauntlet runner arrives at the desert camp as the scorching sun sinks below the horizon. and the curtain of night falls over the land. Protected within the stalwart hull of the Gauntlet Runner, the party gains a short, peaceful respite.
It's now nighttime, and I decide to spend it by talking to Stroll inside the Gauntlet Runner, reminiscing on the day we became brothers.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts on the Gauntlet Runner. The thing shakes around, so it's hard to get a wink of sleep when it's on the run, so I decide to hang out with Stroll to hone our blades. While we were maintaining our sword's quality with our whetstones, we talk about all sorts of things. Something I found out is in some ways Stroll is actually envious of me. He shouldn't be, just like him, I have my own moments of weakness. But I know I must keep going. And with our close conversation, my courage was taken to rank 2. And with that, we parted ways.
Coming now into view is the Tree of Prophecy, a resplendent tapestry of color against the backdrop of the bleak desert. One theory is that the tree's roots gorge on the land's magla, and still another is that it gorges on those enraptured by its colorful foliage, as though themselves snared by the bewitching magla surrounding the tree. The Gauntlet Runner comes to a stop at its base.
We find ourselves staring at the Tree of Prophecy. It's so beautiful, so massive. It's a sight to behold in the desert wastes. It's amazing what Magla can do if the legends are true. Suddenly, as our oohs and ahs echo in the desert, Neris gets to work drawing the tree, calling it meticulous documentation, giving it to me to keep since it's all in his head. He's still so fascinating to me, but regardless, Gallica thinks that we should show it to Maria, which I love the idea of. As we talk about some things, Neris is being an interesting fellow once more, and with that, we go back on the road.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives in a quiet clearing, concealed by boulders, as darkness reclaims the wilderness for itself. Monsters run rampant in the wilds. To sleep here would be perilous, unless from within the safety of a Gauntlet Runner. The party, secure in their Gauntlet Runner, spends the night in peace, hidden from hungry gazes.
During the night, I decided to talk to Hulkenberg, and I get some insight on a few things. We mainly talked about our forms that we take, our special power, I guess you can say. And from this, I found out that apparently Hulkenberg works up quite an appetite when she uses it, which I guess is neat to know, and by the sounds of it, she'll likely eat us out of House and Gauntlet Runner, which is worrying to think about as we continue to talk.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Finally! We're out of the desert! Oh wow, I missed all this green!
Why is it so bumpy? That'd be the change in terrain, lad.
See, you got to let the suspensions get used to hard ground instead of soft sand.
Must be nice to fly everywhere.
What the? Did we just crash?
Of course not. That's
a cannonade.
My star is rising! Ah!
Sanctism will reign!
What a way to start the day. 2 lackeys for each party are clashing. It looks like an intense fight, but from the looks of it, Forden's side is winning, which isn't good, and it might work in our favor if we save Glidel, a hand he might bring us closer to Luis, all things considered, so we announce our arrival not before a little warning from Neris, of course.
We're here to help! Withdraw, Glidel! Who goes there? Why do you stand for Luis's forces? Well, sorry, can't get into it now. That Gauntlet Runner. You're that commoner candidate who destroyed the Grand Cathedral! Was that not enough? you would profane the sacred a second time!
So be it. In God's name, be thou punished! You dare interfere in my fight! Know your place! Is it fame you seek? You thought by confronting me, you might lift your own names? Then you chose the wrong opponent.
I hate to interrupt, Oleg, but it's a touch more complex than that.
We of the Crown Theocracy's monk army have silenced all who would oppose the eminence of God. Your petty ruses are beneath me. Now you shall know how powerless you truly are.
Remember, the king's magic means we cannot move to strike Godot himself.
Go for his followers first. We'll thin their numbers and turn the tide.
Go, my brethren! Put the fear of God into these impious commoners!
I won't lie, I tested what would happen if I attacked Godot, and it went exactly as you would expect. Thankfully, I can reset. But overall, the fight wasn't all that crazy. It acts more like a showing of how fights between candidates looks like. I can't fight Godot, and the game makes him not really attack back for the most part, just looking smug. Because he knows he can't be hit until you take down a soldier, then he gets a little more serious. Then it got a little dicey. It didn't help that I mainly had physical abilities, stuff that the guard on the right resists, but with enough energy raise and my medi healing, we were able to put Godot on the back foot.
So, the faithful are broken before you, yet your desperate struggling is for naught. You cannot defy the inevitable. I am immune to all your wicked harms.
Oh, he gets to do whatever he wants, and we can't even get near him!
Bend the knee and yield to the Now, are you prepared for the end?
Ah, I think not, you rotter!
What have you done to my gauntlet runner?
We've nothing to lose. At the very least, I can thrash your old clunker until it's inoperable.
This is a waste of my time. So be it. You'll face your divine punishment soon enough.
Phew. Finally, he took the hint.
Hey! Get down here!
It seemed our new pal isn't too happy with us, butting in, kinda seeing through our plan, but I played dumb and just say I wanted to help him. Which, likely story wanting my true motive, while the girl with him asked him to be a little nicer to the people who saved him. Spectator for the whole tournament is here for some reason, not sure why, but he asks why the lady called Juna is doing all the way out here. She replies that sadly, Glidell is her chauffeur, and tells the guy to shoo or he'll have to pay for an interview. He takes the hint, seeming to be more interested in me leaving. Juna thanks us and compliments us, but I feel it's to rub it in Glidell, poor guy. Hulkenberg's having a hard time. I think she might be a big fan, as Juna apparently played at the opening ceremony. But who cares about that, as Neris has something bigger, better on his mind.
But that's... I'd know those suspensions anywhere. You had Caden workshop on this, eh? Yes, those are quality parts and no mistake.
By the crown, you can't be serious! She is Juna, the kingdom's greatest singer, the dulcet diva! Really? No one else wants to shake her hand? Well, then on behalf of this group,
You're an interest...
Wait, is that a fairy?
Hey, up there!
We look up into the sky. It's the ship from the funeral. Neris is shocked that it's actually finished. Guess he knew the guy, but wait, if that's here, then that means Luis is here. His disciples gather around him, happy to see him, as Glidell is left to pretend he could have won in any situation. I mean, he even got the king's favor? Regardless, Luis thanks us, but then asks the obvious question, who are we? I say I'm a candidate. He seems somewhat interested. One look we'd be commoners, but a lady knight and a gauntlet runner? Says otherwise, and asks for my motives. I have to be careful. I could just say to avenge the prince and they'll go as you would expect, but I decided to continue the get closer with Luis plan, saying I want to help him. He replies that I fight in his name. The short paraphrase thinks it's self-promotion. We did it, but Schroll replies that we will help anyone in need. That's our belief. Luis finds it most interesting, but his immediate needs are met in terms of sword hands. Juno is a little hype girl asking if we have a certain charisma to us. In fact, she dare say saw us use magic without igniters. Schroll gets a little too into it, saying we just want to see his vision realized. He just responds asking if we know what that vision is built on. We claim we're an ally, then we'll have to prove ourselves before the kingdom's eyes. If we can manage that, he may listen to us, as they all leave. Well, that could have gone better, but at least Luis knows our faces, so there's always an upside to these things, as we continue forward.
As the chirping birds return to their nests and the darkness claims its dominion, the gauntlet runner at last arrives at its repose, a place grown thick with trees. Are the sounds from between the trees just the leaves being caressed by the wind? Or are they the whispers of the beguiling beings of the dark? The party never has to find out, for they are safe within the Gauntlet Runner.
It's now night as we walk down the halls of the Gauntlet Runner. It sounds like Neris is having some issues, talking about his life being over, so I should probably check on him. We see how he is, but he says it's nothing really. I call him on that, and he relents, admitting that it's the Gauntlet Runner. Aye, she's in tip-top shape, but he wanted to make her peerless, a beaut. Something that would make Luis's runner look like a belly apricot. He wouldn't be floundering if he had a little spark. Gallica asks what he means, as he replies, a spark of inspiration, like when he saw that lost relic. Gela asks as Neris talks about some long ago civilization that's so advanced. Automation ruled the day. People lived around machinery. With no work, they lived their lives in convenience and comfort. Then suddenly, it all just disappeared. Sounds fascinating, honestly. That's when Neris asks for my help finding these relics. Hyping it up, I ask if he's seen one. He confirms, when he was a wee sprogget, the old man showed him, and seeing it lit a fire inside of him. After that, he was just full of ideas. Something about it just captured his imagination. Gallica asks if he could show him again, but apparently the guy went back to his hometown, but he has promised it in his last will. We ask where he lives, he tells us it might be a place we'll see in our travels, so I should keep that in mind as I leave Neris, who's all doom and gloom, and head to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer. Departing the capital and barreling southward, the party's gauntlet runner at last arrives in the old castle town, Martira, where their client Forden awaits. The towering castle's stark walls stare down coldly upon its visitors. The only question now is whether or not this gambit was the right move.
We arrived at the quiet town of Martira. Hulkenberg comments on it being more desolate than she heard. Forden gives us a warm welcome and we respond with the same energy and tells us about someone named Lady Joanna. She rules over the city and lives in the castle. Hulkenberg guesses she wants Forden to win, and Forden confirms, bringing up a scuffle that happened a day ago, which we try and avoid for, well, obvious reasons. His lackey seems to not fully trust us yet, as we get invited to enjoy their local delicacy on their behalf. It's quite interesting. Roasted larvae of a giant sandworm. Quite an interesting speciality, all things considered. We're a little hesitant, but Hulkenberg just digs in, seeming to enjoy herself, so that's good at least. I give it a shot and flavors burst in my mouth. It's surprisingly tasty, all things considered. He's happy to see, although the idea of it twitching makes me feel queasy, honestly. With that interesting dish, Hulkenberg gets to business, asking about the kidnappings. For 6 months, 15 children now unaccounted for. Hulkenberg asks if Heismay is the guy, which he believes so. He's a disgraced knight with nowhere to run. He's without proof, but the pieces do fit. With nothing to lose, he appears to have gone rogue. Hulkenberg calls it unacceptable, and Stroll asks about the territory that Heismay has now called home, as we're shown a map.
So, is Heismay's hideout way out here? Looks pretty far from Martira.
Stroll wonders how he survived there. Barden replies he's been chasing any leads he can, but they can't figure it out. They're in over their heads. Well, that's why we're here, as I reassure him something he's thankful for, giving us another dish. Hulkenberg loves it, but I'm sure that's her iron stomach talking. Barden says that he will schedule a meeting with Joanna and to please rest our heads for tonight. And with a snarky remark from his lackey, they leave. And with all that travel and introductions, we've got a big day tomorrow, so I decide to rest while I can.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We wake up nice and early so we can meet the lady who rules over the small town. We bow to the lady, and Barden tells her that we're here to subjugate Heismay. She's happy to hear, thanking us for traveling all the way to do this task. Barden tells us that she refused to use the tax money for this task. She paid with her own heirlooms. Stroll thinks that's noble, wanting to do his best. She thanks us for helping them, while the other seekers of the throne bicker between themselves. Stroll thinks it's too high of praise since we're getting paid for this. She replies that even so, please put an end to this tragedy. Of course we will. We'll bring Heismay for judgment. She thanks us and thinks that it's foolish to decide a monarch with a popularity vote, but thinks there's something to it, adding on top of the money that we'll get, if we get rid of the culprit, she'll appeal to the people to vote for our support. This comes as shock, such a generous gift, but it may look poorly for someone a part of the church, but she personally believes in a king who truly cares for their subjects. A fair thing to ask for, something Hulkenberg agrees with, and with that talk, she bids us well, and we're left to talk amongst ourselves. Hulkenberg can see great pain behind her smile. Stroll hopes that we can help these people regardless of it being the plan. Gallica is unsure if she'll keep her word of the bargain, but we'll have to wait and see. But Gallica senses something is amiss. But now we have to decide on what we can do since Heismay is in sandworm territory. Hulkenberg thinks there might be a method for him to pass through unseen, wondering how, which is when Stroll thinks we should ask around, which is a fair idea, as we go around talking to all sorts of people around town, even some inside buildings. There are a good amount of people inside the taverns and inns. They must be scared to go outside due to the kidnappings, but I also used this time to get some equipment. Nothing too special though, but sadly no one could really help us. We're left to relent at the lack of any info. Hulkenberg believes it's too early to give up. Though she spent years looking for the prince with no luck, she still didn't waver. That's fair. Suddenly a very posh man walks by. Hulkenberg wants to ask him a question, but he can't help us leaving. Stroll thinks he's suspicious, but that's when we get a little help from Morris, of all people, saying he shouldn't tell us this, but the way to avoid the giant worms is to wait for an event called a sand flash. It's a local thing where the wind kicks up sand peppered with magic crystals. It should happen in 5 days and seems to put the wild beast to sleep. Sounds interesting. But Stroll brings up a good point of, if that's the case, then why haven't the guards gone out? Morris states that a whole guard unit would wake up the whole den, and they're no match for Heismay anyways. But he thinks we can do it. Well, thanks dude, I guess. He tells us not to die though, since Barden's rep is on the line. But also tells us not to tell anyone that we got the info from him. Hulkenberg asks why he didn't bring it up yesterday, but he didn't want to be our own travel guide as he leaves. He's very self-centered, but at least he gave us something to work with, so I guess it gives us 4 days to mess around, as we call it a day. During the night, I gave Neris the rundown of the plan, and he'll work on the runner, can't have it failing on us. That's fair. I go to leave, but suddenly I hear a sound and I see a strange device. He tells me, damned if he knows, just blueprints from the royal family, telling me not to break it. I was hit by a flash of light. As he checks up on me, surprised the thing is reacting, voting to stay put and resting. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off different, as instead of before I sleep, he called to me when I was about to wake. Moore sees my journey is going well. One by one, we're taking steps forward on this road. A supernatural awakening, a call for an adventure, legs to carry you. All of these things are coming together. Once again, he's talking cryptically, so I ask him what he means. He replies that his eyes report one piece of equipment in the Gauntlet Runner created in ancient times. Something no longer crafted in this day of age. A divine relic, which contains ancient magic once thought lost. Calling it teleportation. If used correctly, it will make our runner swifter than anything on land. The reason eludes Moore, but I seem qualified to use it. He cannot imagine it's mere coincidence, thinking me guided by an unknown hand, telling me to imagine vivid, familiar scenery, somewhere far from the land where I rest, and I try it out. I awaken to Daenerys asking, "What's going on?" As we look outside, somehow we're back at the royal capital. Hulkenberg asks Daenerys that surely he didn't bring us back. Daenerys calls her mad, reminding her how long the trip was. Can't just pop over to the capital in a single night. Well, I assume this may have been my doing, so I give them a quick rundown, which they seem shocked by it all, but Daenerys might know something. She was custom made for the prince. They gave him an odd gadget and asked for it to make it work, and he bloody well did. Last night we caught it glowing, and the damnedest thing, it only started to glow when I got close, thinking I was the trigger. Hulkenberg doesn't think she's heard of teleportation, but yet there can be no explanation other than magic. But Stroll thinks we've got bigger problems now, since we're due to Martira for the bounty and it will take days to get back. That's fair, but like, thinking about it, if I got us here, I should be able to get us out. Regardless if Gallica is worried, I know I've got this. And sure enough, believing in yourself does the trick. We're back at Martira, leaving us shocked, Stroll comparing it to the king's magic. But Daenerys has a different opinion, saying that it's not powerful by one's virtue, but perhaps all magic has the potential of this magnitude, adding that we've got some powers that defy understanding as well. He's got a point, but since he brought it up, Stroll doesn't think they'll like this since it's unorthodox magic, wondering why the royals would have it, but Hulkenberg believes that since we have this magic, we may not need a gauntlet runner. That's true, we can just go anywhere, but I hope it doesn't work. I don't want Daenerys out of a job. But thankfully, it didn't, so the limit of this power is places we've been. Asking if there's been anywhere else I've been. Can't say I have. But Hulkenberg believes that we should understand the boundaries of the power now. We did some extra tests, but sure enough, we can only go places we've been. Something Daenerys is happy for, since he almost was out of a job. We can never replace you, Daenerys. But it's got some great news, since we can not only stock up at the capital, a place with a few more options, but we can also see Maria, which makes me pretty happy. But for now, we've got 3 days until we need to head out for the Sand Flash, so I look around and I see a guy from yesterday, but not before bumping into a guy who apologized and then left. The guy asks if I want to let him go. He stole something from me, and sure enough, Grius' dagger is gone. That jerk! We try to find him, but alas, he was too fast. So we have to hope the guy can give us some details, but he takes advantage of the situation, and alas, my imagination isn't high enough to convince him to help. So I better get to that, not before accepting a quest to kill a Gobrun king, so I'll have to do that, maybe tomorrow. For now though, I decided to talk to an elder in the town to get my imagination to level 2. And now that it's night and my imagination is level 2, I'm able to convince him, calling it a kingly investment. He finds that statement humorous, calling it quite a goal, but he'll bite, but on one condition. I have to do something for him. We get told about something called Malvino's Ring, a cursed treasure that kills all who wears it. Sounds deadly, and he talks a little more, but the most important thing in his talk is information is a powerful thing, and to mark his words. Once that dagger is sold off, it will be incredibly difficult to find again. But regardless of Gallica's worries, we have no choice in this. He's happy to hear I'm going to play a bull, introducing himself as Cackless. Real name or not, it doesn't matter. As he shows us the location of the tomb, it's a fair ways away, so I have to do it after the Sand Flash. As I finish the night, stealing my resolve and jumping with a rope around my waist.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today we're going to a small town to complete 2 missions. One, we need to get something for a villager in Martira, and the second thing is to get that relic for Neris, so he can be inspired again. So let's get going.
The Gauntlet Runner heads off toward a small farming village, and each shuddering step reminds them of their journey's purpose.
As the Gauntlet Runner is traveling to our location, I decide I want to get closer to Hulkenberg. She's going to help me get stronger, but she's also strung stroll along on her little mission, getting us to show our beast walk. We're confused, we don't know what that is, but she gives us the rundown and it's gonna be embarrassing. But if this is how one gets stronger, better get on my 4s and do it. This feels so embarrassing, but there's more like the horned lizard stance. I'm 100% sure she's making these up on the spot, but Stroll is getting most of the punishment getting sat on. But he needs the training more, so I won't complain. But now we get into some swordplay, seeming to know this was my first time using a sparring sword as I'm effortlessly taken down, while Stroll has seen better days. Regardless of my sword being broken, Hulkenberg wants to keep going. Stroll is unsure, but one should give their utmost even in training. Honestly, I could use the training, so I ask her to push me harder. She likes how I'm ready for anything. Stroll calls for a timeout, getting Hulkenberg to see some reason, as the training is a little excessive in his eyes. With the training over, she wonders if it was excessive. It's the same training she did with Rodanthe, where she's honest and admits his words have lingered on her. She cannot shake them. She has no clinging attachment to her previous position or status as a knight. She left to pursue her own mission, pride be damned. Yet, with all that looking, she never found the prince. She wandered aimlessly and leaderless, as she starts to think she cannot deny she's a fallen knight. Truthfully, she searched for the prince, something the other knights tasked with protecting the royals did not do, so she's more knightly than any of them, at least in my eyes. She seems to understand she shouldn't worry about it, but sometimes she wonders if she stayed as a knight, perhaps there may have been a better path, but then wishes to not think of what-ifs as our bond gets stronger. And with my sword broken, she thinks we should stop for now, until we can buy a new one.
The party at last arrives in the village of Comero, a small farming settlement southeast of Martira. Blessed by the mild climate, its ranches produce fine fare, and to take in its idyllic landscapes is to be at peace, as time itself seems to stop. It gained a reputation for its rare and wondrous goods, brought there by merchants in their longing to return. As though welcomed by the grazing animals, the Gauntlet Runner stops gently.
We arrive at Comero, the place the old man lived his final days, as we ask around, and unfortunately we were too late. He has passed away. But that did mean that we get the relic that Neris was asking for. As we give it to him, he seemed to be entranced by the thing. His staring is broken by his excitement, knowing that this is a real bona fide lost relic in his hands, thinking it's absolutely smashing beyond his wildest hopes. No bloody idea on how to use it, but still. Well, he's happy by the looks of it, asking if I got this for his sake. I'm honest and said I wanted to help. He's touched by my kindness, saying I may be a lad, but I got the heart of a saint. And then asked about the old man, and we confirmed that he's gone. He's saddened, but you can't beat time. That's when I remembered the villagers gave me a notebook. I handed him, we couldn't read it, but he seemed to understand it somewhat, as the mission is complete. Gallica asks what it is, and he says that it seems like the old fellow was hunting for some more relics, but didn't have the means to hunt the others. With these notes, Neris asks us for some help. He wants to find the other relics. It looks like the old man worked out some other locations, 7 to be exact, and he wants to see them with his own eyes. Anything for you, Neris. And with a simple handshake, our bond has formed, showing itself to be the heroic archetype of the gunner. With that, he tells us that he'll leave the journal here. If he can crack certain codes, he'll tell us so. We may take a look when we feel like some treasure hunting. That's when Gallica believes she may be able to sense it. Well, that's quite convenient. So that's our plan. We'll find the hint and Gallica will sniff it out with her face sight. But while we're at Comero, we also grab the practical pigeon parcel, and then use my teleport magic to head home. Now we're back into Martira, I awaken to the gunner archetype to complete Moore's quest, and then I hand the man the parcel, and he's happy to see it, giving me a reward and bringing my popularity to 4,893, and I finished the night with a little more death-defying stunts.
Incredible!
All right.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We flip the script and see more in the morning. Rather than being summoned, I have completed the quest he gave me, and he's happy to see with its completion. He thinks that we should consider why the king trapped him in the library in the first place. He believes it's due to his research on archetypes, reaching a truth he wished to be buried. That's an interesting theory, as he states that archetypes are forbidden by sanctism to start with. It's a mighty power, one he likely saw as a threat, especially if it was freely wielded as such. Research on it is forbidden. It must be why he's trapped here, and thus he continues day after day with no results, stuck in this place, thinking about how can man endure such failure and solitude and stay sane. But that's when he starts to talk about me coming. It was a change in fate, one the king likely didn't expect, thinking only when his research is complete will he be able to leave, as I reassure him on my assistance, and with that our bond grows stronger. With that he's given me a next quest. This time it's to get Merchant to level 15. I've been needing to try out that class, so I personally equipped it, and then we get going to kill that Goblin King. While the Gauntlet Runner is running to our next location, I decided to hang out with Stroll. We're staring at the fields as he asks if I remember what we heard about his inheritance, that there may be a clue at his hometown. Of course I do, the money to help your people, man. He confirms that Ragnarth would rather him rebuild his house, as he tells me to be a lord of a prosperous house. It's the natural ambition of all whom are born to nobility, forging alliances, courting favor from royals and nobles, marrying some wealthy lord's daughter, and then there's matters of heirs. If he had a daughter, she'd be promised to another family, and a son would follow suit in his courtly endeavors. And he admits that all of that is foreign to him in this life. I ask him what he'll do, and he's honest, saying he's in no position to answer that. All he knows is his parents sheltered him while they did their roles. Now it's time for him to take the mantle, though he never imagined it would come to this, making him regret how he treated his parents. The last image they had of him was an arrogant, spoiled child. The house, its name, they're the cornerstone of Halia, but that all means nothing to the ones who are suffering, cast out by the fire that engulfed Halia. If he were to put a house there, first in spite of everything, he thinks he'd be no better than that Lord Hydron. He's unsure of everything. The only thing he is sure of is the ray of light in the clouds, which I made. He knows he must seek the inheritance. I ask him where Halia is, as he asks if I wish to join him, and I'm honest, regardless of if it's just a pile of rubble, I want to see it. He calls me kind, and agrees to show it to me as our bond grows stronger.
The Imp's Den, home to countless bandits over the years, has warranted the caution of all who lived near the steep, forested entry path. They warned their children of the dangers there. There are demons in those woods, they said. You mustn't go near. Perhaps the children's anxiety inadvertently roused something from its sleep. It is to that den, now befitting of its name, that the Gauntlet Runner arrives.
We made it to the aptly named Imp's Den to find the king. By the looks of it, it seems like it will be like with that Chimera Wolf thing, the last bounty, where we needed to kill some weak units to bring out the alpha of the area, which didn't take too long. The boss fight, however, was a little challenging. I'm using Warrior and Brawler to get as much physical damage spread as I can, but it comes with the simple downside of it depletes both Stroll and Hulkenberg's HP by a lot. And they started the fight with less health since I was doing in the previous fight, so I spent the first half of the fight cheesing the restart fight option to get a good start, and with that good footing, I was able to basically guarantee the win, but definitely didn't make it easy as Hulkenberg finished him off.
I crush you!
With the Gobron defeated, we take its loincloth as a trophy and proof that we defeated it, and then head back to Martira to have a feast, but I must remember that tomorrow we'll be heading to the Sandworm Cave as the Sand Flash is around the corner. So no late nights for me, as I head to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today's the day we start our trek to the Sandworm's Den. It'll take us at least a day to actually get there, so let's get going.
Trusting the advice of Morris, Barden's right-hand man, the party takes the Gauntlet Runner towards the giant sandworm's nest. They could not know what they will encounter here, nor that it might be only the beginning of their trials.
Slowly going to our location, so I decide to spend the time cleaning the surface of the Gauntlet Runner. We're going through some sandy terrain, so I gotta keep it pristine. She's the fastest runner there is, so better look the part, and my reward for this is a whopping 5 HP. Let's go.
Come look at this!
The Gauntlet Runner comes to a stop at the midnight sun sands. The grandeur of it stirs something in each of them. Could a creature this large have truly existed? Or is it an oddity shaped by the sands? Another truth lost to time.
We make it to a being that looks like a giant sandworm, at least the husk of it. It towers over everything in the oasis it rests within. We're astonished by it, while Hulkenberg is thinking of what type of food it could make. Neris tells us to look at the ground. I think it's sand, but he tells us that it's actually glass. The kind to see in shops. Gallica asks him if it's naturally made, but he's unsure how it could. The heat needed would be an eyebrow-scorching heat. Hulkenberg finds that interesting, thinking something happened here. Neris seems to agree as he starts to jot down some notes, and with a little talk and Stroll getting the short end of the stick, we head back to the runner with another drawing for Maria. As we're going through with our quest to the Sandworm's Den, we get jumped by another Gauntlet Runner, another candidate it seems, but the voice, it's familiar. It turns out to be true, as it's Katharina. Guess we're getting into a fight, like it or not. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't ready to face us. As much as she would dislike me saying this, her damage felt lacking, and perhaps even her heart wasn't into it. As we just piled damage on her, and she fell to her own archetype.
That was perfect! Shut up!
You having a laugh? Even in a hand-to-hand fight, I can't win. I can't take this. This frustration.
By the looks of it, she was not happy with her defeat, saying, "I'm unbelievable," and turning into a real force to be reckoned with. I compliment her back on her strength, even if it wasn't close, but then talks about my power, saying it's nothing she's seen before, unsure if she's to be shocked or awed, and adds that, to be honest, she didn't think I'd have kingly ambitions. I respond that it's complicated. She doesn't push it, as she talks about the carapace of the world, and how poorly they have it, calling it an endless cycle of misery they can't break out of their own. But now that anyone can be crowned, she's gonna risk her life to do it, and once she is, she'll put a bounty on every rich and greedy bastard this country's known. Lofty goal if she can live to see it that long, but I'll be honest, seeing those snobby dicks get a little comeuppance feels nice to hear, even if it's a hypothetical. She tells me the idea of going was a clamor, wanting the best for her people, thinking that not all of them are that bad. And she asks for what I would do as king, so I decide to mess with her and only tell her if she can beat me. And she's invigorated to take me on in the future, something I'd love to see as our bond grows stronger. And after a nice talk, even as rival candidates, we go our separate ways.
The Gauntlet Runner takes repose at an encampment as the sun sets along the sandy horizon, darkness settling in. What creeps through the sands outside in the night is unknown to the party as they take their well-deserved rest.
Now that it's night, I have to decide on who to spend time with, and I decide Neris, helping with the Gauntlet Runner's maintenance. giving me a crash course on how the fuel system works. I was told the details, so I'll give a nice little TLDR. The heart of the runner is a big crystal. It's full of magla. The more we push the runner, the more magla it uses. As long as it's maintained, it will never have to be changed. And then gushes a little about the flying one Luis has. And with that, he's happy to see everything is running as it should, and gives me some words of advice, some things I should keep in mind, as it boosts my wisdom, and soon the night comes to an end.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer. The gauntlet runner quietly comes to a stop before the giant sandworm's nest. It is the day that the sleep-inducing sand flash dances in the sky. Their target is Heismay Noctul, a villain still unseen, who has caused the woes of Martira. Will they successfully claim his bounty to great fortune?
We are at the entrance of the Sandworm's den. I wonder if it worked, as we have casual talks about all things sandworm. Suddenly, the ground rumbles, as a giant human in the form of a sandworm appears. I mean, it's technically not a sandworm, or is it? Could that bastard have given us a bad tip to get us killed? Regardless, we have to take this thing down, on which is when I learned the hard way this fight was never meant to be won.
Tougher than I thought.
It went underground! I think we managed to drive it back!
We soon awoke in its stomach. The place so otherworldly, so gross. We hear a voice as there's an old man here telling us that if we got places to be, to attack the lump, pointing at it, adding that it'll open the gut, we're going to have to go the other way. But we're on a timer before we're digested, reminding us if we want to grab the treasure inside, do it now, as there's no way back. Hulkenberg asks if the old man wants to leave with us, but he's content living here, being a big bug fan. Weird, but I respect it, as we get going. I'm going to be 100% honest, I did not enjoy this section of the game. The timer was fine, but I mainly run physical, while everything here has some level of negation of it. So I had to change up my builds, and most importantly, if I messed up even once, back to the start. It took me honestly an hour of retries due to me messing one encounter up, but finally, we made it to the boss, which wasn't too much of a fight, as I take it down with light. We are at the exit. Stroll is having cold feet, as legends will talk about Lord Stroll, the man who crawled at the arse of a worm. Yeah, and I'll be the one telling it. But we're given no choice to run, as time calls, and the weirdest and hopefully grossest part of the game comes to an end. We will never talk about this again though. Anyways, we make it to the den. We talk about how massive it is, but Gallica knows there's a hut, and sure enough, there's one right there. Interesting, so Heismay is living here, but Hulkenberg believes that something is amiss. If this was a hideout, how could he possibly keep the victims here once kidnapped? We also made note of the deadly creatures here too. This isn't prime kidnapping and storing location. Something isn't right here. Regardless, we keep going, and it seems that the sand flash is affecting the monsters around here. They refuse to be stunned and are quite heavy hitters. I'm believing more and more that we were sent here to die, and maybe cover something up? If we're still alive, we're gonna have a little talk to that cocky guard later. As we make it close to the hut, Stroll tells us to stay vigilant. Hulkenberg makes notes of tracks. Gallica believes they're likely the larvae from the sandworms around here. Then she brings up the sandworm that shall not be named. As we're talking, something happens.
I just heard something.
Gallica, which way is the sound coming from?
Shh! Be quiet! No, they're footsteps. Someone's coming this way.
Keep your guard up.
Who's he?
It's coming back!
How do you know where it's hiding?
think it's gone somewhere.
Are you the man we seek?
Name yourselves.
You mean this is Heismay?
I didn't expect a Uchief.
He's a Uchief?
Never seen one in the flesh. We're but another lesser tribe the city dwellers don't care for.
We're face to face with Heismay. I wasn't expecting a Uchief. Hulkenberg says that we owe him a favor. He's surprised to hear we know his name, asking if we're knights or bounty hunters. Stroll replies both, asking where the people he kidnapped are. He's confused, but then supposes there's no point in talking to someone who wants his head. He gets into a fighting stance as Hulkenberg takes note of the blade, calling him a shadow guard. I've never heard of him. Stroll wants to ask, but it's too late. It's time to fight.
Here I come!
I'll not be anyone's captive without a fight. I'll have to provide some less delicate discouragement. No hard feelings. 'Tis best you.
Huh? There's more Heismays?
To push me this far. I did not give you enough credit. But I get...
I felt for a moment his holding back, so I decided to hold back somewhat myself. That, and I think DSP possessed me as I didn't look at his shadow, so I was blindly attacking something I realized, and probably not what the devs intended. He'll kill everyone, but he'll leave me alive, which I used to somewhat cheese the fight. I'm going to do it again, so please have mercy on me for being so cowardly.
Please! I'll cut through!
Most impressive. You've some grand cause to fight for, I'm sure. But I've no intention of being so easy.
Heismay, seeing how the fight is turning, used some form of smoke and vanished. Hulkenberg thinks it's bad enough he's skilled, but we also have the environmental disadvantage here. Gallagher feels unsure. He did save us. Hulkenberg seems to agree, calling it strange for a supposed amoral scoundrel. Schroll also thought something of note was that the petrification magic didn't kick in, which makes sense, as Hulkenberg puts it, we don't have the people's support yet. Well, regardless of all that, he did show us mercy, as we're left to investigate the hut. It's not that good looking, but he does seem to live here at least, so we look for clues, and from what I've seen, it's interesting. Heismay does in fact live here, inside the hut. There's no real signs or evidence of others living here, and unless he's hiding in another hut, I doubt he could. His personal items, while small, are heavy. There's a letter written by a child, perhaps his child, which makes things sadder when we look inside the urn and find child bones. If he was a father, his child... I don't want to think of that. The final item is the emblem to signify him being a part of the Shadow Guard. It seems he kept it close, even if he no longer works as one. We're left with more questions than answers, as we huddle back to discuss our findings. Stroll believes Heismay had his own share of woes, but there's nothing to absolve him from the kidnapping charges. So we'll need to hear the truth from him, but Gallagher is unsure how to catch him. He's too fast. We have to think about it. Perhaps the urn? But thinking about it now, that's too far. But thinking about it more, there's a lot of cloth here. We're unsure why, but I think it might be to dampen the sound. He has large ears. Stroll agrees with that thinking. He's more sensitive to the sounds, and is likely how he's able to live here so safely. Makes sense, he could probably hear a sandworm burrow from a mile away. Hulkenberg seems to agree, thinking that it's a measure against unnecessary noise. She has heard Uchiefs have excellent night vision and sensitivity to sound. This means we have a plan set and ready to go. I'm sorry, Heismay, this is gonna hurt you more than it'll hurt us.
Right then, let's get this plan underway.
Heismay! Come out!
Show yourself!
Wow, that's some crazy echo.
Kind of nice getting to let loose. Long as I'm yelling anyway.
Luis! You think you're so bloody untouchable, you bastard?
Hey! Big ugly sandwormy human thing! Even Hulkenberg wouldn't eat you!
Gasp! Rejected by Hulkenberg! The ravenous, all-devouring she-beast of the Knight's Order!
Is this what we've come to? Saying whatever's on our minds?
So be it. Gallica, the sound of your wings keeps me up at night. Stroll, you think you're so smart.
Stroll, be more careful.
That's right! He's the only reason we're here. Stroll just had to play the hero and take on the request nobody else wanted.
Oh, I'm the only one playing hero here.
Ah! Enough! Stop this infernal din! What do you think would happen if that monster showed up without my ears working? You'd all be dead! Is this blasted bounty that important to you?
Here's our guest of honor at last. It was never about the money. Children are missing. We can't just ignore a kidnapper.
Kidnapper? I see now. As you were saying before, they've named me a kidnapper. A monster preying on children.
If the charges are false, I would hear it. In truth, even I've come to doubt the allegations.
And why is that, Lady Knight?
You've lost a child yourself, haven't you? I cannot imagine a parent who has endured such pain would kidnap children, much less sell them off.
Hold on. I can't trust a man who does nothing but flee. The people responsible for my home burning. Zorba, who forced the dead to fight on his behalf. Anyone who can't face...
True enough. If we lived in a world where words alone proved us just, I'd not be living in this infernal cave. I'm sorry, but I won't go to the gallows before I've even honored my son's death. If you'll not leave me be, then we decide this another way.
So you're finally ready to fight us properly?
Draw steel. If I'm to take your life, I'll not do it from the shadows. But if you refuse to retreat, then ready your blades.
We have our reasons for not backing down.
Hope you don't think hiding's enough to make us give up and...
Here I come! 'Tis best you...
Once again, like last time, Heismay refuses to deal the finishing blow to me. I believe he wishes not to kill us, and I'm having a hard time believing he did these horrible things, so I decided to slowly whittle him down and end the fight.
All these copies!
What?
There's some way to tell them apart!
Then my fight ends here. What are those
Heismay is left shocked, wondering how he used magic without Ignitus. Stroll tells him that we'll ask the questions here, asking the obvious one, as Heismay asks him to look around. Where would he keep them? Besides, he's the only one man kidnapping on a scale like that would be impossible. That's understandable. Stroll asks him if he believes he was framed, asking why he would do that to an innocent man. Heismay finds that funny, saying that innocent is generous. Compared to how the world sees him, a Ujif drifter, a disgraced knight, condemned by the Sanctus. What couldn't they pin on him? That's true. They cast him out, took his title, and put a bounty on him. They even refused to let him the right to mourn his own child. That's when Hulkenberg calls him on him holding back to not kill us. Or maybe he couldn't bring himself to kill a young man. He just says he didn't want to clean the mess up. I doubt that, as Gallica asked for my thoughts, and I'm honest, he's not the culprit. But it will be hard to prove it without the real person in chains. That leaves us with the question, Barden and Joanna, perhaps they might know something, as Stroll thinks one of them is lying, and brings up that we almost got killed by a beast we were told would be asleep. That's true. Hulkenberg asks him if he believes we were set up to die. Calling it absurd seems like Heismay might be off the hook, but we can't be too sure. And Heismay lets us take him, and brings up our smell. I changed my mind, he's evil. Joking aside, we head back to the runner. We talk to Heismay, apologizing for how inconvenient it all is, but he's fine. Hulkenberg thinks we will need to find a new head for the competition. Stroll replies we'll just have the head of the person who's doing all this. thinking we should contact Barden tomorrow, but keep quiet about Heismay, since we're unsure if he can be trusted. That's fair, but I think Barden is honorable man, which leaves Stroll and Neris to keep an eye on Heismay, since I'm too risky as the candidate. Heismay never could have guessed this was all part of the plan to take the throne, but he's sharp, sensing that there's more to all of this. He may learn one day, but I just tell him for now it's a long story. He thinks it's even stranger the youngest of us is the candidate, but he can see why they trust me, thinking about how anyone can be crowned king, but no telling if he'll be alive for that day. And it seems Stroll said something as Heismay heard it loud as day. Well, good luck, Stroll, as I turn in for the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Me and Gallica wake up fresh. She was telling me about an awful dream she had until Hulkenberg entered the room frantically telling us that more children have gone missing. This leaves us to be shocked, but means that we can confirm if Heismay is the culprit or not as we head to the runner. We enter the runner and Neris is drunk. Bloody hell, good job, mate. She's annoyed, saying she's gonna get cold water, and if it's not working, he's got hell to pay. Well, he's got hell to pay regardless, but she lets out a noise as it seems that Heismay didn't try and escape, still bound. Turns out in his drunken stupor, he threw Heismay in the toilet. At this point, I think he's just taking the piss, quite literally. But this leads to the question, what got Neris off edge enough to want to drink his worries away? Heismay tells us the strange noise, but it was footsteps. But not only he knows. If it has anything to do with the disappearances, it could prove his innocence. This is why he's telling us this. Stroll backs it up, saying that it was all that fog. He couldn't find the source of the steps, but he found plenty of something else. Children's shoes. Adding that it was after midnight, no time for children to be out and about. He had them checked and they're from missing children. Heismay believes it was the true culprit then. But Stroll informs that no one left town according to the guards. This means the culprit is in this very town all along. This leaves the question of how much we should tell Barden. Heismay believes that now is time to laying everything out, adding that we should take him too. Hulkenberg is unsure since there's a lot of risk, but Heismay replies that risk or not, the true culprit is one of them. And besides, like he said, we're hiding a man with a bounty. We're putting ourselves at risk. And he ends it by saying he wants to face his reality. His life leaves no room to truly mourn his son. And with that, we had to inform them of the good news. Barden is happy to see we're back, while Morris is shocked, seems we might be on the money of him staging us to die. Regardless of that, Stroll asks Barden a question of why is Heismay the only suspect of this case? Barden replies that a guard witnessed him, telling Morris to tell us. His story is flimsy and half-assed at most, but then makes it obvious he knows more as he says that what are the chances of 2 Ujif brigands in the area? Stroll calls him on it, as his defense is non-existent, just a nuh-uh. Hulkenberg adds that he was in our custody since yesterday, and yet there were more kidnappings. Barden asks us if it's true. Morris pleads for Barden to trust him, as Stroll adds onto the pressure, angering Morris, telling us to take our damn blood money already and get lost. Suddenly, Joanna, hearing the commotion, enters the room. As Barden seems to be telling her the story, Heismay hears something, asking, I heard it too. I don't, but suddenly he calls them fiends and vanishes. This put us in a position needing to find him, but being a part of the Shadow Guard, he's as good as gone. We're left to wonder what happened there. Stroll believes that Barden is innocent in all this, and it's just Morris. He framed Heismay with a false eyewitness testimony, must have seen him as the perfect scapegoat. That makes sense, but why would he kidnap him in the first place? We'll have to get to the bottom of this. Thankfully, Neris should be sober by now, so we go back to the runner and ask him some questions. Neris seems to be sober now, thankfully, as we ask for his recalling of yesterday's events, as it comes back to him, telling us it wasn't Heismay's reports he saw something. He peered from the window and saw a massive shadow moving through the fog. You couldn't tell what it was, a man or a beast, likely a dark messenger from the bowels of hell. He was shaken to his core. He called for help and grabbed something to steady himself, and that just happened to be booze. Well, this leaves the question of what is that big monster, but more importantly, how does it connect to Morris? Left with more questions than answers, we head back to the castle, but it's been locked due to Heismay being loose. We're left to wonder what to do. Hulkenberg thinks about sneaking in, but we heard Barden call out to us. He's with Heismay, seems they've been talking, as he tells us that the captain of the guard, he has a responsibility to the truth to know and uphold it. Heismay relents, saying he could have avoided all of this if we just lopped off his head, calling us oddballs. He tells us the reason is when Joanna opened the door, he could hear the sound of a child screaming. Barden is shocked, saying that she's childless. It cannot be her own family. This means that the kidnapper is inside the castle. This just heightens our suspicions with Morris, even if Barden is having a hard time believing it could be him. With a lot on the line, Heismay wishes to join us, and I have no reason to refuse, which he's thankful for. Barden is also with us on this, telling us that an old underground tunnel that most guards don't know about, Heismay was the one who found it. He believes that there's lots of places to hide hostages down there. Morris may know them. This leads us to follow his advice, finding the well in question, as we jump down to find him, or at least anything. Seems like we're all right, as the guards were taking some sleeping children somewhere. Morris tells us that we're out of our jurisdiction now, and that anything that happens to us here is our own fault. Stroll calls him out for his heinous things he's doing, as Heismay sees a pack of feral beasts. We wonder if it's the thing, but Heismay hears louder sounds behind us. Morris says that the more that thing grew, these watchdogs changed too, saying they'll eat us. Hulkenberg asks why they're taking residence. He simply responds that they're premium bait worth a fortune. He couldn't live on wages of a guardsman forever. I agree with Heismay, what a scumbag. Maurice responds, calling him out since he's a disgraced knight, calling him a coward who's been in a hole he deserves, telling him not to play the role of justice now. That's when Heismay speaks his truth.
'Tis why I stand here now. I ran from my past and turned away from my pain. You prey on innocent lives. Your sin will be repaid. Yet I cannot condemn you alone. Not when I could not see past my own suffering. Not when I locked myself away to be alone with my pain.
O lodestar, who falters in memory, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Choose? My choice is already made. You can't erase your past. All you can do is take it in hand and reshape your future.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities are thy light. O lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
I am Heismay Noctul. I believe the arc of life depends not upon birth. By these hands, soiled or sinless, I fight! Apologies, but I cannot do this alone.
Go! Rip them apart!
On guard! Morris, you will not escape me! Out of my way, fiends!
What's going on? He just started fighting with us, and even he awakened to his power!
Perchance 'tis through your influence that this power passed to him, Captain?
Oh, is this what Moore was talking about?
Young man, you seem the most adept with this magic. I will strike at your direction. if you might spare it. Rest assured, I once stood among the Shadow Guard, and the years have not dulled my edge.
Heismay has awoken to his archetype. Now it's seen that once again my influence has brought another one of my allies to a power beyond Igniters. And since this is just an awakening fight, there's nothing too much to say about it as they fall.
With blade in hand, my aim is gone.
Stop! Damn! The bastard got away!
But the children are safe.
Good. You saved them, Heismay.
You know that I used to have a child of my own. My son. He was killed. I could not even protect my own flesh and blood. Who could call me a knight? Since then, I've wondered what I had left to live for, and found few answers.
Is that why you lived in such a dangerous place? That you might be...
We need to chase down Morris first. He said something kind of weird back there, didn't he?
Regarding the watchdogs, he said they gradually turned more horrific the more the monster grew.
Do you think that's the effect of the melancholia? I expect anything further in will be even more malformed then.
But why root all this in the basement of the lady's own domain? Clearly, someone is invested in Morris's efforts. But who would finance this?
I can't say for certain. Still, from the very beginning, this has felt beyond the realm of any sane, moral person.
And to think this started as a simple bounty contract. We've set foot in something far bigger, I think.
Let's get these poor youngsters back to Forden for now.
Sure.
With events today over, Forden comes to thank us for saving the children. We tell him it's fine, and Stroll says that may be difficult to hear, but Morris had a hand in all of this. He confesses as much. He tells us that he found out he needed to pay some gambling debts, and he'll round up every guard and search the whole castle for him. Hulkenberg tells him that he's outmatched. It'd be better to have the guards prevent anyone from leaving the grounds. With everything around it, Stroll believes Joanna is somehow connected as well. Hulkenberg is unsure as she's a respected sanctoress, but Forden admits that they cannot find Joanna as well. Stroll tells him that we're here for our own reasons, adding whoever we find down there, we will not stay at our blaze. And Forden is fine with that. He'll just trust that Joanna is being held hostage. And with that, it seems Heismay is on board, since his name is being dragged in the mud due to all of this. And with that, we go our separate ways to sleep. But with everything that's happened, I find it hard to sleep. So I head to the runner to read my book in the peaceful breeze. Heismay appears, unable to sleep, himself asking if I'm reading a novel, thinking, you don't see many carrying it around, asking for my group's true aim. I respond that I can't tell him just yet. He figured, thinking it's not his place to ask, as we sit next to each other with 2 cups filled with water, telling me back where he lived, there was no one like me, just you jeeps. They've never been accepted by other tribes, and it's no wonder they're nocturnal and look worlds apart. And due to their small size, they have no political sway. Their elders fought only short-term alliances, loyalties as changeable as the wind, relying on their power, not their own. He loathed that so much, cowering, thinking he was lesser. He owned his skills so the people in the city could accept him. He had some success. He was accepted in knighthood. He felt like people would accept him as an equal, but he was a fool. Never wanted among the true knights, merely shadow guard, where his deeds were dirty and kept secret. Ultimately, once they knew he wouldn't abide by their rules, they casted him away. His son died. He failed to protect him. And he resigned to being powerless, just like his damned elders he hated so much. But seeing me made him realize. He fought for a long time to be accepted. He'd need power or status. He didn't want to swear to a superior. He just didn't want to be alienated. For he just wanted friends. Sounds good to me, as I tell him that we're officially friends. He's happy to hear calling me a free spirit. and we shake on it, forming a bond between us, showing itself to be the heroic archetype of the thief. With that shake, he tells me that his son would be around my age, if he was still alive, although he would look nothing like me, and asks to read my book. I don't see why not, and besides, he's nocturnal, and I can't sleep, so we've got time to spare.
So, this is a fantasy novel. This section seems to describe the Utopia's approach to discrimination. Let's see here. In this world, discrimination and inequality are forbidden by law. It is a sin to impose injustice due to one's appearance, lineage, or birth. This is the accord established between the people and the state. Well, well. What a world that would be. I don't imagine our land will get there for another century or 5. Still, I cannot help but wonder whether those ideals would please an entire population. You cannot pretend at diversity without acknowledging individual differences. Some will be judged as strong, while others marked as weak. Equal competition doesn't mean equal footing. Their very aims of freedom and balance could spell doom for the striving weak. I wonder how we might ever achieve a true utopia, where everyone could be happy. If this awakened power is meant to be wielded in service of my beliefs, then, no matter who calls it naive or foolish, I will always use it to save the weak.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We have to subjugate the true culprit of all the evil that's happened here. It might be Morris, could be Joanna, or perhaps even that mysterious monster, but for now, I decided to not do it today. I wanted to get the ring so I can get Grievous' dagger back. It's a keepsake after all, I don't want to lose it. But before that, I turned in the loincloth and got compensated for it, and my popularity rank is now 3,416. We also get told about a noble needing help with something, so I guess I'll have a look into that, as I accept another quest. This time to kill some sandworms that have been causing trouble for miners. It will take us a day to get there, but I'll get around to it eventually. Anyways, before I left, I talked to that noble. He tells us about their heirloom, even if I'm just filthy elder. So I'll get that for him, and then there was a guard who needed to get some skulls for nobles, or his head will be on the chopping block. I need to get it done before the end of the month, so I'll need to take it seriously. For now though, I take the Gauntlet Runner to the catacombs.
Taking up the request of the man in Martira, the Gauntlet Runner makes its way southwest of the town. The mysterious individual could very well become a source of new power, though they have yet to quite grasp that.
Me and Stroll spend the afternoon polishing our blades, talking. But the peaceful times come to an end, as we're attacked by, that guy who gave us lip telling us we're not worthy to run a land runner, and tells us his name is Goddard, and tells us his plan to tax the young and the old live prosperously. I'll admit, it was a pretty annoying fight, mainly for the reason of he would spam wind-based attacks, which was Stroll's weakness. So to be able to fight him, I had to have Stroll blocking for half the fight, so it dragged it on for a tad bit, but thankfully he went down without much trouble after that.
Remember, we all grow old, and the blade you hold to my throat will be at your own soon enough.
Nobody's trying to massacre the elderly, you old goat. We want equal happiness for all, young and old. God above. Look, we'll not kill you here. How's that for respecting our elders? But mark me, this will not happen again.
Far too naive. But I suppose that's the luxury of youth.
The Gauntlet Runner at last arrives at an encampment as darkness overcomes the wilds. Nightfall, the time of hunting for monster kind. Even with the Gauntlet Runner, it is no time for travel. As monsters come more alive with every breath, the thirst for adventure is quenched.
During the night, I stood guard with Heismay, which happened to pay off as we were attacked by something that Heismay took care of, and because of all of that, my tolerance is now level 2, so that's nice. Tomorrow, we'll be at the catacombs. I can't wait to get Grease's knife back.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Nothing too exciting happened prior to our arrival at the catacombs, merely me and Stroll tending to our blades talking.
The party finally arrives at the abandoned tomb. It is said an affluent aristocrat is entombed here. However, if true, his only visitors these days are tomb robbers, seeking his wealth. Are the rare blades and shimmering jewelry merely a trap to draw in more victims?
We arrived at the catacombs, and this place is quite interesting. They have creatures that can copy a chest and then attack foolish travelers. I guess you can call them mimics. In fact, the king of this area was one of these creatures, even was in a giant chest, which, I mean, look at it. I just had to open it, which of course led to a boss fight. Although I'm pretty sure the fight was intended for 3 people. As of Heismay with us, it was honestly a cakewalk, as Hulkenberg takes it down.
Let justice prevail!
With its defeat, we were able to collect the key we needed to open the door to where the ring was held. We talk about the stories of the ring, wondering if any of it is valid. Hulkenberg believes it's all to be utter rubbish. But when asked to try it on, she's quite hesitant. As I volunteered Gallica to do it, she can wear it like a belt. As she disagrees, thinking I should have it. Well, we're getting nowhere with this, so we end the conversation with me holding onto it. After all, I need to give it to the guy. And with that, we head back to Martira to enjoy a feast.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We've got 10 days before we must leave Martira. I think I'll explore the castle tomorrow to bring the culprit to justice. For now though, I wanted to give the picture to Maria. Since I can talk to Fabian, she thinks we failed at our goal of candidacy and tries to reassure us, but I decided to tell her about how our gauntlet runner can teleport. She's just confused, but decides to believe me since I don't look like I'm in a defeated mood. And I tell her that I'm here to give Maria a picture, which she's happy to hear, giving it to her straight away. Apparently it made her light up, which I'm happy to hear, but sadly she's still locked herself in her room. She's not over everything that's happened, it seems. And it seems that she wants me to talk to her, and of course I will. It's Maria after all. So we go to her room straight away. Fabian tells me that she's been holed up in her room for some time, adding that she seems to feel the need to put on a brave face. It seems she's bottling up her emotions, something that Fabian agrees with. She then worries about the Luis supporters finding out about Maria's existence. That's true, that could spell trouble. Telling me that she believes the inn is suffocating poor Maria, asking me to take her somewhere, to walk, and I agree to anything for Maria, as we go for a walk. We're walking, she's thankful for me coming with her. It's been a while since she has, then tells me about a story where the first time she came here, she fell over and her father pat her on the head and asked if she's okay. She then goes quiet, thinking about her father. I reassure her that she can tell me anything. She replies that there's something, a whole lot of somethings, but she's unsure on where to start. Suddenly, behind us, there's 2 men talking about Grius' attempt at assassinating Luis, saying some quite disrespectful things, as I tell Maria that we should go somewhere else. She agrees, asking for my stories outside the capital. I agree with that as we walk together. We get back to the inn and some young boys are drawing on the front of the inn. Maria tells the boys to stop scribbling there since it's Fabian's house. One of the boys shoved Maria. I check up on her and she says that she's alright. They're all being rude, calling her all sorts of disgusting things like half-blood, and that her parents didn't want her and needed a parapet to take care of her. I try to be the voice of reason, telling them to clean it up. Honestly, just wanted to smack him in the back of the head, but they leave. Maria asks if she's weird, and of course she isn't, at least in my eyes. She apologizes since she got dirt on the picture, but I can always get her another one. She adds that she was so happy when I gave it to her, knowing that I didn't forget our promise. I respond that I could never break a promise with her. She's happy to hear, and with her feeling better looking at the drawing, our bond is stronger. She then asks me about her parents' death, asking if it's her fault. She's a kid, is that why they're not saying it? I tell her that it's not her fault, because truthfully, it isn't it. It was Luis's fault, for her father at least. She's sad not knowing why she can't see him anymore, and wanted to go back to Fabian. And before she can ask, I say that I'll meet her again. This makes her happy, and then I leave her to Fabian. And during the night, I face Cuculus with the ring that he wanted, and he did his magic, using all sorts of tricks to get the dagger back, telling me that he would have asked for the clothes on his back, but he had a feeling I wouldn't like that, telling me the obvious fact that it was all a lie. With that though, the dagger is back in my hand, and mission complete. My rank with the populace is now 2,996. But he's honest, thanking me for getting the ring, admitting that the ring is important to him, saying with it, everyone will finally be free. Not sure what that's all about, but he tells me that he wants to help me. He can see that I'm the real deal, truly fated to be king. But he can see too that I need winning strategies. Gallica is unsure, calling him a con artist, but he retorts that deception is more than an art, you know. He adds that I'm honest to a fault. For me to become king, I'll need someone versed in the morally grey area, which is where he comes in, of course. This isn't free, it's a business deal. We'll give him info about places we visit, things tournament related, and about the royal magic. That sounds fair, as with ourselves starting business dealings, he introduces himself as Alonso, that's apparently his real name, and with that we go to the inn. I give him all I know, mainly the things that happen at the capital, but I kept quiet about the stirrings in Martira. He's happy to have the info, as my first lesson starts now. He believes I've led a rough life due to my tribe. The place is full of unsavory folks. If I want to improve my life, we must show no mercy. If we're made a fool, pay back in spades. Kindness is weakness, and the weak get robbed blind. Well, I'm a kind person by nature, but I'll have to keep that in mind. I can't get a read on Alonso, if that's his real name, but his tactics might be useful. So we strike an alliance, showing itself to be the heroic archetype of the Faker. With that, he tells me that he has little care for who wears the crown next, but if it's me, he wagers it will be quite the ride, telling me he'll be at Brilehaven, and to meet him there. Alright Alonso, I'll see you there in at least 2 weeks. For now, we go our separate ways, and I turn in for the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We've already got what we need to do this, and I've steeled my resolve, so I jump into the well. As we're walking, the lights went out, and a creature appeared cloaked in the darkness. I couldn't get a good look as it was gone. We're left to wonder what it is, but it's likely the one that's terrorizing this town as we push onwards. Pulling levers to progress further, eventually we made it to an area in the sewers where Morris was calling us an irritating lot. We call him out for his crimes he's committed, adding that Barden has secured all exits. Morris thinks it's funny that we think the guards can stop them, saying, is it really time to be running our mouths when he's hungry? He whistles and runs away, laughing. The creature from earlier appears and is scanning the area for us. We think about the situation. We do need a head for the tournament, but we also need to think about the fact that we might not be able to actually take it. I have confidence in my skills, but I also don't believe I could, so I think I'll avoid it for now, as we were able to evade the creature long enough for it to leave. We're left to think just what it is, and how Morris has control of it, but I do think Heismay has a point. We should probably leave before it comes back, as we push onwards to another encounter with Morris, calling us terribly lucky to survive. Holgenberg calls him out, saying he'll be at the end of a blade soon enough. He replies for us to shut up, calling us nothing but bait, adding that we're welcome to come after him, but it's feeding time. As with another whistle, the creature arrives, as we're left to hide from the monster and avoid its gaze. I have this weird feeling that in another life, I got demolished by whatever the creature was, but I shake off those feelings and move forward. We enter a new area with Morris saying that he's had it with us, as he yells at us and him and Heismay have a spat. But he's fine with it, after all, it's hungry as he runs away. We want to pursue him, but we look around, it's just endless water. We need to drain the water before we may pursue him, sadly. So we get to work, and with the last one pulled, we're able to continue. And not a moment sooner as we hear the creature's horrible cries. In the next room we found some crystals that have an endless supply of trash mobs, so I used it to replenish my magla, and then kept pushing forwards. But we got ourselves in a very bad situation, as the lights go out and that thing is near, as I see it staring right at me. We're left to run for our lives, because I do not want to know what happened if it caught me. Thankfully, I'm pretty lucky, and we were able to catch a lift that actually works, as we thank whoever is above as we're revved up to beat up Morris. We're face to face with Morris, who's standing next to Lady Joanna. Could she be a part of it? Or just a hostage? Hulkenberg calls him a cur, as Morris simply calls us dull and hopeless, as the sound of the creature is loud, but we have no time to focus on that, as his plan to drag us here worked and we're sent down a trapdoor. I awaken inside a cell door, hearing a familiar voice cry out about being a captain. It sounded like Klinger. What is he doing here? But by the sounds of it, and his cries, he has met an untimely fate. I guess in a way, Stroll got his former justice for that day. Still, what a way to go out. But we're still stuck in the cage. Morris comes to boast that it's almost time to feed the beasts. After all, we'll be the next corpse though. Unfortunately, the time has come. There's a limit to the bait that they can provide, and he is going to run while he can, telling us to stay healthy, laughing as he walks away. However, it seems that Morris forgot about one thing. I wasn't alone. Gallagher was small enough to go for the bars and let me out, but we had a fight with some wolves for my freedom, which wasn't that bad. I was left to do the same for my allies, but I had to be smart about it, as it sets free some monsters. Heismay was first, Hulkenberg was second, and the final one was Stroll, where we faced a chimera-like beast. But with all three of us freed, that was not much trouble. But with their defeat, we pushed onwards to stop Morris's plan. But on our way, we saw where Klinger was brutally killed. We're left to be in silence. I mean, he was a coward of a man, but to die like that... Well, regardless, we push onwards. Entering what seems to be Joanna's personal quarters, it's truthfully eerie. Barden said she was childless, and on top of all that, she has a portrait where she's pregnant. She has no husband nor child. It's most strange, but the dreadful truth came out when Stroll read the entry of the child's caretaker.
See. Apparently, Joanna was unmarried, never formally bound in marriage to the father of her child.
So 'twas a love child? An illicit affair?
Apparently so. At least here in Martira. The father was a foreigner of another tribe. Their marriage would never have been accepted. The traditionalists always say mixed blood children are abominations. Terrible omens. And superstitions like that tend to carry a lot more weight in the countryside. Joanna brushed it off. Said it was ridiculous and irrational. She was about to announce the child's birth. The old woman. The nanny they'd hired. She killed the boy in his crib.
What?
Seems like this was around the time the human sightings were becoming more widespread.
It would be easy to ascribe the birth as the ill-fated omen.
Joanna's family was overjoyed. The deed kept the abomination out of the public eye. They never even investigated her crime. And Joanna's love. The father was banished from the city. The nurse's diary concludes, "O God, please forgive me for my sin most wicked."
Oh, let's move on. This is looking worse by the minute.
What a vile act done from a place of hate. My heart pains for Joanna, but if she's the one doing this, then it's not excusable. We look around, and there's talkings of a baby being alive, and an abnormally large crib. It's ominous, and there's a door with fog rolling under. I know where this is leading, as I open the door. We enter the room and see Joanna talking to her baby, calling it Fussy. That's no baby, that's a vile creature. But Joanna doesn't listen, talking about her child's hearty appetites, adding that Morris has brought them food. But he has no words to this, as she calls him useless. He even failed to eliminate us and has brought Heismay to them. However...
But no matter. You look tender enough for my darling's liking.
What? This is your child. It just devoured a man. All I see is a mindless monster.
And a monster is what I see when I look upon the world. People are beasts of fear and superstition, murderers without remorse. I have done nothing they've not done to me. Abominations. They are the unnatural. They deserve to die. They should all be so glad to nourish my child. My dear, sweet child. A mother's love should nurture, but this is beyond the pale.
And you? Do you not condemn her? She kidnapped children, murdered them in cold blood, and would see you blamed for it.
In truth, I know this woman's pain all too well.
Huh?
In the name of her child, she was willing to turn against the entire world. Behind her atrocities, I see the devotion of a bereaved parent. You found yourself unjustly in a terrible darkness, and I struggle to blame you. Burying your own child is unbearable. Grief and madness fill the gaps where love had been. But my eyes were opened. These people helped me see. The only way to beat the darkness is to confront it. Step by meager step. You must walk back to our reality. Look upon that and see true that it is not the child you once loved.
Be silent! You know nothing of it. Your sermons better suit a preacher, but that is not your place here. You are here to be eaten!
Good. Show me your hate. Pour out your darkness. We'll fight, but not in justice's name. Grief is its own death, so we will show you life!
Darling, are you still hungry? Mother wants you to play with your food! Come, my darling. It's time for supper. Eat up.
All the people had disappeared. This must have been the last thing they ever saw.
We break his tragic curse here and now. It's the only way we might mourn them. Let us finish this, Captain. We'll put an end to this horror, whatever the cost.
This vile creature that takes form of a baby was an absolute slug. As all types of strong attacks that drop our defenses, our ways of countering it is to destroy its eyes. But I had no real way of doing it due to focusing mostly on my team in physical. I had 2 almighty attacks in Gold Attack and Life Drain, which I use a lot in this fight, while having a stockpile of weak fire spread damage for Stroll. This fight was truly a slug. It went for almost 20 minutes, something that is no thanks to Joanna healing her child, a considerable amount of health, or how Gallica said, she healed the demon baby, but it just postponed the inevitable of its defeat, but it nearly took every single one of my resources I had to actually take it down, as I land the finishing blow.
Not long ago, I too had a child. But I couldn't protect him. It was in a nearby village. Some paripus started a riot, and my son was caught in the middle of it. They beat him until he was barely recognizable. Even bloodied and battered, he clung to life. But his body was broken. He couldn't move. And not a single person came to his aid. He was a Ujif, and to them, that's all he was. But He was a helpless child, left to die in a pool of his own blood. By the time I finally got to him, it had been hours. It was too late.
I had no idea.
I couldn't abide it. Reality was too painful, and I ran until I was spending my nights and days in the sandworm's pit. Better to live in solitude than in the embers of hell. That was the real reason I lived in that den of beasts. I thought death would be a mercy.
Heismay.
And then these meddlers came along. They dragged me under the night sky I'd not seen in many seasons. And beneath those stars, it finally came to me. This is not the life my son would have wanted for me. That thought changed my whole perspective. His memory deserves love, not pain. Look with your eyes and your heart. You can ignore it no longer. You loved your child, not this creature. And the child you loved is gone.
If I could have sacrificed my life instead, I swear I would have done it! I loved my son with all of my heart!
I know! Nobody could ever deny you that! And now, the nightmare is over.
What do we do? Do we present this creature as evidence?
I don't know. Our testimony's likely not enough to prove this monster was behind the disappearances, and it'd be easily denounced as a publicity stunt.
Do you recall the promise I made when first we met? I pledged my political support if you were able to solve this matter. I fear that after all this, it is a boon I can no longer provide. But if you need a head to present to the judges, perhaps it could be my own.
You'd have us cut off your head?
If that is your decision, I will accept it. However, that seems unlikely to clear Heismay's name. Please take me to the exhibition of the brave. I will confess the truth before the masses. Surely the evidence will be undeniable when heard from my lips.
Yet as a holy woman, 'twould be bold-faced ignominy to sanctifex Forden. You risk dire consequences, possibly even without trial.
I have but one request. Before I depart, I would ensure all my duties are passed to my successor. I know I ask much of you, but would Barden and I be permitted to join you in Oceania later on? I will atone for my sins. For my son's sake, I must.
What should we do? There's no guarantee she won't take this opportunity to escape.
But I see her point. The people here have suffered enough unrest. If she is to leave them, she must ensure they still have guidance, else they'll fall to chaos and panic.
You are our captain. The decision is ultimately yours.
I'm choosing to trust Joanna. Right.
You're too nice for your own good. But you might have a point about not forcing her.
Our treatment of her might reflect on her confession too. Don't want anyone saying we coerced it out of her.
Then 'tis settled.
Oh, thank you for your kindness. 1,000 times. Thank you. Oh, how curious. It's as if The fog has finally lifted from me.
With our mission complete and my belief in Joanna doing the right thing, we meet up with Barden as he tells us he knows about Joanna. He will assume the duty as her escort and will ensure Heismay's name will be cleared, adding that since we stopped the kidnapper, we'll be paid in full. Neris likes the sound of that, talking about all sorts of ways to make the runner better than ever, but Heismay requests that I spare some money for the bereaved families. He knows it's not his place, but he believes their pain is unbearable. I think on it, and to be honest, we only need the head. We need not the money. As I say, it's all theirs. Both Hulkenberg and Stroll agree with that, as Barden calls us true knights, adding he'll make sure the people hear of our bravery, while Stroll reminds him not to tell the public everything as he leaves. With Barden gone, we compliment Heismay for being a true hero in all of this, finding the secret entrance and being the start of the whole thing, asking if he'd like to join us, as we can still use his strength. He asks about our race for the crown, and that's when we all agree to tell him the full truth, in which this is for the prince who is still alive, but in an eternal slumber. He's shocked to hear and reinvigorates him to join us, saying his life may not hold much, but he'd gladly pledge it to our noble cause. If he is to choose a lord out of loyalty instead of dependence, then there's no shame in that, as I respond that not a lord, but a friend. And he agrees with that, as my rank in the populace has reached the triple digits, now being 981. After that, I noticed that Gallica seems to be down, seeming to think that she didn't do enough, but I mean, the only reason we escaped was her pulling that lever, but she seems to be having something in mind, thankfully, as our bond has grown stronger. Now that we're done here and we have the head, we decide to get ready for Brilehaven, but turns out a landslide has appeared on the road, so we're stuck here until it's done, but we're reassured that we'll still get there in time for the competition. So that's nice, just glad that Martira is finally free.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off with me reporting the completed mission and more. He's happy, saying that with it he recalled an important memory concerning the fantasy novel. He states that he was once on a journey much like my own. He passed through many different cities on his travels. As he went, he wrote his experiences, which turned into the foundation of his novel. I think that's fascinating, as he adds that the novel is his hopes and dreams made manifest. He also learned and endured some painful truths. It served as a reminder of the importance of dreams. Despite the pain of making it, he's happy that it can be helpful, something I confirm he's happy to hear, as he admits that despite forgetting his travels, it's nostalgic, stating that at first his reasons to help me were selfish in nature, but now he wants to help from the bottom of his heart. With the honesty of that statement felt in my heart, our bond grows stronger. With that, my next mission is laid out. For me, this time I have to get 15 different archetypes studied. Right now I have 12, so I've got some work to do, something I hope Barden may help as we talk. He starts the conversation once again, thanking me for our help with saving his town. Suddenly, a guy calls out to him, thanking him for fixing his shop's wall, and they have a small conversation as he tells me that whatever we matter he can take care of, he will, even if they don't turn out as well as mine. That statement confuses me as two people get into a scuffle, something that Barden himself has to step in to stop. Apologizing for all that, I ask if there's trouble around, but he admits that people are on edge. It's strange, neighbors getting into brawls, good lads fighting. The whole town's anxious, saying that's why he wanted to talk with me, talking about the diversity of my group, asking how we're able to work so well, and how do we all become one. I say that we share the same goal, which is true to slay Luis and free the prince, but he doesn't know that. He believes that the answer is fitting of me, deciding that Martira needs a new leader and a new system in which the people govern the town. I think that's a good idea. Barden can be the beacon to guide them, as well, he's reassured by my words, and asks for my console when the time is needed, and I agree to that as we shake hands and we form a bond showing itself to be the heroic archetype of the commander. And with that, we go our separate ways. And during the night, I went back to the capital to meet up with Brigitte. Seems that something's happened as she is hesitant, but then lets me inside, saying that she has no more work for me as the dog is gone. I ask if it ran away, but she wishes that was the case, and it was taken. She apologizes, knowing that I kept my silence as promised, But alas, it did not stop a thief disguised as a vendor, leaving a letter saying, "Those spread magic nighters shall face the wrath of God." By those words, I can get what happened. And she tells me that it won't be long till she knows who and where they are. She'll make certain that they pay their due. It wasn't just one person, but an organization. Anti-Igniter extremists, to be exact, calling them filthy, rotten cowards. Knowing the pup was innocent in all of this, she's having a hard time wondering how long must she live in this hideous world, wishing to disappear. I can't think of a way to help her from the despair that she feels, but an idea came to me as I opened my book and read. She calls it quaint, adding the author is a sheltered man, knowing not the real world. I mean, she's not wrong with his current position, but she adds that the only equality is that we all die. The path to that point is different for everyone, meaning everyone's fights their own hell. I can see her point, as she thinks my life was hell too. Maybe not the same as hers, I've still got some light. She can't see that light, but she really believes in me and my vision. Within her profound sadness, we can relate, as our bond grows stronger. She then tells me to take my pay, as I reply that I don't want it, but she tells me that my work is over as my client is no longer here, adding that I don't need to return, but I know I will. For now though, I'll let her mourn. Rest in peace, Mr. Dog. It was a female.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today, we're gearing up to take on another bounty request. This time, it's the sandworm that's been terrorizing the miners. Funny, this journey started with sandworms, and even still, we're dealing with the buggers, so let's get going.
They head to a cave said to consume all who enter. Does the dark, narrow path lead only to the innards of a monstrous insect? Perhaps.
On our way, I caught up on some reading. Naris left a book out. I felt curious about its contents, so I read it, which increased my eloquence.
Man-Eater's Grotto. How many weary travelers, traveling merchants, and treasure hunters have fallen prey to it? Behind its innocuous-looking entrance, untold monsters lie in wait, impatient for their next meal. The gauntlet runner comes to a stop, the entrance beckoning its visitors invitingly. What lies in its depths? Treasure or death?
Something to note when we arrive is that Gallica's face sight seemed to have detected something. It seems that one of the pieces that Neris has been looking for rests in this cave. So we'll have to go and find it, which wasn't hard for an expert spelunker like me. Finding some strange looking mineral with a mysterious light inside, Gallica believes that it may be a relic. And since she can detect them, I see no reason to doubt her intuition, so I pocket it and make it to the door, ready to face the Alpha Sandworm. What I didn't realize was there's actually two of them, not just one. They dealt a decent amount of damage and decreased my evasion, but I can defeat them, as I take one down, but of course, wouldn't be that easy, as the other sandworms summon another in its place. We're gonna have to be smart about this, resetting the fight and playing it close, trying to get them to near death, but letting them live with just a little sliver of health, and finally ending it off with a simple ice scroll.
Come forth, royal soul! Stay sharp!
Are you prepared?
Here!
With their defeat, Holgenberg takes our trophy, it's the Eye of the Sandworm, as she thinks about the ways the sandworms in Martira are prepared. It seems that the sandworm food has not escaped Holkenberg's mind. As we head back to Martira to enjoy a feast. She probably ate sandworm, let's be honest.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts and I turn in the bounty to the guard and collect my reward for helping those miners out. And thanks to that, my rank with the populace is now 631. We're getting there slowly. But I felt like some skull crushing today, so I went to the mausoleum. Lots of slimes around though, but there was some skeletons about. Must have been the remnants of Zorba's power. But we've got 2 quests today, and I completed the first one, collecting the skulls required. With that completed, I now need the necklace, so I find the door with black fog rolling under and get ready for a showdown. To be brutally honest, the fight was kind of a pushover. The main skeletal force was quite weak, all things considered, and the big bad evil boss was too busy spreading ailments and then instantly killing to pose any real threat, unless one of us was fated to die by him. If I had Partra, it would have made this fight a joke, but alas, he went down.
Stroll
Come
hex.
forth, Royal Soul!
He's gonna get hit with backlash at the attack.
Scour!
With the boss's defeat and the necklace in our hands, we went back to the entrance and hand the guard the skulls he needs to keep his on his shoulder. He's thankful and we talk about all sorts of superstitions, the one that gets people like him on the chopping block. But he's thankful for me doing this for him, apologizing for ever doubting me, and with that we head back to Martira to enjoy a feast. I'll get that necklace back to the noble soon enough. If I feel like it, he was a right old bastard after all.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We're back in the capital, and I noticed that the Honeybee Inn is endorsing us with a very cute sign. I wonder if Maria made it. Speaking of her, I decided I wanted to spend more time with her. Before that, I show her the drawing of the giant sandworm husk. She's amazed by it, happy, wanting to tell me lots of things, but she needs to go shopping. So I decided to tag along with her, making her happy. We walk by, we see a flower shop. Maria told me her father took her once. She rode on his shoulders and she felt like a grown-up. I ask if she wants to buy some. She's excited as we continue to walk and see a poor starving Parapus. Maria, bless her heart, wants to feed him while the people around say some cruel things. But the words get to Maria a little, but I tell her not to think about it. As she gives the poor boy some food, she asks him where he lives and he's brutally honest. He has no one, his family is dead, and he ran from a merchant trying to sell him. And now he's here, he's all alone, and he wished he was dead. He wants to, but the hunger's too painful, thanking us for the food. It's cruel to see the hate in this world. Maria, seeing that, asks if she's going to end up like him. I reassure her that Fabian will always be with her. She's unsure, asking if she can join us on our adventures, but then she doubts herself that she'll be useful. However, it's too dangerous anyways, so I can't even let her go. But with all this worry, she asked me not to tell Fabian, but she seemed to be reinvigorated, wanting to work harder and harder, and with that, our bond is stronger. She thinks she should get back before Fabian gets too worried. That sounds like a good idea, but I have some fears. I feel like Maria might overexert herself to try and not get kicked out by Fabian, even though it will never happen. And with that, night comes, and I give Neris the relic from the sandworm pit. He messes around with it, a little jiggle here, a little jiggle there, and the relic is free. He inspects it, calling it a proper piece of treasure. Gallica is surprised since it was in an unsuspecting chest, but Neris is hit with a eureka. His greatest invention yet is coming up, thanking me, but he's surprised the old codger was onto something. That surprises me, asking if he would mislead Neris, and he confirms. He says it's the genuine thing, but so too is his gullibility, telling me he'll never forget the night of his birthday, getting a book, a gift, a horrifying tome called Lamination of the Underworld. He took the liberty to not only read it, but to scare him with a monster costume and chase him around. Sounds like it traumatized the poor dude. But with that, Neris tells us that he believes that all the pieces, it will form into something. I don't care about this so-called limitless powers he's spouting on about. I just want to see it completed now, even if Gallica calls it junk. However, we do get a small touch of Neris' backstory, of him being a part of a prominent family, but then one day, the old codger beckoned him with a finger of fate. And curiosity got the best of him, and well, here we are. But hey, at least his heart isn't in something he loves, and fate had it, he eventually became an engineer. I'm finally understanding that crazy coot more, honestly, as our bond grows stronger. With that, we're left to use the clues on the paper and hope we can find it soon enough, as I head to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I guess it's been enough time as I give the noble his necklace, begrudgingly at least. However, he was at least kind enough to apologize and give it a little history with his kind wife who he doesn't deserve. His words, not mine, but I agree. With that, the mission is complete. And I talk to Stroll as it's time for him to face Halia once more to find this so-called inheritance, Although due to him being the same old stubborn troll, he feels bad for having to use the Gauntlet Runner, but it's fine, that's what friends do. We arrive and it's a chilling sight, buildings crushed, weathered, and nature slowly reclaiming it, but in a way, I can see the original town, and it's beautiful. He admits that the Gauntlet Runner makes it feel like a walk away, but when he fled for his life, the nearest settlement was leagues away. He tells me a little history of the town, saying this was once the village's main road, full of people crossing every which way, adding more things that sound like it's out of a fantasy novel, wishing I could see it, but I know with a strong man like him behind it, I'll see it. He's shocked to silence, but I can see those words made an impression on him. He thinks about all that's happened in the last 7 years, talking about how he shuffled between one noble family to the next. He went to the remains of his family's once proud manor and found a letter tucked in the corner of his father's study and asked me for a favor. He has no doubt the letter is supposed will, and he must read it, but he wishes to do it alone, and asks for me to wait. Of course, man, I know how noble you like to be, so you don't want me to see those manly tears. He thanks me and does what he needs to. After some time pass, he confirms there is indeed an inheritance, saying it's in the capital, but he's unsure where it is as it's unfinished due to obvious reasons, getting mad at the human who did all of this, but then regains his composure, apologizing. His father named him the sole inheritant, even addressing the letter as my beloved son Stroll. But just like him, he doesn't believe he deserves those kinds of words. Only when the once great city he called home is brought back to its former glory, does he think he'll ever embrace those words, my beloved son. Stroll trusts me, but I gotta say it, he's such a drama queen. But now that we know it's in the capital, we have to find out who may know or really where it could possibly be. First clue might come when I ask what type of man his father was. He gives me a simple explanation, seeming to really enjoy fish, which gives him an idea of we might find out through them, though the capital is quite big. I'll have to see what I can do, as I've got a new mission, and a personal one at that, as we return to the capital. And during the night, Brigida is standing where she usually is, so I strike up a conversation with her. Despite her wanting me not to get involved, my unwavering courage is able for her to let me stand by her side once more. And I could have done it at a better time, as she's talking about the anti-ignitic extremists. The location has been found by the church, a small village on the outskirts of the capital. She plans on going there and eradicating them all. She's going to kill every last one of those extremists. No survivors. Once they go to hell, they can look at that dog in the eyes and beg for forgiveness. A little extreme in my opinion, but she just keeps going. She's going to string their corpses for all to see and lets the elements take their toll on them, and then she asks for my help with this task, but I would rather not taint my soul with such horrific and barbaric means. She calls me a fraud of a candidate for disagreeing, which is when I'm honest and tell her I'm going in not for me to be king, but for another. She calls it utter nonsense, but also for me to speak such words. She sees no point in me lying, at least, but then directs her rage to me, wishing to see me fall, since I'll let heathens butcher a poor dog. I rebut her that she's going to commit genocide. She asks, what do you get with clean hands? The quality I prize so highly, it means nothing to her. Not wanting more to be lost, more that she cares for at least. I get where she's coming from, but she doesn't think I do. The dog brought comfort to her, but now it's gone. But I was able to get her to agree to not do it, but she'll be going to the town and seeing what truly happened. And I will be coming with her, of course, since I caused the change in her heart. And alas, it's that or genocide, so I better get going. We get there, and by the looks of it, it's just a small village of innocent and simple living Ujifs, unknowing of a dog or holding anti-ignited beliefs. But the church has been around wanting to sell them, but get turned away each time. Could be the church has something to do with this? I don't think so, but Brigida has come to the conclusion that it's just a village, wondering since the church gave her the detailing, wondering why. I think with their talks it's to sell more magic igniters, but I don't know. By that, she thinks it's best to go back. No killing will be done today, thanking me for it since if I wasn't there, it would have been senseless slaughter. And with that, our bond has grown stronger. But of course, that means her journey to find her dog's killer is still going strong once again, saying my job is complete, but at this point, she can just stop bringing it up. I'm not leaving no matter how much she wants me to, even calling me strange, thinking back on what I said about giving the crown to someone else, wanting to support me all the same, knowing that when she's with me, she finds even herself has a beating heart. And with that, she takes me back to the capital, and the day soon comes to an end. I'm on a mission to find the person that Stroll's father got fish from. I look around the market in the capital, and it's a good start, as he's likely still selling fish, if he's still with us at least. With a little bit of luck, I found someone who's selling fish. I might get some luck. I ask him about the Count of Halia, and he asks me how may I know that great man. I say I know his son Stroll, but he's not believing it since Clamar nobles aren't ones to befriend elders. I ask if he knows about the inheritance. He's getting a little heated, thinking it to be a big scam, saying he'll tell everyone far and wide, talking more about Stroll's father, and honestly, sounds like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Stroll's father is a lot like his son, something that shocked him when I said it, seeming to believe me now, somewhat, and directs me to another person here. Apparently the Count had some dealings with this merchant in particular, and gives me a location on where he might be, and sure enough, I found him. But he turned me away, saying he only does business with his clients or by referral. I ask if he knows the late Count, and he confirms but doesn't believe I have ties to the Count, calling me riffraff. Sadly, my imagination is not high enough, so I can't continue the conversation as of yet, as I call it a day on doing that, going to the inn to check up on Maria, but I can't find her, and said Fabian wants to talk to me, asking if I said anything to Maria. Since I left, Maria has been working extra hard, wanting to help with everything, no matter what the task was. I knew this was going to happen. She's happy Maria is helping, but she's also worried, as she can see Maria is trying desperately to find something. Suddenly, we hear an angry man's voice. We head down quickly, and Maria had seemed to accidentally drop someone's drink. Fabian gets mad at him for shouting at a child. He scolds her for a poor service Maria is giving her, but Fabian is a lovely lady and tells him to leave his clothes at the door, and she'll clean them and get him a free drink. As Fabian asks me to take Maria upstairs, and I do. We sit on the bed and she apologizes for that. I tell her she doesn't need to, but she says that Fabian was busy talking to me, so she thought that she could give the customer a drink. Just wanted to show Fabian that she can be more useful, asking me if I think Fabian will get rid of her. I remind her that she wouldn't do such a thing, but she thinks about her father, crying as Fabian enters the room to comfort her, telling her that the big scary customer is gone now. Maria tells Fabian between sniffles that she'll be a good girl from now on. She won't cause any more trouble, saying that even though they're not family, can she stay? Fabian realizes what this is all about. Maria's been worried about this whole time, telling her she doesn't need to worry about earning her keep. This is her home. She may not be her mother, but Maria is still precious treasure to her, considering her as a daughter. Adding that her father didn't abandon her. He did everything he could because he truly cared for her. Couldn't say it better than myself, as Fabian tells her that even if we can't see him anymore, we know without a doubt he's watching over all of us. All he did was ask about Maria. He regretted every second he was away from her. It would make him so happy to see Maria grow up. But more than anything, he wanted a world in where she could smile and laugh. Her existence gave him the strength to keep going, and she feels the same with Maria. There she can weather any storm, reminding her once more that this is her home, and to be rest assured, we'll have plenty of days of laughter ahead of us. She can come to Fabian if she's happy, sad, or wants to hear about Grius. I think hearing those words directly from Fabian finally let Maria truly understand that she's with family that cares for her, having a big goofy smile that I love to see as a bongo stronger. With that, Fabian asked me to check up on Maria from time to time to see how she's faring. I agree on that, as we hear more about the big scary customer. He was in a bad mood due to personal issues, losing his job and having issues with his wife, being mature enough to know what he did was wrong, and asked for Fabian to personally apologize to Maria for him, and well, that was kind of him. Maria seems to understand a little more that there's more that she can do, as Fabian tells her little treasure to wash up. and before bed she'll let her taste some new dishes. She's happy, thanking me for everything, and with that, we go our separate ways. During the night, I wanted to spend time with Heismay, but alas, it doesn't seem the time is right as my eloquence isn't enough. So I should focus on increasing that, so I see a stage where I can have debates with other candidates. The topic was on taxes. He was quite passionate, way too passionate than me, as my arguments fall flat against his passion. However, I did get a small boost in my eloquence and imagination, so that's fine, but I still feel the bitter taste of defeat as I head back to the inn.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Only a few more days until the quest continues to Brilehaven, so I decided to join Hulkenberg to the capital for sturdier training swords. We completed our quest, but as we were walking, we hear Radamp's booming voice ordering an execution. Hulkenberg asks him to stop, but he asks if she's interrupting his duties. Hulkenberg responds that what Knight Commander proceeds over executions? He just says that it's only right as those who would do this nation harm will be punished. I ask what he did. It was treason, a petty officer who slandered the honor of the Royal Knights. The guy calls them the ones who are honorless, just dogs barking on command. That enrages Radamp, wanting to whip him on top of his hanging. Hulkenberg calls this all insolence, but we can't stop him as he hangs the poor soul, leaving the innocent civilians stunned as they could be next. But Hulkenberg gives him a talking to, calling that public butchery. But he simply states that he's upholding the order of the capital. It's only natural to punish those who spread lies. Hulkenberg asks if he sold his soul to the Sanctus, but he just replies that it hardly matters who wins, as long as the knights remain, saying this is the role of one who has risen to command, much different from ones who are freewheeling frivolous like Hulkenberg. She calls him a poisonous toad. He replies this bold words, threatening to kill us both. I tell him to try it, but he tells us that pity stays his hand today, but next time. He leaves after saying that. Quite ominous. Hulkenberg is left conflicted by all of it, saying that power isn't a tool to torment and kill innocent lives. It's meant to guide the weak, to make a better country. She apologizes for once again getting me into trouble, but honestly, I'm used to it. She thanks me, and with that, our bond is stronger. Though she tells me that she's partly to blame for how he turned up, but that's a story for another day, as I see that Parapus man walking away. I wonder what his deal is. Regardless of that, it's now night, and the podium is free to use, so I get up there and give them a speech on how to help the small town with getting tourists to come and maybe even stay. I say that they should bolster their local culinary. It's not to my taste, but maybe there's more Hulkenbergs out there. That was satisfactory to the people of the small town, as I get max eloquence and wrap up the day.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Another day, another debate. This time it's with a very lively individual wanting every day to be a fun one with free booze and parties. But I win the debate with the simple fact that alcohol won't bring equality, something that turns everyone to my favor and gives me enough drive to get to level 2 in eloquence and to get to rank 386 in the popularity rank. But now that I'm level 2, I can finally train with the main man Heismay, something that he is willing to do since I've proven myself, and it's going to be a simple test, seeing if my reaction time can keep up with his speed. And sure enough, that Shadow Guard training is no joke, as he speeds past my defenses and he says that it's a simple slit of the throat from here, calling me careless. But I won't give up. He gives me a tip to use my body to sense the movements rather than my eyes. I ask how I can achieve that, but he replies that it's a part of the training. There's no true answer. I must decide what I aspired to do. Quite vague, but we kept going, and eventually we're done for today and go to Heismay's area in the runner. We have a nice cup of tea, as he tells me that it's nothing compared to the ones of his hometown. I ask him if he misses his home. He replies not really, but talking to me reminds him of his son, telling me his son never got to see Heismay's hometown. He looked up to the knights, he had a stout heart and a little frame. He may have been a fine knight if he was still alive. Alas, another wish unfulfilled, reminding him of the day he cremated his boy. I ask him what he means. He remembers that other tribes do different things post-mortem, and explains that Ujifs burn the bodies, relieving only their bones. The soul is freed within the flames, and those who remain must bury the bones in a place the deceased would deem suitable. He has yet to see a place to bury his son's bones. He can't imagine a place like that. He seems to want what's best for his son, as despite his apologies, I want to help him on his mission. Despite his resistance at first, I want to do this for a friend. After a short pause, he thanks me for my kindness, and with that promise given to Heismay, we have a short toast and our bond has grown stronger. He thanks me and informs me that we can do it when we're free, and for once Heismay will rest well. Something I'm glad to hear, as tomorrow is going to be a big day, so I head to bed myself.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We wake up bright and early, ready for our adventures to Brilehaven, where we'll give them Joanna's head on a plate. Thankfully, Barden, bless his heart, gave us a map to work with, even if it's a tad old, as Stroll calls it for the day. However, going to his bed, he's noticed that Heismay has taken it over. As Hulkenberg tells Stroll that he better not have thoughts of taking her bed, she's killed men for less. Ah, good powers. Anyways, by the looks of it, the map, it will take us 3 days to get to Brilehaven, giving us 1 day before the big event, so we better get going.
Leaving behind the old castle town stricken by tragedy, the Gauntlet Runner sets off toward the exhibition of the brave. Their destination? Port Brilehaven, capital of the Principality of Oceania. A world unknown to them. What will they accomplish? Acclaim? Or...
Now that they're going, I think it's the perfect time to sit down and read a book. So I do, as me and Gallica spend the time on the Gauntlet Runner, lost in the pages of another world.
The party sets off for Martira. As they watch the setting sun sink under the horizon, their Gauntlet Runner arrives in a land grown thick with trees. The wildlife retreats to safety before the sunlight fades, leaving only deafening silence. The anticipation that follows a journey's beginning swells in their hearts.
During the evening, me and Stroll sit down and have a talk, mainly about our chances with Luis, as he's gotten himself some powerful allies, but so do we, after all. And we have to think about things like the fact that Zorba was a tough fight, and he took down a big human we faced all by himself. It's honestly quite crazy, but I'm confident that we can do it with a few more allies and some more time, that is, as we spend the rest of the night talking.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Another day in the runner gives us time to catch up on a good book. One that boosts one's eloquence, you can say, and in fact, it boosts even more eloquence because I actually finished the book. Which means I'll need another book to finish. Well, next time at least.
The city ruins come to view. This place once flourished through the excavation of magla crystals by migrant workers. The work was hard, but the miners were hardy and spirited, and the promise of riches lured many here. In its time, it may have rivaled Brilehaven. However, the promise of strong magla drew forth the humans. As tragedies climbed, it became a ghost town. Now only the threatening glimmer of the crystals remain, and with the promise of abandoned riches followed the thieves. For some reason, though, they all seem to scurry home empty-handed, gripped by fear.
We arrive to the ruins of a city covered in magla crystals. It's quite beautiful, but it has this ominous aura. We're left to be in shock by it. Stroll, however, is having a harder time as it echoes the pain of his hometown. But Heismay, being a solid bloke, reminds him that we slayed a human, so he shouldn't dwell on negativity, as one day both this place and Halia will flourish. Beautifully said, Heismay. And with that, a wisdom boost and Neris getting the hungries, we push onwards.
As the sun sinks below the horizon, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a land dense with trees. The glow of the Gauntlet Runner pierces the dark. warmly enveloping them in its light.
During the night, me and Heismay sit down and have a good talk. He talks about him having a connection to Martira. It isn't too far from his hometown, and the air agrees with his skin compared to the capital. I agree, it's way more peaceful. He then asks about my hometown and my past, but then apologizes since my people have faced more prejudice than even his own tribe. But honestly, I wouldn't mind talking about it with him, as after a boost of my imagination, we talk for some time.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We're closing in on Brilehaven, just one more day until we finally arrive, as I spend the morning sitting down with Hulkenberg playing a strategic board game as we talk about in-game battle strategies and much more. It was nice since Hulkenberg, being a fairly renowned knight, is quite good in these games, applying our own personal knowledge, and we battle it out into the afternoon, as once again we're attacked by a gauntlet runner, and it's our good pal Katharina. Guess she wants round 2 of the arse beating.
It's you! So we meet again! Maybe you got the better of me last time, but you're about to get some payback. Give me a break, lady! Ever heard of learning from your mistakes? Sorry, but we don't intend to lose either. Ooh, big talk. Well, I'm willing to rewrite my record if that's what it takes to be queen. My people are suffering as we speak. Who's gonna save the Parapus if I don't give it all I've got? I promised them all I'd become queen. You're all decent people, got nothing against you, but I'm not holding back.
Just leave this to me.
All I can say is she fared better this time, but that might be due to her dealing more damage and her healing herself occasionally. But her hits just didn't have enough weight to really even take one of us down, as Heismay lands the finishing blow.
I'll use what I must. I show no mercy.
No! Why? Why? I trained so much for this! This isn't supposed to happen!
With the fight over, she complains once more, hoping that she could have defeated me so I would join her side, adding that she'll win next time, as suddenly we hear a voice as we head down and see a Parapus man with a carriage, holding more Parapus. Katharina asks if they're all migrating to find work, knowing that it might kill them. In the end, the man replies that Parapuses have no real choice, you've gotta break a few eggs to make an omelette. Suddenly, Katharina makes a generous donation, enough for them to be able to survive without selling themselves into slavery, or worse. Katharina asks for them to hold on a little while longer, as they hope for the best, and they're gone. But Katharina is a little sad, since that money was going to her royal campaign fund. But alas, there's a small prize for her people, even if in a few weeks they'll be back at it looking for work. She just can't fathom it, so when she's queen, she'll put bounty on all the oppressors' heads. They squeezed us dry, so we'll do it right back. I get where she's coming from, but I don't think money will fix everyone's problems. She kinda gets where I'm coming from as well. However, how it currently is, people aren't going to survive. People are starving, and she can't just tell them to wait for tomorrow to eat. She's just lucky she had the strength to keep pushing. Most people don't, and she knows I can relate to her feelings, but they can't just let Parapus start doing well. It would shake the shoddy ground they stand on, something I can very much agree on, as despite us being enemies, I know that the nation should be fine with her as queen. Well, unless you're rich, as our bond gets stronger. With our talk over, and the fact that I know that she'll probably be back in a week to fight us, we go our separate ways.
As the shadows are stretched to their limits before darkness takes them, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a balmy wetland. Nocturnal creatures who lay dormant beneath the fens in the light rise to seek out their prey. Meanwhile, the party rests their weary souls, fatigued by the long journey, under the protection of the Gauntlet Runner.
During the night, me and Stroll have a nice little talk. He asks me how I'm holding up living in the runner. I'm honest and say that I can't get much sleep. He seems to agree, admitting that it's wearing him down. The shaking is getting to him even when we stop. He feels the jolting and jostling. That is so true. I agree with that, but regardless of that, we spend the rest of the night talking. Hopefully, the rest of the way Brilehaven is peaceful and has no Catharines attacking us.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We get up nice and early as Stroll reminisces about his childhood. New information gets revealed to us that Stroll's parents took him to Brilehaven when he was just a wee lad. As we get into talking, Stroll asks where Hulkenberg is from. Heismay is baffled since the Hulkenbergs are one of Monterio's most prominent aristocratic houses. That shocks Gallica. I already knew that part, but she brushes it off, saying that she hardly has a relationship with her parents since she left home, which, fair enough, I guess. With that all said and done, we're left to hope that Joanna shows up, as we go full steam ahead to Brilehaven.
Port Brilehaven, capital of the Principality of Oceania, the western annexed state of Uchronia. A vivacious city, Brilehaven is port of call to ships of both trade and war, bustling with hardy sailors. From the natural wonders caused by Magla to the Colosseum's contests of strength, people flock here to see the marvels of a city that never sleeps. The sea guides the gauntlet runner into the city, alongside a warm, salty breeze.
Wow! It's the ocean! Just look, there's water all the way to the horizon! It's kind of like the capital, but totally different!
Yes. The City of Water, Brilehaven.
We enter the area with all these other runners, as Neris gets all fangirly about it, but Stroll pushes one button with the Skyrunner as he tells us all sorts of stuff that the church funded Skyrunner research, scoffing at the notion of them flying. It's just levitation magic, only passing as aerodynamics, telling us that one day he'll make a reality where we fly like birds. Despite him sounding like a madman, I would love to see that, which he likes to hear, saying I'll be running the sky with him. Suddenly, the walking headache appears as Glodell starts boasting, asking where our head is, calling our efforts to chase down Heismay just big talk. Heismay responds to that, which he replies that it's just some big joke, telling us that there's still time to drop out before we humiliate ourselves. Hulkenberg states that he is not the head we're handing. That notion confuses him, calling us mad, and seeming to wanting to see us get publicly mocked, as he goes away with his dog in tow. Heismay is confused on who he was. He is informed of Glodell, one of Luis's henchmen, emphasis on henchmen. But we're finally here, just gotta leave to find an actual parking spot, which wasn't too hard. We're now left to hope that Joanna actually shows up. Neris reassures us that he's going to retune the runner, so he'll guard the ship for tonight. Sounds good to me as we go to look for adequate housing. Brilehaven is a beautiful place, all things considered, but it seems the former king is following the race as his head looms over the town. Quite ominous, all things considered, but I guess he needs to keep an eye on all things. Alas, all the lodges in town were all taken by all sorts of colourful individuals that I will be facing on my quest to become king, but due to likely their massive wallets, they've sold out all the taverns, leaving me with little option but a tavern who will take quite literally anyone. I must lower myself to literal criminals, but I am a deserter, so I guess I fit the mold. Beats sleeping in the cramped runner.
Did you see that giant bug just now? It was like the size of my head. It's gotta be poisonous.
Oh, pull yourself together. It's just a insect.
Well, listen to you. You can't have lived in a giant sandworm den and been afraid of bugs, sure.
Hence the hut.
That's why you lived in that hut.
I won't lie, something about a man who has done countless dirty deeds shivering to an insect is quite funny to me. Regardless, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Stroll agrees, saying that we're going to meet with Joanna, then head to the expedition soon after. She'll admit to her crimes, the guilt of a Sanctorus, especially of her status, will guilt Forden by association, which will make an impression on Luis, but that all hinges on her actually coming, but I trust her. Heismay does as well, since she chose to offer a head instead of that human's. She'd not have done it if she didn't believe it was truly her child, even if somewhat. She expressed genuine parental love. Gallagher keeps being a worrywart, but Heismay offers himself if she does not come. He's still labeled a kidnapper after all, but Hulkenberg reassures him that we won't sacrifice his life for victory, but the offer speaks to his spirit. And with our hopes put in Lady Joanna and the feeling of hunger, especially in Heismay, as it may be his last meal, we get going. However, on our way to the tavern, some candidates were having a political debate, so I decided to hear them out.
What are we without beauty? What do we care for promises and speeches from repulsive mouths? Beauty is everything, and it is time our country
Sounds like the candidates have started their speeches. Let's listen in for a bit.
With all skills and talents equal, would you see the crown atop an ugly head or a handsome one? Beauty is power. Lack one, you should lack the other. When I take the throne, all the hideous will be stripped of their titles. Together, we shall build a nation ruled only by radiant, everlasting paragons of beauty.
Well, he has a point about what people tend to follow.
What? This really doesn't bother you? It isn't right.
You'd rather wait for a king who was always right, then?
Enough about appearance. A beautiful face cannot win wars. Without military power, the crown's voice means nothing. When I am king, I will establish a unified nation with the Rousseau tribe at its head. Our tribes, our status, they mean something. You could stray from a monolith, but it will still remain. There can be no true peace without using the power we command. Hear, hear, for Rousseau pride!
What pride is there in seizing power by force? Disgraceful.
When I'm queen, all the land's corrupt upper classes will be wanted men! We'll have our guillotines sharpened and our wallets open! Those who thought to tilt the world with their heavy coffers will be a head lighter! We'll split their fortunes and toast to our help!
Preach it, Katharina! You're just what this land needs!
Wouldn't the first target be the one on the throne, then?
Everyone's just shouting all their ideals out.
These candidates are all pathetic. Nobody here even compares to Lord Luis.
Luis isn't even in the running, lad. Poor Blighters afraid of losing to Sanctifex Ford.
You've got it backwards, geezer. He's just not wasting his time on these windbags.
I confess, I know not how to feel. 'Tis unprecedented. Never before have our citizens come together in the street in broad daylight and shared their true feelings on king and kingdom.
Indeed. Is this really the kind of change His Majesty wanted?
Let's go in. If we hang around too long here, we're bound to get dragged into a nasty argument.
When I'm king, pleasures will rule the city. A bar on every block and a flagon in every hand. All you can...
Woo! Next round's on Loveless!
Let fools be content with their fool dreams. Grant me the crown, and I will make our kingdom powerful beyond imagining.
Most powerful? Doesn't really mean anything, does it? Aren't you another one of Luis's flunkies, hound?
Always about that goddamn Luis. I've been in the guard just as long as he has.
Everywhere you go, there's a candidate fighting, but at least it makes the race interesting. As we hear whispers from behind us, never seeing an elder before, but knowing I have no luck in the race. But they're a bunch of town drunks, so I couldn't care for their opinions. As I partake in the inn's fun catch, quite literally, as I get to fish up tonight's dinner. However, by the looks of it, and the dinner on my table, I feel a shiver, the sandworm taken fish form perhaps. Of course, we have reservations, but Hulkenberg is Hulkenberg, absolutely adoring the food, eating it down happily, as we're left to worry if it's edible, but if we die together, as Stroll takes a bite, hating it. Heismay thinks that if you have an unknown fish, you sear it, but Hulkenberg pays it no mind. I guess on her journey for the prince, her food palate died. Regardless, we're eating as Batlin appears, wanting a scoop from us, saying we made a hell of a splash in Martira, huh? Felling a vicious beast is one thing, but not many candidates took it figuratively. Well, I mean, someone had to stop the kidnapper. He continues talking, asking if we have a head. We can see one, sure, and it's quite talkative too. He takes the hint and says he's looking forward to the expedition, especially considering our party's diversity, apologizing in his own way, saying he likes to chase interesting leads over a sure bet. He just can't help it, but he's gonna keep an eye on us leaving. I guess in a way, we've got our own hype guy, even if he's affiliated with the church. But regardless of all that, it's finally nighttime, and it's been a very long day. Ended with a gross slimy fish, but alas, tomorrow's going to be a big one. So I should get some sleep soon, rather than later.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today's the big day, and we find that Neris is drunk. We're baffled, Hulkenberg going as far to call him a buffoon, asking if this is why he wanted to stay back. This doesn't seem good, as both Neris is drunk and Joanna and Barden are nowhere to be seen. Well, at least it seems that way, but I know that I have faith in them, and it's well placed, as I say they'll come. As Hulkenberg leaves to get some water, that's when she bumps into, well, Barden, who apologizes for the awkwardness of the situation. As Hulkenberg asks how they got here, Joanna tailing behind him and asks if something is wrong. Gallagher is shocked that they were here the entire time, as Joanna apologizes since she heard the Gauntlet Runner had a washroom, so she decided to freshen up a bit, seeming to have enjoyed it, as this day may be her last. Barden thanks Neris since he let them in to wash up. Neris tears up saying, "He couldn't stand it. Her heart would bring any right-thinking man to tears. She could have ran like a thief in the night, but here she is, washing away her sins. It was too much for him to bear, so he needed a drink to get him through." By his wording, all it took was a drop to get him done. Never changed, Neris. Joanna tells us to pay him no mind, and his words eases her heart for the upcoming trials, knowing that she couldn't betray us and regress to her old vile ways. She must atone for her sins. Stroll thanks her for all this, starting to have second thoughts on the whole thing, since she decided to actually repent, as we're not icons of virtue, telling her she may explain herself freely, we cannot ask more than that, as she thanks us as she feels so much more at peace since we last spoke. The fog has cleared further, giving her clarity on what she must do, wishing us best on our quest for the throne. With everything set on our end and our hope for the best, we head to the exhibition.
Thank you all for waiting. The very first round of the Tournament for the Throne, the Exhibition of the Brave, is about to begin. Our monarchs-to-be will now present to the people the heads they seized to demonstrate their power as worthy of the throne. At a later date, when the second round is announced, the faces on the King's Rock, that is to say, the candidates with the top 20 approval ratings, will pass the first round.
20? 'Tis a great many eliminations in but one round.
I was hoping we'd at least make it through the first, but it might not be that simple.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes to the lineup of all the gorgeous faces at the judges' table, starting with His and Her Highnesses of Oceania and Montario.
Oh, it's her ladyship. Lord Montario's here too, eh? And the armor on that fellow over there?
And of course, we have the one, the only, the people's favorite, our guest from the Sanctity, better known as the Miracle Saint, healer of all ills, presenting the lovely Lady Rella Cygnus!
Saint? Who's this? Someone fill me in. I've been literally living in a hole.
A brilliant healer. We've met, though a long time ago. Even as a student, she was already considered the kingdom's best in her field.
Looks like the crowd's on your side, milady. Can you give us a few words about what's on your mind as you take on the judge's mantle?
Well, I'm afraid you've rather got me on the spot. Hello, all. This city sure has, great seafood and, well, sea creatures. Fascinating, aren't they? There's so much we still don't know about them. Oh, I did hear about a legend of some monster in the eastern seas of Oceania. Imagine, the mind races. I'm hoping I can investigate those sightings while I'm here.
That's just great, Lady Rella. I'll just stop you there, clock's ticking and all that. But we're thrilled you're enjoying your stay.
Sometimes I can hardly believe you're my sister. Still not much of a public speaker, are you?
So she's a saint?
Well, she seems like a nice enough lady.
We'd better stop worrying about her and focus on ourselves. I don't see Luis anywhere, but I bet he's got eyes in the crowd.
Now, the time has come. Let the exhibition of the brave begin! First up is a respected gentleman of the church. Guido, the head of the monk soldiers of the Crown Theocracy.
I've no taste for needless killing. Therefore, I chose a mark with meat, abundant and edible. After the judging, it will be served in a banquet for the poor.
A stand-up fellow, my good people! Strength and compassion in one package! He's got the crowd on his side right from the start! Now, is there anyone who can top this?
I can.
And we have a challenger! Second in line is the church's direct opposition, the spearhead of Count Luis's supporters, Glodell the Black Ham!
One look at the head and I know what you're thinking. Bit small, isn't it? Well, I can bloody well tell you I'm not like this smarmy git who fished up his dinner. I'll tell you what this is. Behold, the head of a hideous human!
Where's your proof? Yes, the young sod's right. How do we know that's really a human?
What drivel? Look at the thing! You think a normal beast could have a face like this?
Probably just made the damn thing yourself.
Oh, useless as ever. Did it never occur to him that the average citizen has never seen a human?
Now, everyone, let's have a little composure, please. Candidate Glodell, we're very much obliged. You may step down. Now, on to the next!
The size of that thing. Is that the monster of the Eastern Sea?
Someone took the beastie down. Who did the deed?
I'd heard tell of a monster tormenting the people of this beautiful port city. I could do no less than grant them respite from their suffering. Such is the duty of those with power.
Who expected anything less? His Eminence Forden is simply directly in another class. Suddenly the critics have all gone quiet. All I hear is gratitude.
Forden's trophy is more impressive than I expected. How are we going to make a stronger impression than that?
It'll be fine. If he'd gone after us, the reaction would mean we'd have been written off no matter what we presented. Let's count ourselves lucky and trust in our strategy.
Now, no dirty looks, you lot. Next is the Pagan Assassin's Prize. Let's see what head we've got now. Thank you, Candidate Julian, for that helpful, exhaustive, and I think exhausting explanation. Whew. Now, we've had quite a succession up here, but our last is coming up now. This should wrap up our show. Now, if the last candidate, the Elden Boy, would please join us on the stage.
Where's their head?
Your pardon, madam, but would you happen to be the Lady of Martira? Joanna, the Sanctoress?
Indeed. The head they've brought is mine.
The impudence! You dare offer an honored lady of the church before these judges? This is not to be borne.
I've got something to say to you too. That you chief there. Isn't that Heismay? The same damn criminal you were supposed to be chasing?
That's the infamous Heismay. The huge chief of all things.
This, after we saved your hide on the road.
Silence! He may be a former knight, but now he's a heinous criminal who stooped to kidnapping. Anyone who claims themselves his ally should be disqualified on the spot.
Please, wait. I have something I must confess to you all. You speak of the kidnappings that terrorized my home, Martira. I am here to confess that the true culprit behind those atrocities was me. I was the caretaker of a hideous human in the basement of my castle. And to feed it, I abducted the innocent people of my own city.
What? Absurd! Speak sense, woman!
Master Heismay is innocent in all this. He was framed for crimes performed by my hand and in my name.
And I, Barden, Captain of Martira's Guard Corps, stand to vouch for all that she said.
Just so. It was this young candidate who killed that human, cleared me of the false charges, and dispelled the shadow over Martira.
Thus, here I stand. My head is his to offer.
That's quite a turn of events. We have our head, ladies and gentlemen, and it's unlike any we've seen yet.
How is this believable? She's an imposter. She's got to be.
Of course. That, or they're putting words in the poor woman's mouth. A sanctoress would never.
What will His Eminence Forden do?
The Honorable Master Godot should know whether I and my words can be trusted.
'Tis true to the last word, isn't it?
Yes, Your Eminence. Without question.
Young candidate, you have done well to bring about her repentance. Now, justice must be rendered.
What? Right here and now? Your Eminence, a moment!
Thank you for your concern, but I have no objections. For a sinner like me, to confess the truth to the people has already been more than I deserve. O new king, It is my hope that you will rid the world of its twisted prejudices and common cruelties. Please, lead this country armed with the truth.
I will. I promise.
Well, folks, sometimes that's just how the curtain falls. If Sanctifex Forden turned in the biggest head, then our dark horse here has certainly turned in the heaviest. What an upset, ladies and gents! Who could see this coming?
Those crazy kids have done it again.
What a show!
With the incredibly heavy situation cleared up, and us somewhat mourning Joanna's death, Hulkenberg tells us that Barden has departed, believing that he aims to get to Martira before Joanna's words do. Heismay is shocked he would make this appearance like that, but Stroll thinks it was an attempt at redirection to keep the blame off him and the church, as he thinks he's not blameless in this, as his suggestion to go for Heismay led to all of this. But regardless, Joanna entrusted her final wishes to us, and we must not betray them. As it appears we did a good job and got Luis's attention, saying that they were passing on a course of a human hunt, but we gave a most distinctive showing. Luis's soldiers introduce themselves, seeing we've got their attention, as Luis finds our diversity fascinating. Troll replies that it's better to have dependable friends than familiar ones, a thing we've got in common. His Parapus retainers are silent, as Luis continues that not only did we expose a failing in the church, but we dared to bring them alive, so Forden had to do the dirty deed, which wasn't our intent, but Fidelo replies that it's the same idea. A real person's head gets more attention than a beast, and now everyone's got your names on their lips, which is a truth I have to accept. Luis is happy I do, calling it all quite a feat for a no-named candidate to deftly rub Forden's face in the dirt. A wake-up call to be sure for people who only know the face he puts on in public. Suddenly, Juna comes up to Luis wanting to go, as she likes to show her strength as much as the next girl, but she hates violent spectacles, wanting to see the sky. He seems to agree, leaving, as Heismay is shocked at what's become of the man, saying that there was a level of eeriness when he was a lad, but never expected him to reach such heights. But by the looks of it, we have gotten his attention, especially as Juna comes to us as a messenger woman, telling us to stay in the city and he'll send a real messenger for us soon enough. But then she gets close and tells me that she'll be keeping an eye on me, leaving. The walking headache appears, wondering where Luis was, and he's gone, and we go, something I bet made him mold. We're now back at the runner. Neris asks if we're now buddy-buddy with Luis, but I can feel it may be a trap, but Stroll tells us to not get cold feet. We knew it would be dangerous from the start. Speaking of the prince, Heismay asks for his status as Galakog checked a while ago. He's still resting, but nothing new has developed. The location of the formula is unknown, but it will most definitely be hiding in secret. But it will likely be close. I liked Stroll's idea of that, saying that it's likely on the Skyrunner. It'll be hard to get in there, however, but he did say a messenger was coming, so maybe we'll find a chance, as we're left to hope we get the messenger sooner rather than later.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Seems Luis is a man who likes things done efficiently, as a letter came early in the morning, going to a place called Night Prowler, so I guess I better get going. Before that though, I was able to get a new archetype, meaning that we are now at 15, so I went to Academia to give Maud the good news. With the mission complete and my imagination at level 3, Maud remembers something, having a face that's distraught, seeming to remember an unpleasant memory, telling us a long time ago he had a trusted ally, and their eventual betrayal. Alas, he cannot recall their face, only having a deep trust in him, and so the wounds of his heart are equally so. I tell him to not worry about it, as he's back to his usual self, finding that he thinks in circles quite often, For example, he believed he was conducting this research on his own volition, but is that the truth? He's starting to feel that his research may be the will of another laboring under their guidance. He seems to be afraid of his own past, so I reassure I won't betray him. He is reassured, feeling the same way as our bond grows stronger. And we part, not before another quest, needing to get Commander to level 15. I don't have that archetype yet, so we've got a long way to go, as I go to the Night Prowler. The two Parapets are waiting for us as Stroll sees it's them. Fidelio asks if he was expecting the red carpet. This is merely a pre-show. Calling me a kid, Gallica retorts, but Basilio tells her to not have a laugh at his older brother. That's when he gets to step in. That shocks Hulkenberg as Fidelio laughs it off, thinking that the Magnus brother's name was making rounds, but he guesses not. He brushes it aside as a first offense, having a question for us before we can see the big man. We better think long and hard as the entire pub starts eyeing us down, their stares like daggers, asking for my kingly pitch. I respond that I don't even want to be king. He replies, of course not, that'd kill us on the spot. If I was saying we're not doing ourselves any favors, as Stroll says that we're all about impressing Luis and we've done it, you're about results, aren't you? Basilio butts in with his own question, asking why we want to serve Luis, and it's quite simple. I hate Forden and the church. We seem to have common ground, but he adds that we had a sanctuarist publicly executed, so we're not in a position to moralize. Stroll replies that we don't expect people to take our side, we just wanted to right wrongs. Fidelio just seems uninterested, saying we've got some brass, adding that we're more accomplished than the walking headache, and we will be useful, as Basilio tells us that we're in. Fidelio tells us about how lesser tribes place and our hope rides on Luis. They'll do what it takes, and signed today, so will we. And with that, we're formally invited to his Skyrunner. Of course, no funny business. What they don't know is our little fairy friend will do the spy mission, hopefully. They didn't notice her, so we get going there. Looking at the Skyrunner close up, the thing is utterly gigantic. Basilio tells us bumpkins that we can fawn over the Charadrius all we want. It won't be flying for a while with the Soiree coming up. Fidelio tells us to follow him, and they'll give us a grand tour. Just friendly advice. Be on our best behavior, try and think smart or make a rude comment about Luis, dead on the spot. Well, I didn't plan to, because I kind of expected that, as we go inside. They seem to have elevators here, but they don't work for us, as we don't have the key for them to activate it. They keep suspicious people out. Looks like some nifty magic, all things considered, as we talk amongst ourselves for a moment and quickly stop as the older brother gets suspicious, and we continue onwards to Luis's office. As we just take in how truly big it all is, as Fidelio tells us to not look, seeming to get suspicious of us. As a large man appears, likely a guard, getting cocky and confident of his powers, calling us piss ants compared to his power, wanting to settle who's stronger already, as he gets ordered to go back to his posts, and he leaves, not before getting the last word. Well, he was kind of a jerk, but I wouldn't expect less. As we get to the reception of the runner, since it'd be daft for a bunch of strangers to go into his personal quarters, and with us going to meet Luis, Gallica goes their separate way. I just hope that she can do it. We enter the quarters and Luis comments on how beautiful Brilehaven is, talking about their naval might well have won the Annex War if it wasn't for Ukrainia to forgo their honor and launch an opportunistic attack in the wake of a storm. Even now, united in the kingdom, their pride and their power is what keeps the city alive. He understands we want to join his ranks, and he would like to hear what we wish to know most. Ask, and he will answer. That's why he summoned us. I ask how he plans to defeat Forden, and he's honest just saying killing him. Not that his victory rests on it, it's just here in the church are malignant tumors on this country's flesh, and he wishes to exercise it to save this land. Stroll responds asking if he's not protected by the king's magic. Luis just says that the king is not a god, so there's always a way. He senses that we have no small conviction that drives us, and he believes keeping us will prove useful, permitting us to join as we're put to our first test, telling me to cut my finger on the heart of magic silver, let the blood flow, but I am warned, if my heart isn't dedicated to Luis, it won't just be a drop, I might lose much more. Luis notices my hesitation in my words, telling me that fear and anxiety, they always lead people astray. Power and order trumps all, that's the crux of his rule. I go for it, and it seems that we passed, but at the same time, by their reaction, it was all just a silly test, as Luis tells us that on 13th of August, we will be holding a soiree, which will be the fine opportunity for us to make our grand debut. That sounds like a plan and will give us some time to get ready for the spell, but I wonder how Gallica is going, but I'll just have to wait.
Only this area feels any different from the rest. I need a key to get in, though. It'd be nice if I could see what's going on in here, too.
Is that boy candidate here already?
Meeting with Count Luis as we speak, I think. Didn't think he'd end up on our side.
I expect we'll run into each other on the job, eh? That said, let's get back to our rounds.
Yikes! They're coming this way! I have to hide! Is this the other side of that door? Never thought it'd lead to a place like this. This area just screams suspicious with all the guards. The formula's gotta be somewhere around here. Is someone coming?
Figures they'd show up now.
Isn't that the songstress?
Lady Juna, is something amiss?
I do recall saying I didn't need a personal guard today.
Yes, but this is Luis's personal quarters. We thought in case you needed...
Well, I don't. You can do your guarding downstairs for today. Do you understand? And, well, I mean, do you really want to be guarding this door when Count Luis returns? Oh, the things you would hear.
You mean, idiot, don't make the lady repeat herself.
Close one. Opportunities like this are so few and far between. I've got to get this back in place. Oh, wonderful. How were these arranged again?
A magic spell? Is that the formula? Just my luck. I can't carry out something that big, and now I know where it is.
Time passes as Neris is happy with sworn fealty since now he can get into the guts of the Skyrunner. We'd likely be killed if he did, but Hulkenberg worries about Gallica, seeming to be unfound as she returns telling us that she knows where it is, thinking she saw the real thing and bets it's somewhere in his personal quarters, adding that Juna was in the room too, wondering why she was there. However, getting there seems to be tricky, needing to go through some hoops, which is getting past 3 blocks and getting likely keys, and then having to wait for a time where there's less guards. So likely at the night of the soiree. Hulkenberg asks how we can get away with it as Stroll has an idea. We find a route and find out when it will be less populated. Then on the night of the soiree, Gallica and one other will slip out, get the formula and escape, thinking I should be the guy to do it, shocking the others, but his reasoning is sound, thinking that Luis would notice any absence, so we may as well just send the big guns. And I can agree with that. Me and Gallica work well as a team too, so in a way, it feels that it was fated to happen, as the night ends with a plan set.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We wake up talking about the plan a little, mainly that our encounters must be short and decisive. I must get all the information I can about them so I can effectively plan to take them down. I'm going to help out the people in Brilehaven first, so I can get my levels up to a point where I feel confident that I can do that. So I start today going around town getting requests. The first one is getting a thing called a Dragon Thistleberry to help someone who will die if I don't. The second one is way easier, just getting some flowers for a kid. Need to head back to the capital for that one. Next is simply buy a toothbrush of Hygiena at a small town, getting a deed from a man who enjoys fights, and finally the Chalice of Legends, which apparently I'll get some info if I go to the bounty board, which is what I'll do. But first, I look inside the arena and find a guy. He seems close enough to the person I'm looking for, so I talk to him, getting his interest due to my status as a candidate, but I'm unable to keep him on the hook for any possibilities of a deed, sadly. But if I were to climb a legendary tower, I might be able to get his interest, giving me a new goal and a hint from the informant, so I head there, but sadly the informant has no information about a tower. But I did get told about each guard that protects the keys of the Skyrunner. Xanth is huge and strong, but weak to status ailments like burn and poison. Seba is a mage that repels attacks, so any form of negation to that will work in our favor, especially if we use magic, something my party isn't well known for, so I might dodge him. Glegholm likes to inflict daze by the sounds of it, but it's easily provoked, so Hulkenberg will be very useful in that fight. The helmsman Sabo loves Juno, which isn't what I want, but with a tad probing, he seems to be weak to electric due to trauma. And finally, Salva, who spams almighty magic but is weak to piercing attacks. So that should be a tad challenging, but it'll be things I need for the days upcoming as I end this quest with grabbing the bounty, finding out where the chalice is, and then talking to Barden. We're talking in the end, asking for my consort about picking the next ruler, not a king or anything, but a town governor. It's what he believes the town needs. And most of the town are with him on this, especially with the events around Joanna, so the town's turning to extreme course of action. Fortunately, the new lord has allowed self-government. Guess it works in his favor too, since he won't have to govern. There's one small issue with it. He believes that clergyman is best suited, he's a solid enough man, and he is on board, but the town actually wants Barden to be governor. I like the sound of that. He has a strong will and will lead these people well. He's thankful to hear my kind words, but he thinks himself too weak, thinking he's on a pedestal as some noble knight who put everything to right, but he knows it's thanks to us. But alas, he can say that to the heavens, but they'll still want him as governor. They want to feel safe and know that there's someone there that they can rely on, but he is no ruler in his eyes. Wondering if he really should. That's why I decided to give him some inspirational words. Well, in my opinion, they're inspirational, saying that everything worth doing is always a challenge. He remembers hearing that the closer you get to your breaking point, the better you become, adding that you can't be better without a little challenge, can you? Giving him the push to go for governor. He still doesn't think he's the man for the job, but he'll give it his all. He's got for the town, hoping I'll still advise him on the way, which I agree as our bond deepens. The tavern owner is happy hearing that, saying that they care about him, but they're sick of waiting. The regular agrees, knowing that they'll rest easy under his lead, giving him hope and talking about countermeasures against the sandworm threat. But they also tease him on being bad with kids, saying that they hate being chased by him during hide and seek, screaming and crying. He's confused, asking, isn't that how it's played? He brushed it off, thanking me, but now I'm scared. How does he play hide and seek? Well, regardless, I'd rather not know. Leaving for the capital, as I meet up with Brigida, who wasn't expecting me to show up at a time like this, asking if I heard the cries, as they bellow outside about a terrorist hideout has been burned down, all thanks to Lady Brigida. Oh no, those innocent Ujifs. I ask if it's true, and she confirms the entire village up in a sea of fire, but she didn't do that. Now the people she met then at that village, they're all dead now. They were no anti-Igniter group, and yet it was the Sanctus Church. No, the people who do their dirty work. They want the world to see Igniters as the only defense they have against violence, and they set a village ablaze to prove it. And by taking their dog, they made her a tool for their evil scheme, making it seem like an anti-Igniter group, knowing she would respond with extreme prejudice. Even though I stepped in, it's still done, and she was held responsible, seeing it as a warning, wanting total, unquestionable obedience from her. I ask what she'll do. She replies that killing the churchmen will not change anything. Not when it's all rotten to the core. The world is a horrific place, defined by inequality and intolerance, and the people who shape that are the wealthy few that sit on top of it all, which is the church. Thinking about her past being a child of poverty, but even though all they did to survive together, broke bread together, they died slowly. The starvation or the torture took their lives. The church wheedles the strong and takes from the weak their wealth and their lives. She remembers the memory of their cold, dead bodies. That's when she decided she'll be doing the taking, but it's all getting too much for her, regardless of everything she's done, all the work, all the clawing she's done. She's just an underling of the church, saying that even though she's climbed out of hell, there's just another circle of it waiting. It never ends. She can't take it anymore, asking how far she must fight them, how much must she take from them to ensure that they no longer tear things from her grasp. Thinking, I'm next, giving up, but I'm honest, I can protect myself, and eventually I'll be beyond the church's grasp. So she doesn't need to worry about me. She's just baffled, asking how I can still believe there's light in this horrible world, asking why I can't just let her give up. She asked me a question on when I think of this world I want to create, what do I imagine? And I reply, a country of hope. She softly chuckles, saying it's too much for her, wishing her heart was strong and beautiful as mine, as I stay by her side.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today's looking like a journey on the Gauntlet Runner. We're going our way to the tomb to get the chalice, but on the way I have to choose between two directions, and decide to go the direction with the toothbrush. Today, I'll spend an extra day to get to the dragon, whatever it was called, but for now, we get going on our trip. Me and Hulkenberg talk as she tells me some backstory with Rodanth. It starts with her family. They found prominence through means beyond wealth they lacked. Scholarship mostly, with some even getting into politics. But she found herself an outlier in all of it. Her mind pursued on martial arts, which left her more or less an outcast, with her family unsure on what to do. The family offered her no meaning worth pursuing, so she ended up joining the Guard when she was still young. She believed in the military she would be able to blaze a trail for her own, but those ideals are meaningless in her house. Before she could have a chance to prove her skills, her family made arrangements for her to be knighted, so that her name will not be disgraced. But due to that, she was fortunate to meet Rodanth. He was born into a storied Rohag household, but his family dissolved and he joined the military soon after, adding that they're both alike in some ways, seeking to rise on their own merit regardless of familial background. But it changed when after the training was complete and Rodanth being openly considered for the prince's royal guard, she was, even at her young age, ultimately selected. She relents. Rodanth lacked for nothing as a knight. They were equals, but her family had the right words in the right ears compared to him. And due to that, he was denied appointment, left to be sent to the front lines to die alongside common foot soldiers. And I can agree with Hulkenberg. If I was him, I would also be frustrated with that. But he made a name for himself and returned, but thinks about how high it is now. I ask if she respects that. She shakes her head, and his current behavior isn't one of a knight commander. It hardly bears saying that knights cannot allow such abuse of power, calling herself partly responsible, thinking she needs to intervene. It was your family, not you, Hulkenberg. But she continues wondering if it's her place to judge him. She carved her own path, her own title came only at her family's behest. And she failed to protect the prince, left a wanderer after the curse. She speaks lofty words, but what weight do they have for a knight like her, one that is errant and eroded and failed in her solemn duty? I tell her that she's still a knight, but she replied that she's no knight worth the pride of the order, adding once upon a time she thought herself to be righteous. She respected the order and brought down many a criminal to justice. She saw the punishment was meted out, and yet looking back, she knows it was just a matter of convenience. A way to disguise the weakling she is, a knightly standing held up by a family she had forsaken, and in that time she failed the prince, ran from her post to find herself with no more honor than a thief in the night. She fled her family, her knighthood, and Rodanth can see that, asking who is she to claim any chivalry over him. I ask if she'll repeat history and run. She stops for a moment and says that she's afraid to face him and afraid of facing herself. I bring out the broken sword from our sparring a while ago. It's a symbol of our friendship, as a reminder that I'll help her through this. She stares at it, taking it all in for a moment, realizing that she lost sight of something very important, thanking me, seeming to be indebted to me as our bond grows stronger. With that, Hulkenberg seems to be wanted to be left alone, so she can think, so I give her some space.
The village of Inundo, a small settlement located north of Brilehaven, lies ahead. The industry that once thrived here fell into decline, and now the able-bodied youth dream instead of leaving home. A small population of mostly children and elders remain, and visitors are scarce. The Gauntlet Runner slows to a stop.
Giving it some thought?
We make it to a swampy town that is Inundo. It's a ghost town, people living there afraid of the monsters that lurk in the trees. But I was able to give them some business, grabbing the toothbrush of Hygienia and pushing onwards.
As the sky turns the same muddy color as the land below, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a quiet land. However, confidence would be ill-advised. Listen carefully for footfalls in the mud, and move at the break of dawn.
And during the night, me and Gallica spend a quiet moment reading a fantasy novel. A fantasy novel that, with a little talking between me and Gallica, boosts my imagination as I turn in for the night. Of course, I never get to rest, as we're attacked by a bunch of trash mobs. They're quite weak, all things considered, taking a turn to finish. But one of those weird wisp beings appeared, and I tried with all my might, but alas, I wasn't strong enough, and it fled. That's fine, I wanted to sleep anyways.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off with me and Gallica sitting by the window, reading a book that boosts imagination, waiting for when we arrive at that tomb with a chalice. But we actually finish the book, giving us an additional points, and that's when...
I say, we could stop for a break.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at a spectacular waterfall northwest of Brilehaven. The Peregrine Falls, the water cascading down from the river between the canyons, is among the kingdom's finest vistas. Thanks in part to the monuments carved into rocky cliffs, is the rumbling echo simply the water plummeting into the basin below? Or the roar of the Mage King?
We're face to face with a beautiful waterfall with what seems to be a person, perhaps carved or maybe petrified into it. It's barely visible in the harsh waves, but we have a good idea of their expressions. I think that they look like they were moments before death claimed them. Gallica wonders how they could have carved them. Hoggenberg thinks their likeness is one of the old hero kings, left to wonder if this could possibly be some kind of warning. We're left to stare at it, thinking that the roaring of the water crashing down could be the cries of anguish from the Mage King. But we're left to think about it as I become level 3 in Wisdom and a new drawing to show to Maria. Hopefully Maria doesn't find it too scary as we leave.
Their destination is the Tomb of Lament, found north of Oceania. Interred beneath the earth here lie the victims of a terrible epidemic. It is said the lamentations of the lost echo throughout, disfiguring the somber burial ground into a mass grave for criminals and the kinless. The vindictive spirits conjure restless monsters. And it is here that the Gauntlet Runner comes to an uneasy halt.
It seems not only we're going to be getting the chalice, but one of Neris's relics is hiding in this tomb, so we best get going, which is when I realized that there was bad weather, meaning the monster does not give extra turns on criticals or weaknesses. Meaning this dungeon, which may have been easy enough, is proving to be a challenge when even the minotaurs around the dungeon are failing me easily. But before we face the boss, I grabbed the relic for Neris. It's a weird looking cube, but he might be able to understand it as we face the boss, and as I expected, I am no match for it, and had to think about my game plan, which is when I realized that I am an idiot. I kept targeting the monster the bounty summoned due to me thinking that it would continuously heal, but I gave a shot at just killing the bounty as fast as I can, and it worked, and the fight was pretty much a cakewalk onwards, just keeping on top of the healing and intermittently face palming, but it went down.
Magic Seeker! She needs help!
Wind!
With their defeat, we now push on to getting the items needed for the medicine, as I spend the night giving Neris the relic. With a little jostling, he got it working, saying sharp as a blade. His instincts, calling what I found quite the find. Gallica thinks Neris might be the only person who can understand the relic, as it gives him an idea, calling it Heaven-Sent Cerebral Nugget of pure genius, thanking me as mission complete. But he's left to think of how fast it was to get them, thanking his healthy living and intellectual curiosity. Gallica says it was actually us and tells him to join us on a hunt sometime, but he's honest and I 100% agree, he'd probably break on the battlefield, being past his prime, saying, "He was quite the looking in the days, a strapping young lad with a genius mind and familiar prestige." I'm quite jealous, but he reassures me that I'm quite young, with all the time and the freedom in the world. But he admits that most people wanted his title more than him, confessing he once had a fiancée. But it all went down when he got deep into the runner research, and by the time he could check on her, she had moved on to a new guy, calling it a life lesson for me that you never realize what you have until it's gone. To keep that in mind. But to be honest, he's basically married to the runner, which he seems to laugh off, saying that he's grateful for me and for everything that's been happening, as his passion, once all but smothered, has been rekindled. As our bond grows stronger and leaves us with another relic to find, so that'll be my next mission, to look for clues and find that next spot. Going to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It's now morning and we're ready to get going to acquire that material for the medicine, so let's get to it. As we're going to the forest, I spend some time with Hulkenberg. She tells me a bombshell that she's decided to challenge Rodanthe to a duel, wanting to correct him, but she knows that he won't be persuaded by words. She agrees that it's the only way in battle where he'll see the error of his ways. I ask if he will, and she believes that he will, as all knights prize their honor, and it would bring great shame to refuse a challenge, especially with his status. If she were to throw down the gauntlet in public, she thinks he won't deny her. When I show her the sword the other day, she realized it's a problem only swords can solve. And there's even something in it for her, as her doors were left in a drawer. I say I believe in her. She thanks me and says that she would duel Rodanthe for the people, but even more so she can take measure in herself. He is as single-minded as ever. When he rise to knighthood's peak, he did by whatever means necessary, all while she enshrouded familiar honor to pursue a knightly calling, and that was lost to her. She sought the prince, her shifting purpose has weakened the path beneath her feet. She's been long mortified at the trance she saw in the mirror, and long did the feeling fester in her heart. But she no longer stands ashamed, as her path, however serpentine, has led her to us, and to the woman she is now, knowing that she'll face him headlong and surpass him in ability and right his ways. I'm with her on this, quite literally, as she wants me to witness the duel, and I agree, but only if she wins. She agrees to that, and our bond is stronger. She tells me that she'll do it next time when I'm not busy, and then talks about some interesting food as we continue to talk.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at the Gracia Forest, temperate and fertile. It was once a place of repose, where the songs of fairies echoed throughout. But as the furnace of commerce demanded its wood, the fairies began to vanish, and having lost its divine protection, monsters made their dens. Fear of what lurks among the trees drove mankind back, and the forest fell into sinister silence. The departed fairies would weep to see it now.
We made it to the forest, and there's not much to really say. Simple things, just going around collecting the berries, but we feel a presence watching us. A pair of eyes, we do not know where they are coming from until we collect what we needed, and a lanky bird-like creature swoops down and attacks us for stealing what is likely its food. With the hint that we got from the informant, we know its weakness is piercing, which will make the boss fight pretty easy, all things considered. It did have the advantage on Stroll, having wind, which he was weak to, but he played support for the most part. Him and Heismay, with Heismay being debuff and healing, while Stroll had a party attack boost. Due to Hulkenberg having Pugilist, the Pierce defense down ability works super well, it did a ton of damage, and actually is what finished it off.
Oh, power of heroes!
With its defeat, we celebrate by going back to the inn and having a feast. It's nice to be back, even if our beds will be as uncomfortable as it was in the runner.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts with me completing quests. The first one is giving medicine for the lady so that she can save the guy, boosting my popularity to 46. She tells me a little about herself, mainly about not being able to save her son and how she repents for that by saving others. I tell her it's not her fault, but regardless, she's doing a good thing, and with my help, she can help more. As I move onwards and see the guy who was inside the sandworm, I wonder why he's here, but it seems that we got him longing to see the outside world. He gave that sandworm a little poke with his magic and got our way safe, asking if I've possibly seen any glowing bugs. Gallica thinks we did, showing one to him. He's happy. It's called a gold beetle, giving me a prize for getting that gold beetle, and I'll get even more prizes if I give him more, so I'll have to keep that in mind. And finally, we give the man the toothpaste of Hygienia, which makes him happy as he can brush his teeth and gives us a prize of a golden beetle on top of the prize money. So that's pretty cool of him. As I enter the capital, talking to that merchant if the Lord's fish smells. As he finds that interesting, I knew that, confirming buying the fish and then showing up to the meetings with them, finding it amusing but also worried how the fish kept fresh. Remembering him being a magnanimous person, being kind to all he met, wanting to hear my story. I tell him the situation with Stroll, and he asks to forgive his suspicion, thinking I am truly his son's friend. Adding that the word of the lost inheritance has begun to spread. Con-men have tried every trick to claim it. He has indeed been entrusted with the inheritance, as it was always meant for his son, asking to relay the message, wanting to share the rest with Stroll face to face, which I agree with, and that's mission complete. But while I'm here, I decided to get the flowers at the church. The guy there is still kind of a prick, but he seems to be playing ball due to my status now. But I still got to pay quite the exorbitant fee. But also while I'm here, I can also purify the items I have, giving them more power and additional effects for a decently high price, but I can deal with it somewhat. And with all that done, I can finally give Stroll the good news, heading to the location. The merchant is happy to finally meet him, but remembers that they've already met, but that's when he was just a wee baby. Thinking it's funny how he resembles them both, talking about his father and him did some charity work, giving aid to the downtrodden. It wasn't all that lucrative, but he was taken by his charisma. Stroll didn't know about that, but the merchant continues that it was thanks to that his father ultimately gave him the fortune to guard. He's pleased to give it to him, asking what he is going to do with it. Stroll replies that he is going to use it to rebuild his mansion, but hearing it was used to help the people, he's having second thoughts, wanting to give the refuge of Halia a new home, which is very honorable of him, but he knows that it will take time and money to do that, and he won't be able to tend to all of their hardship for many seasons. The merchant applauds him for being like his father, but suggests that if he were to purchase a parcel of land from his pick of the gentry, many are desperate for coin and will easily part with it, especially estates that they cannot sustain. However, Stroll cannot imagine finding such an ideal expanse in such short order, but that's where the merchant comes in, asking if we've heard of Lord Hydron, adding that he's well versed in these matters. That guy is rearing his ugly head again. The merchant can see our worries, but he reassures his opponent ally, dare say he would be the savior we need to realize our ideals. It takes Stroll a moment, and he decides on what he's going to do, accepting the offer, and then muttering, hope is only a step behind a clear conscience. That confuses me as he apologizes, saying that it was just a thing his parents would say. I reply it's wise words. He's happy I agree, saying that if he can reproduce the new land, those people can return to some semblance of their old lives. A time of peace before the human attacked. And I have no small role here. If treachery were to claim the throne, then this country will fall to ruin, and you'll have no hope of saving the people of Halia, let alone his ideals. Hoping in me, he's a little tense, but I can feel our bond grow stronger. He thanks me for completing my mission and asks what I found out about his father. I say that he was a man of many virtues, something he agrees in, but wondering what his father would do in this situation. But I think he would have supported the people like you are, man. As we go our separate ways. Nighttime and we're back at Brilehaven. I give the man the chalice, he's happy to have it, but he won't drink out of it just yet, saying he'll make a toast when I am crowned. I'm glad he believes in me as I get the flowers for the kid. The kid's a little shy, not sure if he's going to give it to the person he likes, but I believe in him as mission complete, and my rank with the populace is now 40. And finally, I found Alonso sitting at a bench, and with my wisdom, I'm able to strike up a conversation with him. We go to a secluded place to talk, I give him what I promise, and he finds it all interesting. An external force that protects the candidates, calling it difficult to get a hold of accurate information about it all, making our meeting a boon, giving me a tip to target the other candidates' families, as a way to get them to back down, but he understands it's not my nature to do that, but it's fine, as not every weapon has a pointed end. Villains will always strike where it hurts, most like snakes, and those he associates with are the most venomous kind, as a person comes, which he was referring to. And after they have a quick chat, he comes back telling me that he's just an underling of a landowner he's working with. He's cautious as you may expect, and they still don't trust him. He can't believe them, however, as the landowner is his target, being a foul one, taking advantage of the struggle for the throne to make the big bucks. Ambitious people all over the world are using the tournament for a rise up in the world, and that landowner is a lender, turning tidy profits, and he's just a middleman. That's all interesting talk, but I ask for his end goal. He replies that he'll spare me the details, but he wants the man's money, and when it's done, it will be his loss and Alonso's gain. Enough to buy a small village even. I find the wording interesting, but I'll find out later as one of his people appears and gets cautious of me, but he's reassured that I'm clear. As he continues talking about a village, it seems to be a sore point, as there are some small worries, but he's sure it will turn up nothing, and it will be the end of that, adding that his friend should probably pack up and go south, adding that he'll bring the money to the stash soon. He seems to be a little worried about that lackey, as he says that if push comes to shove, he's gonna need my help. My muscle specifically, is going to buy his hometown from the landowner, as he's bleeding it dry to begin with, and asks for when I'm free next to come there with him, as he's got a strange nagging feeling about this. I joke that it will cost him, and he's happy telling me to name any price, and with that, our bond is stronger. He adds it's a small village, and he would take me now, but he knows I have my own schedule, and may be busy, but even so, he tells me not to delay. I agree to that, and I'll do it when I can, as I go home.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today's entry will start by saying I am quite an idiot. I didn't know about the bazaar, but thanks to my new knowledge of its existence, I was able to find out about the Forsaken Tower, the augurs that surround it, and more importantly, it's likely the tower I need to conquer for the deed. So I head back to the merchant, and with my new knowledge, I get the location for it. It'll be 2 days from here, but it could have been done on my long trip. If only I knew it existed, so I'm internally kicking myself. But more importantly, I'm going to work around the weather to get there with no rainstorms. I don't want another situation like it was with the tomb a few days ago. But with that all done, I join Heismay to find a fitting spot for his son to rest. We go to Martira's graveyard. He thinks about the graves likely victims of what Joanna did, thinking he might find solace here, but he remembers that we do not cremate our bodies, thinking his son will fill out a place. I ask if he wants to go somewhere else. He thanks me as we head to a new location. He suggested a forest. He is unsure, seeming peaceful at a first glance, but he can sense it, pattering footsteps from the beast among the trees, the smell of animal waste. He can feel them, eyeing us in the shadows. It's too dangerous, something he agrees, as he cannot stand the idea of them disturbing his rest. Thinking it's too early to decide, wanting to look for a new place. If I don't mind, which I don't, he thanks, commenting that I'm more persistent than he was at his age, telling me that Ujifs travel far and wide for their resting place. Some build altars at their home, some scatter their bones in the sea, and some bury them beneath a great tree. But that being said, most simply bury them at their village's cemetery after all that contemplation. They go back to their roots. When he was young, that irritated him to no end, loathing their indecision and looking down upon them. But now in his later years, he come to understand it's not so easy to overcome the death of someone close. And that's why when you lose someone close, you need the time for that very hesitation. He's certainly found he does. Haste will not ease his worries, but he believes I've done enough for him, but I am here to see it to the end, calling me an oddball for that, and if I have his full support, he asks if he may use the Gauntlet Runner. He wants to see the place full of open space, and I see why not. We arrive at the place. It seems that Heismay has taken notice of it. I ask him what's up. He replies that it looks like a place his son once loved. Remembering something, it was around the time his son started to walk. Even when he stumbled and fell, he'd jump right back up in place and smile, chasing the bugs through the grass far taller than him, laughing even when he fell, bringing him flowers and pebbles clutched tightly with his tiny fist. Even now, he feels he may burst out of the grass at any moment, but he knows it's an empty fantasy. I understand how hard it is for him, but he apologizes. He didn't mean for me to see him like this, but it'll be a fine place for him to stay, commenting on the peacefulness of it, the gentle breeze. It's a place apart from the nightmares of the world. Knowing his son, he would love it, but yet I can see his faint hesitation. I ask him if he wants to go somewhere else. He tells me that's not that, it's just one thing, the smell of the winds. It reminds him of a hill, the hill of where his birthplace lies. I ask if he's only just realized. He confirms it occurred to him, but he hasn't visited ever since he left, knowing they'd not likely welcome him back. He talks about fun memories, and I'm getting impatient. We should just go already. He thinks if his son would like it. He never got to see the place with his own eyes before he died. But he knows his son should get every option possible, adding that walking the ground with me, he finds himself determined to return to that place once more. It feels like he would have never realized that alone, grateful for our path crossing. I'm glad I can make an impact on his life, especially when his son is involved, as a bond goes stronger. He thanks me once more for putting up with his indecisiveness, and calls it for a day, telling me that he'll call upon me when the time comes. And that's it for today. During the night, I see a Musari lady in the rain. She tells me about her culture, traditions, bringing up the ways they honor their dead, boosting my understanding and thanking me as I wasn't cruel to her unlike the others. That's sad to hear, honestly, but I wish her the best and head home.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off with me checking the weather, after paying a little fee of course, and sadly I'm out of luck today, as if I go now I'll be going into shoddy weather. So I give it up for the time being, going to join Stroll into dealing with Lord Hydron. He's on board commenting this could have been far less roundabout if he knew about his assets. Stroll asked what the paper is, and he replied that it's a contract. Stroll seems to be in a hurry, so he had it prepared prior, and with his signature, he'll be a landowner. It's a countryside land, but the price is quite the rare bargain. The owner gave it up after racking up quite a debt. Stroll hears that and asks if he's right to presume that people are living there. Hydron confirms it's quite a few, telling Stroll that he can do what he pleases with them. Your property, your people, calling it a bargain. He thinks it's a little small compared to Halia, but Hydron thinks that it's minor details. It's readily available, which makes it valuable. Commenting on the estate manor he can move into, but Stroll finds it kind of a problem, something I do, as he comments that if there's people living there, he'd be introducing conflict by moving Harlians to occupy their land. Knowing that it doesn't fit his vision, Hydron is annoyed, asking, why must he concern himself with squatters? They're not used to him, just push him out of sight and out of mind. Thinking that a lord doesn't deserve their title without a land to govern, asking he would reject it knowing that? He's having a little bit of a hard time with those words, but I remind him of his parents, saying as he's decided, apologizing to Hydron and tearing the paper in half. Hydron is shocked, telling him that doing this will have ramifications. But Stroll tells him that all the land in the world does not make a lord until he shoulders the responsibility of protecting its people, telling nobles who don't see that can go to hell, saying that there is a counteroffer. He will buy 100 of the vacant homes in the capital. Hydron protests that he cannot afford it, but Stroll replies that he's done his research and they sure can. Clever move, man, as Stroll tells him that he may be a countryside noble, but he better not be overcharging him. That would have its own ramifications. Knowing my status as a high-ranking candidate, knowing it will suffer if he stuffs us. Hydron asks if he's threatening, but he just replies he isn't. He simply made a competitive offer for the house he can't sell, adding that he stands to profit in all of this. Hydron seems defeated, saying the idiocracy expects from a son of a backwater lord who couldn't flee, asking if he'd truly sacrifice his house's name to shelter mere peasants, telling him he may as well throw that money into the toilet, insulting the entire aristocracy, and he'll live to regret it. But Stroll sees it the other way, as the country is changing, and corrupt nobles like him are facing extinction, knowing his parents risked their lives to protect their people, like a noble should, and asks if we shall put ink to parchment. And with that, the people of Hylia are left to be astonished, after being told of what he did, knowing his generosity has no bounds. As he tells them to be at ease, he's merely being stubborn, maybe even selfish. The more he wondered, the less clear it was, but then he asked what he truly desired, and he knew the answer, without a doubt. That confused Ragnif, as he says that he just wanted to see the smiles on their faces, a smile from a simpler time, saying, "A nobleman is the shield in his people's hand, durable enough to protect them, but light enough to carry. Else, what value does he have?" Another gem from his parents, apologizing knowing they wanted Hylia to rise once more, but Ragnif says that he's shown them a way to live, with more pride than what fortune or glory could provide, thinking that it was a great honor to have such a dignified family. Troll apologizes for how long they had to wait, but they were fine, thanking him for all he has done. They'll tell the others. With their lives given a chance once more, Stroll says once his journey is complete, he'll be back, likely to raise the flag once more, as he thanks me for everything, calling me a genuine friend. That statement confused me, but he says that he didn't choose to help these people out of some noble obligation. It goes beyond that. If he could save someone, then he will be straightforward as he can be. He'd wager his parents are the same. He thinks living his life with that in mind is what they would want for him, and I believe that too, as our bond grows stronger. With the talks over, he wanted to visit his parents' grave, to apologize for failing to rebuild their house, telling Ragnif he's glad he found refuge here. He even met a merchant that knew his father very well. That's when he gets told his father said that if anything were to happen, to get out the capital. Those words catch Stroll's interest, as the day ends not before my rank with the populace drops to 37. With the night here, I decide to meet Alonso. We sit and talk, saying that the owner of the inn was kind enough to give us some space, and his good friend from back home should be here soon, but he comments on how late he is. He used that time to tell me about his village. It's quite beautiful, full of flowers, but not wealthy, neither is it destitute, has a cheerful tranquility to it all. He was abandoned on a nearby road as a child, and a woman took him in. She became his mother in all but blood. She's a Parapus, and he's an Adia. They look so different, and yet she raised him like one of her own. She never stopped smiling at him, and she was proud to call him her son. She sounds like a lovely person, something he agrees with. She's a good person, but trusts far too readily, though she does have an uncanny ability to know when he's lying. But alas, she was an easy mark for fraudsters. He couldn't tell how many times she would be told an expertly told sob story and was robbed for all she had. In fact, his only other memories of her when she wasn't smiling is her crying since she couldn't feed him. It's why he started his conning. He decided that he'll give any miscreant scum who take advantage of such kindness a taste of their own hell. All of them. And his most recent one is the worst of them all. And then apologizes, saying more than he wanted, but I don't care, we're gonna save his village. He believes he was blessed with a silver tongue when he was born. He can fool anyone except his mother, adding that I remind him of her, strangely enough. He's forgotten how it is to have a real conversation with someone, thanking me for listening, as a bond grows stronger. Sadly, things take a drastic turn as a new guy comes, the landowner, calling him by his real name, asking if he fancies himself some kind of hero with his tricks. A cheat's a cheat. They're the same, but he's more of a fool if he thinks there will be justice. He plays cocky, saying that the money belongs to the people, and he wishes to see it returned to them. But he thinks his tune will change when he sees what he's done. His associate, the one meant to be here, took some doing, but they managed to get some info out of him, about his family. He asks what he's done to his mother. He replies that killing her wouldn't teach Alonso a lesson, nor would it be fun. He gets angered, but the landowner simply says that he can't change things. You can't save anyone. This one is on the house. As he leaves and we rush to his village, it's been set ablaze. Alonso is crouched next to a lady. As they talk, I don't get to hear too much, but from his pained face, it's likely his mother... is now dead, telling him to live on as she passed away. The people of the village are angry at him, saying that it was all his fault. They heard that much from the people. Alonso wants to be able to help them. He can help rebuild. He has money, but they don't want his filthy blood money. Despite his cries for them, just take it and use it for them and his mother. They don't care, wishing that he was the one who was dead. I stand beside him as he remembers the words he said to me, knowing he would have done this. He knew they would do this, wondering if he was blinded by vengeance, but believing he was simply just a fool. I remind him of his mother's last words, and it might be hard, but he must. But he just questions why, asking me not to wish it on him. He's just feeding on his mother's life this whole time, just like a parasite. He knows he doesn't have the power to change anything. He's crippled by grief, and I stand beside him for as long as I knew he wasn't safe, and eventually left him to grieve.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
A new day, a new forecast. So I check it, and sure enough, the winds are in my favor this time as we get going to not waste this golden opportunity. And during our travels, I also don't waste the perfect time to catch up on some reading, specifically reading that boosts one's tolerance, as we read throughout the day.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives in a land grown thick with trees, the shadows enshrouding it as their claim. A warm, damp breeze passes above the Gauntlet Runner, its sensation cooling the thirst for battle. The night carries on.
It's now the dead of night, and I decided to spend it with Hulkenberg, playing a strategic board game. It's a close one, but in one move I'm put into a tough position. But I think about my position, like actually use my brain for once, and decided to balance my attack with defense. And it kinda worked in my favor, impressing Hulkenberg as we continue to play throughout the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off quite simple. I just sat down and read a book that boosts one's tolerance. But alas, it's not finished just yet, so I put it away for the time being as we're attacked by a candidate. It seems both Neris and Heismay knew who it is. Neris knows the craftsmanship, and Heismay took notice of it being another U-Chief at the ceremony, as we get into a fight.
Gotta tell you, you've got an absolutely brilliant runner there. I haven't stopped thinking about it since the opening ceremonies. And that's some ace detailing on the hull. Oh, and the speed's top class too. I bet it's like a palace on the inside.
If you just want to look at the runner, could you stop hopping all over the place?
Oh no, I've got a bit ahead of myself. I was actually hoping I'd get you to step down first. That is, step down from the runner, and step down from the tournament. I'm awful sorry, but I've got to be queen no matter what it takes.
Once I'm in charge,
I'll commission runners for everyone in the kingdom, and Caden Workshop won't have to worry about turning a profit ever again.
To be completely honest, the fight isn't hard per se. The issue I had with this fight is I was weak to fire damage, giving her 3 turns to apply more damage. Thankfully, Heismay was working overtime with debuffs and Stroll with party attack and damage dealing. When she used the concentrate spell and did a party-wide fire attack, I thought I was a goner, but it all worked out in the end as Stroll finished her off.
Are you prepared? I'll cut you down!
Hi there, Miguel. I heard the whole story. You're Caden's little girl, eh? From Caden Workshop. Spiffing work done there. Fine parts, very fine. If you're short on funding, I'll shell out the cheddar. But I'd be much obliged if you dropped out of the damn race, eh?
What, really? You know about our workshop? Gosh, that's awfully nice to hear. Right, then I quit the tournament. Sorry about all this mess.
Huh, nice kid.
The Gauntlet Runner's slowing pace signals their arrival at an encampment to those below deck. They are grateful for these moments of repose. quietly acknowledging their good fortune, a rare glimpse into a party at peace.
I'm getting rather close to being level 3 in Tolerance, so I decided to do Lookout with Heismay to get to level 3, as Heismay tempts fate, saying that the place is just so serene. And sure enough, an enemy did attack us, but it was no match for us, as Heismay thanks me for the help and adds to come by anytime, but I was just barely off from getting rank 3, which kinda sucks, but for now, I head to bed.
Marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today, we're getting to the tower to do what we set off to do all those days ago, but not before finally getting my tolerance to rank 3. After reading the book on my way there, we actually finished the book as well, so that was quite nice. What wasn't nice is Katharina has come back for another round of her getting her ass beaten, so let's just get into that.
It's you lot! I've been looking forward to our next fight.
What? You want another round? Well, you're only gonna get the same answer from us. We're not losing to anyone.
Yeah, I get it. I know we're both serious about this. That's why I trained hard. I mean really hard to get myself ready. I swear I'll win. And then make all of you my allies. That way we can pave the way to a brighter future together. Step up then. Is your side ready?
There's not much I can really say. She doesn't change her style at all between all of our duels, just dealing more damage and healing more health, which doesn't get her that far as Stroll finishes off quite handily.
Swordmaster! I'll cut you down!
Why? I trained so hard. Oh, come on! Why can't I win?
With her defeat, she complains about it, saying she's 10 times stronger than before. Well, I'm 100 times stronger, but she won't give up yet. She'll beat me next time, and I'll have to join her. Yeah, right. Suddenly, we hear a voice. She's surprised to see them, as they say that they were able to snag coin from a filthy noble. By the sounds of it, they robbed an innocent old man. She's shocked, asking, weren't we only hunting evil rich people? He just responds that they're all evil. They just live in luxury while exploiting the poor, adding it's now their time. Why wait for her to become queen? We've got enough people that are willing to fight for her dreams. But she disagrees with that because the fact you have money doesn't make you bad. He brushes off, asking if she's hearing herself. If they don't, who's gonna lift up the parapet? She doesn't like the idea, asking for my opinion, and I agree, that's just blatant thievery. She's happy I'm on her side, as her fans don't listen, calling me a fanboy. Manihot thought they were on the same page. She wanted to be a virtuous warrior, striving to save her kin, but she sees no virtue in that since it's plain thievery. Her parapet pupils wonder what's wrong, as the guide tells them to pay her no mind. Taking his cult with him, she tells me that they're her supporters in a way, but seeing how things going, she's worried since it will just enforce people like Manihot. She's even having second thoughts, thinking if you've stolen coin to someone, you're saying thievery's okay, and eventually he'll be a nation of thieves. Unsure it's the world we desire, and I gotta agree with that. This talk has made her decide the crown is too heavy for her head, thinking I should wear it, thinking I will be a better ruler than her, which is when I explain I'm in this for someone else to be ruler. She's utterly baffled, saying I'm stupid famous, and I've got no one to protect me. The work I'm doing, she just can't fathom it. But that means there's someone else out there like me, seeming happy with that as she's going to cheer me on, and a bond deepens. She knows that sadly she can't just back out now. She's got people hoping in her. She can't just stab them in the back and ditch them, though she will like to face them rather than building a society on blood, wanting some time to think about it as we go our separate ways.
The party descends upon the Forsaken Tower. Is the decision to pursue such a beast one of bravery or something else altogether? The gauntlet runner stops in front of the imposing structure, its glare already making itself known. Will they be the ones who discover its truth?
We make it to the tower, and there's some pretty strong enemies in here, like the big ogre-like creatures come to mind. I try to break through them, but looking at their level and stats, I noped out of that so bloody fast, instead fighting the boss. Now, I won't lie, the fight took a pretty long time, about 8 to 9 minutes to be exact. It was a lot of stat changes between me and the boss. It would decrease our attack while bolstering its own, so I would decrease my own stats while dropping his by all sorts of methods. Heismay was a debuffer, with Stroll and me being buffers of the group. Hulkenberg had no great ways to damage him. I kinda wish I had Thief maxed out right now, but alas, I didn't, as after a long ass time, Hulkenberg dealt the finishing blow.
Stroll, you gotta aim better than that!
I will fight with pride! We're looking good here.
Let justice prevail! Pierce through them!
With his defeat, we took a piece of it as a trophy and proof that we took it down, as we went back to the inn to enjoy a feast.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We start off the day with us giving the artist the Augur's Horn. He's thankful but gets a little delusional, wanting to kill them all so he can have all the horns in the world. I'll give him one thing, he seems persistent at least. Doubt he'd get that far, as with that mission complete, we get the deed from the noble, but first he wants to hear about our adventure to the tower. And I give him quite a thorough detailing. He's fascinated in the Augur, commenting, "A monster that walks like a man, how fascinating." Giving me the deed and commenting on the getting an elder candidate to get the deed, he guesses he can still be interested in him after all. Gallagher asks if they had known each other for long, but he replies that he loaned him money, he wanted to see his business, he came from nothing, so he had high expectations, but then he sold it as money was coming in, which was quite weird, but alas, the noble tells me that he's supporting me from now on, and I give the eccentric man the deed, and just like the noble, he'll be supporting me too, even if he's a little weird. As with that, mission's complete. And after those 2 quests are done, I spend the afternoon with Barden. He tells me to get comfortable, he's got some refreshments coming in. He's a bit heaving at the moment, introducing me to his city government administration office. Believing it's a little luxurious for him, he's not used to it as he tells me to pay the sound outside no mind. He's been working on the security for the town after the incident with Joanna. That's good to hear, but don't go too far, Barden. He doesn't seem to heed my words, just commenting on the need to strengthen the place so it can be a peaceful place where everyone could smile and laugh once more. Now that he's the governor, it falls into his lap to take care of those who deserve that peace. He then brushes it all off, saying that he shouldn't lay his burdens on his guests, getting the refreshments, thanking me since all the wee ones are playing outside again, calling it a blessing, and by the sounds of it, he wants to keep it that way, which I'm glad to hear. Just don't go too overboard, man. But Barden opens up to me a little, saying that he once had a wife and child. It was back when the town was swarmed by monsters. A hunting team formed to destroy it. It was a long mission, and by the end of it, he came back to no one. He thinks they got tired of waiting and just left. He never thought how cold it would be until the day they did. And now, everything with Joanna, he was useless. First he lost his own child, and then he couldn't protect others. He wished he disappeared instead of them. I reassure him that as it currently stands, he is in the position to be able to do that, which he agrees with me, saying that he considers us allies, since I am striving for the throne and we both strive for a better world. That's when, like Katharina yesterday, I inform him that I'm not in it for me, I'm in it for someone else, shocking him, saying that we play a long game, the lot of us, but he thanks me for opening up, as the first step for Mor's quest is unlocked, as after our talk, my bond has grown to level 3, and I've unlocked the general archetype. With our talks over, and me kinda being worried for the children of the small town by the way he talks about his interactions with them, I leave. As I'm going back to the Gauntlet Runner, I overhear 2 people talking, seeming to be very disliking of Barden's current position, thinking the Sanctor, who's the one talking with them, should have been in. I can sense a plan is forming between them, but I'll have to keep that in mind as I head back to Brilehaven. It was a good thing I did, as I saw Alonso. He tells me more about the landowner. When he thought he hit the bottom, he in fact unearthed even more information. It was nothing more than a pawn for another man. Just when he thought he was shadowing them, they were merely untangling the web of lies that is Cutlass, and struck first. And now he's lost everything. From the village to his mother. I apologize for what's happened, but he still regrets it all, saying he just wanted to save his hometown. The taxes were massive and they siphoned all their profits. His once peaceful village was trampled by poverty and the ills it causes. He thought he could stop them to make his mother happy, but he got too caught up in being a hero and underestimated him. Even if the village was rid of that man, someone else is backing him, an even more powerful enemy. He'll just leave unscathed. He endangered their lives, and especially his mother's, as he puts a knife to his throat, planning to do something stupid. In his thoughts, the townspeople's voices cry for his death. They echo every waking moment. He only began this endeavor to free them, to bring them joy. And so, if his death will bring that joy, he'll do it. I simply tell him if this wish was his mother's, that caused him to pause and drop the knife. He thinks on those words and asks, what's the point of living if all he has is the sins, asking why I don't blame him. And I simply say, because he won't atone for those sins. You're a coward, face it like a man. He has a moment not believing there's a reason, but he thinks he can keep going just a little longer. That's good enough as our bond gets stronger. He admits he has no idea how to proceed. He's not a good person, not like his mother, and he has no powers like mine. He thinks on those words and seems to have an idea, going back to his crafty ways, thanking me and realizing that as long as I'm here, this world is his to fool. It seems I've given him the strength to plan for his next stunt, so that's good at least, as we go our separate ways for the time being.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today is the day we secure our route to Luis's personal quarters as we enter his Skyrunner. We go to the quarters of the new recruits. We're going to have to work our way up as the guards won't let us past a certain point. But talking with the other guards, they seem to be weak to a good old drink, as it gives Stroll an idea, going up to the guys and building them up, calling them stand-up blokes and wishing to learn from someone as esteemed as them, inviting them for drinks, and they actually fell for it. Guess it comes with the title, he can convince a crowd, but this comes with a small issue as Heismay thinks that we shouldn't go as a group, just one of us will do. And I get asked for my opinion on that, and Heismay is the perfect guy for the job. I mean, do I really need to say? But Hulkenberg brings up a point of if he were to be caught, he can't make up an alibi since there's no Ujifs in Luis's ranks. I guess that makes sense, and it leaves me to do it, but then again, there's only one Yelda. But I guess I'll just get to work sneaking around and knocking out the guards, so we can open a path to taking on who's waiting inside. It appears to be Xanth, as he's shouting on us and we try to give him a small bit of convincing on giving us the key, just to borrow it of course, but he just calls that all daft, and that's when it leads us to more physical means challenging him to a fight, as he tells us bold and stupid, adding that he'll beat some sense into us, knowing that we ain't gonna learn nothing lest we get hurt, so he's gonna clang our heads together.
Draw and have at me!
We're in deep trouble if we let him call his allies. Strike fast and take him out before he can do anything.
Now, show me what you can do. On guard!
All the fights following up give me merely 3 turns to get them done, and he's quite strong, so I get to applying a simple attack buff and dealing damage directly from my HP with Hulkenberg. It's a tad risky, but he doesn't deal too much crazy damage, especially when I burn him, his one weakness, dealing even more damage per hit, as a combined attack with Stroll and Heismay does the job on the 3rd turn.
Witness our strength!
Coordination is key!
Not bad!
He's shocked by it all, asking what a power is, as Hulkenberg asks for the key, but he won't give it as Stroll threatens him with telling Luis about his defeat, as it's not becoming of an officer of his station. He immediately folds, and with that, he tells us not a word to anyone else, as the key is acquired, and we move on. We reach a crossroads and must choose between Seba or Glycol. Gallagher didn't even need to say what I was facing, because I already decided when I heard about their abilities, heading for the port and dealing with the guards there, getting to the door, and obviously instantly equipping Magic Knight on Hulkenberg, and we go inside. The man is utterly wasted, talking nonsense, seeming to be way more inviting, but he won't have it since we haven't had a drink with him yet, saying that we came from the same reason as him, right? This dog shite world, he gets it. Being a paraperson, that's when we ask for his key. He isn't budging, being a part of the bombardment crew. Interesting, especially with someone as drunk as him. He's a threat to everyone, including the ship, but we'll have to knock him down before he sobers up.
Oh,
You want to scrap with me, eh? Hey? You've got guts, that's for sure. Let's see how much of them we can spill.
If we don't shut this guy down, this is gonna get messy.
Come on, come on! Come on! Kill or be killed!
Mine fate.
There's not really much I can say about this fight. Heismay was out of it as he got dazed, but everyone else was fine, especially Hulkenberg, who shot him down by using Knight's Proclamation. He just blindly swung at her, and he went down by the one taunting him.
I'll run for it! There you go, whelps. Felt that one.
We took him down, and the drink seemed to have gotten to him as he's out like a light. But at least it makes our job easier, taking the key right off of him and pushing onwards. Making it to the last place we saw on our tour, using Gallica's info, we know where his private quarters are. So we just need to go to the door downstairs. And we just gotta scare him with a little lightning, so it won't be that bad. Entering the cockpit, alas, it's full of guards, so no opening that can of worms. As we try and play it a little sneaky, but alas, all the ideas we had will likely not do anything. Some of them are pretty silly, all things considered, until we get our best option, a distraction. We just gotta hope our allies can come in clutch.
This is bad. Damn it.
Oi!
Over here! Damn it all.
Oh, come on.
Give me a hand! Hurry!
Hey! All right!
I don't know how they did that, probably best not to, as we face the man and sure enough he is really infatuated with Juna. Like they say, he turns to see us confused as the guards were all gone to check up on the alarms, but we introduce ourselves as the new recruits, Turing. He asks if we're the very same who talked to Juna. I say that I love her. He thinks of me now as a kindred soul, as he seems distracted with our combined love for Juna, which I don't. Maybe that's why he summoned his ally using his mind, a stickler of the rules, asking for our name, rank, and purpose. I say I'm simply lost, but it's not gonna work, as the gears in the love-struck fool start to turn, and we've got no choice but to fight.
I'll handle your insolence.
Come at me!
I'll not say it again. Military discipline is absolute. I've no sympathy for the kind of insolent devil who disobey a superior officer.
Ha! Right he is. Now brace yourself, you amateur. I'll show you how to handle him.
We have to take both of them at the same time? We'd better take them out fast.
I'll wipe you out!
Only a flesh wound.
This one is a tad tougher. The same rules as previously, 3 turns or I'm dead. This one being called extremely close. I can easily abuse their weaknesses, so I have that going for me, but I didn't have a way around the electric, so I simply used stones when required. In fact, a stone was a difference between winning and defeat, as after an extra turn and an extra damage for it, I was able to inch out a victory.
My son, some darker arts.
Count Louis trusted us to handle things in his absence.
They're defeated, and knowing them, they won't say a word due to them being stripped of their rank and posts if they did. As we can now enter his quarters, that's when someone comes. It's that Parapus guy. They seem to be looking around due to our sudden alarms, thinking they should stay sharp while they work on maintenance. As they move to look around, we note on the words about tightened security, but it need not matters as we've got a way to get to his personal quarters, heading to the inn to eat after another successful mission. We all cheer on Gallica since she was the one who got all the information we needed to secure the route. She admits to her negative qualities, but she's prepared to do her best, knowing the smallest task need doing and she can do it. As I sense her resolve from that, our bond grows stronger. With that completed, however, it leaves us to simply wait for the soiree, calling it a night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts, and with the wait for the soiree truly starting, I decided to go with Stroll to the ruins of Halia. We sit on a bench looking at what's left of it. All he says is that he believes that he is truly blessed with good fortune, born into nobility, living a simple childhood, and surviving a human attack. Not just that, he's met people he trusts. He's further blessed with friendship. It all frightens him sometimes. He questions if he deserves it all. I personally think he does, and he believes it hearing from me. He thinks he was only able to help the people here due to his parents' wealth. Their money just so happened to be at the capital, and the people of Halia were too. I think he should be happy with that fate working out that way, and he agrees, not regretting using all the money he had to help with them. Given another chance, he would do it again, but his only regret is he believed he defied his parents in a way. I think they had done it themselves. He's unsure of that. However, even during the attack, his parents shielded him from it all, telling him to get to the capital. But then he thinks about it. His parents wanted him to flee there, and the merchant there had the inheritance, thinking it may not have been a coincidence as he thought. I tell him that it was all set up by his parents. This started to shine a light for Stroll, realizing what he meant. The family treasure wasn't the inheritance, but the people of Halia, saying his family's mantra, "A nobleman is the shield in his people's hands, durable enough to protect them, but light enough to carry, else what value does he have?" Realizing he finds ways he never understood his parents. I think that they believed in Stroll. He thinks on that when they were around, he saw himself as a worthless son to them. But I say that he's honored them with how he's led his life. He asks if I'm sure, and I nod. He replies for his parents to leave the people in his hands. No, leave the fate of the country to him. He's having a sentimental moment saying that someday he will restore Halia and everyone can return to live in peace. And he won't let anyone take that from them ever again. But it's not about his family. The tragedy that happened on his land mustn't be allowed to happen anywhere else. On his pride as a noble, he swears that. I believe in you, man, as our strong bond as fated brothers reaches its peak. He thanks me for everything. Hope is only a step behind a clear conscience. His parents' mantra has never been more clear to him, and when I step forward, I should know that he'll be one step behind me, look back, and I'll find hope. And he asked me to never forget that, and of course, man. And as our strong bond has reached its maximum, I have the full support of Halia, bringing my rank with the populace to 26. During the night, it's time to see the game plan with Alonso. He tells me that he's discovered the landowner controls all the trade in the settlements around his village, so he comes through the town. He heard he's going to be there next time, so he's going to nab him. I ask him if he's going to kill him, but he promises to behave himself, for now at least, knowing it'd be impossible to catch him if they were to do it on the street, thinking we'll force him into the forest, so there's no witnesses. He's already spread rumors about a human for that very reason. The man protecting him will be no issue too. He'll lie and wait in the forest, and call to him, and he wants me to be there. I ask why, and he wants me to bear witness. A grand operation such as this is not a one-man job. I guess that's fair. He thanks me for coming, adding that we'll change things. This world of greedy pigs gorging themselves on riches will come to an end. I ask what his plan is. He stays quiet and tells me a story. A long time ago, his mother brought home a weak sapling she found. It was dying but bore a small fruit, and with that she planted them and gave the rest to the neighbors. Soon enough, there was an orchard in the corner of the village, a breathtaking sight to behold. But his mother wanted no credit as it chose to grow and bear fruit. That made him realize perhaps everyone has something they would like to see come to fruition. Within us, we have a seed of virtue, wanting to blossom. That's what he's betting on, asking me to go out and change the world. And of course I will. He expects nothing less from the future king as a bond goes stronger. With that, he plans for the afternoon. I just have to let him know, and I agree to that, turning in for the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Another day starts, and the guys at the Colosseum are having a certification battle for new fighters wanting me to fight some special monsters. It sounds interesting, but I gotta beat it fast, so I accept their challenge, entering the arena and fighting the Foul Beast. I really don't want to get too much into this fight. I didn't know its weakness, so it took a pretty long time, all things considered. I mean, I did take him down, but it took way too long. So I failed this attempt. I'll have to try my luck tomorrow as I head to the Gauntlet Runner in the night to go to Heismay's village with him. He comments on how it hasn't changed a bit, welcoming me and apologizing for dragging me here, calling for Tadari as he has something to discuss. He tells me he's an old friend and the man who governs the village, but warns me that I will not be welcomed here. But I mean, I'm used to that, and he agrees as I'm an Elden, but he still apologizes regardless. Tadari appears, saying that Heismay is looking grey in the ears. He reports that years were only kinder to him, knowing of his departure from the Knights, asking, "Who am I?" And we get some introductions, and he asks if the race for the throne is why Heismay's here. He shakes his head, saying he's come for the cemetery. He's finding a place for his son to rest. He understands, seeming to be a little somber tone, as Heismay replies, he passed away before he could take him here. At least thought he may rest him somewhere in a view of this village. Commenting on his love for the wind, on his face, knowing his son would love the hill, but unsure if the villagers would accept. Personally, Tadari loves the idea, but also worries that Heismay is right. He's unsure how they'll respond, as Tadari takes the urn from him, thinking it may offer him sympathy from people who are less accepting, as Heismay agrees. With that, Heismay shows me around, specifically a spot he used to train, commenting on the claw marks on the tree. He did that bringing back fun memories, and due to that, he'd been swarmed by bugs on top of the tree, and he'd winch to Tadari. Guess he was always like that. He asks if I have trouble imagining that, but honestly, not really. He then stops and comments about the shadows. He hears the voices of the Ujif in this village, asking me to stop and listen out myself. I do that, and yeah, they really do not hide the disdain for his arrival. He expected this would happen, as if they say no, we'll have to leave with no fuss. As Tadari gives us some good news, that they didn't have any problems giving his son a place here. That was until a young Ujif says that it's missing. We're shocked. Tadari asks, what's the meaning of this? But the voices can be heard. I get annoyed asking them to show themselves. That sound was the three, as Tadari apologizes, not excusing the other's behavior. Heismay sees that the village hasn't changed, thinking he should have expected something like this would happen. He became an outcast, and started thinking perhaps losing his son again is what he deserves, but thanks me for standing up for him, as a bongo stronger. Heismay asks if he should search the village, no stone unturned, but he thinks that would provoke further offense. But he has no time to waste. Tadari is on his side, but with how the village is now, he believes Heismay should return another time, which pains his heart, but he relents. We'll find out, Heismay, I promise, as we return to the runner.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off with me giving Maria some of Neris's drawings. The first one, the former town struck by crystals and humans. She feels sad about it, asking if anyone still lives there. And then the drawing of the waterfall with the former kings. She asks me if waterfalls have always had faces under them. Well, I think this one's a unique circumstance, Maria. But regardless, I want to hang out with her. She decides with a somber face she wants to go to the cathedral. Fabian said that her father is looking down at us, and she thinks she can connect with him if we went there, and I agree as we go. It is still in ruins, but she does not care, finishing a prayer wondering if her father heard it. I ask what she said, and she says that she told him that she's sorry. That confuses me, and she adds that she thought her father abandoned her, but was wrong, so wanted to say sorry for that. She talked to Fabian about a lot of things since we last talked. She told her about her father, how lonely she was after his death. She listened and she realized she was wrong. I'm sure he would be happy to hear. She agrees and then asks if she can do what her father did too. Is she gonna shank me? Though it seems Maria only knows the make sure everyone is okay part, not the stabbing and murdering part. She wants to make sure, just like her father, that everyone is okay, just like her. But then she realizes that she can't fight, but I say that she can perhaps make others smile. She asks if that's all she has to do. Reinvigorating her, she's going to make Fabian okay first. She sits down and thinks on something that would make Fabian happy, and we decide on a new sign, since apparently the current one has been beaten by the weather. Asking if she makes it pretty again, will it make her happy? I confirm, and it can even be a big old family. She loves the idea and says that we'll always be family, okay? Calling me one of her treasures. That's good to hear, Maria, as a bongo stronger. She seems to be unsure since she doesn't know any artists. Looks like this is where good old Neris enters the picture. She seems to be happy hearing that she can finally see her favorite artist. But that will be next time, as I head back to the runner. During the night, I give the arena another shot. Oh yeah, by the way, the monster is weak to strike. With it one-shotted, we succeeded in the certification exam and got our rank of bronze free. We will eventually climb up, and every time we beat a rank, we get rewarded, and eventually we can take on the final arena, 9 grueling battles for glory. It sounds quite interesting and is a new way to gain courage. So with all that knowledge, I head back to the inn.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I headed to Martira today as Barden had something he'd like to show me. He shows me the newly rebuilt town gate. Not just there, however, but all the entrances. Not only that, but he's doubled the guard and then have them patrolling around town, since no one should do them harm. But now, if this is done, he can focus on the insidious threats plaguing his town. I'm a little worried, as that sounded tyrannical, and what he says doesn't help ease my worries in me. But I'll have to wait as an irate man shouts at him, asking, "What's he doing to this town?" We see a man, seems noble in nature, asking Barden what's this special taxes plan of his. He replies that it was necessary to build the gate, he sees, but he retorts spending people's money so careless they don't have such defenses, asking if he seriously believes if they will be attacked. But Barden thinks that they should be prepared for anything, and besides, he asks about him doling out funding from donations to the town's leading figures. Surely he had cause. He is shocked, asking, "How do you know about that?" But Barden continues that not just that, but he actually managed to get some of that funds, and is why the barriers were completed in such a hasty manner. Thanking him, the man gets mad at Barden storming off in a huff, and knocking a poor kid down. Barden tries to comfort the boy, but he really isn't good with children. As they cry, the scary armor is talking, running away to their mother. Barden is left to ask himself if he's really that scary, but he thinks they've merely fallen victim to Gasarix's machinations. Barden's gotta realize that he's just the bane of every child, which he admits it's his fault, but he shudders on the thought of a man being governor. Originally, he thought he would be a good man and wanted him to rule, but in truth, he's merely a scoundrel wanting pure control over the town, thinking that he may be a bad judge of character. First Joanna and now him. His naivety seems to invite these tragedies, but then tells me he has a spy on him. But I'm unsure if that's wise, but I think he'll be alright. But as I've said previously, I'm a little worried on his methods becoming a tad dictatorial. But the same old gentle Barden seems to still be there. He's just a little aloof, as our bond grows stronger. And my worries seem to be somewhat validated, as the villagers common on all the guards' stairs sign to be unsure of Barden. I think things will heat up soon, but for now, I head back to Brilehaven. And when I got to Brilehaven, I decided that I felt like listening to the Masari woman about her culture. It was an interesting talk which boosted my tolerance, and it continued throughout the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Have a look.
It's morning, I'm going to be spending it with Alonso. It feels weird to hang out with him in the morning, but it's a good cause as we go to confront the landowner. It seems Alonso's initial plan was a success, shocking the landowner, asking what his plan is. He tells him that he hears his daughter Fanny someone. He believes their name was Cuculus? That surprises the man, as he asks if he said his goodbyes to his daughter before he left. Or has she gone out somewhere? That shocks us both. I'm not sure what his game is, but he simply tells him that the fate of his daughter depends on him telling him to order his guards to give us some privacy. He agrees, defeated. Under our arrest, he asks if we want his life. Alonso replies only if he's offering it, but he wants to know where his heart truly lies. He's confused as Alonso explains that to get here, he had to use everything he had to look into him, and what he found was discomforting. You've committed many atrocities, but yet the villagers respect you. He assumes that he used the money or perhaps force to make them submit, but he's wrong thinking he has a true intention this whole time. The landowner stays silent, but Alonso talks details about his daughter and family, adding that with such a beautiful family at stake, he has no choice but to obey what his conspirators said behind doors. You were a beloved man and an upstanding one. They noticed they fed you lies and flattery in turn, and you went from appraiser to oppressor. Before you knew it, you've fallen into the oppressor of the weak and he can't break free, calling it a harsh tale. He gets mad, asking what he knows, saying he has 3 daughters and they... Alonso asks if he wishes to see it all over. He agrees, wanting to leave ages ago, but he doesn't have the power to do that. Alonso, hearing that, thinks it's quite familiar, asking where he's heard that before. I say that I have no idea to mess with him, but alas, he thanks me, as if he didn't meet me, he would have gone down the same path as the man beneath us right now. In fact, Alonso is quite nice, all things considered, asking if he would like a chance at redemption. He will set his daughter free and assist in letting him atone, as long as he agrees with his terms and cooperates. He takes a short pause and finally agrees. That's when the big reveal from Alonso comes. He has nothing to do with his daughter. In actual fact, he's never actually met her. That shocked him as he continues that he must understand why he said all that, right? He took a gamble on what he truly desired. And with that, we go the separate ways with the landowner for the time being. It seems that Alonso was able to get an ally in all of this, but I'm surprised that his bet worked out. But I guess in a way it's our bet. With that over, however, he thinks that he always ran away when things looked bad. Even when he tried to die, he was merely running from his sins. But I was able to help him figure out what he wanted, admitting he is a liar and cheat, but yet he hates those who do that. He hates the framework of this world and became the deceiver he is now, saying that what's going to happen is the greatest thing the conman Alonso will ever do, adding that while I create my utopia, he'll pull the wool over the world's eyes and take it for himself. I'm unsure what he means by that, but I'm glad he's back to his old crafty ways as a bongo stronger. He knows I'm dying to see what's next, but I'll have to wait for that as we go our separate ways. During the night, I went to the arena since I can go there as long as the weather isn't raining, and we face a horde of Gobrons. This reminds me of the bounty I did about a month ago, but compared to them, I am way more prepared as it only took a few turns, and the king being a pain in the ass just like before, but Heismay landed the finishing blow.
Face me! Some darker arts!
With their defeat, my rank in the arena is now Bronze 2, and I got my courage boost for completing it, which I am happy to have, as I head home a victor.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
A new day has begun, and it will be spent with making the sign with Maria, taking her to the Master of Arts, Neris. We've told him the gist of a present, no cheap trinket, one that needs his touch to create. I confirm, knowing he's the best at the job. He replies that we've got his interests, so he'll be happy to oblige. That makes Maria very happy as Neris looks at it, asking if Maria perhaps made this, saying he is thus inspired. Such lovely line work and vibrant colors. Calling her a budding artisan, knowing this sign will brighten up even the gloomiest of avenues and greyest of boulevards. That makes her blush from the compliment as Neris gets into thinking of a fine cut of wood that will help with his plans. He's in his own little world as me and Maria talk. She can't believe he's going to help. I'm glad we asked him, and she is too, but she does worry as she didn't ask Fabian first, so isn't sure if we'll be a bother, but it's too late for any form of worry as Neris is done and we get going. He informs us that he's going to install the sign now. And sure enough, it's done, and it's sparkling and glowing. It's quite beautiful to see. He calls her observations astute, adding there's more to her than good looks. It's built to last, adding he's outdone himself once again, thinking that we'll agree with him. And I gotta admit, I do, it's really good looking. That's when suddenly we hear Fabian coming home, wondering if Maria's home, and notices the sign. Maria tells her that she heard that the previous sign was too old, asking if she likes the one that she made, and said Fabian is shocked to silence, asking if she made this for her, adding she adores it. It's a truly wonderful sign, so well built too, the perfect way for the inn to greet new visitors, looking at all the smiling faces. If he could see her now, he'd shed a tear. Maria is shocked, asking if she's crying, but she responds that it's just quite bright, her eyes are merely adjusting, but then asks if we should have a feast on the house to thank us for it. Neris, the good chap, couldn't turn that down. He's gonna drink a droplet and pass out, but they go inside, leaving me and Maria. She's glad it worked out. As I say, mission make sure everybody's happy was a huge success. She realized that the sign sure did make her okay, huh? She said she liked it, but then cried. Do people cry when they're happy? Those are called tears of joy, Maria. Though, I know she wouldn't know what they are just yet. But she's just happy that Fabian was happy, asking me if she's like her father now. Well, you're not killing, so I'd say you're outdoing him. She blushes, saying she's not that good, asking if I'll come back and help her more, as when I'm with her, she can do her best. Adding that when I gave her pictures from my journey, she always surprised, but she's never seen places like that, only the capital and the sky. It makes her really happy to see them, and she wants to make everyone else have that fun too. She wants to give that feeling to everyone. I know you can do it, Maria. You can make everyone from the young to the elderly happy. I mean, Neris is a fossil at this point, so I just know that you can, as a bongo stronger. Suddenly she feels down, hoping that the starving Parapus boy is feeling okay. Suddenly, Fabian asks for help inside, and she's a good girl and helps, as I'll leave her to it. And during the night, I go back to the arena. This time we're fighting the enemies normally, so no turn-based combat to accompany us. This time, which means it was a cakewalk. This game's combat outside the JRPG is quite simplistic, so it went down fast, making me now Bronze 1, giving me my rewards and my courage boost, and I call it a night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We're changing it up today, doing the arena first. We're one away from reaching Silver 3, so let's get into it. This time, however, only I can fight it. It's against two relatively weak monsters, but by myself, it might actually be a tad challenging. The thing that didn't make it any better was my horrible luck when it came to hitting. I will admit, this took longer than I was expecting it to, but eventually I got a good run. But it was still quite a slug. The butterfly was actually weak to my win, so it went down pretty easy. But it had status elements on its side, but enough resets helped me out as I finished the bee off with a wind spell.
Come forth, royal soul!
And with that, we're proudly Silver 3. I call that mission complete, and all the goodies I got add on top of that feeling of success. As we finish the night off climbing up the lookout and staring at just how beautiful the small city truly is. Those water bubbles comprise of magla. I really want to swim in one, regardless of how dangerous that would be, as I get a boost in my wisdom and call it a night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The final day before the soiree, and it was quite the simple day, all things considered. Just spent the morning talking to an earnest youth to boost my tolerance, and in return I got told about some of the horrors that comes with research on igniters. It's quite horrific, but with people like him supporting the used, I think that the world is just a bit brighter. As the night came, and I debated Milo, who is quite a vain person, caring only for true beauty, saying, when he's king, they will expel anyone who is deemed ugly and make a radiant nation of beauty. I ask for his policies because how can you run a nation exclusively on looks? But sadly, it wasn't the right questions, as I get grilled by the public and have to admit defeat. But at least I got to level 3 in eloquence, so that's a consolation prize in all of this, I guess, as I turn in for the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It's the day of the mission. We go through our mission plan, I'll grab the formula while the others buy me time, which sounds like a decent idea. I can see it going awry, but we'll just have to see how it goes as we head to the location. It's a massive gathering. I'm quite shocked as Heismay comments on how sharp all the soldiers look. Hulkenberg tells us that they're some of the most elite unit of the military until Luis's accession, and now they're his personal guard. Stroll comments on the figures that might give us grief aren't here. That's when they show their furry ears. Fidelio comments on our tight stances, saying you should loosen up a little, asking what's going on so wound up. Stroll replies that we're simply feeling a tad intimidated by the guard, but Basilio tells us that we'll just have to get used to it, we'll have to if we want to survive. Fidelio asks about Neris' location. I tell him that he's at the runner. Personally, I think it's for the best. He's there, I can imagine him opening up after a single pint. But Fidelio responds, as you like, I suppose. Stroll asks about Juna, as we're informed the poor girl's lost her voice, commenting on few being able to refuse Luis's invitation and live to tell it. Basilio asks if we're looking forward to chatting with her and starts to tease Fidelio a little. That's when Luis makes his grand entrance, coming directly to me, being so glad I could make it. I thank him for his warm welcome, as he says for us to enjoy ourselves, as we are new comrades in arms. He expects it, and while the drinks and the cups have not reached their heads, he wants to get the formalities out of the way, introducing me to his people as a young candidate that brought great shame to Forden. And he was thusly surprised to learn that I did it all just to win his regard, calling it bold, as I'm left to swear my loyalty to the man. He then tells me to enjoy the party. It is mine, after all. Leaving, that's when Stroll gives me the cue to leave. But Gladel is at the exit. I guess he would be a problem, but Heismay thankfully comes in for the save, mocking the size of the monster he brought, as I get going to the Skyrunner, now rank 23 with the Populist. We arrive and it seems that there's a guard standing in front of Luis's room. I guess it would make sense. There'd be at least one person, but we're on the clock. That's when another guard starts talking to him. I note a few things in their talk, something about an alarm and extra security, but more importantly, someone has locked the bridge. Not only that, but apparently Juno was spotted in there with her superfan. That worried the guards since that's Luis's girl, at least from what I've been told, as they leave, giving us a chance to open the door. But alas, I guess that extra security is here to bite us in the ass, as we can't enter his personal quarters.
Now we just keep up the charade as long as we can.
Might I have a...
Stroll, if I recall. I've heard you're a titled noble. Yet you stand behind a commoner candidate.
I stand with a candidate who's proven he has power and potential. Besides, I'm a noble in lineage alone. My house no longer stands.
Where are you from?
Have you heard of a village called Harlia?
Certainly. It was the first village to be destroyed by the human menace.
Only because help never came. They requested reinforcements, but the army wouldn't spare a single soldier. Are the rumors true that was by your decision?
That is true.
But why?
To save this country.
Stroll!
The Fool King and the fossils of the Sanctus Church refused to face the threat looming over this country. An adequately dramatic demonstration was required. They say you could see Harlia burning as far as the palace battlements. Confronted with that balefire, those old men could no longer deny the human threat.
Your balefire cost hundreds of innocent lives.
Do I offend you? Are you repulsed? Surely it helps you realize that you can protect nothing without power. The natural blessings you enjoyed are not infinite. Few have the luxury of living with no need to struggle and harm just to survive. But our nation would have you believe such hardship is born of moral weakness. So the punished are punished further. They die in silence like with their lives. Some will fall, some will triumph, and therein is true equality forged. I am not one to stand idly by as history is wrought. All their sacrifices, and yours, shall not be in vain. A valuable conversation. I do hope you enjoy the party.
Strong.
Humblest apologies. He's a young heart and hasn't yet learned to temper his words.
No worries. Truth told, I'd take him over the sycophants.
That brat's nowhere to be seen. Where'd he slip off to? He couldn't have. Let's go have a look around, Hector.
We spend a few moments thinking of ideas of getting in there, but there's not much we can do until the Skyrunner starts to take off by the sudden movements of the ship. We enter outside to check. Big mistake, as with the sudden movements of it, I'm blown away. I tried to get up, but I was blown away even further. It was by pure luck that I was still on the Skyrunner. We have little options at this point, and I refuse to return empty-handed after coming so far, so I jump on my sword and get going. It was by pure dumb luck that I didn't fall to my death after calling it close so many times today, but personally, I call it 100% skill. Anyways, we're able to get to the entrance and we've got no choice but to enter, as we'll likely be blown away at any time. And we're very lucky as we're now in Luis's personal quarters. We're now given a golden opportunity to find it as we search around all the obvious places, finding less than interesting things. That's until we came across a familiar book. Sure enough, it's the novel I've been reading. It seems that Luis has one too. Gallagher is shocked, asking why he would have it, since there shouldn't be many copies left. I call it a coincidence, perhaps it may be fate. We cross paths, but who knows, as Gallagher is unsure he gets the message. But that helped us out as it showed the thing that Gallagher saw, a massive list of magic formulas, but we're unsure which one could cure the prince. But it doesn't matter as we're put in a precarious position as Juna enters the room, asking what we're doing here. I say that we're looking for something, she's shocked we weren't hiding it, but Gallagher asks what she's doing here. Juna calls her the fairy from before, and that Luis has given her permission to come and go from these quarters. But Gallagher asks about her so-called sore throat, knowing she lost her voice, but it sounds fine to her, realizing that she snuck into here like last time, calling her a repeat offender. Juna lets out a sigh, commenting on losing her touch, as she corners me on the bookshelf and tells me that if I remember that she said that she'd keep her eyes on me. Well, she's gotta admit, she likes what she sees, asking me to keep this a secret, and she'll of course keep it a secret about me too, as we're accomplices in this now. I ask her for her plan, but she tells me that it will be mutually beneficial, and then asks that Gallagher cases the place first and leaves me to slink in after, calling us pretty sharp. Gallagher gets mad at being insulted, saying her name is Gallagher. That shocks her, seeming to know what we're here for. That's until...
Someone's coming!
Well, well. The occupant's absent, but the door's locked. I see why the guards are in a panic.
There's no use hiding. This is quite a turn-up, isn't it? The runtime might have figured for a rat, but even Milord's favorite little songbird? What a scandal! And when he hears it from me, maybe I'll finally get some recognition around here.
It seems I've underestimated that man, as the plan is starting to fall apart, like Gallagher said, but Juna just calls him an idiot, as he could have locked us in here. But she informs us that she can handle this, just saying that the box we found has the formula to break the curse. She knew we were here for it, saying for us to take it and run, as she leaves to chase Glodell. Gallica asks who even is she, but she'll tell us if we survive this. I guess that's fair, as we give chase after her, which was a good idea as I hear her screams out, which I follow the sound of as Glodell has taken her hostage. She calls us soft as he admits he didn't expect us to come and save her, but he baited Juna nicely, after all knowing that this means that we're working together, thinking there must be a good story behind this. But he wants justice for his name being dragged through the mud, calling for his dog Hector, which has been mutated by the Melancholia crystals. Juna asks him why he would hide such an amazing talent. He tells her to shut up, knowing he isn't strong. He isn't some towering war hero. He's just got his smarts. He knows he can only win this through foul play, wanting to be worshipped, but every time he wants someone to surpass him in everything, which includes that bastard Luis. He's been a thorn in his behind, but it all ends starting today. He'll offer our heads on a silver platter, and then one day, he will be the rightful ruler.
Oh my, you're pathetic.
I told you to shut your damned mouth! Go, Hector! Don't move! That goes for you too, fairy. Unless you'd rather see her pretty little neck bleed.
What do we do? If we're not careful about this, Juna might...
Spaghet them!
No! Isn't there anything we can do?
You like that? Who's your king now? I am!
You let your dog do your fighting. You're such a disgrace. He has no pets here. So what's the matter? Are you too scared to fight him alone?
A duel? Have it your way. Come then, we'll do this right. I am Glodell,
and you will kneel before me as your king!
So,
who are you to me?
I am the one who would save this country!
Well, that worked better than I expected.
This is bad. That guy is near the top of the candidate rankings. That means the royal magic will make him invincible to us.
You have the right of it. You fell for it. She brought you straight to me. Now I have you, and I'll ensure your suffering is long and painful. But see reason. Juna, if you take my side, I might be persuaded to spare you.
Am I not worthy of your affection? I'm more of a man than that bastard Luis could ever be!
Over my dead body! I am Giovanni's sickness. I am no one's trinket. My life is my own to protect, and I will accept nothing less!
What? It worked?
Well, you're not invincible!
Damn you! What's going on here?
Let me help. Your powers have intrigued me from the start. You and your friends. You call it an archetype, right?
What?
I thought as much. Surprising, though. I'd written them off as a myth. Not even my sister got close. Still, now that I've seen their power a few times, maybe I can do it myself.
Very well, O lodestar who wanders in sorrow. O thou anguished traveller who hath borne the weight of parting from the start. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. Thou art the brilliant star that shall illuminate the King's Road. Now, awaken.
Look at me! What you see now is my commitment to my song! My voice rises from the depths of my heart.
How does she have the same power? She's just a damn singer!
Never underestimate a singer! Every song is a burden, the weight of a lifetime. I have sung 1,000 songs. I've known their power my whole life. Whereas all you've ever been is a lackey. My music is lost on you. Listen and learn!
Do it! Chew them up! Tear them limb from bloody limb!
I see. So this is the power of an archetype. All it takes is a change of mask, and I can be whatever I want. Poetic, really? Especially for me. That's just as well. You can lend me your strength too.
This isn't the kind of thing you can just imitate. You know about...
Not much now. I hope you've had your fun, because you're about to pay for it in full.
Shut up! Just shut up! I'll crush you with my own hands! A duel!
It seems Juna has now got the same power as us, and has in fact been learning about it on her own time, so that helps us out a ton. But there's not too much to say about this fight. The poor bastard Glodell is more of a tutorial fight than a boss. I mean, he dealt damage, sure, but if I'm being honest here, all I really needed to do was just make sure my healing was done every turn, and then eventually he'll go down. And sure enough, he did, with Juno dealing the finishing blow.
I call upon a royal soul!
Help me! I give. Please. I'll not say a word about you sneaking in. Just spare my life, I beg you.
What do we do? If we let him run off, he's obviously going to rat us out.
But killing him would give us a lot to explain. Maybe we should work out some kind of deal.
Idiots! It's the oldest trick in the book! Why? What's happening? No. I'm the future king. I can't breathe. Why?
Is he dead? So the magic protected us. But why now?
What the hell?
Dead? You lot kill him?
No! He's the one who attacked us! And then the king's magic did all that to him!
That the truth of it?
Oh, he snuck into Count Luis's private quarters. Must have gotten in with all the confusion of takeoff, I suppose.
Right? And why did the bloody thing take off like that? We could hardly believe our eyes.
Oh, well, you know me and my indulgences, boys. Perhaps I got a bit carried away, but we're in Brilehaven. I simply had to see the night view over the city.
You having a laugh?
Anyway, then Glodell went from crass to violent. That's when he stepped in to help, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right!
Crikey, Lady Juna, I'm sorry. Sounds like you've had a right awful evening.
Hold on. You were supposed to be at the soiree, weren't you? That's a lot of ground to cover, isn't it?
Why? One would think you don't believe us, Fidelio.
Well, no, just...
Suppose that means the rat was Glodell. Lord Louis said we got a traitor in our midst is all. We came by thinking to catch him.
This Is that so? Well, hadn't you better report back? Shall we make what we can of this party together?
Your throat all better then, Lady Juna?
Yes, much better. He gave me such a thorough examination after all. He took good care of my throat. If you'd come a bit earlier, I might have asked you to do it.
Really? Hardly matters to me.
Anyway, I'd say this bears reporting. Let's leave the guards to their cleanup and get out of here.
Yeesh, looks could kill.
We're left to face Luis about all of this. He asked that Claudel was the rat, and he's been executed already? Juna says it's a shame. Fidelio says that we were the only ones who left the soiree early, and by the sounds of it, Claudel overstepped and he had to fight them. But Luis thinks it's the other way around. Fidelio agrees, as Dead Man can't speak, but Fidelio knows that Claudel was a right profile candidate. He knew the king's magic protected him. The story is, he attacked them and then got killed by the magic, which means that I would be protected, which Luis confirms that he received a report that my faces emerge on the rock. It seems that my stunt has gained me some renown. Well, I guess luck is on our side this time. We played a very dangerous game, and thankfully it worked out. But Luis is left to wonder what Claudel wanted to do, asking what he was after. Juno was unsure, as Basilio wonders if he was under Forden's payroll, but he doubts it since he wanted to kill the Godot guy. But Luis thinks that it's no matter, Forden's been kind enough to get the people in a frenzy over this little race, so he'll just step in and reap what he's so graciously sowed. That's news to me. I didn't know he entered the race. He must have announced at the soiree. But from now on, Luis tells me that I shall serve as his eyes and ears. I understand that, as he thinks, we will see what scheme Forden will devise as the next task, and lets me enjoy myself in the city. I thank him as I get going.
Alright.
I got back to the runner and suddenly Juna comes barging in for some reason. She apologizes, thinking it's a tad late for introductions, asking if we haven't told them yet. That leaves us baffled as Hulkenberg asks if she can assume that she's one of us, and she plans on to stand alongside Luis, but Juna seems to want to cut the pretend on being on Luis's side, as Gallica is left to ask her if she's the other agent Grius has mentioned. That name sounds familiar to her, asking if he was the man who perished at the Grand Cathedral. She apologizes and admits they kept the finer details confidential, so she didn't know who the other agent was, but knows the objective well, needing the curse to be lifted from the prince, and it can't be lifted by conventional means. So we gotta kill Luis or find the curse. Well, that's an interesting turn of events, as she comments that she never expected me to be so young, admitting if she didn't know to look out for a fairy named Gallica, she would have never expected it was me. Gallica is just shocked, never expecting her to be on our side, especially since they're, well, you know. But that's when she confirms that she wouldn't be caught dead in a place like that unless it was to rob him. He merely keeps her around because he likes her voice. He made that very clear from the start, but that's when Heismay asks why she would go this far to risk her life for a mere side job. She admits at first, merely coincidence. She tended to find herself in honored company and happened to be around where a resistance operative was doing some recon. Heismay asks if she was strong-armed, but she confirms she requested to join. Fate beckoned her, and she wouldn't have turned it away. That's fair enough. She just says that she had plausible reason to get close to Luis due to wanting to improve at her job, so it all worked out for everyone. That's quite shocking, all things just to grow. Gotta say, she's got brass balls. Neris agreeing with that statement, not surprised she's got a loyal fan base. But she thinks it's partly due to her heritage as an Adia, but singing is everything to her. To stir even a single soul, she'll take that over 1,000 church accolades. But with that, she's going to stick close to Luis, so that they don't suspect her, and asks if I have any objections with that, but it's fine by me, as we've got another comrade on the battle against Luis. Something that shocks me and Gallica, but I guess the more the merrier, as our bond grows stronger. but with talks over, we need to get this formula solved. But we can't read this gibberish. Stroll remembers Rella being mentioned in the margins. Heismay and Hulkenberg seem to know her. Saint Rella, she was the one who they got help with the prince when he first felt the curse and saved him from certain death. But Stroll asks if she's the best healer. An attack happened a decade ago. The so-called saint looked his age. Juna tells us more about her being a prodigal talent and one of the most gifted at the Mage Academy. Even as a mere child, she outclassed her teachers with an igniter. Gallica asks if she knows her, but Juna is afraid she's out of our reach, since she works in the capital and we cannot leave without getting Luis's attention. Silly Juna, she doesn't know the classic technique of having the ability to fast travel in your gauntlet runner, but it shocks her nonetheless, asking how, but we tell her to pipe down as she might get spotted. She refuses as she's just amazed, but she's starting to get noticed by people, Heismay calling it the curse of fame. But regardless, Juna is going to show us the way, but Stroll's shocked. She's just playing a local doctor. Gallica is confused, but Hulkenberg explains that igniters aren't known for their use in healing, usually reserved for nobility, expecting her to merely serve the court. Stroll thinks that the level of altruism she's earned her title, as Juna starts the trek there, as Heismay asks for my thoughts on all of this. And personally, I don't see any harm in checking it out at least, so we get going. We arrive there as Rella apologizes as she's tending to some elixirs, and suddenly is shocked to see Juna. She apologizes for the sudden appearance, and Rella knows us from a stunt, and with introductions she drops the bombshell of her being adopted sisters. Her family took her in, but not to tell us, the public doesn't know. Rella comments on how long it's been since they've met, apologizing, wanting to meet her after the opening ceremony, but Juna understands, as she's been attending to Forden until Brilehaven. Calling it all wonderful, such daft social climbing puts even their father to shame. Rella responds with a sigh to it all and greets us fully, wanting to know why we're here. That's when we drop the formula on her as she asks where we found this. Juna apologizes but asks her to share everything that she could without asking too many questions. She informs us that this is an inversion of a healing spell, otherwise known as a curse. That's when Hulkenberg decides to drop the secrecy and tell us that the formula is for the curse that slew the prince. The death of him was a tragedy, one she once paid for in full. So she will punish the treacherous snake responsible. She seems to know then that this was Luis's creation. Stroll says what happened with Joanna, we were simply trying to get closer to Luis, hoping she would understand. Rella responds that her penance was sincere, but it was Forden who chose a terrible punishment. It kinda scared her. However, she's relieved as she heard rumors about her and Luis, but knew she needn't give it a second thought. That's when they start having a sisterly back and forth, mainly just teasing about their pasts, but we eventually got back on track, and, well, that left us with some bad news, as the spell's effects are enduring and will persist to exist if the source doesn't fade. Compared to normal spells who consume magic released by the user, this one draws on Luis's magic itself. By the sounds of it, the only way we can stop the spell is with Luis's death. And sadly, she couldn't tell us how to lift the curse on this alone. This is quite unfortunate news, but Rella then asks me for something simply to keep Juna safe. But I reassure her that she's strong enough to keep herself safe. But she brings up a good point of her running into her own danger, which is fair, so I'll have to keep at least a little eye on her. But it's all still a shame. We're back to square one, heading back to the runner. Nara sees all of our glum faces, asking if he missed a funeral, but we're left to wonder what we can really do, especially with the king's magic protecting him for the most part. Even then, Heismay is unsure if we can beat him, but Stroll, the man he is, will not give up. The king's magic is not an absolute shield, we just gotta maintain our trust and eventually get the chance to kill him. But for now, we just gotta call it a night. As Juna's impressed we can house so many in the runner. Neris laughs as we complain of it being cramped. Hulkenberg's inner fangirl talks as she apologizes for it not being worthy of a diva, but she is fine with having a bath, so Neris takes her there, and we're left to call it quits for the night. not before asking Neris what he's been doing the past god knows how long. And obviously, it was about the Skyrunner, seeming to remember when he did flight experiments to prove his theories, of course. They failed horribly, but sadly, he got demoted. But between the two of us, the theory's done, wanting to incorporate it with the runner, but ever since, he's been a tad afraid to actually do it, in case of another failure, seeing it as simply my teleportation magic can take us places we've seen, but for new horizons, we'll need to take to the skies. Well, you got this, man. Eventually, I just hope we're not going to be test subjects for the eventual crash, as I call it a night. That is what I would like to say, but I got fixated in reading my book, as Juna came also in the same position of not being tired, telling me that tomorrow she'll sneak the formula back in the room, knowing that even if he suspects us, he wouldn't know about the teleportation magic. I should probably give her the keys too, but she'll be honest, she thought she was fine doing all the infiltration, but she really wasn't. She finally, after all of this, she can see that she's utterly exhausted, and then thanks me for saving her behind, calling me lucky, as she's rarely this candid, but then notices the book I have, the forbidden text I mentioned in Luis's room, and decides that she would like to read a few pages, and I let her.
The prevailing culture of the world is one of freedom in all things. No faith, fealty, or philosophy enforces ideology. All are free to create, and all are free to embrace those creations. This culture's influence spreads throughout the world. It is even said that a song of peace was powerful enough to bring an end to war. Oh, how inspiring. It's hard to imagine that a single song could be so influential. I wonder what the world would be like if a song really could reach all people's hearts, no matter their status or tribe. We Nydia, we're all liars, you know. Everyone told us we were inherently worthless, just a fact of our birth. So I learned some glamours to make myself at least look valuable. This form. It's all just a fancy disguise, really. A gilded mask for the world to admire. Or not. No, do forgive me. That was all lies, lies, lies. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to reveal yourself entirely, but you should always have the freedom to. If these new powers are to give form to my ideals, I want to create a world where we can appreciate each other's freedom. I'll make sure everyone hears that in my songs, no matter what happens.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
And that's the bell! Thank you for waiting, ladies and gents. It's time to begin the second round of the tournament for the throne! First of all, congratulations to the 20 who have won their places on the King's Rock. You are now officially the winners of the first round. Let's give them a hand!
No sign of Luis. Even if he does plan to take over, suppose he's still not eager to play by their rules.
I haven't seen Juna this morning either.
I heard some nobles say she had a job suddenly come up. Better that the audience doesn't see her with us.
Now, at long last, we are ready to announce their next challenge. This time, the task for the candidates is recovering and offering a divine relic!
What? A relic?
Don't worry, we're happy to explain everything. You'll not want to forget this, so we've arranged for you to hear it from an unforgettable voice. To tell us more, please welcome to the stage our guide, our songstress, the lovely Lady Juna!
Her sudden obligation revealed, I suppose.
Chosen heroes! Your next destination is Altabury Heights,
the capital of the Principality of Montario. You are to gather there by the deadline, with a divine relic in hand to offer the Sanctus Church. Tragically, there are still heathens in this land who choose to reject sanctism. They care nothing for salvation. They cling to strange idols, calling them divine relics, believing them gifts from their eldritch gods. But their rituals are unstable, and their relics just primitive magic tools. It is time we put an end to this misguided witchery. Take these relics from the pagan's grasp and bring them to the birthplace of sanctism, Altabury Heights in Montario. Please deliver them to their rightful place in God's hands. May all our aspiring heroes be blessed with good fortune and the favor of God. I pray for your success.
What a real presence before a crowd, doesn't she? Positively plucks at your heart.
Oh. Focus, Iceland, focus.
By the deadline of the second round, Altabury will begin the festivities for the autumnal Montario Saints' Day. This two-day event kicks off on Saints' Day Eve, with the main celebrations on the day proper. And this year's event will be historic. His Eminence, Sanctifex Forden, will be personally sealing the collection of the pagan relics. To celebrate, the songstress Juna will be dedicating a ceremonial song. You won't want to miss this, folks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on my mark, let the second round of the Tournament for the Throne begin!
They're unabashedly ordering them to steal relics from pagan land now. That's plunder! They would steal our very culture!
That candidate's a Mustari. Small wonder he's so aghast. Forden's stooping to a new low.
I ask Heismay what he means by a new low. Heismay explains that the Mustari are a pagan people, and their relics are cultural touchstones, vital to their hearts and faiths, and Forden's just ordered them to loot them as they please. Gallica comments on our case, we will not know our role until Luis tells us. Regardless, we're heading for Altabury, Shaw replies, adding that it's further east and we've got quite the long trip ahead of us. I wonder if we'll see any of Hulkenberg's family, as Juna comments on her shoulders, thinking they would ask her a little sooner than the morning of. Fidelio says that she did a hell of a show, adding that Luis has sent for us as well. I guess we get going ASAP, heading for the Skyrunner. We enter, Juna being as loud as ever. Fidelio finds it quite funny ever since the incident with Gladel. We've been inseparable. Juna thinks that one has to keep one chauffeur in line, asking if he agrees. He's just disgruntled. Basilio tells her good job on getting the gig at the Sanctus Festival. She's thankful but isn't sure if it's worth celebrating. He's confused as she says that she believes it's to keep Luis in check, putting her on stage the whole time so they can make sure Luis doesn't crash the Sanctus Day party. Fidelio gets that, seeing it as an excuse to blacklist her, but Luis thinks that she shouldn't fear it as Forden stews in his own dread. He seeks divine relics is common knowledge, but who would simply give up an idol on par with a god's reverence? He has all but commanded that they take it by force. The king's magic has ruined his schemes. We humiliated him in the public eye, and in one desperate final grasp for authority, he has placed his fate in Luis's hands. His game will soon end, so let's give him the finale he deserves. I ask him what he's going to do. I wonder if he has a way to kill Luis, but he simply asks if he has to hear it repeated. He just wants to kill him. Stroll asks about the king's magic, but he simply states that we'll see soon enough. For now, we need only follow his orders. For our task, we need to grab a divine relic for him. The artifact is a lance known as Drakodios. That sounds important. Juna thinks that the Draco part implies it has something to do with dragons. Luis admits that the lore behind it intrigues him, and we shall acquire it in time for the Sanctus Day and bring it to him. Fidelia asks that it's quite high stakes, asking if he's sure he wants us on the job. Luis reassures Fidelia he has other agents gathering other relics for him. He has no urgent need for Drakodios or us if we fail. Juno replies that she'll tag along so she can keep an eye on us just in case we try and run off with the relic. Luis comments on her attachment to us. She replies that it's her first formal assignment in his service and she can act as his eyes and ears. Hey, I thought I were. But Luis is fine with it, saying she may act accordingly. Juno is happy, asking where we can find it, but Luis just responds for us to find our own clues elsewhere. We will have no further from him. We must prove we can think as well as we fight, and he leaves us hoping success for our shared vision, and we leave him. Honestly, I don't know where to start. I only have that it's likely connected to Mystari, so I search around, and I eventually made it to the seaport, where the Mystari candidate is furious about it all. Heismay thinks it's understandable, with everyone ordered to ransack his homeland, but wondering how we should approach him. I say that the church has crossed a line. He turns to face us, saying that we're not with the Sanctus Church. The only few aren't by the looks of it. Troll admits that he knows little about divine relics, but he knows very well what it's like to have one's homeland threatened. He's honest, saying that they're symbols of their faith. More than that, they're the soul of their culture, their history.
Followers of the old native beliefs worship idols that are known to conduct magic, which they call divine relics. But unlike the igniters of modern times, they are primitive in make and function, and often dangerous. So said my studies, at least.
Juno calls what Hulkenberg said Sanctus propaganda, being the opposite, they're powerful beyond belief, and our igniters are crude imitations of that power, saying if we ever saw one for ourselves, we'd see the difference. They're not called divine for nothing after all. With power like that, they may as well came from the gods themselves. The Mystari recognizes her, surprised that he would hear her from her, especially after her performance today, but she replies that job's a job, asking if he's aware that pagans aren't the only people oppressed by the church. But he sees that she's well informed, and by the sounds of it, he guesses she hails from the Mages Academy. She calls that all details, really, just not wanting the power to be abused again. He knows that the others will be hell-bent on taking relics by any means, but he can see we're different. Troll admits that we're looking for a relic called Drakodios. He tells us that it's the Lance of the Dragon God, and supposes that anyone would want to take their homeland's greatest treasure, but the lance is no secret. He truly wishes for mainlanders to come and see it, telling me about his island and where it stands on a clear day. We can see it from this island. Hulkenberg asks if he speaks of Virga Island, and explains that it's a large island in the inland sea. Most of the people who live there are Mystari, and remains the only place where Sanctism has not taken root. He tells us he does not want to abolish the Sanctism, he merely doesn't want everything they believe in to be destroyed. He hoped to change the world, but with what he's seen, he knows he is just a fool. And with that chat, he introduced himself as Edeni, but asked for us to forget about the lance. They will not hand it over, and we will never reach it anyways. I tell him that we have no plan to take it forcefully, but he explains that even if we did, no ship will sail there. It's the first of many obstacles, adding that Virga Island isn't a place for an outsider, and leaves not before saying that he chased a fool's dream, hoping I do not too. This leaves us in a tad bit of a pickle, since we have no real way to get to the island. If there is no boat that will take us, of course on top of any other things, and our only way there is to go to Martira, but that will take way too much time. But silly us, we didn't put one thing in mind. Neris is a crazy man, and has been given the runner the ability to fucking run on water. This is why Neris is the man, honestly. One moment he's talking about soaring and now we're swimming. There's nothing this man can do. Well, except for keep a drink down, I guess. But it seems he was on top of all this, knowing that the best way to get to Martira was just to go straight rather than around. I hear Fidelia's voice asking if we're seriously not making a trip in that. We're shocked to see them, but it seems they've decided they don't trust us just yet, being bodyguard duty for Juna as we're going to a remote wild island. Juna just says that they don't trust me, but Fidelio says that they're coming on Luis's orders, asking if we have a problem. Neris is fine, just worried about the lack of beds. They seem to be fine with that, but also not expecting the ship to last the trip, but at least Basilio is seeming to be more enjoying of the situation, as they leave us for the time being. This is a little worrying, but Stroll asks for my angle on all of this. It's obvious they're still suspicious of us. Stroll agrees, but Neris seems to not really care. From any tension, must not see them as bad guys, as he says that he's going to check the runner and to give him a holler when we're ready to go. Fair enough. As we look at the map, like the other times, it'll be 3 days and 2 nights to get there, so no point in waiting any longer, so let's just get going. Gotta say, I'm surprised we're actually moving, well, more like gliding. More importantly, it's not sinking. But Stroll thinks about where we're going, thinking it's wholly foreign to him. Hulkenberg simply says it's an island within an archipelago, where many Musari live. She's heard their faith involves a special maiden of some kind. Heismay wonders in how they're going to manage to avoid the church's influence, doubting they have the manpower to stop them. Juna says that they have an item there that can overturn history, and they cannot allow their soldiers to see it. Although calling it a rumor, we're left to wonder if we can negotiate, but Fidelio wonders what the fuss is. We just kill them all. Juna tells them off for always wanting death, but Fidelio calls it Luis's orders, but Hulkenberg thinks they're disrespecting his name with unnecessary violence. Basilio sighs, asking if we're there yet. This is going to be harder than I thought.
The Gauntlet Runner takes to the water in its new form, setting out to the wide open sea. Their destination, Virga Island, an enigmatic foreign land that not even the long arm of Sanctism can reach. Not all present now would count themselves as allies. Will this prove difficult, or something else entirely?
Now that everything's done, we actually have some free time, and I spend it fishing with Heismay. I gotta say, this fishing thing is actually super fun, almost like it was God sent. I think that the true diversity will be found if every race went fishing instead of war. But we get a bunch of fish for our efforts and call it a day.
As the sun dips below the horizon and the stars begin to reflect off the water's surface, the Gauntlet Runner reaches the shore. Lurking below the surface, in the black and fathomless deep, are the eager eyes of predatory hunters. But the party, safe inside their Gauntlet Runner, relaxes from the burdens of their voyage, gazing out over calm waters.
And during the night, me and Juna have a refreshing talk away from the brothers' glares. It was a good talk too, which boosted my imagination. As we talked through the rest of the night, I just hoped that our trek across the ocean would be peaceful.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We start the day off sitting down and reading a book. What book, you ask? Well, Juna's poem, of course. If she sees me, I will likely be dead. But that's why doing this boosts my courage, of course, as we continue to read.
Come look at this!
The Gauntlet Runner halts at a sandy hollow that suddenly arises from the sea. The towering seawall. It is not an island or a reef, but a mass of sand expanding below sea level. There is no sign of a water flow. There are many places in Oceania where the laws of nature fail, but here it is especially evident. The surface drops as though it were gouged out. Still, best not to be distracted by the spectacular. Monsters roam the deep, and tales of people being dragged below are not uncommon.
We find ourselves in a massive seawall. It's like someone split the ocean in half, as we're left to stand on the sea floor. It's quite beautiful, all things considered, but Basilio is getting worried, asking if Fidelio is sure about this. He's worried about the water falling down. I ask if they don't know how to swim. Fidelio simply responds to not put our nose where it belongs. We're left to look at it, the beautiful fish that make up this seawall, but Hulkenberg, by her wording, seems to have an ulterior motive. In this regardless, it's still a pretty sight. and the fish using their bodies' light to ward off predators is a cool insight, even if Fidelio must be rude at every waking second. As we get going, much to Hulkenberg's sadness, as she wanted to eat them all most likely.
As the water sparkling in the setting sun begins to lose the light shimmer, the gauntlet runner reaches the calm surface of the reef. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
We didn't expect the weather to take a turn for the worst. It's shaking and crashing, or in the eye of the storm by the looks of it. Juno says we should be thankful that Forden killed the monster, as we hit something outside. Neris thinks that it might have been a rock, as he goes out to check. Heismay wonders if the brothers are still abed, even in this weather. He envies those bloody Parapus. This is the first time I didn't know he held such anger for the Parapus. But then again, what happened to his son? I'm not surprised either. Juno tells us that both of them have led horrible upbringings. They're kind-hearted behind the glares, risking their life for her countless times. In fact, one time she asked if she could repay them, and they simply went red asking to hear her singing, since her voice is awful pretty. Heismay is a tad disgruntled, asking if this is a joke to her, asking if he's not allowed to speak ill of the Parapus. Fidelio suddenly appears, asking how anyone can sleep if this field is shaking. Fidelio asks what we're talking about due to the tension. I say life stories. Heismay just says it out loud, thinking about his dislike for the Parapus. Fidelio replies, him and the whole world, or does he think he's special? Basilio just asks for his brother to come out and say it. Just say he's not convinced about the whole stuff with Lodell. Fidelio responds that even if they're suspicious, there's no way Luis hasn't worked it out already. Not that it matters anyways. He was just making sure that Juno was on their side or not. It seems that tension is growing in the runner, that's until...
Ah! Something's out there! Look outside! It's a monster! A great briny beast! Everyone to the deck, quick!
What is that thing?
The hell are you doing? This supposed to be you helping those in need, right, Del?
Now! Hurry!
You alright, Del? You realize this changes nothing. We're still... Don't charge straight at it! We've got the arms. We'll clear him out of the way.
Got it. If we don't kill the thing, we're all sunk.
Don't get used to it.
Yeah! Come on over there!
Now's our chance!
We'll slice up some more of the bastard's legs, stick to the body, and take out what limbs you can. I don't know about you, but I'm not dying today.
I'm really lucky, all things considered. He can deal a ton of damage with his multi-attack, but he only used it once in this fight. Then again, this fight only lasted 3 turns. As it turns out, Stroll does a shitload of damage with a Valor boost, and due to his finny for hunting humans thanks to our bond being maxed out, by the second turn he cut all of the monster's tentacles off, and then Juna finished the job. With the monster defeated, Gallica can't believe that there's still monsters here, meaning Forden likely lied about killing the beast that plagued Brilehaven. Stroll thinks that he may have lied, or the human menace is spreading faster than he knew. Basilio is surprised, first time they've seen us fight calling that magic even without igniters. Kind of power that kills humans, huh? Asking that Juna can do it too, she responds that she picked it up from me. She's good at doing that, but Juna thanks the brothers for their help. Basilio is his usual cheery self, And Fidelio is, well, Fidelio.
Wait, something's amiss. I still hear water flowing, but it's coming from inside the runner.
Blast! We're dipping awfully low. Getting a bit soggy in here, chums.
Hold on, we're sinking! You've got to be kidding!
Bail the water! You two, help us! What? You can't just order us... Oh, this bloody rust buckets!
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
After the human encounter, I think that Basilio will be more willing to talk out. Of the two brothers, he would be the only one that would actually break, and sure enough, he is willing to talk to me, but outside so his brother doesn't see. But he just says that he ain't got nothing to say. He's gonna keep quiet unless there's something he wants to say. That didn't last long, as he thanks me for saving his brother. Then comments on the ship, comparing it to the Skyrunner. The ship's shaking and creaking, it's like it's ready to fall apart. With something like Luis's ship, you'd be able to hit that human head on. Then asked me if we're even gonna make it. I don't reassure him and say that, probably. That didn't help, but he then comments on how much better life on Luis's Skyrunner was, being able to flop down and sprawl on the beds. Suddenly, he starts talking about superstitions, about the ocean having portals to hell and whatnot. I'm left to look at him confused more than anything. But then he's been getting swimming practice in. He responds that Fidelio is the boss here, and I better keep my mouth shut about him being scared of the ocean. He then gives me something of a charm of sorts, although from a novelty shop compared to the real one, he lost that one in a scrap, remembering when his brother gave it to him, and he finally realizes he's talked way more than he wanted. So he just tells me not to tell his brother, and I nod to agree. My lips are sealed, man, as we go our separate ways and pretend that nothing happened.
As the clear surface gives way to the glassy ink of darkness, the gauntlet runner reaches a remote island. The party gets a good night's rest, grateful for the still land that does not sway them at its winds.
And during the night, me and Juna sat and talked all things Igniters. That's pretty much it, and tomorrow we'll reach Virga Island. So, hopefully it doesn't go too bad.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer. Narrowly escaping the threat of the sea monster, the party rides the currents of the inland sea to their destination, Virga Island. Virga is a word given to the island by the mainland, meaning uncivilized. But its inhabitants give this name no purchase. Put another way, we are trespassers from a country that has unilaterally regarded the islanders as heretics. To forget this is to invite pointless conflict. As though it knows it is unwelcome, the gauntlet runner glides silently onto the island's less populated rear shore.
We finally arrived to the island, and my lord, it's hot. Troll is the first to comment on the heat. Heismay complains about his ear fur. Judah asks if we had to go this way. There was such a beautiful beach over there. Basilio responds that it's easy to get a good backstab coming this way. Hoggenberg gets annoyed, replying that there'll be no stabbing, back or otherwise. But Stroll thinks that it was a good idea, as coming at them head-on would simply alarm them. We just need to find the location of the lance first. Neris reassures us that the runner won't be spotted where it is. Got a whole ocean on their sides. But it's not exactly unscathed by human, so he's gonna stay back and repair, giving us his good luck blessings.
Who's there? Are you from the outside?
What's wrong?
I thought I heard a voice.
A voice? Whose?
All that salt air gets your head. Our chances out here already aren't looking too good.
Despite Fidelio's words, I wonder what that was all about. Basilio wonders where the lance could be. Troll gives his idea of blending in to gather info, commenting on the difficulty due to them all being Mustari. But for now, we should just stay hidden and observe the village from afar. Basilio thinks that's just a big hassle. As we think on how long we can truly stay on this island, Hulkenberg gives us an estimate being that we will have to leave by September the 5th. So not that bad all things considered, so we get going. But of course, we got lost really quick. Juna calls it a disaster, as we cannot afford to get lost here. Juna's sweating out of her mind and comments on all the bugs. She's done! Basilio wants food and wants water to dunk his head in. Hulkenberg finds their complaints annoying, as we're all enduring it, but Heismay's ears catch a sound of running water, and we follow his instincts.
Whoa! It's drinkable. Much clearer than the capital's water, too.
Oh, brilliant. I could use a dip to get the salt off me.
On. Who are you? Can you hear me? Then surely you must be a messenger of the Dragon God.
Is something amiss? I'm imagining things.
Could it be a villager?
You must be the...
Priestess!
Hey, Del, let's go.
Mainlanders! You're not of this island!
Wait, listen!
Seize them!
Behave yourselves. Now, you're a candidate for the He had to steal Drakodios, no doubt. And not content with that, you befouled the priest. We need hear nothing further. You shall all be executed.
Fastest trial I've had.
Calm down. First off, you can't kill a candidate.
You beg for your life in vain, wretch.
Hail, I'm told the priestess is ready.
Accept your fate. You're not getting out either way.
Heismay's ears got us caught by the Mustari and put to death, left with little options, and the brother's gone, likely to go find the lance, which means that we're left to see if we can escape. Cheryl finds it weird though, that they knew me, not expecting the news to travel this far.
Probably my fault, I'm afraid. They had a lot of questions, and they weren't, Well, fancy meeting you here.
Why the hell is he here? He tells us that he hoped the crown theocracy would have worth here, but now Stroll asks why he's here, and once again he proves to be my hype guy, coming here hearing of all I planned and had to follow. He thought he could simply stow away on a Mustari ship and safely get to the island, and, well, this man's a fucking idiot. And I agree with Juno, why would he want to go this far? He's on saying he wanted to peek behind the Sanctus curtain and see the truth. But for now, he has to stay patient, and we'll find an opening soon enough, as people here aren't monolithic as they'd like. What does that mean? Well, regardless, we sit in the cell until the dead of night.
Lady Juna. Let's get those bindings off. Easy does it now.
Lucky for us, the Magnus brothers have arrived to save the day. Or really just Juna, as they're ready to go. Juna asks if they're really gonna ditch us. They confirm only being Juna's guards, but she replies since when did they follow orders to the letter? He simply replies that he doesn't trust us, and how he can't trust us to protect her now. Juna responds that I did a pretty good job saving his life on the sea. Basilio agrees with her. Juna just says that I'm one of them now, and Luis gave me direct personal orders. And he's just gonna leave me to die? Not only that, but she promised him she'd keep an eye out on us, and if I were to die, she'd have failed. Batlin tries to talk, but Fidelio calls him a leech and annoying. He replies that if he doesn't, he'll yell, but Fidelio threatens to shut him up permanently. Basilio doesn't agree with it, thinking of a mess it would make. But if things get serious, they'll likely need some meat shields, adding that they're going to need the manpower to get that lance. Juna asks if the place is dangerous, and as Basilio responds that the dragon god may be more real than we expected. Fidelio confirms, adding that they're sacrificing a village lass to it, and they can't rule out this dragon's more of a folktale. June is shocked, saying, well, that's just lovely, demanding them to untie us now, so we can have better chances. He complains to it, telling me to not make him regret this. I tease a little, saying that it's nice to be back on the team. He calls me mental, and adds for me to get up so he can cut the rope.
You're going last.
We're now out of the jail cell as Fidelio explains some things, saying due to the size, there's only one settlement, and their chief is a young man going by the name Edeni. Oh, it's that Musari candidate we met. Oldenburg's surprised he was the island ruler. Basilio adds onto that him and the sacrificial maiden is heading for the church. That's where the lance is located, and not only that, but the girl is his sister. That shocked Stroll, and honestly all of us. He was most vocal, however. Fidelio says that it's to appease some dragon god's anger, and the islanders worship it, saying the calamities are from its anger. Gallica asks if it's true, but he responds, it's of course not, it's just some superstition rooted around a dragon made up or not. Juna gets that, and she's curious about Drakodios as a relic. If it was found in a temple, then it's likely an ancient ruin, and that's a perfect dragon den. Ah, shit, she's right. Hoggenberg believes if the creature exists, then mortal sacrifice is beyond all reason. No level of torment is worth taking an innocent life. Fidelio, angered, responds that it's rich coming from a fallen knight, asking if she thinks that nobody sacrifices in the real world, or is it just all below her? If we asked him, he thinks that these people are doing what has to be done. Heismay thinks that's fair enough, as it's all beyond the pale, and not our role to scale their morality. Hoggenberg understands, but just refuses to sit idly while this is all happening. Fidelio responds that it doesn't matter what they do, as we're only here for the lance. We've already got enough problems without us wanting to fix theirs. While their heated conversation is going, Batlin sees this all like sanctism being reflected in a mirror, but Stroll confirms that we will get this spear and no one will need to die. He thinks that's good enough. Like we've said from the start, we help anyone in need. No exceptions, right? And I couldn't agree more with that, and that's our plan, as Hulkenberg believes we should head back for the Seed Runner and get to the Temple Island. I agree with that as we go on the trek back. However, something bad has happened as Edeni is left injured, asking us to save his sister. Something about the temple being full of Magla, we worry about him as Hulkenberg assesses the wounds, knowing that we will have to return him to the village. That annoys Fidelio due to having to bust us out, but we've got no choice. We can't let him die, as he's agitated, not understanding us. But Stroll makes a good point, as he's their chief. If his life is indebted to us, then the village will not hunt us. Fidelio doesn't care about all that. We're merely here for the lance, and we know where it is, so just take it. Juna decides to take things into her own hands, saying that she is going to follow us, and since he's assigned to keep an eye on her, and she has to keep an eye on me, you get the idea, and he finally relents with that.
Whatever happens, I can't trust anyone but my family. And my Lord Luis.
Well, Batlin, looks like you'll have to repay the favor a bit earlier than expected. Go tell Neurus what's going on. To be honest,
Getting a bit messy, this. Not that I mind. Consider the favor returned.
Right. We'll carry this man back to the village.
Edeni awakens from passing out after the encounter with whatever's in the temple, saying that wonders never cease. It's us asking that we were being hunted, wondering how we managed to return safely. Stroll responds that our companions acted as decoys to draw the soldiers away and let us sneak in. The Mustari asks what happened and, more importantly, where's your sister? Edeni explains that they headed to the temple, but it was thick with Magla, and the monsters have turned feral. Gallica, shocked, asking if it's the Melancholia crystals. Edeni adds that the monsters made short work of the guards, so they were separated. He was left to flee to the sea. The Musari doctor thinks we need more troops because if we don't act soon, the ritual, but Edeni tells him no, their soldiers cannot fight them. We'd be merely sending them to their death. That's when Heismay comes up to him, saying that we will do it. We have our reasons to see the land, and monsters do not frighten us. But ask the important question, if we find her, what will we do with her? Do we follow with the sacrifice or bring her back? Edeni pauses for a moment and asks us to bring her home, originally planning for letting her to escape, but her lack of fear or hesitation when she was there, he faltered. That's when he realized it's not just fate of the island they place on her, but she's been trying to bear all of their fears and anxieties, saying her life is now in our hands, and even if her sacrifice would save them, he just doesn't care, asking us to save her from the curse that the Mystari placed on her. Hulkenberg's happy to hear, calling him a true leader, reassuring him to leave it to us, pledging to see her safely returned. And I have no objections to this. Gallico agrees too, and Stroll asks him if we save his sister, may we borrow Drakodios? Edeni agrees to that deal, much to the chagrin of the Doctor, but Edeni simply states that if we had the strength to overcome the Temple's trials, we could have simply taken it, but yet we ask for his permission. He trusts me, seeing we really do believe in what we say, but the Doctor calls us outsiders, but Edeni doesn't care what tribe we're from. We're people just like them, and the race for the mainland taught him that. Juna knows that it will take some time to save his sister, knowing the idea may be morbid, but could she survive that long? Edeni reassures us that she knows that place more than anyone. She's likely found a place to hide, and has the food that she'll need to live for at least a month. And knowing she understands how important her life is, she'll keep going, adding that our offenses will be pardoned if we do, and he'll provide all we desire, so please save her. And with that, we're left to our own room. Troll comments on how cozy it is compared to the prison. Heismay is glad to be free of the bugs. Juna questions what hovels we stayed in when we were in Brilehaven of all places. But Hulkenberg says we're free to come and go now, even if we must bow to Luis. Gallico agrees, but lifting the curse is only the start. The public has to recognize him as the rightful king as well. Stroll believes that with the road ahead of us, we should help as many people as we can, while hunting the lands as well as putting potential relic thieves in their place. With those talks over, Fidelio and Basilio make their appearance, asking if negotiations are done. Juna thinks they're amazing, as they could lead those guards on a wild goose chase. Basilio laughs, saying that they can't catch a couple of Parapus lads in the woods. Fidelio just cares about the land, so if that hasn't changed, then he really doesn't care. Now that we've talked, we get into the game plan. Stroll starts. The location is the Dragon Temple. It's built on a deserted island. Once we're there, we search for the Temple of Drakodios. And while we're there, we're looking for Yufa. Fidelio isn't going to do that, making it clear that we're only here for the lands. But Stroll replies that according to Edeni, she's the only person who knows where it is. Much to Basilio's dislike, but Stroll continues, commenting on the problems. The first one is the temple is full of melancholia, which means there's a bunch of monsters. And secondly, there is a possibility that the dragon god of theirs is a real actual living and possibly likely angry dragon. Gallico hopes we don't have a thing like that in the future. We best make sure not to lose as well. Fidelio butts in, reminding us that if we miss that deadline, Luis will assume us to be traitors. Stroll keeps that in mind, saying that our deadline is 17 days. By then he doubts Yufa will be alive. Suddenly the innkeeper appears, asking if we're saving Yufa. Fidelio replies that we wouldn't have to if they didn't send her to die. The Mystari agrees with him, but he must understand not everyone wanted her to be a sacrifice. To see a girl her age to willingly die. She's just as young as his own child. It's just not right. We reassure him that we will, and he leaves. Hulkenberg sees the irony in it all. We came only for a lance, but even that has caused us a chance to save someone's life. Heismay is reminded of when we wanted to capture him, but led him to joining us. We have a knack of opening doors that others close. But with all those talks, we all come to agree it's time to rest. But man, what a long day, and it's likely going to be longer with us needing to save Yufa. But that's tomorrow me's problem.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts as you would expect, looking at what we've got on our plate and how long it will take us to get to the Dragon Temple. Thankfully, it's just going to be a short trip, a days at most, so we get going. And on our trip there, I sat down and continued to read Juna's secret poems, getting to rank 4, which you love to see.
Navigating the archipelago's currents north of Virga Island, the Dragon Temple comes into view. It is dedicated to the dragon god, Eht. The wind carries the unsettling cries of beasts over the water, ensuring that even reaching the temple will be a trial. The gauntlet runner pulls into the shores of the isolated island amidst surges of sinister magla.
We arrived, Juna commenting that the tide was on our side, being a rather quick trip. Fidelio doesn't seem too well, but it doesn't matter what his brother says, as he's too busy focusing on us, thinking we're gonna do a runner with the lance. But regardless, Juna looks at the temple, commenting that she's seen the exact view in a historical art. It's as ancient as ruins can be, thinking that's the reason the church doesn't want people to go near, likely something inside they want to keep buried. Gallico agrees not wanting to be here, especially with the Magla. Hulkenberg comments on the aura being most ominous, asking where the magic comes from, and where it was born, as we only see it when in grave burdens. Troll believes it's unrelated, but brings up how we know magic can be used without an uniter. Perhaps Magla can be controlled by Thor alone. That could be the cause, but regardless, best we just get going, but some type of tree is blocking our path inside. We wonder what it could be, but Gallica feels it radiating pure Magla, as Hulkenberg does not care, asking us to step aside, as she attacks the tree with no luck. Heismay commenting on it being no normal tree, believing it to be Melancholia's influence. Perhaps, but Basilio calls it sloppy job. The Magnus brothers will show us how it's done.
Del, what's wrong?
Nothing, I'm sound. Just dizzy, that's all.
Hey, Del! Whoa! You're burning up! Why?
Allow me. Your foot is badly injured. 'Tis infected and inflamed. What possessed you to hide this?
I said I'm fine. Stop wasting time.
A wound-borne fever can turn fatal. We should turn back.
She's right, Del. We've got to get that looked at.
Basilio? Are you gonna listen to me or not?
Oh, please. You don't get to die like an idiot. From an infected foot of all things. Learn to rely on your allies. That's what a real warrior does.
Sorry, Del. I can't afford to listen to you this time.
You damned fool.
We need to get back to the village. Every second counts. Teleporting might be our best bet.
Right. We'll be seen, but we don't really have a choice right now. We can't get into the temple like this anyway. Let's ask around back at the village to find out if there's a way in.
Basilio, carry him to the bunk inside the gauntlet runner. Also, once we get moving, don't leave the room or look outside. We're charging home full throttle, understood?
What? Right, got it.
Things went from 0 to 100 quickly as we're left to wait for the doctors, as he walks in informing us that it was good that we brought him back. One more night and he would have died, but tells us to rest easy. They've treated him with both magic and material cures. With some good hardy Parapus constitution, he'll be back to normal. That makes Basilio happy, but the doctor says for him to stay on bed rest even after the fever has subsided. If he pushes himself too much after recovery, he may never walk on that leg again. We heed their words as Juna asks them about the giant tree in front of the temple. Denny is confused, not seeing it when he was there. Sure thinks it's Magla-induced. And Denny seems to understand, knowing if we want to destroy the tree, we will need a concoction called Potion of Blight. Alas, the ingredients for it are lost. But he knows at least they're not of this island. But he has one small hint. It's something that induces first. If we can bring him something like that, he can try and make it. I guess that's what we've got to do, as we've got a new mission, and luck's on our side as Basilio is going to stay beside his brother, knowing we're short on time, thinking we can handle all this temple shite alone, thinking on the debts that they're piling up. But I reassure him to not think about it. Basilio jokes in this situation, Fidelio would say, "Aye, they're gonna run off with the lance, waste them all." But he trusts us personally, knowing we can take care of it all, both the lance and the priestess, knowing he can't turn his back on a Denny's blood when he's done the same for his own. Juna is a little snarky, but reassures him that he can trust us. And with that, the day ends. Still, we played very close with the teleportation play. I doubt it will bite us in the arse, though.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We're getting ready to obtain the Potion of Blight and the eventual plan of saving Uther and obtaining the lands, but first I went around and got a mission from the villagers. First one I have to save their sister from a place called the Spire of Blind Faith. Another Mystari wants their Igniter appraised, which is weird to see that, but hey, who can judge? And finally, I asked Batlin if he may know where I could find something that causes withering. Thankfully, he seems to know something, even a little likely being at the capital, so we teleport over and start with getting the Igniter authenticated. Even though the guy was being a little handsy and forceful with it, eventually he gave up and returned it, but I got the certificate that I needed, so mission complete on that. While I was there, I accepted a new bounty, something I'll keep in mind, but focusing mainly on Virga Island, so I may have to wait. And then finally, went to the medicine shop in the capital and found parch water, which sounds like what we've been looking for, but only one way to find out, heading back to Virga Island. But when I got there was a villager wanting me to find polar stones, which can be found at the Dragon Temple, but I want a timer, so I'll have to do that while I'm there. But for now, I gave Adeni the item he required. He comments on our haste procuring the item, thinking how amazing Gauntlet runners truly are, and then making the Potion of Blight. So that's the first step done, thankfully, as I've got another mission, this time from Juna, informing me about a place being plagued by monsters that are raiding tombs just off the coast, thinking it's right up our alley. And if I help, she will let me in on some secrets with her work. Sounds good to me, as she's happy. I agree, and tells me some lore about the island. It's kinda long and convoluted, but the idea of treasure catches my interest. As you can see, I'm in, and with the social contract agreed upon, and the location revealed on my world map, we can go anytime by the looks of it, and I can get there while on my way to the Spire, so looking like a double trip, as I spend the rest of the day looking at the beautiful ocean. And during the night, I went to spend some time with Brigida. It seems that she fully trusts me, taking me to a facility, informing me they use it for her own research, adding that it specifically was where they were trying to develop non-violent uses for igniters, make them beyond merely weapons, thinking it to be good enough revenge against the Church. She also thinks if she merely expanded her trade, it would merely make them richer. So she decided on a different approach. I ask her what she means, but she replies that she's doing something the Church will hate, knowing igniters would widen the gap. Strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. It's why she decided to take igniters as an occupation. She hated weakness, but more importantly, who she was. For that weakness, ignorance and utter powerlessness. But she did wish for a different future, a world without all she dealt with, saying that civilization doesn't flow backwards. People will not abandon the convenience that igniters bring, so if we're stuck with them, best to make them safer and more practical. And she's been working with a prototype, asking if I remember our first encounter when she wanted me to kill that Gubtoros. The route was the transport corridor for her prototypes. I respond it's why she chose me. She agrees as a secret like that needed discretion, but never thought it would go near field testing. Knowing that it goes against the Church, they'll likely send people after her and leave new scars. But she can survive knowing the only way it will stop is if I extend the throne and support the peacetime igniters over the current ones. That surprises me, but the idea came from my novel, thinking about the equality in the world, wishing she could live in it. So she decided to take the first step, regardless of the personal cost. I call it true determination. She agrees, telling me to take the throne, and with that, our bond grows stronger. She then adds that the place also holds another purpose, as igniters are one-sidedly destructive. Plenty of poor people have lost their homes due to it. She hires them here and supports where she can, calling it a way to atone. And with that, I leave her, and with her support, I am now rank 17 with the populace.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Here.
New day, and I think it's time to head back to good old Martira to speak with Barden, but an incident has happened, so I see what's going on. He tells everyone that someone has set fire to the administration building. They were able to put it out, but that act is treason, asking for the traitor to come forward at once. That causes murmurs as Barden is shocked. He wants to be governess this badly. Saying his name causes him to appear, asking he surely doesn't say he was behind this. Barden's not listening to his denials, asking for him to be taken away. Someone on his payroll calls it Barden's own plot. Another agrees, knowing he'll be safe if there's a scapegoat, calling it out uncharacteristically smart of him. Barden asks what they mean, as Gerstris asks for the townspeople if they will go on never questioning Barden, asking for them to look what's happened to Martira under his rule. The guards treat you like prisoners. They spy and report on you. Is this place our town or theirs? He adds that he thinks Barden is unfit to govern, thinking they should hold a public vote. The people talk amongst themselves, but Barden doesn't like the idea, knowing it won't be done in good faith. But the people are getting into the idea of democracy, and Barden cannot stop them now. Gerstris rubs his small victory, which angers Barden, but I have to quickly calm him down before he says anything too far. He understands and relents to it, but tells the people if anyone cheats, they'll be held to pay, reminding them that he's keeping a watchful eye on all of them. And that's when we're left to talk, as he admits that everyone seemed to be scared of him, including the wee ones, even more than when they thought he was a phantasm. Thinking about their faces more, it shook him to the core, by the looks of it, asking if he is erred in his ways. And I gotta say, absolutely, you're starting to feel dictatorial, man. He asked what he could have done and said he thought they would understand his reasons. He wasn't monitoring them out of contempt, but he has no choice but to hope that they will come around. His duty is to protect them from the rampant villainy. I tell him there has to be another strategy because I believe in him, but the direction he's going, it just isn't it. He replies that it's sincerely touching to hear, thanking me so much for being so thoughtful despite my own troubles, hoping he can count on me more, knowing that the voting will come soon. And he has to win to protect the town, saying this as my comrade as well. I think he can, hopefully, the town's honest reactions direct him to a better course, as our bond grows stronger. He says to worry not, he will become governor by forever striving to fulfill the people's needs. But his face, I have some worries. I'll need to check up soon, as I leave him for the time being. And during the night, me and Gallica go back to Brilehaven to look at the beautiful scenery once more.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Look at this.
It appears the clip of me actually getting ready to leave has been corrupted, but simply, we're taking the 3 days to the trip to the Spire of Blind Faith to see if the Mustari sister is still alive or not. And while we're going there, we will be doing the mission for Juna, as she's very persuasive. And speaking of Juna, I think it's only fair, if I'm doing this for her, I get to read her secret poems. I hope she doesn't mind, but we actually finished reading it, so I got even more courage, which you love to see.
The Orbwise Path, a cave on an uninhabited island east of Virga Island, comes into view. An old Mustari custom says the deceased can ascend as guardian deities if their remains are fed to the snakes here. Time passes, lands and peoples change, and the unthinkable becomes sacred tradition. The party arrives with complicated feelings.
Giving it some thought?
We've arrived at the dungeon and nothing too eventful happened. We arrived to where the foul beast is hiding and we enter the room and start the fight. And I won't beat around the bush here, calling this a fight was very generous. Unfortunately for this feathered fiend, I have both of its weaknesses on every single character I brought. So not only do I max out in 8 turns to deal damage and ailments, but it really did not do much damage, so all I'm really going to say is GG easy, as I finish it off with a truth nuke.
Lend me your strength!
Don't let up now, Juna!
Get him!
Burn!
With its demise, Juna is happy with the result, thanking me knowing the islanders will be happy to hear the news. Adding that we should let them know, which I agree with, as mission complete, as I get a boost to my imagination and a boost to my rank with the populace now being 16. That's when Juna jumps a question on me, asking what does strength mean to me truly? I think of many ways it could be strength to show compassion, or perhaps strength to fight for others, but I guess a more literal meaning works too. Juna thinks it's an interesting take, saying I pass, giving me the position of personal escort. Huh. She continues that I must know she has an adoring public all over the continent, yes. She gets swarmed when she's alone, thinking of how honored I should feel. Kidding though, just glad to have me around. As we're putting our lives on the same goal, aren't we? Ah, shit, she's got me. And she says if there's something I want to save, I am willing to risk my life for it. Well, of course, this whole Louise thing is a journey till the end, regardless if we live or die. And finally, she appreciates me fighting with her. She is deadly serious about this escort thing, so let's give it our best shot. With that, we shake hands as a bond starts to form between us. Suddenly, Juna remembers she did promise to teach me some songstress secrets, saying that hardly thinks they're all that impressive. But anyways, all she does is show people the her she wants to be. It's the audience who decides on how they do with that information, and this is what makes her a songstress. It may be cryptic, but I should watch close and see what she means. Calling me her good man. That's a tad confusing, but my first job as her escort is to get her out of here, which I guess I can agree on. And soon night approached, and I spend it playing a strategic board game with Hulkenberg. In this game, Hulkenberg has me surrounded by all areas, asking what I would do in a military situation. And I deduce to gather my strength and charge at a single point. Hulkenberg calls it shrewd, but agrees that that is a good way of doing it. As with that, my wisdom grows to be rank 4. Just one more to go, but man, I really need to work on my eloquence as the night draws to an end.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
With yesterday's mission of helping the people and Juna out completed, we continue on our trip to the Spire of Blind Faith, but because we didn't take camp last time, it would take us the full 3 days it was initially, which sucks, but alas, what can you do? With us going, I decided to talk to Heismay about what's going on with his son's ashes, so we sit and talk. He tells me that what happened back at his hometown, I should know it isn't Tadari's fault, even if he's the leader. They've always ostracized others, like that even when we lived there, it was not his fault. I ask if that's why he left. He confirms an incident happened one last push he couldn't take. I was confused, but he tells me that most tribes hold little love for his kind. But in his youth, they lived near 2 mixed settlements. They traded, traveled, and had positive relations. Until one day they started a feud, and they wanted the Ujifs to side with one of them. They had to choose who was friend or foe. But they didn't, and sought to appease them both. While they stayed the course, the tribe's dispute resolved. I asked what happened afterwards, and it was about what I expected. They both decided to cut ties with the tribe, and they were left impoverished. They called his kind inscrutable, unknowable, and it heightened the prejudice leading to some violence, and yet they tried to justify it by saying there was nothing they could do and took no action to better themselves. That disgusted Heismay beyond words, and he left to become a knight of the cities. Tadari stayed to take a stand. He took a leadership role and stayed honorable to change their village. Gotta say, I respect that level of dedication, especially for the people who don't make that easy. Heismay agrees, saying that no ordinary person could do what he's done. He chose to carry that village on his back. But alas, Heismay can see that they still have some time from becoming the change that Tadari strives for. The villagers are quite rigid in their mindset, and hope to maintain the little control they have by excluding and blaming strangers. Call it all backbiting, and even his son's earned. All born in this separation, this xenophobic nest. What a horrible way to live. Heismay says that something came to mind. He knew that he would like his son to sleep at that hill, where the sweet wind blows and they may run free where he cannot. And perhaps he's so attached to his village due to him being the same as them, at least in heart, as it was his indecisiveness that cost him his son, and his knighthood, calling this no different, to think he waxed on about being time to face his death, an excuse and nothing more, just for him to run from another choice. I tell him that it's okay to hesitate. He keeps falling down, saying, how can he call himself a father? I tell him straight up that if he wishes to solve this, we need more than despair. That snaps him back to reality, saying that he has a confession. When the urn was taken, he felt deep in the back of his mind relief, since he wouldn't need to see it anymore, and be reminded of his son's passing. He wished not to think of it, not to face him. How could he, when every reminder breaks his heart? More, it's why he took so long, but he knows he must change. He will show that he's the father worth of his love, not shame. And he wants to prove it to me too. Sounds like you've got this, man, as a bond grows stronger. And I remind him that he's not going back there without me, and he agrees as we continue to talk.
Cilento, a settlement known for its marine trade, thanks to the bounties of the sea. The bay's most prominent feature, though, is a sinkhole of unfathomable depth. Some believe to gaze into its abyss is to be spirited away. The gauntlet runner glides into the inlet as seabirds overhead cry out songs of victory at their catches.
Giving it some thought?
We arrive to a small settlement on an island. They are very welcoming, and we do trade. There's not anything too crazy, well, except for the archetype experience. I grabbed a couple of them, and we just kept going.
As the sun sets over the sea's horizon, and the birds rest their wings, the gauntlet runner settles into a reef, waves lapping softly at its hull. The gauntlet runner anchors itself at the reef to stave off danger. Within its walls, the party sleeps peacefully.
Far away sky, blue and clear.
And during the night, not much to talk about, just spent it around the campfire of Juna. Gotta keep her safe after all, I'm her personal escort. Well, apparently at least.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts off with me wanting to clean my sword with Stroll, but sadly I have to instead listen to the deep lore about weapons, thanks to him being a big fan, but it's for the stat boost, I say to myself internally as I pretty much suffer.
Nira speaking.
At last, the party arrives at Sporico Cave, nestled deep in the forest. Within, vibrant flowers rich with color blossom in full glory. But theories claim the cave itself is a weapon of a bygone era, and the magic of its circuitry infused the ground with magla. As though drawn in by the bewitching light, the gauntlet runner draws near the mouth.
We arrive to a tunnel full of lush flowers and fauna. We comment on how these islands are just teeming with nature. Neris sees behind it saying, man-made, but Hulkenberg sees something too, and I ask if it's something she'd like to eat. And she asks if I read her mind. Apparently in these flowers, there is a most precious nectar within. But we wonder why it's so overgrown in here. Gallica can feel a faint magla, calling it a type that usually isn't in the air, feeling akin to an igniter. This sounds quite interesting, guess it's just another relic from the old world. But due to its ancient nature, Neris gets himself hyped up and interested in every facet of it, so we better get going before we're here forever. With, of course, another drawing for Maria.
As the clear surface gives way to the glassy ink of darkness, the gauntlet runner reaches a remote island. The party gets a good night's rest, grateful for the still land that does not sway them at its whims.
And now it's night time, so I sit down and play another strategic board game with Hulkenberg. She once again puts me in the back foot with a wave of mages, but I quickly put that down with my cavalry stampeding in, which is the correct option as I get a boost to my wisdom and go to bed, as tomorrow might be a long day.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today is a day filled with failure and pain, so I think we'll start with the simple things, and just say that I read Heismay's stories about his son for the tolerance boost while we were on our way to the Spire.
The Spire of Blind Faith is the decision to pursue such a beast, one of bravery, or something else altogether. The party sets foot in the tower, filled now only with disquieting magla. all prayers long unanswered.
Getting there, we notice a mystery woman. Turns out it's the sister. She's not dead, but she's not leaving until we kill the target we originally had our eyes on, because it has her monster notebook. So I guess we're still here to complete this thing, at least. I thought to myself, but entering the dungeon and fighting the monsters inside made me realize one simple thing. I am super underleveled. Not only that, but I lose turns due to the weather. And yeah, I was not meant to come to this dungeon this early. Which sucks. I just wasted 3 days getting here, but I still collected what I could and grinded a little, but I knew that grinding wouldn't help me, because I mean, look at this and tell me I had a chance that wasn't spending multiple hours grinding those 10 levels.
Everyone! Someone get him back on his feet! Heismay, help him get back in the fight! The captain's down? Someone!
So yeah, with our bit of defeat, we went back and the food just didn't hit the same with the bitter taste of defeat in my mouth. But we'll fix that by saving you for tomorrow, and with that plan set in my mind, I head to bed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Look at this.
We're going to the Dragon Temple to save Yufa and the Divine Relic Drakodios after a bitter defeat yesterday, so let's get going. And on our way there, I did what I usually do, which is sitting down and reading a good book. Well, Juna's poems to be exact, but regardless, we've still got a ways to go.
Navigating the archipelago's currents once more, the Dragon Temple again comes into view. It is dedicated to the dragon god, Eht. The gauntlet runner pulls into the shores of the isolated island, amidst surges of sinister magma.
We get to the island, and sure enough, the tree is sitting there and is looking quite thirsty. So I say bottoms up and give it the potion of blight, and boy did it quench its thirst. As it turns out, the tree was alive the entire time and isn't too happy being woken up.
Wait!
Incoming!
The monster wasn't anything too crazy. It took a moment to really understand how he worked fight-wise. He gave himself turns and then would use a passive healing ability and attacked using wind attacks. Stroll had to watch out, but he was weak to fire, so it wasn't too hard to take him down when I knew that, to be honest.
For all the great strive for!
With the monster's defeat, we're able to get him inside, and thanks to being quite overleveled thanks to yesterday's escapades, we're able to mow down the monster forces for the time being. I also use that time to get levels to my archetypes. We enter the actual temple itself. It's a massive labyrinth, and now that I'm here, I can hear Yufa's voice wanting to see the dragon god to do her part as a sacrifice. But it does mean that she's alive, thankfully. So we go onwards. However, we read a few stone tablets and get some cryptic information. With a little trial and error, I get the idea. If we go the wrong direction, we're swallowed by a fog and brought back to the start. So we just gotta find a stairway that doesn't do that, which isn't that hard, as we eventually come face to face with a mural. We ponder what it looks like, an ancient city, likely futuristic. And then look at the monsters, but Heismay doesn't think they're monsters. He believes they're being worshipped, thinking of a world with more than one god. Thinking that is different from the Sanctism, says we find another one. This one shows the same world but burning, and as the title says, it's likely destroyed in some war. We wonder what's going on with the people. Some look monstrous, likely humans, but we can't make sense of it. The next one depicts a war. Troll thinks of the Annex War, but it's too grand in comparison. Juna thinks it depicts the destruction of the old world, thinking that aren't they combatants here? And there are dragons and monsters too, likely even ancient gods. We're left to wonder if the dragons were being roped in or perhaps controlled. But if that's the case, like Gallica said, it's no wonder why it's called War of Ruin. But finally, after all those murals, we found Yufa. She recognizes me, telling us her name and her title, pleased to meet us. Hulkenberg thinks that it's impressive to see her unscathed, as Yufa explains the Mystari are blessed with the ability to see the flow of magla, asking why we're here. Troll explains her brother has enlisted us to help her. She's glad to hear her brother is safe, and she entrusts us so she'll need us to help complete the ritual. Heismay tells her that we'll have no part in her sacrifice, adding that we're here to take her back. She's confused, but Hulkenberg states that it's her own brother's behest, and if she doubts us, she can get the answers from her brother. Eupha is confused why he would. Juna asks if it's crazy to think that a brother doesn't want her sister to die. But Eupha asks what will happen if she does. The land of Magla rolls and the people are tormented by sea horrors. Even their herds have gone mad. It must be quelled, and if she must die to do it, then so be it. Heismay can sense the fire in her. It's a valor any knight would wish to wield, but adds that she's risking her life. Shouldn't it be for something she's certain of? That confuses her as Stroll states that it may not do to a dragon god. She's shocked, saying that the perils are born from the same magma that flows this temple. Stroll admits that we've seen this before, all over the nations, not just here. That stirs confusion into her, but Juna says that we will get her to the altar and see what we can find. As she knows where Drakodios is, right? She confirms as Juna continues that we should see what's really going on there for ourselves, as we've got business of Drakodios as well. Stroll agrees, and I say that I will protect her. That reassures her, as we are her brother's envoy, and can sense our Magla calling it unusual, bringing mind of the heroes of old. Gallica wonders if she means archetypes, but anyways, we get going to the altar, but during our trip we found a wisp, and it gave me the XP I need to complete Moore's quest, so I decided to beat him now. With his completion, I actually got to rank 4 in Imagination, which is cool as he says that our research proceeds apace. Thanking me, I ask if something's the matter, as his face looks glum. Moore admits that he's scared as he's starting to remember where he is. I ask if that's so. He says that this place is where he strove for scholarly pursuit like he is now, and yet one different in the past. He was certain he had a team on his side. We shared the same dream. We labored to make our ideal a reality, at least from his memory. Gallica thinks that it could be true, but Moore ponders if this is then has no one came to save him, calling it strange as in normal circumstances people would notice something amiss, wondering if his imprisonment is a good thing, if he wasn't locked here by a kingly decree but by his peers, wondering if he did something grievous. I tell him to calm down and he agrees, saying that he can hardly solve any of this with a mind clouded by panic. Apologizing for the unknown shook him for a moment, knowing all we can do is move forward. And then gives me my next task. It's to study 25 different archetypes. I don't think I can even get that many as of yet, so that's future me to do as we part for the time being. Back to the temple, we found a Mustari bodies. Eupha is shocked, saying it's her fault and her atonement will be when she dies to the Dragon God. Juna asks what the Dragon God is and what might have started the tantrum. She admits that she is uncertain, but ever since the founding of the village, when their deity frenzies, it's appeased by a sacrifice of the priestess. Besides the body is another mural showing the beginning of the tribe. They have 3 eyes as well, so it must be the start of the village. Something Eupha confirms, but brings up her need to be sacrificed, which puts us in a sour mood. But we push on to the next mural, seeing a former priestess, a lance, and the flock. Heismay believing we're getting to the truth of the island. Eupha explains that the Mustari found the ruins and met the Dragon God, and those entrusted with the ceremonial duty became the priestess, as the dragon is their protected deity. Its impetus god of conflict, sometimes, and its rage is directed to the island and its people. And those times the priestess gave her life, it's foretold in their offering they beg for mercy, and the spirit is appeased. Juna is shocked. She's not afraid at all, asking if she wanted this to happen. She admits that she has some fear, but to protect the people she holds dear. She feels joy and pride. As we find ourselves at a door and enter, we find ourselves at a city. Underneath the temple, there's a pure blue sky, and it's a city called Drakongard Shinjuku. No way, no fucking, are you fucking kidding me? I fell for this shit again? This entire part is just a gigantic homage to Lost Shinjuku from the original Etrian Odyssey. Holy fucking shit, I don't care anymore. John Metaphor can wait and I can break character this one time. When I saw this, I was genuinely so fucking hyped. I played Etrian Odyssey 1 for the first time this year, and it's a 1-by-1 recreation of the game map and the song, and I just gotta say, this is fucking peak. It is so goddamn peak. I mean, the human in this area acts like a foe in the game. It moves when you move, so yeah. This was made for me, and I will die from Peak in peace. But anyways, let's get back to it. And basically, the corporeal human lurks around, and we couldn't proceed thanks to it, but thanks to Yufa being so connected to Magla, we're able to pinpoint the human's original body and start a fight with it. It was quite a slog, he did a ton of damage, something I wasn't ready for, but with them focusing on Hulkenberg and working with healing, buff and damage dealing, although not really having any way to deal super duper damage, I was able to eventually chip it down enough for Hulkenberg to finish it off.
Forward!
Oh, bolts of lightning!
But with its defeat and the roars of the dragon getting closer and closer, Gallica asks if we think the dragon god caused the fall of the city. Yufa says that the dragon god isn't as wicked as we describe. Troll decides to side with her, asking what they originally found Drakodios down here, right? Heismay thinks that this isn't a place to consider hypotheticals, as there's no way to tell one is friends or foe and then to meet face to face. Eventually we find a big door as we open it and see another mural, with the dragon god Eht and the priestess Yufa. It says that the depiction the dragon appearing before the priestess, adding that the dragon god dwells within the land itself, but takes its dragon form only when the priestess wills it. Heismay asks if that's how the village comes to harm. Gallica asks if it comes out when he's angry. Yufa admits that it's her first time, so she is uncertain, but Eht is their protected deity, and she'll fulfill her duties, and Eht will come to the Mustari's aid. Hulkenberg asks if the village lived up to those so-called duties. Edeni said it himself, the village took their fears and anxieties and burdened her shoulders with them. As Hulkenberg asks what compels her to seek the path of the people's sacrifice. She admits that she's doing it for her duty. I ask if we could possibly break that cycle. She replies no, as there would be no need for the priestess. The village has sacrificed so much, and the priestess cannot abandon her destiny. Heismay asks if it's a matter of pride for her. She didn't take this role lightly, but he cannot condone the course that led her for dying in vain. And with that, we head downstairs to another mural. We look at it, it's a priestess holding a lance and the dragon Eht, but Juno feels like there's something amiss with the picture. On the left is the dragon god, and wondering why it's not facing the priestess who he's meant to eat. Gallica points out having the villagers. Yufa sees it as the dragon god protecting the villagers and the priestess. Gallica's not sure, thinking of it like her fighting with the dragon, wondering if the priestess are meant to be sacrifices or not. Yufa is having a hard time thinking about it and asks us why we came to this island and risked our lives for the lance. Schroll explains that we came this far and he supposes she deserves to know. Hulkenberg says that we aim to save someone who was ambushed in the shadows and cursed to die. And the person who's responsible for this cruelty seeks the throne, and for us to thwart this tyrant we must ply him with power and favor, and that is why we seek the lance. Yufa asks that we don't bid for the throne ourselves. She heard that the aspirants of the mainland are seeking relics for their own gain in the race. But Juno tells her that she doesn't want her to die. She left to wonder if it's the same with her parents, explaining that her mother and father served as the priestess and the chief before her time, and they died in an accident out in the sea over 10 years ago. They knew they sailed to see the dragon god, and they never knew why they did that when no ritual was needed. But to hear it from us, she thinks that our aims weren't so different than theirs. Heismay says that they started to question the ritual themselves and wanted to see if the sacrifice held any meaning to protect their dear daughter. But Yufa says that there are those in the village who suffer no doubt of the dragon god's ways, and her brother left for the mainland claiming he'd change it for the better. Hulkenberg tells us that her parents aren't the only ones, adding that there's people on the island who wish to see her alive. She's glad to hear, but as a priestess and surrounded by so much chaos and despair, she already's known things like pride and joy and freedom, so her offering her life is no sacrifice. Those who are born into blessing must give back. Such a duty is no more than simple common sense. It's a way of living, but it doesn't matter to Juno, telling her that we're getting her out of here, and she has to deal with it. As she leaves, Yufa asks for her to come back, but you can't stop her when her mind is made up. As we made to a door of black fog rolling under, we hear unusual screams, but Gallica can sense something is amiss. And there's only one way to find out as we open the door.
No! It can't be!
Oh, hell! There was a dragon after all!
I thought this thing needed a priestess to summon it.
Is that the lance?
We are in no condition to claim it. Fire and flame! Has even the dragon god succumbed to melancholia?
No. I think this is something worse. Look! On its back!
Something clings to it. A human. Is that the fiend behind this chaos?
That's the worst double act I've ever seen.
Look at its eyes. Its mouth, like it's shielding itself, or like it refuses to confront anything, or almost like...
You forget back! We've got bigger problems than the ritual! This thing wants to eat us!
You would fight our god!
What can we do but defend ourselves?
Yufa!
I'm...
Look out!
What can I do? You would have me abandon this end. You would send me away to live my life. But how? How can I? This is all I have. Please. You can't take my purpose away from me.
I must apologize. I was wrong to assume. I was quick to judge. But your rites are not acts of barbarism. Yours is a proud heart. But still, see the truth. Is this your god? A god who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a god worthy of your devotion and faith? Arise now, priestess! Have you come here only to be saved? Or will you find purpose beyond death, to stand and fight as a savior?
I want to!
O lodestar, you torn maiden of faith, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
I love that island. I love the smell of its verdant flora. But what I love more than anything is its people. Their words may be coarse, but their hearts are true. I must save them. Please!
Thank you Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life! All of you! Let me fight by your side!
Yuba! You can fight?
And that power!
I found my answer. I offer my life in battle, not in sacrifice.
Then we fight as a team!
That thing on its back! That's the human possessing it, right?
Yes, it must be. If we strike at the human precisely, we may be able to separate them. Everyone, you need not hold back. We fight to save the dragon god, Eht. And I shall fight with all I am.
We're not sacrificing anyone!
We start the fight and the Dragon God is weak to wind, which means that half of my team abuses that weakness, and not only that, but the ability to spam buffs and debuffs. And of course, they're honestly not doing too much damage, likely from me being a tad overleveled, since I didn't want to leave since Eht Ria Odyssey is peak, but eventually it went down to Hockberg.
Be careful out there, okay?
The dragon!
The dragon god Eht has returned to its sacred vessel. Legend has it that while in its vessel, that's when the dragon god's power is greatest, and weakest when it takes to raging wing. So if it has a true form, you see it now before you. And here is our village's divine relic, Drakodios, Lance of the Dragon God.
'Twas rusty and worn, but now it almost gleams.
So dragons aren't just magical beasts. They're a manifestation of pure Magla. My sister's research. She was right.
You all had the right of it. All these tragic calamities, they are not born of the Dragon God's wrath.
Then maybe they arose from the temple's melancholia. Perhaps that human was the source.
'Tis not the first time. Thinking back on it now, a human has always been at the heart.
You think humans are what's causing all of this?
No, I don't think that's quite it. Something about that monster. The way it instinctively tried to shield its eyes and ears. It was as if we faced the living past of the Mustari people itself. The Mustari reject the world beyond ours, lost and comforted by ignorance. And in adversity, it is our God we cling to as cause and answer to our suffering. Maybe we have only ourselves to blame. A self-inflicted madness. Our hearts are the source of Magla, of magic arts. Even this new power, this archetype that has awakened within me. Another. I did not know this one existed.
If this mural had been lost until now, then... This paints quite a different picture of the priestess. She looks to be fighting.
You suppose this is the truth of the priestess's duty? I mean, offering her life to quell the calamity threatening the village. Maybe that's what it meant all along.
It had always seemed odd that the dragon god dwelled within a lance, of all things. Not a sealed urn, but a weapon. My brother often wondered about it. We were wrong. No, we did not even think to question.
You would have died in the name of an era of semantics. The world has not been kind to you, girl.
No. On the contrary, I feel I've been saved. I finally see my path laid before me. So thank you. Let us return now to the village. You said you had business with the lance when all this had settled down, did you not?
Yes, but I doubt you'll want to let go of it after all that. We have to figure that out.
I cannot simply relinquish it, but perhaps instead...
What was that?
Surely not. The human from the altar? How has it not perished?
I heard it enter the water. This channel leads straight to the ocean. If it seeks prey to regain its strength...
Then it can only be headed for the village.
Damned beast! So much for taking it slow on the way back. After it!
Monster! A monster in our village!
I hear screaming. It's gotta be here.
You lot came back! We honestly... Ha! Looks like the little lady made it out, eh?
Of course! But more importantly...
Right. We've got a human on the hunt. Del's helping the villagers get to higher ground.
Truly? I'd not have expected it of him.
That's Fidelio through and through, isn't it? I am Euphasia, the priestess. Thank you for helping with the evacuation. Hereon we shall...
Oh, priestess! It's the priestess!
Lady Eupha, please save us.
What don't you lot get about evacuate? You want to live? Do as you're told.
Priestess, what happened to the ritual? What of the dragon god's wrath?
Did you even perform the rite? Oh, this is a disaster. How can we survive now?
The dragon god Eht is here as our guardian deity.
Don't worry, you'll get your ritual. The real one, that is. The ritual that's been buried for hundreds of years.
As the priestess, on my life, I will drive back this calamity.
Hold on now. You're not actually gonna fight, are you?
Basilio, where's the monster?
So be it.
We end this here!
We can do this!
It is time I put the truth to our teachings and rituals. I stand anew. I stand with you.
Another boss fight, this time with this stinking human hurting Ed. And by God, this fight is actually started to piss me off. I wasn't ready for it, and he did piss all damage, so I was left just to use my mighty attack and hopes for the best. Yes, I know, it has elemental-based affinities, changing a bit like that fight in Persona 3, but come on, man. I want to spam physical, and I want to be happy doing my unga-bunga stuff, and my brain can't handle stuff like that. Nah, but joking aside, the boss fight isn't all that hard. Just with my current team, and with no optimization, I can't do too much damage, but after a long time, it eventually went down.
Hulkenberg's fighting her anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
This is for the future of the Mastari! Fall!
Right. That's the end of that.
Everyone, once again, thank you so much.
What a spectacle! To think I could have evacuated and missed the performance.
Yufa, that power.
It must be the same power wielded by priestesses of old. My rescuers helped me realize that.
You mean to say sacrifice was never the intent of the ritual?
The priestess offers her life in service, not sacrifice. She takes up arms and faces the scourge. That is why our relic is a lance.
A mural on the altar suggested as much. It's likely the murals of this village don't actually depict sacrifice either. You saw what was inside the temple? What was it? Something the church would rather keep buried? Some other mystical relic?
A relic? Hardly. We saw a ruined city of the old world. Evidence of a history before our own. Small wonder the clergy can't send their monks. Anyone who saw that would have their faith shaken. It's all but physical proof that the Sanctus Scriptures are fiction.
You don't say.
However, we of the islands have done no better in upholding the truth of our past. With all my heart, I wanted to save our village. But all I did was sit and hope.
Lady Yufa.
I clung to my determination with such fervor. Perhaps without my noticing, it became a desire for atonement. The day you left, Edeni, even the night Father and Mother left this world, I could do naught but sit and wait and hope. I believed it was my role as priestess. If I had done anything at all to change it, perhaps we would not have faced such horrors.
You can do your changing now. After all, you're still alive, you've got years ahead of you, and you've got friends and family close. You needn't bear this alone.
We support her. Without the rite of sacrifice. Was that also depicted in the temple? Is that really the truth of the teaching?
Is that so difficult to understand? What matters the murals or the truth of the teachings? Do you believe the priestess fought? She fought because she wanted to protect us. This village. She fought for you and I. Our lives and joys. Is that not enough reason to support her?
You made good on your promise to save my sister. Words cannot express my thanks. But there is something that must finally be said. Yufa, I'm glad you chose life.
I understand now. It's not slaying monsters that gets rid of the melancholia. I think it goes away when we help people overcome their fear and anxiety.
Have to say, for the moment there, it looked like we'd have more dead than alive. But now they've got the lance, priestess, And the whole sodding village in their corner.
It's only relevant as far as it matters for Luis's sake, Baz. Remember, we're doing this for a world where your blood don't matter, long as you can fend for yourself.
Suppose, but what about them that can't fend for themselves? Like them village folk you helped save. Reminds me of that Glodell business too. They're tough enough that they don't need dirty tricks. If you challenged them, and they won fair and square.
Pack it in, Basilio. Our war may be quieter, but we're still fighting. Hesitate out there and you're dead.
Tell.
With the events finally done, Neris asks if the lance everyone wants, asking if she can chuck it our way. Yufa says that she wants to discuss that she cannot let the lance leave her side, but she wants to come with us. With the monster gone, the Magla distortion is fading from her lands, and the threat looming has passed. But that being said, she's the warrior priestess, and she must learn what the world is beyond their borders. And besides, if I were to hold the lance, I would lose my power, which would be quite inconvenient. That shocks us, but she explains that the power that protects me specifically, when it's near me, it dispels that magic, which means that the lance is most likely counteracting the king's magic. And we give it a shot as Stroll is commenting, saying this changes everything. Juna agrees, wondering how a whole dragon's worth of magic fitted in such a normal looking lance, but now she understands. Hulkenberg is confused, and Heismay explains that I was struck, which leaves little doubt that this thing can nullify the king's magic, which means it can kill any candidate, and it's likely Luis knows that. Hulkenberg is glad that the Magnus brothers did not hear that, saying what a secret to be stumbled upon. Stroll thinks this has given us a chance we can do what Krios couldn't, and he won't see it coming. It's sad to think about that, but we might be able to, as we're much more experienced now. Yufa asks if we would do such a thing and take a life. Stroll thinking that it doesn't matter now, we just need to keep quiet about knowing the secret, and we can't do that without explaining our current situation. We agree as she decides to be included, and we start talking about how the assassination could be done. With the lance needing to be turned over and a stealth mission out of the line, I say that we can give him a fake lance. And although Heismay is unsure, we have Neris, the bloke himself. He'll just make a perfect replica, so that it works out. And Juna asks Yufa, knowing what we plan, if she's sure that she's fine with this. She replies that she didn't falter when choosing her fate as a sacrifice, and she will not falter in this. So she wants to hear everything. We give her the deep lore, and with everything said and done, we're left to think that our best time to do it will be when the relics are presented at Altabury's Grand Opera House. Juna thinks that we could try it while she's singing. As long as she's on stage, she can keep the audience on her. And Yufa thinks that it's time for her to face her destiny in the name of protecting the Mustari, and hopes to be able to support. Gallagher is surprised we have the lance and Yufa, thinking I have a way of drawing people to me, like the prince, as she asks me if I think a fairy can find any meaning in that. And I think so. She does too, as our bond gets closer. And with all the long talk, we head back to the inn and have a good old feast. After the feast, Yufa enters our room and tells us that she'll tell her brother in the morning, as he's headed for bed for the time being, but she finds herself quite nervous. Heismay asks if she thinks she can tell him herself. She confirms that if she can't, there's no point of leaving, and he would understand, as he left before she did, and notices I have a book. Wondering what it is, we tell her it's about a utopia, a book that the prince believed in, and it catches her interest a little, and I let her read.
Despite all the people share in common, the world is filled with myriad faiths and beliefs. Accordingly, those in search of spiritual meaning may seek and find many different teachings to guide them. I see. So the people of this world are free to believe as they will. Anyone may follow any god, any dogma.
So basically the opposite of the Sanctus Church.
Our legends say that the ancient world was full of all manner of beliefs too. The people of Eld worshipped many gods from many pantheons. People confronted the anxiety that haunted them.
Thinking back, some of those figures in the temple murals may have been gods.
Yes. That mural depicting myriad gods is an explanation of how this world came to be.
But ultimately, war claimed everything. Suppose that means it wasn't much of a utopia, right?
Perhaps freedom unchecked gave rise to conflict. Either way, to know the past is to ensure history does not repeat. If we are to create a utopia rooted in our world, faith is not enough. We must move onward and take action as allies, because I believe that's how this must be used. This power that guides us to ideals. To walk forward, firmly, fearing nothing.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Here you are.
The morning has come and we accompany Yufa to talk to her brother. He asks what's up and she explains to him that she wants to go outside of the island to understand their parents' wishes, and as their warrior priestess she is duty-bound to protect the island, and asks for her to be permitted to travel with us. With a smile on his face, he admits that he never thought that he would see the day that she would ask to leave, knowing that his journey freedom from his customs, and perhaps if he sought allies to walk with, he would have found his purpose. And he agrees and gives her a parting gift, their mother's kakara. With it in their mother's hand, she went around the land spreading their teachings. She thanks her brother for the gift, but before we leave, he asks her what she plans to call herself once off the island. She's confused, being called the Priestess of Virga Island. He agrees, but to outsiders, they're merely the Islanders. They have hardly named the island, much less the village. They didn't need a name of they were dejected by outside world. We only knew two islands, one inside Virga Island, the one's not. But now that their traditions have been restored, they may be celebrated, so he wants to name their village.
Our home will have a name.
By your efforts, there is no longer any doubt. The dragon god Eht is our village's guardian deity. Thus, it seems only right to call it the home of the dragon god Eht. Eht Ria.
Fuck you, Adeni, or I guess Atlus for doing that. It goes so hard, but I did eye roll. But with that aside, he tells us that if we have time yet to relax, their island is humble and hopes it's to our liking. With the horrible pun aside, I go to the lady to give her the pole stone. I got a little extra for her quest, but it's done regardless. So I call that mission complete as I talk to Yufa, as she's interested in the outside world, and I explain to her about the busiest, bustling street in Grand Trad. She's shocked, asking if people at Grand Trad have big families. That confuses me, but she says that Sunlumio Street, that must mean that they're all some Lumio, right? On Eht Ria, places are named after those who live there, and is shocked that it's not the same, apologizing as she believes she's coming off as strange. Suddenly, Adeni appears, seeming to want to talk to her. She tells her brother that she's learning about the outside world from me, and if she remains naive about it, she will only be a burden. He asks her if the outside world makes her anxious. She admits a little, asking she shouldn't be, right? This was her choice after all. I say that there's nothing wrong with that. Adeni agrees, admitting his knees were shaking when he first left. She's shocked, asking if it's true. Adeni confirms, saying that no one steps out into the unknown without some trepidation in their heart. With that said, people only feel what they don't know because they don't understand themselves, believing it's her time for something called the Trials of Malvanova. It sounds quite interesting. Apparently the monster reflects the anxiety of those who fight it, and proves those who can overcome it with proof of their victory. He was one person, and he gained much from it, and he thinks that she will too, and gets my interest with the treasure inside there. She does worry about a little, mainly the weather being unpredictable, but her brother will fix that, telling her to just trust her friends to guide her. And with that, she agrees, and we see the map. It will take us 2 days, one day off camp, the other day to get there. And with that said and done, and the hopes it will all work out, I go talk to Adeni, as he requested me to. And to make a long story short, the divine relic he holds is able to shape the weather as he sees fit, which is a massive boon, and since we're helping his sister, the first one will be a freebie. But next time, he will want us to provide him with Yufa's signature dish, as it's one of his favorites. There was another thing, but I don't know where to get that. But regardless, we got what we wanted. The weather will be clear for the next 3 days, so I don't see any reasons why we just don't go now. And apparently a Yufa joining an altar has appeared, likely for the Dragon God, as I pray to it and Juna gets an increase to her max MP, so that's pretty neat.
Nura speaking.
As the sunset stretches the Gauntlet Runner's shadow across the water, they arrive at the Prismatic Sea. Sailors whisper of an otherworldly view visible in these parts, if you survive the terrors of the deep. Yet somehow, the sailors have never found an unimpeachable source, and the party was about to understand why.
We arrived to a beautiful view, a place called the Prismatic Sea, but more importantly, Stroll said a poem. It's amazing, maybe more than Juna's, but he tells us to shut it, and once again he says something, just him being him. But Stroll says that in words that Juna would understand, as she teases him, asking if he just wants to hear her perform. She's happy to oblige though. The seawater isn't good for her chords, so she'll keep it short. And with that jolly conversation, I get a boost in my wisdom and continue on our journey with another nearest drawing.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at an encampment, and sensing no imminent threats, they breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
And during the night, I decide to take a bath. It gives me Mangler, but more importantly, I now have a permanent stat boost to all of my stats by 2. And with that, I call it a night.
Enemies approaching! They're on us!
Hitting us while we're asleep is dirty.
I wasn't prepared to be attacked, but realistically, they're just trash mobs now. It's kind of crazy. Not too long ago, I was scared of them when they were a boss fight. But now, it's not really the case, as with another wisp appearing, it's done in by a wind spell.
Vitus power!
Appreciated! See you!
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Before we made it to the island, I decided to sit down and read Juna's poems, and thanks to it, we finally hit max rank in one stat, that being courage, which you love to see, and with my strong kingly will establishing, we continue onwards.
The land of ceremony rises over the water's horizon. The sun blazes down on the island year-round, giving way to scorching heat. Coming here eventually came to have ceremonial significance, as monsters who could survive these conditions boast extraordinary strength. Not even thieves dare to come near this mausoleum. The party rouses their spirits and steps inside.
Before entering the dungeon, it's important to note that Gallica sent something, meaning that one of Neris's treasures is hiding in this dungeon. So after a good long look, we found it, and it's an interesting looking little thing, at least. But regardless of how neat it is or not, we've got a trial to complete. And after a tad of grinding with these somewhat high foes, we fight the boss for Yufa's sake. The fight wasn't too hard once I understood the simple fact that the human summoned an ally and did some good damage, just needed to keep my stat boost up and abuse both of the opponent's weaknesses. But I am left to wonder, how is this thing a reflection of Yufa's anxieties, a skeleton warrior and a weird butt sword leg thing? It belt with my mind, but alas, Stroll finishes it off weep style.
Closing the distance,
perfect.
samurai!
We'll combine our strength!
This is it!
With its defeat, Gallica wonders what she got that could serve her proof as her victory. Yufa walks up to a pile of bones, however, saying that they're aged old relics of her countrymen, wondering how much had fallen here, wondering what the trial meant to them. She indeed lives in their shadow, as it was only by chance she entered her fight. I tell her that I'm sure it's part of the trial. She asks if I'm saying that the path that's brought her here was all a trial. She turns and asks for me for something. Her entire life, she's seen herself as merely an offering, thinking of nothing except for her duty. That's when panic took hold of her. However, if at the same time her past had been any different, would she have had the strength to defeat the monster? She looks within herself, admitting the trial has shown her that she's more than just an offering. While revealing her inner weakness, it revealed her triumph. And now she desires to seek deeper faith within herself so she can go where she wants to. But while the world is still frightening for her, she wishes to stay beside me, knowing that there's room to grow. As far as believing in herself, her belief in me is already as the tallest oak. Weird compliment, but I accept that deal. She's happy to hear, and says that the power burning within her is the proof of victory she desired. And I open my hand to shake hers, in acceptance of our bond. But she's shocked by it, and then steadies herself, saying that I'm offering her the type of handshake practiced by the outside world, and then shakes my hand as a bond forms, showing itself to be the summoner archetype. She seemed flustered. I ask what's up, and she says nothing. It's just her people's handshakes mean two things. One meaning trust, which I offered. The other, well, that confuses me, but I think I get the gist of it. As mission complete, I get a boost to my wisdom, and we head back to enjoy a well-deserved meal.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Have a look.
The day starts off and we've got a plan to head to do the hunt job. I got from the capital, it would take us 2 days to get there, and I just say, why not really? And on my way there, I read a book that boosts my eloquence, because I am very much lacking in that area.
Coming into view is the village of Ligno, a frequent stop for capital-bound peddlers and merchants, experienced traders who have withstood the trials of all the world's cultures and customs, gather here with rare goods found nowhere else. Though the village has waned in light of the influx of monsters, it remains an important hub of commerce. Here in this corner of the world, the Gauntlet Runner arrives.
Giving it some thought?
This place had a good amount of stuff, but most importantly, mellow milk. I've been needing this, so I bought a shit ton. I didn't care for the price as we continue onwards.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at an encampment, and sensing no imminent threats, they breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
And during the night, I decided to give Neris the relic he sought after. And after a little fandangling, like he calls it magnificent, believing it can work with modern designs, giving him that eureka moment he's been searching for. And with that, mission complete. But that's when he wonders, the more he sees them, the more mysterious they become. They're fundamentally different from igniters in both process and function. Normally magic isn't viable without magical igniters, be it runner or other things, believing that our country's technology is dangerous dependent on it, thinking it might be why he's so drawn to the relics, and us too. I asked that igniters are reliable, and he agrees it's simple enough for a kid to use, and that's the problem, as wielding that type of power that we can't handle is a fast track to madness. And it took a lot of experimentation he'd like to forget. In actual fact, he was approached to participate in an igniter development. They gathered destitute Parapis and with nowhere to run and subjected them to awful experiments. I asked him why didn't he stop them, and he says that it already started by the time he got asked to do it, and at that point his descent would have been merely an insect underfoot. He lost good friends, and he could hardly imagine the evils that happened, knowing that tech minds like him are easily led astray. Just dangle something in front of us and curiosity takes us. He never opposed the projects getting absorbed into them, and thinking back, he supposes it was an easy way to bury a guilty conscience. But now, after all that, he's kicked down to the bottom rung. Laughing, I say that it's better that way, and he guesses if I say that he can believe it, as our bond grows stronger. And now, I'm given another mission to find a relic, and with that, we part ways.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts, and since I've acquired some mellow milk, we're able to make a Denny's favourite dish, with the creator of it being Yufa. And the effect is pretty strong, even if I'm mainly only going to be using it to clear weather. But regardless of how the food will be used, after we finished doing that, me and Yufa sat down and meditated. She gave me the ropes on how to effectively meditate, and all things considered, it was a great time, boosting my imagination. I'm just glad that we can spend it doing something together, especially as our friendship is growing, as we continue on our trek.
The Gauntlet Runner finds itself at the Scoundrel's Hold, a cave system beneath the sand and rock, dug out by bandits over untold years. There were once treasures hoarded in the sprawling paths, but with the arrival of the monsters, only a vast labyrinth remains. The party wanders into the caves, now merely the wreckage of the bandits' dreams.
When we arrived, Gallica's phase sight sensed another one of Neris's oh-so-precious relics, so we've got to chase that up, and while we're here, as we're eventually found it unassuming in a chest. And with that simple task done, we take on the bounty request. To make a long story short, the monster was weak to pierce, and my team consisted of half a party that had power thrust, a healer, and a sniper. So I have pretty much every base covered when it came to taking this boss down. If I'm being perfectly honest, I was more of a threat to myself, funny enough, as Juna finished it off.
Weakness! That's your opening, Captain!
And with its death, it was as simple as taking its stupid eye from its stupid face and heading back to enjoy a feast. Not too long until the days will get hard, so I'm gonna take the simple ones where I can.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Have a look.
Today is the day I wish to see Hulkenberg challenge Redanth. I do tell on my warriors of him playing dirty, but regardless, Hulkenberg will see it through. It seems as we get going to the capital, and not a moment sooner as he's getting ready to hang even more people in the name of Sanctism. We stop him where he stands, telling him so, angering him as Hulkenberg challenges him to a duel, and she will stake her life on it. He seems to be actually against it, somewhat, but the idea of the duel has riled up the crowd, calling for our heads, and he agrees, calling it a foolish offer he will oblige her, as she needs to be reminded of the gulf between them, calling for his witness, as I am Hulkenberg's. And we get going to the outskirts of the town. He decided on an empty, void place. I can see where this is going, asking her not to die, asking for Redanth to draw his blade, but that's when what I expected happened. His witness paralyzed Hulkenberg with excruciating pain, as he taunts her and asks for his friend to finish the deed. It angers me asking for him to face me, but Hulkenberg reminds me not to get involved, as she steals her resolve ready to fight once more, which shakes Redanth as a single strike brought him down, as she comments on his decayed skills, adding his witness has fled. He's left to just wonder how he could lose to an heiress of nepotism, propped up by nothing but lineage, taking what he's earned by his own ability. Hulkenberg replies that she took nothing from him. He alone soiled and abandoned his knightly path. He retorts for us to stay our tongue, saying he's nothing like her. She threw away her title, and he has a duty to maintain absolute order while the throne isn't occupied, asking if she thinks it's truly easy to keep the citizens in line. Their snares must succeed so they can eliminate resistance. She tells him that the knight follows an oath of allegiance. It's not a convenience, nor the means to bury one's fears in inferiority. She had hopes they would have one last fair duel as peers, but that has passed, as their paths split long ago, and seems to mention someone as a guy appears and takes Redanth away. I'm confused asking who this is. He tells me that they're part of the Shadow Guard, informing us that Redanth has been relieved of his duties and they're taking him in, saying that we helped them a bunch. They've been needing to catch him red-handed when it came to overstepping. She asks if I remember she asked for help to expose his wrongdoings. Having left knighthood, she was free to certain limits imposed by that title. The Shadow Guard admits that she was quite reluctant, saying she had convinced him to step down on his own volition. She admits that she wanted to believe that inside that man a pride yet survived, but now it's a most unfortunate outcome. I tell her that she fought admirably. She agrees, saying that she would not have done it without me. Thanking me, the Shadow Guard says that they also investigated his home and found all they needed, executing people who got on the bad side of nobles, reassuring us that the people sentenced to death today have been let free, knowing it's not their true purpose, but hard to overlook something like this, thanking us for our efforts leaving. She looks at me, saying that he addressed her as a knight to a fellow knight, not believing she's lived up to that title. I disagree, as she smiles, admitting that once again I dispel her doubts, but admits that since she parted ways with Redanth, she believed she was no longer worthy of friends, let alone that company. The more the floundered on her own, the more distant any escape seemed. She lost sight of the path ahead, but she was able to overcome it, thanks to me. Which I like to hear, as a strong bond forms a new archetype for me to use, and with that, we returned back, not before becoming rank 11 with the populace. And during the night, me and Juna go to Brilehaven. She comments on it all being simply divine, and so is the shopping. I ask her what she would actually want, expecting she would have everything. She simply replies that clothes and perfume to start. A lady has her expenses, commenting on the runner stinking of sweat, and we get going as she requires an escort and someone to hold her stuff. Suddenly a little girl appears, wanting to hear Juna, and she sings for her, making the little girl beam with joy as she leaves. She says that the little girl was a Nadir, just like her. I ask if they were really talking about singing, and she explains that Nadirs have their secrets. People say some rude things, and they even say they hide their true ugly faces behind transformations, saying that it almost makes you want to burst out laughing, huh? Living on the fringe is hardly a life at all, so they work hard to fit in, and that's their secret. But she saw the girl's eyes gleam when she listened to her, and if she could, for a mere moment, lift the heart of a child up, she'll gladly sing her heart out. Suddenly, we hear murmurs as we book it before people surround her, but it seems one person caught up, asking if she's Juna, wanting for her to sing at some big event that happens once a year and the church will pay her. It seems like a fun idea at least, so I don't see why I should stop her. And she's happy for that, as a bond grows stronger. However, with that now, apparently our shopping list has grown bigger. So I'm regretting it now, as with us leaving and me writing this, I can still feel the back pain.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Look at this.
The day starts with me reporting the completed quest and getting the unneeded courage boost, but hey, the money is nice. And the extra I get thanks to Katharina is even nicer. So that's the first thing done today. The next mission was to talk to Moore to report the quest complete, as he seems to be wrecked with some sort of guilt. I ask if he's okay and he replies that he is, but before that, he wants to hear some stories of our quest. I oblige his request and he finds it fascinating. Gallagher asks if he figured something out, and he replies that one thing comes to mind. But if that inkling he has is right, then much becomes inexplicable. But if he is correct, he knows the king deliberately placed him in a place Moore knows well, in a place he could continue his research, but it leaves the question of the king's intentions, wondering why he would intentionally do that. He believed to prevent his research, but it's the opposite, and continuing he hoped to regain his memories, but the answer he sought place his identity in the end. The only path towards them is continuing his pursuits. The pieces are coming together, and it will be time to finally uncover its truth soon enough. I say let's do it together, and he knows if he has my support, he can face any truth that is shown. He wonders if he was a hero or a villain, but with this newfound resolve in him, he thanks me for the utopia he will make reality. He will battle his past until the very end, and with that, our bond has grown stronger. And we're given the final mission by Moore. It's very simple, just getting the final evolution archetype to max, just like the one I just obtained, thanks to him, so I'll do that when I have time. As for now, I spend the afternoon with Yufa. We head to Brilehaven as Yufa comments on the variety it has, asking about what seems to be tradition in her land, as the shopkeeper asks her to refrain from saying those quibbles about their wares, saying it's why the people hate her kind. A little extreme, but we leave. Yufa is a little down, believing herself being rude to the shopkeeper, but I reassure her to not let it keep her down. She then tells me about a special deal she got on a pail which pours good fortune. Man, she even fell for a common scam. She's getting the tourist speedrun world record. But but she has a smile on her face, so I guess it's not all that bad. Suddenly, she catches a sweet smell. Apparently, it's a smell that's familiar. As we find ourselves at a church, the Sancta asks if we have business with them. I explain that we're curious about a smell. The Sancta seems to understand that Yufa is a Mustari. Then she panics and blurts out an introduction. He asks if we're the ones he's heard about, people stirring up a ruckus. But he won't pry. He introduces himself as Hyperic, asking if she's interested in Sanctism. But he doesn't have time today, needing to escort the child with him home. The kid seems happy, but mentions their mother is sick. He confirms that they're ill and being taken care of in the church, apologizing once more, hoping to see us another time. As we're left to look, she admits that she didn't intend on this, but she's glad to have spoken to a follower of Sanctism, admitting her curiosity in the differences between her people's teachings and theirs, but admits that she would like me to come with her, not wanting to go there alone. I agree to that, and she's thankful, even if she's a tad weird, as our bond grows stronger. But she can feel something is off with the place, but believes she's imagining things. I hope so too, as we head our separate ways. And during the night, I really have no words. All I can say is, I was ready to see Alonso's biggest act in a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But first, he treated me to some food, and that's when later, I found out that not only did we not get food, but I woke up in a place not in the square. Somewhere else, as there's a massive crowd. The landowner is talking about the atrocities that Alonso committed when he didn't really. I cried out, but they're drowned out by the voices of the angered crowd. So I pushed past the people as Alonso lied and lied, taking the blame for the landowner's crimes. But it was all a ploy in the end, all orchestrated by Alonso, as the landowner gives me all the praise for capturing the fiend Alonso, as I'm called the person who captured Alonso and the true hero deserving of the crown. He plays the crowd. I ask him to tell me what's going on. He simply says that he waited for this moment, and there's nothing else he desires. He knows I don't wish to be king, but he knows how the wheel turns. I will take the throne for this world. With that brutal honesty, our bond grows stronger. And without anything I can do, I watch as he dies.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
This here.
Round 2 of that stupid Aspire that defeated me not too long ago. It will take yet another 3 days, so we should get going ASAP. And while on our journey, I spend it with Hulkenberg. She informed me that Rodanth has been confined to an underground cell, and for the time being, the chaos in the capital should stand still. I guess case solved. That she agrees, but knows it's not the end. As a knight's duty is to their oath, but without a king it holds little weight. And an armed force, disunified in purpose, is simply a spark away from a raging mob. If the knighthood flounders any further, more Rodanths will emerge. Knowing if the prince doesn't take the throne, there will be no true rebirth of knighthood. I think that's more reason we cannot lose, and she agrees, as with Luis's defeat, we can get the future for this nation. Adding that her duel with Rodanth left things quite clear. She proved that she's not the woman she once was, and it was thanks to me I helped her grow into a new person. Knowing that never again will she wield her power only to hide her sense of inferiority. Her convictions will lead her, and she will fight with her strength, and she vows to use this newfound strength for me. I thank her for that, as suddenly I feel her strong compassion and care for me as our bond reaches its peak. With that, she tells me that the Shadow God said to her that he wished to be an equal knight to her, never knowing the day that she would see that honor in herself, and thanks me from the bottom of her heart. I can feel that with that strong bond, my rank with the populace is now 9.
As the sun sets over the sea's horizon and the birds rest their wings, the Gauntlet Runner settles into a reef, waves lapping softly at its hull. The Gauntlet Runner anchors itself at the reef to stave off danger. Within its walls, the party sleeps peacefully.
And during the night, I gave Neris another one of those doodads, and with a little fiddling, he talks some gibberish about heat, and gets another Eureka moment as mission complete, and with that done, he comments on there being relics out there that give him enough of a thunderclap of inspiration, even at his lowest. I ask him what's up. He replies that he's deep into his research and something that anxiety overcomes him. He starts to wonder if the happy days may vanish. He then asks if I remember when he failed his test flights back in the more respectable days. Back when he was still a young lad like me. He wanted to prove it, and he botched it. Once he healed from it, he lost his rank, and they chose someone else's idea. And the worst part, everyone slowly split from him. Seeing it happen made him realize how frightening people can be, and what he feared most is the coward he become. That's fair, but I reassure him that I have no intention of betraying him. He thanks me for knowing that I wouldn't, since we're this far in the relic research. Gallica praises him, but he gets a little too excited for her liking as she leaves. He simply says, bless her, and admits that he's grateful for the encouragement. He feels like he knows what it means to be strong when he's with us, or wishing he could have met us earlier, but that's how life is sometimes. Man, I can feel the camaraderie in his words as our bond grows stronger. He admits that the little device in his hands may have the power to power hundreds, thousands of runners. That surprises me, but he gets back knowing that he'll need a new relic for his passion. And I have a new quest on my hands, it seems, as I keep that in mind, and we go our separate ways for the time being.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts with me sitting down and reading a book that boosts my tolerance. I really gotta get up on those follower ranks, but still not there yet as I continue to read.
As the clear surface gives way to the glassy ink of darkness, the gauntlet runner reaches a remote island. The party gets a good night's rest, grateful for the still land that does not sway them at its whims.
And during the night, I really wanted those tolerance boosts, so I decided to do Lookout with Heismay. We get into talking a little, but eventually we got attacked by a monster that's nearly 20 levels under me, but he goes down quite fast because of that. And thankfully, even with that tiny boost of tolerance, it was enough to reach rank 4. So there's something to celebrate today as I turn in for the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Before going to the spire, I decided to warm up and be ready for it by meditating with Yufa. And I hear wolves. I literally don't know how that is possible since, we're in the middle of the ocean. But I guess that's just how it is sometimes. But I try to breathe deeply, and it works for the most part. So that's good, as I get a big boost in my imagination, and with a little encouragement from Yufa, we continue to meditate.
The Spire of Blind Faith is the decision to pursue such a beast, one of bravery, or something else altogether. The party sets foot in the tower, filled now only with disquieting magma, all prayers long unanswered.
Let's skip the tedious stuff and get into the boss fight. And honestly, extra turns made it super easy. I have literally nothing to note to say. I have all of its weaknesses ready to go. I mean, it got one turn and did some good damage, but it took 2 turns to beat it, with me landing the finishing strike.
Go!
With that, we collected the notebook and gave it to the sister, which will finally cooperate with us and go back to the island as we head back ourselves and enjoy a feast. Tomorrow will be the last day I'll have to hang around before the big event, so I guess I should spend it wisely.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Here you are.
A new day begins in Eht Ria. Still hate the name, but I informed the brother of their sister's safety, but he already knew as she arrived before we did. I literally don't know how she bet teleportation, but good on her, I guess. But with that mission completed, and the unneeded courage boost acquired, I spend the afternoon with Yufa, as we head back to Brilehaven and meet Hyperic, asking what he's been doing at a tavern. He tells us that the little Yajif girl helps there from time to time. She seems happy as they're treating her nicely, complimenting her dancing. Yufa asks if she knows how to dance. She does too, knowing a ceremonial dance from her mother. Ovi likes the sound of that, wanting to do it herself. Yufa seems happy to do it. I ask for her to do it right now, a little excited, but she refuses, thinking she'll bother some. Ovi says to Hyperic that she wants to show her mother the dance, and he says that she may as long as her prayers are never neglected. Hyperic gets to business, knowing if we're here, we want to learn about Sanctism, asking what we know. I say the basics, he understands and tells us that their beliefs about an almighty God, which they offer their prayers to with a selfless heart. Yufa thinks on it, saying that it's different from her people. They aspire to take the hands of their God, to confront their challenges and fight alongside them with their own strength. Hyperic thinks that's intriguing, but as for those who cannot fight, the anxiety which plagues this world is through no fault of their own, and we must pray to escape them. Yufa has no words for that, as Ovi wants to see her mother, so we continue the talk at the church. Yufa asks Hyperic what ailments has inflicted Ovi's mother. He says that her concern touches his heart, but avoids the answer for some reason. Ovi asks us if we're going to convert to their faith. Hyperic says that he'll gladly accept us with open arms, unless we find prayers meaningless. She feels a tad pressured as I say that we'll find our own path. He finds that quite unfortunate to hear, but wishes that this isn't the last time we talk, knowing we will live with anxiety in our hearts, and it's through Sanctism we can find that salvation. Suddenly we hear a pained noise from the confines of the church. We ask what that was, but he tells us it was the wind and must leave as they're gone. Yufa never expected conversion to be on the table. I say that life happened that way sometimes. She agrees, thinking Hyperic isn't wrong with what he said. They have spiritual anxiety as we yearn for something we can depend on, and for some, that is Sanctism. But now she feels like she understands them more now, that she's experienced it in her own way, and she couldn't have done that without me, seeming more invigorated to try on new experiences. I'm happy for her, as a bond grows stronger. Suddenly the smell is back and it's messing with her head, so she wishes to leave, and I agree.
What's up, Del? Something on your mind?
That's nothing, just thinking.
Oh no. You're not still feeling unwell, are you?
It's just a twinge now, that's all. I'm sharp as ever, me.
Are you sure? Because I remember, once the big fever passed, you went hot and cold again a couple more times. I'd never seen you go down like that.
I said I'm fine, didn't I? God, but you don't worry too much. Come on, I'm starving.
Juno seems to worry about Fidelio having a bad feeling, as she thinks that the human that wounded him may have left a nasty side effect. Gallica is worried, asking if he may need magic healing, as Juno asks if we can summon Rella to assist. That surprises us, but she knows what can happen with Magla-born ills, so she really doesn't want it to fester. Heismay is against it a little of him hating the Parapus, but also seeing it as us fighting a battlefield. Juno against that, but she believes that they're thinking the same as us. Neris appears thinking that we should just bring Rella to us, as Neris admits that he doesn't see them as an evil type, which honestly, with the small interactions I've had with Basilio, I have to agree. With that, as me and Neris go and grab the Saint Rella.
Thank you so much for your help leading the evacuation. They tell me not everyone got a chance to thank you. So on their behalf...
Don't worry about it. Didn't want the annihilation of a whole village on my conscience is all.
Wasn't expecting you to handle the evacuation side, Del. Thought for sure you'd be the first in the fray with the human.
They healed me up. Gotta repay the favour, don't I? Wouldn't feel right otherwise.
Then for their sake, you should take care of yourself, too.
What? Who the hell? No way. Aren't you Saint Rella?
You're joking. You're not joking. Why is she here?
I called for her and she came. You that surprised? I know people in the Crown Theocracy. My work speaks for itself these days.
It's almost time for the Saints' Day festivities in Montario. Having been invited, I was in the area. I heard about your splendid work, Fidelio and Basilio. I hardly recognized the two of you.
You remember us?
Of course. This is a bit of a reversal, though. Back then, it was you helping treat Basilio's wound. I can tell how far you've come since then.
Ugh.
But I've also heard about your own injury. Your right foot, I'm guessing. Have you felt any sudden fevers come on? Let me have a look. Yes, that should do. I can see you had an expert looking after you already. Physically, you're as well as anyone could ask. But... Fidelio, is there something you feel lost or anxious about?
Where's that coming from?
I've talked to lots of people and observed the flow of their magic. By now, I'm certain that Magla is connected to our emotions. When I speak to someone who's feeling strong emotions, I can sense the state of their heart as if seeing it with my own eyes.
Nah, I'm sound. Nothing's getting me down.
I see. Then you should be fine. Just don't take life for granted, or your treatment will have been for nothing. Keep on living, all right? For now, let's see. Run to the beach and back with Basilio. If you can make it without slowing down, then clearly there's nothing wrong with your foot.
Hey, sounds like a laugh. Just like when we were kids. Step lively, Del, or I'll leave you behind.
Hey, what the hell? I said I'm fine. Oh, damn it. Basilio! Hang on!
With the brothers out of her hair, Juna thanks Frella for her help, surprised not knowing when she was talking about the first person she saved, she meant the Magnus brothers. Frella simply responds by being a big sister and grilling her about the stories needing to match, but adding that she's swimming in dangerous waters, huh? Not only, but she has a gauntlet runner that can teleport, and an elder candidate that can use it through magic. It's a lot to take in. She admits that she didn't realize that I was the top candidate until she saw the King's Rock, asking if I'm committed to taking Luis down. I don't have a comment on that, but it's pretty obvious what my stance is. As she sees, I'm committed to this path, knowing this day would come and not here to stop us. Juna tells her sister to calm down, already having dealt with Luis, but she gets serious, telling us not to underestimate that man. As much as the Crown Theocracy knows, the King's magic is absolute, but she's done her own research and has found some loopholes only meant to stop underhanded tactics, but issuing duels where both parties agree is one way to bypass it, which makes what happened with Glodell make more sense. As Rella says that she's sure Luis will exploit that weakness, and has an awful feeling that there will be a lot of bloodshed before the Saints' Day is over, as I heed her words and the brothers are running back, so we call it there. And way later in the night, the twins gave us some good news about getting a map from the Islanders, and then gets interest in the book I'm holding. Doesn't help Gallica almost blew us a little sneak mission, but they didn't seem to pick up on that, as they ask if they can have a look, and I agree.
In this world, one can become anything they desire. Neither birth nor status decides your occupation.
Huh, sounds grand, that. You think this place really exists?
Course not, you muppet. It's a fantasy, remember? Anyone is free to become anything. This is a paradise of equality and freedom, devoid of discrimination or prejudice. Pretty words, them. But if everybody's free to do what they want, they'll work out their own reasons to be prejudiced. You can call it a utopia, but I reckon people living in it might romanticize our world too. At the end of the day, dreaming of escape will only ever be a dream. Nothing changes unless you do it with your own hands.
Aye. But if we really could do anything, I quite fancy opening up a little diner with you, Del. You like singing, eh? And I'm dead handy with a cook pan. We could invite Lady Juna over. Host a fancy soiree of our own. Every night, just us and our best mates living it up. You telling me you don't like the sound of that?
Get your head out of the clouds, Baz. We're long past being able to get away with that. Doesn't matter anyway. A dream is just a dream.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Despite everything and originally planning on setting out, we've been roped into a celebration the Mystari are having, but we're reassured that we will make it in time for the deadline, so I guess it can't hurt to enjoy ourselves sometimes, as we agree to it. The celebration is this whole thing. There's a giant statue of their dragon god Eht, and everything's actually really cool. Sure, finding it a far cry from our first night in a jail cell, Heismay says that it's a festival in their god's name. It's meant to ensure a safe voyage. Instead of a lighthouse, their flame keeps burning until the morning. Nereus comments on them being informative. No focus on the mechanics as the mainlanders, but their insights may improve his runner, informing us that the lance is ready to go. And we quickly shatter our trap as the Magnus brothers appear, with Batlin of all people with them. Basilio is happy as ever, while Fidelio is his usual self. But Batlin seems to be happy even as Fidelio reminds him that this is a pagan festival, so he shouldn't be getting all giddy. We seem to see Batlin having an inner conflict, or perhaps just seeing the world in a new light. And we find out his father was a crier too, but the gist of it is his father was a serious man. He called out corruption for what it was, made him a pariah, but that's just how it goes. He once said that igniters are far more dangerous than the church is saying. There was a riot in the slums, the one the Parappa started. The church dismissed it as them revolting for their condition, but his father knew it wasn't a riot. He accused the crown theocracy of turning them feral through horrific experiments. I think those are the ones that Nereus was talking about, and it seems that the Magnus brothers seem to know too. But alas, with all that, his father was titled a liar and died young. I guess it is how it is. People will prefer their own feelings to the truth. Happiness is a luxury hard to come by otherwise. He believes himself as a poor excuse for a crier, but we managed to make the world feel interesting again, and he's grateful for that. Makes a man feel as if he owes us. We tell him he owes us nothing, especially as it will look bad for both of us. But with that, he tells us that he's catching a boat ride so he can get there before us, saying we should make this a bash to remember.
Now, time for some fun! Bring out the treats!
And those are?
The fruit is called dragon's tears. They're quite precious. Their tree only bears once every few years.
Ah, just delicious. Beyond delicious.
Wonderful. This again. Hulkenberg's tastes are a dubious metric at best.
Please, it's the rarest of harvests, and we would like to share it with you.
Sounds. I feel quite.
Right?
What's going on? There's something odd about the way... But he's crying. What is this fruit?
You see, in old times, so long times ago times, people ate this to reach a higher plane of existence.
Ha! Yes, you certainly appear to have reached some higher state. Glad I passed.
Phew. Finally back to normal. Well, that sure felt like a festival. Not that I'm complaining. Oh, and did you hear? The people of this island make a wish over that flame. It's said that if you write your wish on a piece of paper, it'll bring you good luck. You don't often get to relax. Have you decided on someone?
I decided to go with Gallica. She was my first ally after all. I can't wait for that wish as Gallica asks me some questions, but mainly, what do I think that god is doing? I say that he's likely testing them. She guesses, but now that she thinks we should get our wishes. We make our wish and I hope it comes true. She wishes for the world's anxiety to be replaced with hope. It's a pretty big wish for a little girl like her, but I think that's a good way to look at it. She agrees, knowing how far we've come from the first time we met. She asked for my wish. I don't think I should tell her. I heard that if you tell someone they don't come true. But regardless of all that, I tell her that it's for our mission to be a success. And with that, we leave. But Gallica gives me a mage weapon as a gift. I don't use that archetype all that often, but I'm grateful for it regardless.
Tell, you hear all that? What that crier was talking about?
Yeah. Sounded proper familiar to me.
It's easy to blame the Sanctus Church for the whole thing. But maybe not all of them were happy about it. Makes you think. I remember St. Rella looked like her heart was breaking, seeing us at death's door. Maybe she knew what was... Del. What do we believe in, really? Are we absolutely positive that, Count Luis's vision and ours have enough in common?
I thought we were done talking about this. He's the reason we got this far. A couple of Parapus orphans. Nobody else wants us. Nobody cares about us. We'd be nothing without Count Luis.
I know, Del, but... He makes all them speeches about equality, but in the end... He's gonna leave the weak to die. I heard him talk about his ideal world, and... It sounds like a world where we'd have died alone in the dirt. No Saint Rella to save us. Is that what we're fighting for?
Too late for that kind of talk, brother. Blood on our hands either way.
Hey! What are you two doing on your own? Come join the party! You'll miss the whole festival.
Lady Juna.
What's that look about? I know you're absolutely smitten with me, love, but you needn't be so tense about it.
Do you plan to kill Count Luis?
What are you talking about? He can't be killed anyway.
Lady Juna, I don't think your heart is with Count Luis anymore. Or maybe it never was. There's a side of you that you only show them. But us, starting to think we've never seen the real you.
Are you really so worried for Count Luis? He's the one who measures worth in power. So what would he think to hear you underestimating him?
So you don't actually work for Forden or nothing then? No ulterior motives?
I've been with Count Luis since before the race even started, haven't I? Ever since he was stripped of command.
Hey, Del.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. That's my fault. But trust me on this. I promise I'll make sure this world's got more to give you two than despair.
I saw it with my own eyes. That lance gets past the king's magic. That means it can kill a candidate. They were testing it among themselves, and Lady Juna was right there with them.
You serious? How are we supposed to report that to Count Luis?
Oh, don't worry, it's my own problem. I told you to leave the thinking to me.
You know, I really like Lady Juna's songs. And I like seeing you listening to her when you get the chance. You've got arm around your heart, Del, and her music pierces it. I don't want to kill Lady Juna. And you don't either, Del. Do you?
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day starts and we're more or less ready to go, and since the brothers are nowhere to be found, we talk about our game plan. The simple gist of it is we'll give the fake lance to Luis while Yufa holds onto the real article. And on the eve of the festival, we will use the real lance to finish Luis off. He doesn't know that we know the lance is secret, so we can use that to our advantage. The only thing is Juna will need to convince Luis to come, and she's already done her part by the sounds of it, pestering Luis to come. That's when Neris gets asked about the fake lance, and it's put next to the other one. It's a perfect replica. It's quite shocking to see. It even shocked Yufa. Thankfully, she can read the Magla flow, so we'll be fine with discerning them. But we've got our game plan set, but we've also got some things to worry about. Mainly that the brothers are onto us, which is quite worrisome, as Heismay hears footsteps as the brothers make their appearance. But that all said and done, let's get going.
Aye aye, me hearties! What's wrong then? Is that not the customary exclamation of sailors? Mr. Buckland was very specific.
I wouldn't believe everything he says.
'Tis a strange melancholy, leaving the people we have so recently come to know.
We'll be back with some fantastic tales to tell them too.
Yes, certainly.
With you for speaking my language, the trip will take us 3 days and 2 nights, so let's get going. And during the day, I spend it reading a book that boosts tolerance. I'm desperate at this point, just give me rank 5.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at Cliffshade Camp, just as the curtain of night descends on the wilderness. Ideal for their cover, it works both ways, as monsters and rogues alike await their victims in the shadows of the rocks. Only a Gauntlet Runner offers peace of mind against such dangers, a large reason why they are so sought after.
Please! Give me rank 5! Like, come on!
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It's day 2 on our trip to Altabury, and I spend the start of it just sitting down with Yufa and getting some meditation in. I feel all this sitting down making my legs feel numb, so I focus on that numbness, and it actually works quite well as I get a big boost in my imagination, and we continue to meditate until...
Come look at this!
The Gauntlet Runner makes a short stop in front of Colorodeo Cliff, a bluff so tremendous it fills one's vision. Its massive fissure is said to be the vestige of a god's wrath, as only a force capable of splitting heaven and earth could cause it. Perfectly balanced by the work of nature, or the wrath of gods extolled in the myths of creation, none can say.
We made it to a cliff. The view is truly breathtaking. We comment on it and I say I want to jump off. It's just making me think of the time back in Martira as Hulkenberg yells out, "Damned boar-faced Sanctus Scullions!" We're confused, but she comments on how freeing it is to yell out to the world from the bottom of her gut. Heismay enjoys that idea as he yells out, "Never again shall I sleep in a roach-infested inn." I personally think he should calm down. The Brilehaven inn wasn't really that bad. As Yufa wants to do it, but her voice isn't coming out, Juna sighs, calling her too charming, asking for her to never change, and then asks if anyone else needs to yell. Well, I think I'll be fine for today, so I get my wisdom boost, but I mean, Daenerys wants to scream, but we all leave, so he can scream out all he likes, as he gives me yet another drawing for Maria.
The Gauntlet Runner stops amidst rocky terrain as twilight envelops the wilderness in darkness. The twinkling lights are not all stars. Some are the eyes of monsters, peering through the dark. To await the dawn in comfort and peace is a privilege only the Gauntlet Runner can provide.
And during the night, me and Juna sit down and talk about what's happened recently, boosting my imagination, and we talk for the rest of the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Today, we'll be making it to Altabury, and this is also the day that I finished reading Yufa's book she left, which gave me just enough to reach rank 5 in tolerance. Just 3 more stats to max out, as suddenly...
Nura speaking.
Before Altabury's mountains, the Gauntlet Runner sets upon the murky graveyard. The colossal bridges overhead are an impressive sight. During the Annex War, this land was a fierce battleground. Many soldiers, unable to return to their loved ones, found their final rest here. But few honor the dead. Their spirits take no solace. Their tragic remains are desecrated by wild dogs, leaving their bones exposed to the elements.
What a horrifying place. Truly, Hulkenberg talks about it so casually, being the remains of those who fell during the Annex War. It was a site of a fierce battle, and the bodies left to the elements and denied the dignity of a proper burial. I think that it's truly tragic, and we should leave lest we disrespect the fallen. As with some talks, I get a wisdom boost, but Daenerys seemed to be a tad freaked out, so I mess with him a little bit, saying there's a ghost behind him. He tells us to refrain from doing that again. I guess even the old man is as fragile as glass when it comes to spooky ghosts, as he gives us a drawing and we get going.
Altabury Heights, capital of the Principality of Montario, the eastmost country annexed into the Kingdom of Uchronia. The mountain path leading to the city begins near the coastline, but few gauntlet runners can contend against its steep slope. Those who complete the arduous climb are rewarded. City lights, dusted with snow, twinkle beautifully in the valley. But what awaits the party there is no reward, but their greatest trial thus far. The hour of reckoning draws near, and they steel themselves anew.
The seat of sanctism, Altabury. Truly, I never thought I would see it in person. What is that giant structure?
The monolith. In Sanctus Scripture, they tell of how the stone was shaped by God's own hand.
It's afloat. I'd only heard rumors that it didn't touch the ground, but to see it now.
Are we finally moving again?
Just another trip for our songstress.
We're here at last.
We present the lands to Louise, telling us good work, and Eupha introduces herself as the princess of the island, and for her own personal reasons she's joined us on her journey. Louise asks if she detests him. She replies that she owes her life to us and understands we work under him. He responds that he heard we acquired the lands without incurring any hatred from the islanders, calling that quite a feat. And now he knows it to be true. At least it seems that fate has abandoned Forden, and thanks to us, he was spared the effort of sifting through ashes to find it.
If the islanders could not be persuaded, my next course would have been to raze their village to the ground. The Charadrius' batteries would make that a fairly simple task.
What?
Why are you surprised? At times, sacrifice is necessary to save the many. Was that not the exact reasoning by which your countrymen would have seen you die?
You're...
Have the lance brought to my chamber later. Thank you for your hard work in spite of your wound. Take care of yourselves. Now we need only to wait until tomorrow for the Saints' Day Festival.
The whole event will be held over 2 days at the Opera House.
The first day is the eve of the festival, and I'm scheduled to sing. Hope you're looking forward to it.
Main festivities start on the second day. That's when all these divine relics will be dedicated and sealed. It's aimed at proving beyond a doubt that Sanctism is the highest authority.
All kind of daft though, isn't it? If they were that confident in their scriptures, you'd think they wouldn't have to bother with all that.
This is where Forden dies. He and Sanctism itself. At the very least, it's worth giving him a memorable end.
Lord Louise, I do hope you'll come and watch me sing this time. We missed you at the opening ceremony. If you're not there, it'll hardly be worth it.
You needn't worry. Having come all this way, it would be a waste not to show.
Well, I'm off to check out the Opera House. Want to make sure everything's shipshape for my solo, of course. The rest is up to you.
You have all performed admirably. You exceeded my every expectation. Soon, Forden's reign will come crashing down. From this point onward, I would have you forfeit the competition and dedicate yourself fully to my campaign.
Understood.
For now, rest your wings a while. Tomorrow's festivities will be a grand show indeed.
After we talk to Louise, it seems that Eupha understands the monster Louise truly is. Shocked he would have actually done that to her home, and having no hint of guilt, understanding why we must kill him at any cost. As we plan to get some rest, but Heismay brings up a good point. With us basically stepping on Forden's good name, we may not get a place here. But I say we should just camp out right here. Mainly as a joke, and it works, making Gallica all pouty. as Yufa thinks that we should perhaps go to a Mystari run din. Gallica thought this place was a Sanctus city, but Yufa informs her that before the church, there were many diverse faiths and teachings in this city. It's why it's the only mainland nation that trades with hers. Hulkenberg confirms this, saying that the only prominent Sanctus building is the Opera House. I guess that's why the big Sanctus event's happening there, but regardless of how the Sanctus spin it, we get going to find a good enough place. And we found something. He seems to recognize us due to our diverse party though, not wanting us to stay due to their reputation. Yufa talks to the Mystari as he recognizes her as a Mystari as well. She introduces herself as the priestess to him, which shocks him, thinking she'd never leave the island. She explains that she has her own reasons as she wishes to protect their island better, although not having any proof of that. He asks that she wishes for another tribe to ascend the throne. Hulkenberg says that it's a long story, and Yufa adds that we will leave if he wishes it so. He goes silent and then gives in as her face reminds him so much of the priestess. He can't turn her away, adding that not all mainland Mystari hate the church, just wish to preserve the peace they have, and it's bad for business to turn a customer away. And with that, we get a nice looking place to stay. Heismay can't complain as there's not really any bugs. Yufa tells us that this place has an imitary hot springs, as her and Stroll have a back and forth on which is kind of funny to watch, but finally, we get into the game plan.
So we seek to assassinate Luis. A difficult task. But you look to have an idea. Let's have it.
First, the when. Under normal circumstances, we'd want to get him on the move. Maybe walking through a crowd while he's got less guards. That would be the plan. But unfortunately, that'd only work if he was someone with common sense. Someone without combat ability. Or someone who'd want to avoid collateral damage. And that isn't Luis. Worst case, he uses civilians as shields while more of his personal guard catch up. And things go sideways before we can get it done.
But once he's inside the Opera House, he'll have a security detail at his beck and call. Even if we can sneak in, getting to him.
If we can't target him in transit, and we've practically zero chance of getting close to him, that leaves us with only one option.
Maybe if we use magic?
No, it's gotta be the lance.
But it's true that we'd be better served by an attacker.
We attack from a distance.
Exactly.
A bow and arrow isn't gonna do much good, right?
Of course. So, what if we threw the lance? Pierced him through from a distance? Yufa, as the priestess, you can command the lance to return to you if it's far away, right?
You would have me use that power in reverse to cast it out instead.
According to Juna, the ceiling of the Opera House has a chandelier big enough to support a person. From above, we'll target Luis in the royal box seats.
You realize the entire audience is below that lighting? A stunt like that would get us noticed instantly. Wait, are you suggesting we do this during the show?
Luis will be distracted. It's the best opportunity we could ask for. Besides, with Yufa there, we can even recover the lance easily.
Hold a moment. I would need to launch it like an arrow. Such distance and such speed would require incredible focus. I don't think I could do it while aiming.
Then just concentrate on the sheer mental force of it. Someone else can take over the role of actually throwing.
This gambit is sounding more far-fetched by the moment. But with...
There is no other opportunity. Luis intends to kill Forden during the festival. That means if we do nothing, the fake will be exposed.
Indeed. Once our betrayal is made plain, we will never find a way to draw close to him again. This will...
But who's actually going to do the throwing?
I'd rather leave it to you. With the royal magic protecting you, laugh, if you like. I know it sounds silly, but...
Indeed. Everyone here knows that.
I feel the same. If I can trust you to do it.
Will you do it, Captain?
All right.
Thanks. On the day of, Juna will be at the venue ahead of us. We'll have her open the service entrance.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I want you to lure Luis's guards outside and cause a commotion while he's making the throw. I'm sure the Magnus brothers will be guarding the place too. Hulkenberg and I will secure the exit route in advance. Luis is a formidable foe. But we've overcome...
What's wrong, Del? You've been quiet for a while now.
That lance they handed over, you think it's real? Can't say for certain, but I didn't feel any magla flowing through it. Can't see it exactly, but how do I explain it?
I know what you mean, though.
The Mustari got them third eyes that can see magla, right? Hard to believe they'd worship that thing as a relic.
Then maybe... You think they made some kind of fake? Even in that short time on the island?
Shite. How'd they? Either way, we have to tell Lord Luis.
No need. He'll have noticed by now, most likely. Not like they're any real threat to him anyway.
Most likely? That good enough for you, brother? Del, you remember they talked all that helping anyone in need? Something like that anyway. Seemed proper daft at first. Seemed naive to act like that kind of thinking could actually fix all the broken...
That's because it can't.
Well, yeah, obviously, but... What was it we actually wanted in the first place? Equality. This lot's working towards a future, and God help me, I started seeing it. Maybe what they're fighting for is something better than what Lord...
That's enough, Baz. Joke or not, you'll get yourself killed.
But them lot even helped you out a few times, Del. That really impressed me, like. Don't know how to say it, but... It was like a feeling I haven't felt since we started working for the Count.
You know Lord Luis plans to take Forden out during the Saints' Day festival. Neither of us can afford to get distracted right now.
Suppose you're right. Things are about to get messy.
So that is the side they serve. Let us teach them that even the best laid plans will go awry. Whether Fordens or our fallen kings. It was splendid entertainment while it lasted. However, the revelry ends here.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The day begins and we go over the plan one last time. We will infiltrate. Juna has full right to be there, so she'll sneak us in. Then me and Gallica and Yufa will head to the rooftop where we can go on the chandelier. Juna adds that her solo starts when the lights will dim, and that'll be our chance to do what we must. Gallica reassures me that she's with me every step of the way, and for the rest of them, they know their roles. As Cheryl reminds us that Luis was willing to destroy Yufa's home just like his... If power's all he can think of to change the world, we'll use ours to stop him. Hulkenberg adds that if we're to fail, even if we survive, we'll be out of leads, so this will surely mark our final mission. Gallica admits that she can't help herself but to think of Grius. That puts us in a sour mood, but Hulkenberg says that she has her fears, but we must remember him by his truest wish. And with all of us wishing for this to be a success so a tyrant can be put down, we head to the Opera House. Waited for nightfall and got inside as we split up to succeed in our own missions. We found the door, but the person has seemed to lost the key. Poor man will probably lose his job if they find out that one, but it gives us the perfect opportunity to sneak in, as I find a gold tooth on my search and I give it to an old man, which in return he gave me the key, as he wouldn't want to be seen with a tooth missing. Great priorities, man, but we take it and continue onwards. But there is a roadblock, as there's guards waiting. Suddenly the lights go out. As everyone's in a panic, Stroll appears saying that it was Hulkenberg who did that, and says for us to go, as they won't be off forever. I heed his words, going past the guards. We're backstage and we can hear the loud commotion from the start of the ceremony, as Yufa and I push on, but Gallica reminds me that I'm protected by the king's magic. So I'll likely target only Yufa. Which is true, well, the humans will. Wild beasts don't seem to be affected by the king's magic. But it's not all that bad. The guards are quite weak, all things considered, as we cleared our way for us and we make it to the roof.
Well, now this is unbelievable! Sanctifex Forden's relic appears to be a colossal chalice! I'm told it's believed to be an ancient artifact called a Holy Grail! Truly, a relic to put.
The pagans looted this from the church's vaults in antiquity. God, in his omniscience, is said to have imbued it with his essence, giving it the power to make wishes come true.
And how did such a glorious relic come into your hands?
We simply preached his holy works and spread the teachings. Mutual dialogue was what won the day. Through guided prayer, anyone can be saved.
Just incredible! But if anyone could do it, it's Sanctifex Forden!
I think it's obvious whose win it is.
I suppose that marks His Eminence Forden as the sole winner. Even to an amateur's eye, no other relic could compete.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sanctifex Forden! Now, continuing on!
Wait, Forden was last to present? That's not right. We've not seen Luis yet, or the island team.
Is there an issue?
No. I think we're finally having a show end without incident. After all, these were originally Sanctus relics anyway.
Well, it looks like that's all the divine relics our candidates found across the land. The top-ranking faces will be announced during tomorrow's festivities. And now, it is my distinct honor to present a one-act opera for a Saints' Eve to remember. Please, join me in welcoming the diva herself, Juna, for a performance of the opera's opening piece. Ladies and gents, enjoy!
Well, Luis, rumor has it you found yourself quite a relic. Then why are you so reluctant to present it? No matter. The race's outcome is beyond your meddling now. Victory is mine.
As the celebrations are bellowing from below, we make it to where the chandelier is, and where we will kill this tyrant. Stroll and Hulkenberg catch up, telling us that we've got an escape route, reassuring me this will work. And I agree, let's get revenge for my friend.
Juna's song is about to start.
From my fingertip flies a butterfly, how it pines for the moon up high. Fire calls its name, fly to the flame, burning as free as it can be. Out there, deep and dark in the valley mist.
Focus. You only get one shot at this.
Fearing in my soul what I can't control. I can't close my eyes to the sunrise. From the shadow of the dark, fingers brush my neck with a remark. Oh, anguish traveler, my name is thine, and thou art I.
lance! Hurry!
What's going on? Is there something blocking it?
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor! That was our kingdom's lovely songstress, Juna! Moving right along!
It didn't work. Come back.
Things didn't go as we expected. We hit Luis, but Yufa couldn't withdraw her lance. It's stuck in Luis, and we need to reclaim it, or the other option as we run for it. Heismay sees us asking why we dawdle. Did we get him? Yufa doesn't know why, but the lance, Hoggenberg's not sure if we should go and retrieve it or just run, but someone makes that choice for us.
Lost a lance? Perhaps it's this one. At last your allegiance is laid bare. And if this lance wounded me, then I take it the one you provided me was a mere imitation. If you know what the lance is capable of, then surely you understand the situation. Your last hope is gone.
No!
It seems a shame to kill you, but I'm afraid you've gone too far. I have no intention of surrendering, nor of wavering in my convictions. That being said, you truly have impressed me. I will allow you some final words, if you have any.
Say it!
I see your performance has come to an end, Juna.
Yes, the curtain falls. I'm no longer your songbird to keep caged.
So, you too stood with them.
Come on! He's ready to listen, so say it! You know there's something he needs to hear.
Luis, I challenge you to a duel.
Ah, the very words I was waiting for. You really have done your research. In truth, I intended from the start to entertain such a challenge. I confess it's been a long time. Perhaps a real contest is what I've craved. This competition is little more than child's play. So be it. It has been a long time indeed since anyone drew my blood. I will end your life with my own hands.
There needs to be a direct confrontation after all. As though it was fate all along.
A duel makes the king's magic powerless, which means this trinket is no longer necessary. Then state your name. How do you declare yourself?
I am the hero, the savior of this country.
You would save it, would you? I hope that dream does not end in futility. My name is Luis Guiaburn. I am the rightful king, he who will forge anew this unworthy country into a utopia. Attack in any number, wield any weapons. But fight with your very lives. If you live by a creed, show me its strength. Go ahead, have at me. An attempt on the life of Luis Guiaburn is a folly most cannot afford.
We've come this far. Let's fight with all we have, Captain.
Luis, I will make an end of you here.
I should expect no less by a duel's code. So be it. Allow me to even the score.
Even when injured and on death's door, Luis is an absolute beast. He did quite basic attacks on paper, but he has multiple ways of dropping our stats very low, and those attacks did so much damage, even when maxed out defense and attack. He's an absolute tank. Thankfully, time was on our side in this fight. He did take a number of us down in our brawl, but we will not fall here. Luis cursed the prince to die a horrible, painful death, and he'll be punished for that with his life. As poetically, the prince's loyal knight lands the finishing blow.
You've got a bunch of elements slowing you down, Captain!
Pierce through that!
I underestimated you.
Stronger than I was.
Lord Luis, do not interfere! Oh. You falter even now. Not enough, I'm afraid.
Lord Luis!
A fine blow. You've surprised me. But why? Why are you so intent on killing me?
You of all people should know the answer.
I see now. You were the intruders looking for the formula, I take it. And yet, you have achieved nothing.
What do you mean?
With Luis dead, we're left to ask if it's truly done, as the Magnus brothers leave to check on their lord. We're just happy to finally have done it, even if our plans fell through for the most part. The outcome was most favourable, but now we have a new problem, and that's getting the lance. He had fallen in front of everyone, and Heismay adds, if Forden sees that, then he'll realise what the lance can do. Juna thinks that we will regret it if Forden ends up with the lance, a thing I agree with. As we ask for Yufa to recall it, Stroll believes that it's too late for that. It's already on stage, and if we do that, we'll be deemed as thieves. We're left to ask what we must do, as Stroll thinks we should establish that it's ours and then offer it. Yufa thinks that we will announce we're the ones who slayed Luis, asking if we can afford to do that. Gallico agrees, but Stroll reassures us that we set out to kill him. The only failure is how much of a spectacle it's become. Gallica asks if we're going to hope on their sympathy, as Stroll, annoyed, replies he doesn't know, but we have to do it now. No, they'll never get the chance. That's fair, as he takes the charge, and we've got no choice now.
I know that face. Was that Luis? Someone go and see to him. Is he truly dead?
Allow me.
Lord Luis, no. He's dead. He's gone.
Your Eminence, this was found off-stage. Judging by his wounds, this must have been the murder weapon.
The lance. Is this the divine relic he sent his subordinates after?
His eyes are sightless. His heart beats no more. The man is dead, without question.
You're absolutely certain?
I checked him thrice over. There can be no more doubt.
Luis, dead? And that can only mean this lance can pierce the barrier of the king's magic.
I apologize for the grotesque display interrupting tonight's performance. We are tardy in arrival, but the lance you hold is our offering to the ceremony.
What? You claim this lance? You mean to say you were the ones who did the deed?
Yes. It is as you say.
God above! How do you justify this?
Years ago, Luis ordered my hometown destroyed. Hulkenberg, our ally before you, was herself a royal guard in service to his late highness. Even the songstress, Juna, aided us on several occasions. Above all else, we are a group who came together to try Luis for his crimes, traitor and kingslayer both. And to do that, we had to enter his company. We took no joy in disguising our true intentions, not from your eminence, nor the people. But today, finally, we have seen justice done. Luis has paid for his sins. And at last, at long last, my parents can rest in peace.
I had not realized you were such an actor. Or do you truly weep?
It's just hitting me now. We finally won.
Now, everyone, let's have a little composure, please.
That explains why the songstress was so often with Luis, as well as these brave misfits.
I understand. It all makes sense now. I had wondered why a member of the Prince's own guard would fall in with Luis. You have done well to execute the rebel. I am sure that His late Majesty and His Highness must be pleased. And of course, the Sanctus Church recognizes your divine relic. Now we shall greet tomorrow's festivities with fresh peace in our hearts.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
You must be the Lady Hulkenberg. The day His Highness was attacked, I heard you fought harder than any other. Your blade even struck the back of the blackguard who did it. Of all his defenders, you came closest to avenging the prince. But where you faltered then, you triumphed today. In form and heart, you are a true knight. Is something the matter?
Oh, no. You honor me greatly, Your Eminence.
Now, this lance. The Sanctus Church will confiscate it for now. A lance capable of killing the tournament's candidates would only sow panic and chaos.
Yes, as you wish. We brought it as an offering anyway.
Indeed. You may step down now.
Think you can just walk away, do ya? You owe us a moment or three.
Right.
The brothers want a little word with us. They want to know why we would do this. Why would we kill him? Yufa says that we should reveal the truth to the brothers, and I guess it's time we do. Even if Yufa thinks that she's overstepping, I think they would understand more than anyone else would. As Hulkenberg explains why we did what we had to do, to break the curse and bring the prince to the throne. They don't believe us, as the prince is long dead. Fidelia asking for a better story, or we'd be dead where we stand. Hulkenberg continues that he was declared dead in order to protect him. He lives but is bedridden, cursed by magic. Gallica adds that the only way to break it was to kill him, as Juna adds once more that the people who wanted the prince restored formed a faction. She was a spy in that faction and tried to find a way other than murder. Hulkenberg knows that she doesn't expect him to understand immediately, but Fidelia gets angry saying, "We did this for the prince! His father was a coward, a puppet of Forden. It was thanks to him this country is rotten, and that his son, that bloody useless corpse of a son. What makes us think his life is worth more than Luis's?" Juna retorts, thinking the brothers hated when people said that any life weighs more than another. Yufa admits that she never met the prince, nor she knows what type of person he is, but she wishes to see the future that people like us believe in. Heismay agrees, as with different tribes and statuses, we banded together, and through this he sees the potential of the world united. Yufa adds that when Luis brought up burning down her land, she saw the shock and despair on their faces. Juno asked them directly if Luis was truly a master worth their trust, asking for them to listen to their hearts, knowing we'd be happy to have them. Heismay is opposed to that, as they're left to think. Fidelio guesses Juno was there watching out for them more than they knew. Fidelio admits that he couldn't protect Basilio when it mattered most. They put him through those igniter experiments, and now protecting him is all he's got. But guesses it's time to step back and get away from all this. And that Luis gave them a dream to fight for, and now he supposes it's one that doesn't feel quite right after you wake. Guessing they're drifters now. Maybe they'll open that restaurant. As Fidelio leaves, and Basilio leaves as well. Well, not before saying he doesn't know if he should punch us or thank us.
Never could say what you were feeling. I'm sorry this was all I could do.
Ah, Captain, let us tarry no more. We must check His Highness's condition.
Yes, you're right! That should have lifted the curse! What's going on? The cursed thorns haven't disappeared.
But the caster is dead. Forden and his guard were sure to check Luis's body.
Calm down, everyone. We don't want to yell about this in public. Let's go back to the inn for now.
We head back to the inn, left to question how the prince still suffers from the curse. Gallica wonders if we killed a body double. Juno doesn't agree with that. It would have to be him. We couldn't have fight him and still be mistaken. Heismay adds that he'd get nothing from faking his death. Additionally, the lance is in Forden's hands. Hockenberg believes this means someone else casted it. Yufa asks, then we killed an innocent man. Shaw responds angered, that bastard is no innocent. He destroyed his home and killed the king. Gallica says that Luis did say that killing him would accomplish nothing. Was it true? And yet he had the formula for the curse, so surely that marks his guilt. Heismay thinks there can be doubt in that. Perhaps for his own reason, he was researching the curse. He may have been framed and perhaps wished to clear his name. This has us stirring, wondering who could have done it then.
That night, His Highness the Prince was already fleeing when I arrived at the scene. I encountered the assailant as I sought to protect His Highness. I pursued and slashed across their back.
Right. I remember Forden mentioned something about that. Is there anything else you can remember?
Fie! No, I can recall nothing else. No other clues. Yet... no. 'Tis odd. I believe this is the first time I have recounted the particulars to anyone. I told the investigators only that I failed to capture the culprit. The shame of my
What? But just earlier, Forden said...
Yes, he told a story that none but the culprit could attest to. How does Forden know?
Could Forden be the one behind all of this?
I have no evidence to say otherwise.
You do realize he's the sanctifex of the entire Dashed Sanctis?
Nay, but that does not make it impossible. It wasn't long after the prince's passing that His Majesty named Sanctism the state religion. If not for the matter concerning the king's magic, Forden's claim to the throne would have been unshakable.
Sounds like motive enough to want the prince gone.
We have to find out, even if it's remotely possible. Let's question Forden in person at the main festival tomorrow.
We'll need that divine lance back, too. It's not something we want in Forden's hands, especially now.
Hey, I'm going to go talk to my sister. She's bound to be somewhere in the city for the Saints' Day festivities. Sister, I should explain. All that fuss today was... well...
Is it safe for you to come to such a public place?
What? No, it's fine. It's not like we caused a riot or anything.
That's not what I meant. You're the songstress, remember?
Ah, yes. Suppose you're right.
I know we talked before about the loophole in the King's protective magic. And that lance he presented, I take it that's why you went to Virga Island.
We didn't mean for it to be such a spectacle. It didn't exactly go according to plan. But at least we kept a tyrant off the throne.
And that's why I was wondering if I could ask you something. About Sanctifex Forden. What kind of man he really is.
Because, well, now that Luis is out of the picture, we know who's got the best chance. A man as powerful as him, well, you know how it is. You hear all kinds of nasty rumors swirling about.
Tuna, are you seriously trying to dig up dirt on Sanctifex Forden? On Saint's Day of all days?
Oh, loosen up a bit. You can't deny that people talk, and God knows they always have. Especially about the night of the attack. Asking how anyone could sneak into the castle, let alone get to the prince. Whether some official ordered the assassination. Remember when those rumors started? Father was on edge for days. I remember even when I hadn't said anything, he'd scold me and send me away. I don't suppose you... Sorry. I don't mean to dance around it, so... It's just not an easy thing to ask about. I was talking with one of our allies, Hulkenberg. She said Forden mentioned something he couldn't have known, unless he was actually there, the night of the attack. Unlikely as it is, if it turns out Forden was involved, she won't suffer him being crowned. She'll be out for vengeance. And you're the eldest daughter of House Cygnus, a Sanctist family. The people would see you as an accomplice to a man who had a hand in killing the royals. I couldn't bear to let that happen. You don't deserve that.
Then, suppose His Eminence Forden were guilty of such sin. What would you do with him? With the Sanctist...
What do you mean?
Well, I was but a girl of only 12 years. I knew nothing about the inner workings of the crown theocracy.
Sister? What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm fine. If a tad overworked. All these new developments and tragic events. I'm just run a little ragged, that's all.
Sister!
I'll be fine. Really. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Maybe I'll hold off on the harder drinks today, just to be safe. It's been a long time since we could spend some simple time together like this. It's like we're just two sisters visiting Montario for the holiday. I'll see you again soon.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Now, let's get this year's Saints' Day Festival of Montario underway. We will begin with a few words from His Eminence, Sanctifex Forden.
Looks like Drakodios hasn't left his side.
Today is a day of great celebration. A day to offer up our thanks to God. But first, an announcement. Luis is dead. The royal family's murderer has been put to justice. Now much of the kingdom's trust lies with me. Even this king-defying lance is safe in my hands. I would not see further bloodshed in endless, futile conflict. Is it not past time for reconciliation and open dialogue as a newly forged nation?
He's talking as if the race is already over. What about deciding the winner?
All but a formality now, isn't it?
His Eminence has the overwhelming majority on his side. Better to establish peace now and crown Sanctifex Forden.
No. He would end the tournament here and now.
So he's just going to call the race while he's ahead? How convenient.
But the throne's decided by the king, not this tournament.
Forden only had to abide by that when he had Luis to compete with. If he ends this while he's this far ahead, we won't be able to reverse it.
Oi! The game's not over yet, you cocky bastard!
We only seek to submit to the will of the people. Though you would be wise to quit the race with all speed.
Forden for the throne! Then we will finally have peace!
Hail His Majesty Forden! Long live His Majesty Forden!
Damn him. The people already believe him the victor. Tournament won or no, his dominance will soon be unshakable.
Let's go. We reclaim the lands, now!
Now? Are you out of your mind?
If he's going to keep it close to hand, we'll never have a chance to swap it out. We'll have to take it by force.
We have no choice.
If there really is no other way.
So you were after this lance all along? Loyalists indeed. How many more candidates must die by your hand?
His magler is horrific, distorted. It's sickening.
What did you? How dare you, you pagan wretch! You would steal this holy lance for your own vile ends. That alone is treason against the kingdom, you filthy assassins.
Assassins? Then we're in good company. That night, you were the one behind the attack on His Royal Highness. You framed Luis for your crime and banished him from the palace. Do you deny it?
Precisely the sort of baseless claims I'd expect from desperate sinners.
Baseless, is it? In that case, shall we produce proof of your treason?
You waste your breath. What do your words matter now? The royal family is gone. Luis is dead. Only I remain. And only I am fit for the throne.
You vile traitor!
You call His Eminence a traitor? Preposterous! The Sanctifex is incapable of such deeds!
Your Majesty Forden, punishment to the disloyal. Charge these ruffians with your divine lance!
Behold, the flock has spoken. Those who defy me are to be executed. Before you die, know that I am in your debt for killing Luis and handing me the crown.
Dal, what the hell's going on? I thought the prince's case was supposed to be off.
It's clearly not. The prince's assassination, the whole lot. It was all the Sanctists. It was all that bastard pulling the strings from the start. Wait, is that?
You! Identify yourself!
Who are you? We're at a festival. Should we not be festive? I've come to meet you, Forden.
Luis? Impossible. How could you have survived? Not that it matters. It falls to me to finish the job, then. Coming here sealed your fate. Hell awaits, and this time I'll make sure you stay there. Face your divine punishment, Luis! But why?
It appears your sins outweigh mine.
What have you done?
That lance is counterfeit, just like you. This is the true lance.
You snake, Louis.
Did he just kill Sanctifex Forden?
No. Impossible. Nothing to see here! The festival is cancelled! Cancelled!
Lord Louis is alive. What's going on?
Good people! You have heard the truth with your own ears. Forden was the vile mastermind behind the prince's assassination. For casting his sins upon me, for seeking to usurp the throne, I have passed due judgment. A tainted Sanctifex is unfit to rule. What's the matter? You seem lost for words.
You came back to life?
You believe me resurrected? Even if I could defy death, I care nothing for the prospect.
Then how? How are you alive? Forden's own attendant confirmed your death.
Forden's attendant? You mean that fellow?
No! Zorba?
Back at the Grand Cathedral, I ordered the dead to recover my body if the need arose.
I'd always intended for Forden to die by my hand, and the first step in his downfall was Zorba's infiltration.
Impossible. The lance pierced you through your very breastplate!
It did indeed. And frankly, I'm still impressed. Few could land such a decisive blow against me. But I'm afraid fate was on my side, not yours.
Mortal anatomy is my speciality. I knew at first glance that the wound was deep, but the heart was intact. Lord Louis is destined for far greater than this. So I devised a plan. I would proclaim his death and deceive both Forden and his flock. After that, it was simply a matter of magically regenerating his flesh overnight. Only a fool would expect him to die in such a place.
I could have emerged as soon as I'd healed. But where's the theater in that? Today is a day of celebration. The least I could do is offer a fitting death out of mercy.
Why'd you have the real lance? Wasn't it supposed to have gone to Forden?
Wee bit slow on the uptake, eh? I just told you, I was present for the inspection. It was hardly a difficult task to swap out your counterfeit.
So you knew the truth of it? No. Have you always been ahead of us, ever since the moment we thought Zorba dead?
A holy lance, a convincing prop. What does it matter? Had I truly died, it would simply indicate that I was never fit for my ambitions. Power is the only true arbiter. Behold the proof. Forden lies dead, and the lance is in my hand, just as planned.
You let us do as we pleased, even knowing the risks. You're insane!
Indulge me a question. You stole the magic formula from me. Surely you soon learned that it was useless. That's why you then resorted to killing the caster. You were desperate to lift the spell. Is that not so? In other words, the curse's victim still draws breath. For that reason, you sought to kill me even amidst this competition, even with the difficulty of the king's magic in your way. So, His Venerable Highness the Prince survived. Where is he? Speak or die.
Please, spare us!
No!
Stop! Leave them be!
How quickly the Sanctus break rank and flee. Their flock left to die. This is Sanctism.
No! Stop him!
Don't!
Out of the way!
What? Why?
Go! Run!
Right. Come now.
Thank you. You protect them. Yet what value do they have to you? It's not that! This is just wrong! It's wrong, me lords!
I see. So even you two are faltered.
Wake up!
I get it now. Only fair thing in this world is power. With it, you can take whatever you want in this life. Or so I thought.
Tell.
But you know, if all the weak get left behind, who's left to protect them? I've been an idiot. Sorry about that.
Stop talking, Del.
I see it, you know. Our little diner. Music in the air. It's grand. Look after Lady Juna.
Huh? Hey. Del? Del!
Pitiful. See what Brotherhood earned them.
Lord Louis, that's what it all comes down to for you, yeah? The strong are right, the weak are wrong. Doesn't matter what you were born into, there's fairness in that. We saw you as our hope. We thought that if you had a proper strong fella on top, he'd be able to put a stop to all the meaningless discrimination. But we had it wrong. You're no ray of hope. It doesn't matter to you. Killing anyone, it doesn't make you feel unclean. You're the kind of cold-blooded bastards we hate more than anything!
Do not concern yourself with this peon, Lord Louis. With my newfound power, I shall tear them limb from limb.
This way! Guards, hurry!
Step aside. You have important work to do.
Hey! Seize the criminals who murdered His Eminence!
We didn't do it, but we should probably still run. Basilio, come with us!
Shut up! What about Zell? You saw what that bastard did to him!
I will not let you die in vain. Your brother didn't do this so you could get yourself killed. For now, please flee with us.
Shite!
Come, make haste!
Today has been a heavy one. Luis lives while Forden and Fidelio pay the ultimate price for his wretched existence. Juna comes here saying that they wanted something nicer for his grave, but something like that is reserved for Sanctus rendition. Hulkenberg expected little else than Altabury, apologizing for not being present to help. As Stroll comments that we've got ourselves out of the public eye, if we had gone as a group, worst case, we'd been turned in. Juna wishes we could have mourned at his home, but it had to happen in the lap of the Sanctus Church. She's heard Parapus usually prefer joyful send-offs, with singing and celebration. Basilio replies that it's alright. Soldier kids could never afford to be picky, and Del knew he couldn't choose where he'd snuff it. And in actual fact, Juna is there, and that's enough for them. They really did love Juna, I guess. Her singing did that one thing that she wished. Heismay seems to relate with Basilio in his words, but with his son instead of a brother. But Stroll asked about the Farsight mirror, but sadly, it didn't matter regardless of him admitting to the crime, he wasn't the man who cast it. This leaves us to be annoyed, as we know not who casted it. Neris thinks we've got more pressing problems now. Luis knows the prince is alive, that's less than ideal. Gallica reassures them that it's deep in the forest. It's not easy to find, but going to him will be dangerous. So it's best to not go for him, as we're left with no more leads, but Juna thinks we should ask her sister, as it's now related to the church, and she may know, so that's a plan we've got for tomorrow.
Oh, look at you, kid. You look near dead yourself.
Tell? What?
Seems you made it out in one piece, though.
Are you alive? But back there, you... Don't tell me you pulled some bloody trick. Just like Luis. Bloody hell, Tell. I thought
Basilio. Sorry. From here on, you're taking the lead.
But why? I can't without you,
Don't give me that. You're the strong one. Me, I never knew where I was going. Basilio, protect the weak. Swear you'll do it, not for me, but for yourself.
Tell.
Don't give me that look. Well, this one's goodbye for now. You ready? Let's hear it, Basilio. You fight, but why?
O Lodestar, ye grief-racked brother, O thou anguished traveller. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Not really a choice. It's back to the starting line. This time I'll lead. Ardell entrusted me with this chance. I've got to show him I've got this.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities are thy light. Awaken.
See you around, Del.
Awake. You were passed out. Don't scare me like that.
Not that I can blame you. After all that's happened. Sir Basilio, there's magla flowing through him. I think it's the same as our power.
It's you lot, from before.
They want to pay their respects for Fidelio.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Del. Funny, innit? Maybe this world's not so bad. Thanks.
Basilio comes running in, informing us that Rella will be taking over Forden in the race for the throne. There'll be a big announcement tomorrow. This shocks us, but I guess it's a play to keep the church in the running for power. Troll believes they're getting careless, but it's a smart choice. Basilio thinks if she wins, she'll become a proper queen. Does what she wants. Wouldn't it tidy this all up? Juno disagrees, as she knows the idea is putting her stomach in knots. Yufa thinks they're making a puppet out of her. Juno calls this all not good, and doesn't believe it's a good time to talk to her. Gallica thinks that it means the tournament will keep going, and they'll announce the next challenge there as well. Regardless of it all, Troll doesn't like it's happening so fast for his liking, and all that support will go just straight to Rella. If they're both trying to reclaim the status quo as the two pillars of support, it will be tough to catch up. After all, this isn't going to be enough to restore the prince to the throne. I guess it means it's Luis versus Rella, and we'll just need to play catch-up, especially as even with that, we'll need to have the prince win the battle of faith with the people. We all talk among ourselves as Basilio comes up with a brilliant idea.
Well, I know one way to keep a VIP protected. A classic tactic, really. The military does it all the time. We use a body double. You're supposed to be a dead ringer for the prince, yeah?
You mean he pretends to be the prince? That's absurd. You realize it's a capital offense to impersonate royalty?
I don't think it's a bad idea, though.
Do you not get how dangerous this is?
Ardell was right about you being mental. I think we could pull it off, though. The prince has been gone ages. Nobody's in a position to point out differences.
Wait, just think about this. He's elder. The royal family's Clamar and have been for generations. His appearance would be the least of our worries.
If I may. His Highness the Prince lacks the Clamar horns. Some rumors suggested 'twas not some miraculous feature of the prince alone, but a mark of Elden blood. I've heard no confirmation either way myself, but at the very least, 'tis a tale any aristocrat is bound to have heard in passing.
In other words, with an elder claiming the prince's name and a known royal knight to vouchsafe him, we'd have enough plausibility to shake the nobles to their core.
Of course, all this means little, unless our double himself is willing. What say you?
I am the prince. Was that believable?
Even this doesn't get to you?
Sometimes I worry about you.
Your resolve has been challenged many times over, and never have you strayed. I am humbled once more. I pledge my sword to this gambit.
Good. Then we declare ourselves tomorrow, where this announcement's going to take place. Seems like the optimal place to make sure we're heard.
Right then, looks like I'll have to give the old girl a polish worthy of a prince. My cue as well. From here on, it's nose to the grindstone until my magnum opus is finished. Can't let the lad be the only one with his life on the line.
Today has been such a long day, but I guess I'm now the prince. Well, a body double for him at least. It's time to go to bed though. That's when Basilio pops up, asking if I have a minute, since he's fallen in with us, he's got something he wants to clear up, asking me the simple question of if I'm doing this for the prince or for the country. As I say that it's the same thing in the long run, he responds, if only that was that simple. But if we want to save this country, we're playing a longer game. We gotta win this race. If we can't save him, I have to take his place for good. Meaning, if we do it, I'll have to take the lie to my grave. I've been willing to do this since the beginning, man. As I'm ready for it since, well, day one, like I said. He likes to hear that, saying this from his heart. He's not just following me to get revenge for his brother. He's planning on hammering Luis to the ground, but he's doing this for the dream for the world where one's birth doesn't decide one's life. So he's going to give it all he's got. He's got my back as long as I do as well. As I can agree with that, as for the time being, I think I'm going to get some rest.